Chapter 1. The Diamond Revised. In the realm of Douluo Continent, in the Luo Empire, in the southern province, within the confines of a modest estate belonging to the Jingang family, a young boy of about 5 or 6 years old was diligently training his physique. His jet black hair clung to his forehead, dampened by perspiration, and his round, cherubic face was flushed with exertion. Within his ebony eyes flickered a maturity that belied his tender age. After an indeterminate duration, he plopped onto the ground, taking deep breaths to recuperate. It will soon be 6 years. I shall finally awaken my martial soul, he muttered to himself while seated on the earth. This boy was not of this world. His name was Wang Chun, hailing from a place known as Earth. In his previous life, he had been an orphan, taken in by a martial monk from Shaolin Temple. Within the temple, aside from martial training, his sole indulgence was reading novels. Due to the immense popularity of the Douluo Continent anime, he was relatively familiar with the narrative. Though he had longed for the martial souls and soul skills depicted in Douluo Continent, he had never entertained the thought of transmigrating here. Yet, unexpectedly, he awoke to find himself in this new realm without the typical truck accident or divine lightning, simply awakening in a different world. Lacking any golden finger, he pondered how he might thrive in this unfamiliar land. Fortunately, the martial arts he had mastered in his previous life could still be cultivated here. The martial art he practiced was the Shaolin Jingang, which, according to the monk who adopted him, was among the more complete forms of martial arts within the Shaolin Temple. It comprised 5 tiers: Tongzi Ju, Baiyun Ju, Liuxing Ju, Mingyue Ju, and Hongri Ju. Achieving the pinnacle of these techniques would allow for an endless flow of vital energy, transforming it into a protective force impervious to blades and spears. The first tier, Tongzi Ju, refines energy, strengthens the body, and invigorates the spirit, enabling one to maintain vitality even after a day and night of combat. While the first tier does not significantly enhance combat prowess, reaching the second tier, Baiyun Ju, would substantially amplify one's fighting capabilities. With the power of clouds, it offers continuous support, greatly diminishing blunt force and slightly mitigating sharp attacks. He had already mastered the first tier to its peak and was poised to break through to the second tier at any moment. Since his arrival in this world, he had been practicing Tongzi Gong each morning and strengthening his body in the afternoons. He understood that the stronger his physique, the higher the quality of soul rings he could absorb. In the Jingang family, soul beast meat was abundant. Thanks to his rigorous training, his body had become formidable, rivaling that of an average soul master. Wang Chen's gaze sharpened as he regained his focus, rising from the ground and returning to his room to wash himself. While soaking in the bath, he recalled the news he had heard. Qian Xuanji had assumed the position of Pope. Qian Xuanji has just become a title de law and taken over as Pope. He has 10 years left to live. The protagonist, Tang San, will not be born for another 10 years. There are still over 20 years until the story commences. While it may be somewhat challenging for me to reach title de law with these external aids, achieving the rank of soul de law should pose no issue. My martial soul should be the inherited martial soul of the Jingang family, the Diamond. I wonder if there will be any unforeseen circumstances. It should be fine. The Jingang family was founded by a title de law whose martial soul was the Violent Diamond, over 200 years ago. The current patriarch is an elder from his grandfather's generation, a 94th level title de law known as Jingang de la Wangang. He is quite renowned within the Douluo Continent. Beneath him are 5 soul Douluo elders. The Grand Elder is at level 89, while the second and third elders are both at level 88, the fourth elder at level 86, and the fifth elder at level 85. Among the middle generation, there are only 2 soul law at level 81, signifying a group of promising talents capable of advancing to title de law with steady effort. Most of the remainder are soul saints and soul emperors. The younger generation predominantly ranges from levels 20 to the 40s. The essence of this family lies in its unity, which is also the paramount reason for its enduring legacy. All elders guide their juniors and leave behind their cultivation manuals. There are detailed records regarding the soul rings suitable for the family's inherited martial soul, which greatly assist the younger members in their choices. Wang Chun emerged from the bath, donned his attire, and ventured outside. Upon returning home, he found his mother had prepared a meal, awaiting his arrival. His mother, Wei Shiyu, possessed a martial soul in the form of a staff and was a 55th-level support soul master. His father, Wang Long, was a 71st-level assault-type soul master, wielding some authority within the family. He was responsible for the supply of soul beast meat for the family. Thus, Wang Chun enjoyed an ample supply of soul beast meat, enabling him to elevate his Tongzi Gong to its peak first tier. Without such provisions, he could not have attained this level. Mother, where is father? Today, the patriarch is convening a meeting and will not return. We shall eat without him. Oh, understood. All right. Hurry and come to the table. It's your favorite meal. In 2 days, you will awaken your martial soul. Don't wander off then. I know, I want stray. All right. I trust that Aiken will not squander this most crucial time. Come now, before it grows cold and unappetizing. He quickly finished his meal and retreated to his room. Lying on his bed, a myriad of thoughts flooded his mind, making sleep elusive. Consequently, he began to cultivate once more while lying on his bed. He was at the pinnacle of the first tier of Tongzi Gong, and upon breaking through to the second tier, he would significantly enhance his combat power. As he circulated his energy in a cycle, his soul power continuously flowed, strengthening with each circulation. In his room, Wang Chun remained engaged in his cultivation cycle. Suddenly, a nebulous yet powerful surge of soul power surged within him, enveloping him in a sensation akin to being immersed in clouds and mist, bringing him a profound sense of tranquility. Finally, I have broken through to the second tier. A radiant smile spread across Wang Chen's face as he embraced the second tier of Tongzi Gong by Yunju. Through relentless practice, his Tongzi Gong had finally ascended to the second tier of Bai Yunju. Although the quantity of his soul power had not increased, the quality had undeniably undergone a significant transformation. With a breakthrough to the second tier, Wang Chun found his drowsiness entirely dissipated. He resumed the circulation of his soul power on the bed. Indeed, his progress had accelerated to at least twice the speed compared to the first tier. This implied that his future cultivation would continue to hasten, making him increasingly formidable. With this thought, a smile crept upon his lips, and his heart swelled with joy. After circulating his energy for several cycles, he finally lay back down to rest. Chapter 2. The Family Assembly Revised. In the ancestral grounds of the Jingang family. Within the conference room, the senior members of the Jingang family, aside from those occupied with their duties, had gathered. The primary purpose of this meeting is to discuss the recent events occurring across the continent, particularly regarding Qian Sunji's ascension to the papacy and its potential implications for our Jingang family. The speaker was an elderly man with a shock of white hair and eyes that sparkled with wisdom. He was none other than Wang Gang, the patriarch of the Jingang family. Qian Sunji's assumption of the papacy is merely a means to accomplish two things: to promote his own reputation and to solidify his position as pope, remarked an elder seated to Wang Gang's right. Indeed, what the elder brother says holds true. Regardless of who occupies the papal seat, they must achieve something to enhance their renown. It may involve eliminating a few individuals or hunting a soul beast to showcase their strength. Given that our Jingang family is distanced from the spirit hall and has no conflicts with it, we are unlikely to be affected, chimed in the fourth elder, his voice loud and brimming with impatience. True to form, he was quick to voice his thoughts at every meeting. Enough, fourth elder. Let us also consider the opinions of others. Understood, patriarch. Now, I invite everyone to share your perspectives. Speak freely, do not fear making mistakes. Two minds are better than one. By voicing our opinions, we may uncover unique insights. Wang Gang set the tone for the meeting. Patriarch, the transition of the Pope within the Spirit Hall is quite a normal occurrence. The previous Pope was the father of Qian Xuanji, and now that Qian Xuanji has reached the level of title Douluo, his ascension to the papacy is entirely reasonable. After all, the papacy has always been held by the Qian family. The third elder addressed the assembly. Indeed, patriarch, rather than concern ourselves with matters that hold little relevance to the family, it would be wiser to focus on the younger generation. Among the recent newcomers, None have displayed exceptional talent. At this juncture, the second elder, who oversaw the training of soul masters within the family, also interjected. A lively discussion ensued among the attendees. Strangely enough, the recent awakenings have yielded youngsters with relatively low innate soul power, remarked one. Precisely. I heard the highest is only at level 6 soul power. It seems to be from a collateral branch. Indeed, from the collateral branch. His father made sacrifices for the family, and he was raised solely by his mother. Fortunately, with the family support, that lad is quite plump and healthy. At that moment, Patriarch Wang Gang rose to his feet, addressing the assembly with authority. Enough of this clamor. Let us proceed one at a time. Wang Ming, the awakening ceremony for the younger generation is upon us again the day after tomorrow. Are you prepared? We must avoid any mishaps at that time. Rest assured, clan leader. This is not my first time awakening those little ones' martial souls. I have been thoroughly prepared. Old 5, are there any issues with the southern garrison? Clan leader, there are absolutely no problems. The southern garrison is a force established entirely by our King Kong family, and all the high-ranking officials are from our lineage. They will undoubtedly not present any issues. Very well, let us conclude today's meeting here. After returning home, I urge everyone to pay close attention to the younger generation. For a family to thrive, it must not experience a break in its lineage. Those youngsters are the hope of our family. After you return, please ensure they work diligently to enhance their strength. Yes, clan leader. Everyone replied in unison. They exited the conference room in an orderly fashion and returned to their respective homes. Upon arriving home, Wang Long was greeted by his wife. Darling, what arrangements were made during the meeting? It's quite late, and Xiao Chun has already gone to bed, Wei Shiyu whispered. This time, we primarily discussed the new pope of the Martial Soul Hall and deliberated on the future development of the King Kong family. We may need to intensify training for those youngsters. Now enough of that. The day after tomorrow, Xiao Chun will awaken his martial soul. Have you spoken to him about it? I've already informed him. Unlike you, who is often busy with family affairs and has less time to chat with him, I understand him well. Xiao Chun has been diligently training his body, unlike other children who simply play. He has his own plan. Indeed, in a few years, I shall relinquish my responsibilities within the family, allowing me to spend quality time with both of you. Yes, darling, it's getting late. Let us retire for the night. All right, my dear. The following day, Wang Qin awoke to find he had grown a little taller. Indeed, in this world, as one's strength progresses, so too does the body strengthen. The early rising Wang Chan took a deep breath and began to cultivate in bed. His foundational skills had reached the second level, although the quantity of his soul power had not increased, its quality had significantly improved. Moreover, the speed of his soul power circulation had accelerated, and he felt that his strength would undoubtedly continue to advance rapidly. After circulating his techniques for several cycles, he got out of bed and proceeded to wash up, preparing for breakfast. Xiao Chun, hurry up and come eat. You mustn't run. Around tomorrow you are about to awaken your martial soul. I understand, mother. I will rest well today to ensure I am in good condition for the awakening tomorrow. All right, come quickly. Your father left long ago. The family has been quite busy lately, so do not wander off. After finishing his breakfast, Wang Chun made his way to the family library. Inside, there were cultivation notes from various esteemed predecessors of the family, as well as research on soul beasts. Aside from cultivating, he spent most of his time here acquiring knowledge. His understanding of soul beasts had made significant progress. Wang Chun stayed there until noon, and after having lunch at home, he returned to the library. He was studying the King Kong martial soul of the family, examining the records of which soul rings to add for various soul beasts. He contemplated what soul rings would be appropriate once he awakened the King Kong martial soul. Before he knew it, evening had arrived. Wang Chun returned home, ready for dinner, just as his father arrived. Father, I am about to awaken my martial soul tomorrow. Will you accompany me? Yes, my son. I will be there with you tomorrow. Now let us eat. Wang Chun quickly finished his meal and retreated to his room. Lying in bed, he tossed and turned, unable to sleep, perhaps due to the excitement of awakening his martial soul the next day. He lost track of time until he finally drifted off into slumber. 3. The awakening of the martial soul refinement. On the following morning, Wang Chun rose early. At last, I can awaken my martial soul. I've waited so long for this moment. Wang Chun excitedly spoke to himself as he dressed and stepped out of his room. In the courtyard, he took a deep breath of fresh air. Whoosh whoosh. At that moment, his father's voice came from behind him. Shao Chun, you are about to awaken your martial soul. Are you excited? Hurry and finish your grooming so we can have breakfast. We must reach the awakening hall early to gather. The family will ensure your martial soul awakening goes smoothly, so do not be late. I understand, father. Wang Chun quickly completed his morning routine and dashed to the dining room. He finished his meal in haste and hurried with his father towards the awakening hall. Upon their arrival, they found several pairs of fathers and sons waiting outside the hall. Wang Chun joined the other children in anticipation, while Wang Long engaged in conversation with the adults. Ah Fu, you have returned. Wang Long greeted a robust and burly middle-aged man. The man rubbed his head and replied, "Oh, it's you, Long Go. I came back because Ah Hai is on the verge of awakening his martial soul. And since the southern garrison has no pressing matters, I took a few days off from the commander to accompany him during this important moment. Indeed, it's commendable that you, as a father, have returned to support Ah Hai as he awakens his martial soul. I observe that Ah Hai possesses a commendable physique and is bound to awaken a formidable martial soul. Young Chun has exhibited intelligence from an early age, and I firmly believe he will also manifest a remarkable martial soul." As they conversed, time seemed to slip away unnoticed. After approximately several dozen minutes, a group of over 10 children had gathered outside the hall, eagerly awaiting their turn for tea. That moment, a burly man approached. This was none other than Elder Wang Ming, the overseer of martial soul awakenings within the Jingang family. "All of you little ones, step inside the awakening hall. I shall awaken your martial souls," Wang Ming announced as he reached the entrance. He entered the hall first, followed closely by the eager children, but a profound silence enveloped them, each child hesitant to utter a sound. Once everything was in order, Wang Ming commenced the awakening process, point one by one. The children stepped into the luminous circle. "I am ready to awaken your martial souls," he called out, directing a boy to step into the circle. "Focus your mind, remain calm, and avoid wandering thoughts." As the boy entered, Wang Ming let out a low command, and a golden phantom of a giant appeared behind him, with 7 soul rings materializing beneath his feet. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black. As the boy's soul power surged, the circle emitted a radiant golden light, enveloping him in a protective aura. Wang Ming glanced at the spectacle and remarked nonchalantly, "Long spear martial soul. Innate soul power level 5. Not bad. Next, why does this martial soul awakening differ from Brother Tao's?" Wang Chun pondered as he observed the process unfold. Is there no innate full soul power or dual martial souls? As the saying goes, ironclad Tao, flowing protagonists. Brother Tao was revered as the blind. Any protagonist he deemed unworthy tended to possess exceptional martial souls. Now, it was not his turn to awaken, and the method seemed somewhat divergent. While Wang Chun was lost in thought, Elder Wang Ming continued to awaken the martial souls of several more children. Baboon martial soul, innate soul power level 6, quite commendable. Dagger martial soul, innate level 4, also acceptable. The arm-wielding giant ape martial soul, innate soul power level 8, splendid, indeed a promising candidate. Elder Wang Ming's comments were concise, and his demeanor remained largely unchanged, save for a smile that broke through when he awakened the arm-wielding giant ape martial soul. Offering a distinctive evaluation, each child's martial soul was awakened. It soon came time for Wang Chun to take his turn. Standing within the luminous circle, he felt the surge of Elder Wang Ming's soul power once more envelop him in a radiant shield. Unlike the previous awakenings, the instant the shield formed, an abundance of golden light surrounded Wang Chun. Witnessing this, Elder Wang Ming's previously calm expression vanished, replaced by a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. He sensed that a powerful martial soul was about to emerge. As the golden light dissipated, a formidable golden phantom appeared behind Wang Chun, exuding an aura of strength. Elder Wang Ming swiftly positioned himself before Wang Chun, producing a small blue orb and urging him to touch it. The moment Wang Chen's hand made contact with the orb, it shone with a dazzling blue light, akin to crystal. Seeing this, Elder Wang Meng was ecstatic but restrained himself, smiling gently as he addressed Wang Chun. "You are Wang Chun, am I correct? Your martial soul is the Titan giant ape with innate full soul power. Come, let us meet the clan leader." "What? My martial soul is the Titan giant ape?" Wang Chun exclaimed, taken aback. "Is there truly such a martial soul? I never encountered it in any of the novels I read." Elder Wang Meng, thinking Wang Chun had misheard, reiterated, "Indeed, the Titan giant ape martial soul. An exceptionally powerful top-tier martial soul." Wang Chen's awakening of the Titan giant ape martial soul, along with his innate full soul power, caused quite a stir within the Jingang family. Fortunately, he was the last to undergo the awakening, and immediately following, Elder Wang Meng escorted him to meet the clan leader. As the newly awakened little ones exited the hall, their parents outside were already aware that a top-tier martial soul with innate full soul power had emerged from the Jingang family. When Elder Wang Meng and Wang Chun emerged, all eyes turned toward the diminutive figure beside Elder Wang Meng, the newly awakened Wang Chun, bearer of the Titan giant ape martial soul. "Wang Long, accompany me to meet the clan leader alongside your son. The rest may return. All other children should diligently train to become soul masters," Elder Wang Meng instructed before leading Wang Chun and Wang Long away. In a small garden within the Jingang family, 6 elders were engaged in conversation. They were the most powerful and influential figures within the clan, the Jingang Douluo and the 5 elders. "Is there any promising talent this year?" The 4th elder mused aloud, pacing back and forth. The 1st elder furrowed his brow and remarked, "Old 4th, please refrain from pacing. You do this every time. Can you not exhibit a bit more composure? After all, you are an elder. While you are capable of remaining composed, I cannot. The family has not produced any notable talent in recent generations. If this continues, who will safeguard our clan in the future? Pacing will not enhance the martial souls awakened by the younger generation. It would be wiser to sit down and patiently await news from Wang Meng. I simply cannot remain still. The family has lacked talent for several generations, and I am genuinely anxious. Anxiety will not conjure 2 promising talents." The 1st elder interjected. That moment, the clan leader, Wang Gang, spoke up. "Enough, talents do not simply materialize overnight. Please take a seat. We must keep a close watch on the commoners outside and strive to attract some untapped geniuses lacking familial ties. By integrating them into our Jingang family, we not only bolster our ranks, but also ensure their martial souls are passed down within our lineage." With the clan leader's pronouncement, the 4th elder could only smile sheepishly and take a seat. "Marvelous, truly brilliant, clan leader," the 3rd elder exclaimed beside the 2nd elder. "This strategy not only strengthens our family's power, but also diminishes that of our rivals. Indeed, a masterstroke. The clan leader's plan achieves 2 objectives with 1 action." The 5th elder chimed in, praising the clan leader. "Enough with the flattery. We are not strangers. Rather than waste energy on idle praise, let us concentrate on how to attract those unaligned geniuses," clan leader Wang Gang advised the elders. The 1st elder added, "For these individuals, our Jingang family's allure pales in comparison to the Spirit Hall. Our sole advantage lies in our local influence within Jingang City. Our Zhennan Legion still holds considerable appeal for the city. Furthermore, our Jingang Soul Master Academy, which offers a study-first, pay-later scheme for impoverished children, has garnered a commendable reputation. Graduates from this academy typically join our Zhennan Legion. However, most eventually leave to pursue studies at the Intermediate Soul Master Academy after earning enough money. I propose that we establish another Intermediate Soul Master Academy. This way, those who graduate from the primary academy can transition directly into the Intermediate one. Eventually, those capable of advancing to the Advanced Soul Master Academy can be absorbed into our family, while those unable to do so will remain in the Zhennan Legion, reducing the number of dropouts." "Quite right. The eldest brother makes an excellent point. This approach will indeed allow us to attract more talent." After the great elder concluded his speech, the 2nd elder promptly took the floor to take tea. That moment, Wang Meng entered alongside Wang Chun and Wang Long, respectfully addressing them. "Patriarch, elders, I bring before you a remarkable talent from the Jingang family. This is Wang Chun, whom I have brought along." Wang Chun, gazing at the elderly figures, also expressed his respect. Greetings, patriarch, great elder, second elder, third elder, fourth elder, fifth elder. This humble one is Wang Chun, a little Ming. Could it be that this young lad possesses a twin martial soul? Or perhaps he has awakened with innate full soul power? Why the haste in bringing him here? Spare us the suspense, and speak plainly. The fourth elder inquired directly. This fourth elder was indeed the biological uncle of Elder Wang Meng, which granted Wang Meng the position of elder, overseeing the awakening of martial souls. Otherwise, despite his capabilities, he would not have been able to directly manage the martial soul awakening hall and become an elder in this domain. Thus, when faced with the fourth elder's inquiry, he could only manage a wry smile and respond, "Uncle, please do not be so impatient. I shall reveal it shortly. Oh, hurry. Refrain from dragging this out and keeping us in suspense. Well, little Chun has awakened the Titan Great Ape martial soul, and he possesses innate full soul power. Aside from him, there's also a lad named Wang Hai, who awakened the arm-extending giant ape martial soul with innate soul power at level 8, which is commendable. The rest are rather ordinary." Yes, soon as Wang Meng's words fell, the elders rose from their seats, questioning Wang Meng. Is this truly the case? A talent of such caliber has surfaced this time? Excellent, excellent. With diligent cultivation, achieving the rank of title Doa should pose no problem. Indeed, indeed. Our family has not produced a promising talent in ages, and now we have one with innate full soul power. This is sure to elevate our Jingang family. At this moment, the Jingang Doa, Wang Gang, interjected. Enough with the commotion. You might startle little Chun. He approached Wang Chun, ruffled his hair, and said, "Little Chun, your awakened martial soul is quite impressive. Dedicate yourself to cultivation, and strive to reach title de law as soon as possible. That I gift you this storage soul guide bracelet. Make good use of it." When Wang Chun received the storage soul guide bracelet, he could scarcely believe it. He had merely awakened a martial soul and was bestowed such a precious soul guide. After all, the methods for crafting soul guides had been lost to time, and their quantity was limited, making them difficult to acquire. To his astonishment, he received one directly from the patriarch after his awakening. From now on, little Chun would enjoy the privileges of a lesser patriarch, with all resources directed towards him to expedite his progress. You understand? We comprehend, patriarch. The elders responded in unison. Very well, little Chun, you may return home for now. Tomorrow, the fourth elder will take you to seek soul beasts and acquire your soul rings. Just wait for him at the family entrance. Understood, patriarch, Wang Chun replied with a smile. Patriarch, elders, we shall take our leave now, Wang Long respectfully stated to the patriarch and elders. Indeed, Wang Long, you have raised a commendable son. Your contributions are not to be overlooked. Please take him home, the patriarch remarked, after which Wang Long led Wang Chun away. Meanwhile, Wang Ming continued to report on the martial soul awakenings. Later that evening, as Wang Chun and his father returned home, his mother had prepared a feast awaiting their arrival. Little Chun, your awakening of the martial soul has stirred excitement throughout the family. They say you have awakened the Titan Great Ape and possess innate full soul power. My son is truly remarkable, Wei Shiyu said with a smile. Wang Long chimed in. Indeed, dear little Chin's martial soul awakening is outstanding. The patriarch even met him and gifted him a soul guide. He has high hopes for little Chun. Wouldn't you agree, little Chun? Yes, father is correct. Let's eat first. I'm quite hungry. Little Chun, dear, quickly wash your hands and come to the table. Tonight's dishes are all your favorites, his mother urged. Yes, dear, we will wash up immediately. After all, our little hero is famished. We must fill his belly at once. Wang Long laughed heartily. All right, father, no need to jest. There's nothing amusing about it. I hardly ate anything this morning before awakening my martial soul. In the afternoon, Wang Chun practiced alone in the courtyard. Having been teased by his father earlier, he felt a bit embarrassed and sought solitude to train. After all, he was soon to hunt for soul rings, and a bit of extra practice would be beneficial. Even if his soul power level did not increase at present, gaining soul rings would allow for rapid advancement in the future. Thus, despite the lack of immediate growth in his cultivation, he remained steadfast in his training, for strength is built step by step. Time passed gradually during Wang Chen's training, and before he knew it, dinner time had arrived. Upon returning home, he prepared to eat. At that moment, Wang Long addressed Wang Chen. Little Chun, after dinner, come to my study. I have matters to discuss with you. Now that you have awakened your martial soul with innate full soul power, you are entitled to learn some secrets of our Jingang family. Dado. I can learn these family secrets now. Wang Chen exclaimed, surprised. After all, since his arrival in this world, despite the love of his parents, they had never shared anything of this nature with him. The prospect of learning the secrets of the Jingang family intrigued him, prompting him to ask his father, Dad, is there any issue with you sharing these family secrets? Will the patriarch and elders hold it against you? Perhaps it is best not to speak of it casually. Wang Long, however, dismissed his concerns with a hearty laugh. Do you think I would be divulging this in secret? It is family policy. To know these secrets, one must either become a seven-ring soul sage and ascend to elder status within the family, or be an exceptionally talented child like you, who has awakened a martial soul of such caliber. Generally, only those with innate soul power of level 8 or above qualify, like your Uncle Fu's son, Wang Hai, who awakened with innate soul power at level 8. Your Uncle Fu would certainly share such matters with him as well. Do not overthink it. This secret has been passed down through our Jingang family for over 200 years that it is said to have been discovered by the founder of our family. The first Jingang, such an extraordinary legacy, lasting for over 2 centuries. What could this secret be? Father, please tell me. Finish your meal first. After dining, we shall go to the study, and I will reveal it to you. This is not something to be spoken of lightly. This secret could elevate your strength far beyond that of your peers. Wang Chun eagerly scooped his food into his bowl, hastily devouring his meal in anticipation of uncovering the family secret. He did not even bother to select his favorite dishes from the table, eager to conclude the meal. However, sometimes haste leads to mishaps. Cough, cough, cough. Slow down, slow down. Have a sip of water first. Do not rush. You might choke. Dear, why did you not wait for little Chan to finish his dinner before discussing these matters? Now he cannot even eat properly. Wang Chen's mother chided, handing him a glass of water and gently patting his back. I merely wished to surprise little Chun, who knew this lad would have no patience. You cannot lay the blame solely on me. Wang Long defended himself, for Wang Chen usually bore himself with the composure of an adult, taking everything in stride. This time, he simply intended to tease him. All right, little Chun, take your time eating. You will learn these things sooner or later. There is no need to rush, Wei Shiyu reassured him, patting Wang Chen's back. Understood, Mother. I am fine. You should continue eating, Wang Chen replied, smiling as he touched his head. Impatience does not yield hot tofu. Thus, Wang Chun resolved to eat slowly, awaiting the moment in the study when he would learn the family's great secret. After finishing dinner, Wang Chun followed his father to the study. Father, what is this family secret? Please tell me. All right. Do not be anxious. I shall reveal it to you now. More than 200 years ago, our esteemed family, the Jingang clan, was founded by the first Jingang Douluo, who left behind a great secret. It is said that this ancestor was a super Douluo possessing a spirit ring of 100,000 years. Moreover, he did not merely possess this extraordinary spirit ring. He also possessed something that was entirely unique to the entire continent. You know what it is. Wang Long inquired of Wang Chun. If I were to refuse to cooperate, would that not put my father in an awkward position? As this thought crossed Wang Chen's mind, a faint smile appeared on his lips. Nonetheless, he decided to play along with the question. After all, he was genuinely curious about what exceptional possession this ancestor had. So, what was it that this ancestor possessed that was unparalleled across the continent? Naturally, it was a spirit ring of 10,000 years. What on earth is that? Isn't a 10,000-year spirit ring rather commonplace? What is so special about that? Wang Chun pondered in confusion. Observing the bewildered expression on Wang Chen's face, Wang Long gently patted his head and said, if it were merely an ordinary 10,000-year spirit ring, it would hardly be considered special, nor would it be passed down as a family secret. However, this 10,000-year spirit ring was the 4th spirit ring, which is an existence not found anywhere else on the entire continent. The 4th spirit ring is a 10,000-year spirit ring. How is that even possible? Wang Chen exclaimed in astonishment. There is only one such case in the original story, and that is Tang San. He only managed to succeed due to his numerous advantages. Besides, That was a matter of decades later. And now you tell me that such a remarkable individual existed more than 200 years ago? Are you joking? Wang Chun was utterly stunned by this revelation. He could hardly believe it. Ha! Are you dumbfounded? When I first learned of this secret, I was just as incredulous as you. However, once I delved deeper into this secret, I began to believe a little. Would you like to know how the ancestor of the Jingang clan managed to absorb that fourth spirit ring? Father, please tell me quickly. Stop keeping me in suspense. Wang Chun eagerly urged his father. How could it be that a family with no renown in the original story possesses such a grand secret? It seems the Douluo Continent is far more complex than the original narrative suggests. I fear the depths of this continent run deeper than expected. I must stay low-key. If I draw too much attention, I might just be eliminated by others. This thought lingered in Wang Chun's mind. All right, let me tell you. Wang Long replied with a mysterious smile. Point 6. Father-son Night Talk, Part 2. More than 200 years ago, when our ancestor reached the 40th level, he prepared to hunt for the fourth spirit ring. At that time, he was merely an ordinary soul master at level 40, lacking the fourth spirit ring. With no family to assist him in this endeavor, he had to hire a soul hunting team, using gold coins to help him acquire a spirit ring. However, this hunt encountered unforeseen complications, leading to an unexpected twist that allowed him to obtain a 10,000-year spirit ring as his fourth spirit ring. Wang Long recounted slowly. What kind of trouble was it? Wang Chun asked. Unable to contain his curiosity at that time, our ancestor hired a team led by a group of soul masters. They were on their way to the largest forest on our continent, the Douluo Forest, to hunt for a spirit ring. Since they sought a superior fourth spirit ring, they ventured into the mixed area of the center and outskirts of the Douluo Forest, where most of the spirit beasts were 1,000 years old. However, they did not anticipate that a spirit beast tide would occur that day. Except for our ancestor, all the other members of the hired team perished in the beast tide. Our ancestor was also injured and trapped within the Douluo Forest, Wang Long explained calmly. Initially, our ancestor planned to escape the Douluo Forest stealthily, but unexpectedly, just as he was about to leave, he stumbled upon a secret. That it was this very secret that enabled him to acquire the 10,000-year spirit ring and, in the following decades, to cultivate to the level of a titled Douluo. Ultimately founding the Jingang clan, as Wang Long spoke, he became lost in thought, momentarily pausing. Wang Chun suddenly noticed that his father had stopped speaking and saw him deep in contemplation. Thus he asked, Father, what is the secret that brought about such a significant transformation for our ancestor? Wang Long abruptly snapped back to reality, realizing he had drifted off. Shaking his head, he continued. At the time, our ancestor, caught off guard by the beast tide, fell into a cave during his escape, where he discovered the legendary earth heart milk. This substance not only healed injuries, but also had the power to refine one's physique, enhancing bodily strength. It was precisely for this reason that he was able to later obtain the 10,000-year spirit ring. After discovering the earth heart milk in the cave, he hid there for 3 days, relying on its properties to heal his injuries and strengthen his physique. To be by the end of those 3 days, not only had he fully recovered, but his physical capabilities had also increased more than a fold, along with a significant enhancement in his mental acuity. Afterward, he emerged from the cave, only to find that the beast tide had subsided. Due to his enhanced strength, he decided to search for a fitting spirit ring within the forest before exiting, and thus began his search. Could it be that he killed a 10,000-year spirit beast right there? That would mean his strength increased tremendously. Wang Chun questioned, perplexed. Not exactly. Our ancestor's acquisition of the 10,000-year spirit ring was a stroke of luck. During his search in the forest, he discovered a peach tree in a valley, bearing a single peach. Below it stood 2 10,000-year spirit beasts, a Jingang ape and an iron-armored rhino, engaged in a confrontation. Our ancestor waited patiently, hoping to seize an opportunity. Ultimately, the 2 spirit beasts inflicted mutual destruction upon one another, allowing him to claim the peach and the spirit ring. This is the secret of our Jingang clan's ancestor, Wang Long remarked, clicking his tongue. This a novel being written, surviving a great calamity and directly obtaining a treasure to enhance oneself. When seeking a spirit ring, 2 spirit beasts end up injuring each other, leaving the spoils for him. This is the hallmark of a protagonist. Wait, No, you still haven't explained why our ancestor absorbed the 10,000-year spirit ring. At that time, no one was absorbing 10,000-year spirit rings for the fourth spirit ring. Why did he succeed in doing so? Upon hearing this, Wang Chun immediately pressed for clarification. Wang Long replied succinctly, I don't know. You don't know. Such an important piece of information is missing. How can that be? Wang Chun exclaimed, To withhold such crucial information is akin to having your pants down while merely showing me this. Indeed, when I first received this news, I was just as perplexed as you. However, the message passed down through the clan simply did not include this detail. Nevertheless, what I am about to tell you is of utmost importance. So, listen closely. I understand. The secret passed down from generations includes the findings of our ancestor, which were later summarized by the other clan leaders and elders of the Jingang family regarding the relationship between our physical strength and the age of spirit rings. The stronger our physical constitution, the higher the age of the spirit ring we can absorb. This means that the stronger we become, the more powerful spirit rings we can assimilate, thus allowing us to surpass other soul masters. Wang Long explained to Wang Chun with an air of mystery. Just that? I had previously heard of this while reading Douluo Continent, that I thought it was something monumental, but it turns out to be merely this. Has anyone else in our clan besides the ancestor who founded the Jingang clan absorbed a 10,000-year spirit ring for their fourth ring? Wang Chun suddenly inquired. No. Wang Long replied tersely. What? Not even one. What use is this secret of our clan then? Wang Chun was astonished. A seemingly insignificant secret, cloaked in such grand mystery, turned out to be nothing of great consequence. Ahem. Although no one in the clan has absorbed a 10,000-year spirit ring for their fourth. Many have absorbed spirit rings of over 9,900 years. While not 10,000-year rings, they still surpass those of others. Then why not absorb a 10,000-year spirit ring? Due to insufficient physical strength or mental fortitude. None of the candidates passed the tests conducted by the family elders. However, you possess a great likelihood of meeting these standards, as you're the first individual in our golden family to be born with innate full soul power. After you absorb your first spirit ring, the family will arrange specific physical training for you. Following the absorption of your second spirit ring, you will undergo extensive physical cultivation, as the efficiency of such training will be significantly enhanced thereafter. At that point, you will be capable of absorbing spirit rings of even greater age. These insights are the secrets our family has meticulously compiled. Do you understand? Wang Long explained to Wang Chun. Oh, I see, Wang Chun replied. Once you return after hunting your first spirit ring, you will be able to indulge in the medicinal baths and culinary delights provided by the family. You will come to understand then. Now, you should head back to sleep. I have conveyed everything you needed to say. All right, I'm off then, Dad. You should rest early too. Indeed, I understand future plan and revision. That night, Wang Chun lay in bed. Unable to find sleep for an extended period, he could hardly fathom the profound depths of Douluo Continent, which were merely the tip of the iceberg as depicted in the original narrative. This was somewhat understandable, as the original work predominantly portrayed Tang San's perspective, leaving much untold. The Golden Family, which was not mentioned in the original, boasted a titled Douluo and 7 soul Douluos. Therefore, it was likely that the Tiando royal family, which had no titled Douluos in the text, was not as simple as it appeared. They must possess at least one, if not more, titled Douluos to justify the vast resources of such a grand empire. As Wang Chun pondered these thoughts in bed, he increasingly felt that Douluo Continent was far more complex than he had imagined. The original text suggested that if not for the Spear Hall, the Xingluo Empire would have long since obliterated the Tiando Empire, implying that the former must have possessed at least 5 titled Douluos. This consideration did not even account for the various sects and families within the Tiando Empire. If he were to factor those in, what could he say about their strength? Tossing and turning in bed, Wang Chun found himself increasingly apprehensive. He opened his eyes and began to plan his future. At just 6 years of age, with the myriad resources spoken of by the clan leader at his disposal, his priority must be to diligently enhance his power. He aimed to transform the family resources and various cultivation methods into his own strength. Striving to absorb a 10,000-year spirit ring by the time he reached his 4th spirit ring, at that point, he would undoubtedly gain even more resources from the family and elevate his status. The higher his influence, the more he could persuade the clan leader to venture into the sunset forest to locate the ice and fire yin-yang eyes, allowing him to be the first to discover those celestial herbs. This would not only augment his strength, but also bolster the family's power, solidifying his support. Wang Qin contemplated his future, realizing that his foremost task was to enhance his strength to realize his ambitions. Only by strengthening himself could he seize control of his own life. Otherwise, he would be relegated to the plight of commoners, burdened with worries about daily sustenance and the fear of encountering a soul master who might casually end his life. Sighing, he recognized the futility of fretting over such matters and decided to consider what spirit rings he might hunt with the elders the following day. He wondered if he might, like the protagonists in the novels, obtain a spirit bone simply by acquiring a spirit ring. Never mind, there's no point in dwelling on the uncertain. Instead, I should devote this time to further cultivation, striving to elevate my foundational skills to a higher level. Wang Chun muttered to himself. With that, he rose from his bed, seated himself, and began to circulate his foundational skills in meditation. When one is deeply focused, the passage of time often goes unnoticed before long. Wang Chun awakened from his practice, letting out a sigh. I'm still too young. My meridians cannot endure for long. Otherwise, my strength could have improved rapidly. It was no wonder that within the Golden family, rigorous physical training commenced only after absorbing the first spirit ring and intensified following the second spirit ring. All supported by the family's medicinal baths and meals, an ordinary soul master would have long since collapsed under such training, let alone expect to enhance their strength. Surviving would be a feat in itself. It was clear why those top-tier masters had such backing. Without it, rapid advancement in strength would be implausible. Wang Qin reflected on this with a sense of resignation. He stretched, loosening his limbs and neck. Feeling the stiffness that came from an extended training session, he descended from his bed, opened the window, took a deep breath, and exhaled, gazing at the moon and stars above. He reminisced about his carefree life in the Shaolin temple in his previous life, that he recalled his first day's training under his master, filled with questions. Master, why do we practice martial arts? What is its purpose? Martial arts are to strengthen the body, and as for their purpose, they help us remain healthy and free from illness. But if there is no significant use, why must I continue? Because we must preserve our heritage. We cannot let the wisdom of our ancestors perish with you. You understand? Then if it serves little purpose, why learn it? You may not understand now, but you will when you grow up. Our pursuit is not solely for immediate utility, but for the sake of inheritance. I see now that I will strive to master martial arts and become the strongest practitioner, ensuring the legacy endures. Do you truly comprehend? I'm not certain if I do. Perhaps you could explain it again. Master, enough. You are still young, and it is all right not to understand. As you progress in your training, clarity will come. Tick-tock, tick-tock. 2 tracks of tears traced down Wang Chun's face as he reminisced, falling onto the back of his hand. Master, are you well in that world? Wang Chun murmured, wiping away his tears. He thought of the serene life in the temple, of the kind monk who had raised him, always bringing him treats from outside. Yet that person was now beyond reach. Master, though I can no longer see you, I will grow strong in this world, that I will continue to train and become the strongest. Just as we once spoke of that my strength will not be wielded to dominate others' fates, but to affirm my existence. I will leave my legacy in this unfamiliar world, preserving the heritage I have diligently cultivated. As if to solidify his resolve, Wang Chun gazed at the moon outside and murmured softly. Afterward, he closed the window, returned to his bedside, and lay down to rest. After all, he would be hunting his first spirit ring with the elders the next day, marking a crucial opportunity to understand the cultivation system of this world. He drifted into a hazy sleep, and upon awakening, it was already the following morning, prompted by his father's gentle reminder. Grateful for his father's call, he hurriedly washed up, had breakfast, gathered his supplies, and dashed to the door to await the elder's arrival. After all, this was his spirit ring hunt. He could not keep the elder waiting. Before long, the 4th elder emerged. Greetings, 4th elder. I appreciate your assistance this time. Wang Chun respectfully addressed the elder. Little Chun, did you wait long? We shall set off shortly. The fourth elder stroked his beard and chuckled. No, I just arrived as well, fourth elder. Very well. Follow me. He beckoned Wang Chun toward a carriage. All right, fourth elder. The carriage appeared exceedingly plain, devoid of any embellishments. However, it was drawn by two swift wind chasers. These wind chasers were 10-year-old soul beasts, meticulously nurtured by the family. They possessed gentle temperaments and remarkable endurance, making them a rare breed of trainable soul beasts. Wang Chun followed the fourth elder into the carriage, and the coachman outside set the horses in motion. Fourth elder, where are we going to hunt for soul rings? Are we heading into the soul hunting forest? Wang Chun inquired, perplexed. No, our Jingang family typically does not venture into the soul hunting forest to seek soul rings. The soul beasts, they're mostly tamed and not particularly valuable, that we usually go to the southern Yui forest, which is abundant with 100-year and 1,000-year soul beasts, and there are even some 10,000-year soul beasts. You can search for soul rings there before you prepare to hunt for a 10,000-year soul ring. Although the 10,000-year soul beasts are few and not very strong, the 100-year and 1,000-year soul beasts are quite plentiful, both in number and variety. Perhaps the scarcity of high-level soul beasts account for the abundance of lower-level ones. The elder explained to Wang Chun. Now, I shall test your physical strength to see how much pressure from a soul ring you can endure. I will release my soul power, and if it becomes unbearable, do let me know. I will be attentive. Understood, elder. I will begin now. If it becomes too much, you must speak up. And no sooner had the fourth elder's words fallen than a wave of soul power descended upon Wang Chun. Yet there was no impact on other areas, demonstrating the elder's formidable control over soul power. As the elder intensified the output of his soul power, Wang Chun gradually found it overwhelming, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Finally, the fourth elder withdrew his soul power, and Wang Chun collapsed onto the carriage seat. The elder opened his eyes, a smile gracing his face. You truly are the first innate full soul power individual of our Jingang family. Not only is your martial soul powerful, but your physique is also remarkably robust. Your limit is over 600 years of soul ring pressure. I will find you a 600-year soul beast to absorb. You will be ahead of most people that if you can absorb 600 years for your first soul ring, you'll have a great chance of absorbing a 1,000-year soul ring for your second. At that point, you may become the strongest individual in the history of our Jingang family, perhaps even surpassing our ancestors. However, this is merely a possibility. Without diligent training, success will elude you. Therefore, you must train earnestly. Do you understand? I understand, fourth elder. I will strive to train hard and become the strongest. As their conversation unfolded, time passed unnoticed, and they drew ever closer to their destination. Upon arriving, Wang Chun immediately leapt from the carriage, inhaling deeply. Finally here, fourth elder, we've been on the carriage for quite some time, Wang Chun remarked, glancing toward the small town that it was a relatively prosperous town situated near the Yui forest. Many individuals hunting for soul rings would stop here for supplies, resulting in a vibrant economy and relatively high prices. You can wait for us in the town, the fourth elder instructed the coachman. Understood, fourth elder, the coachman promptly replied, steering the carriage towards the town. All right, Xiao Chun, once we return from hunting for soul rings, we can rest here. For now, let us search for soul rings, the fourth elder said to Wang Chun. Oh, I understand, fourth elder. What type of soul beast should I seek for my first soul ring? Wang Chun quickly inquired. Based on our Jingang family's extensive research over the years, soul masters like us, who possess ape-type martial souls, are generally offensive type. Only a few pursue defensive or agility-focused routes, and those individuals do not fare well. The most suitable path for our Jingang family remains the offensive type. Typically, our first soul skill is a single target output skill, while the second depends on one's chosen route, that if one opts for pure group output. They should seek a group attack soul skill. Conversely, if they prefer single target survival, they should look for a defensive enhancement skill .as for the third soul skill. Regardless of the chosen path, it generally involves a transformation or amplification skill. Of course, personal needs may lead to the selection of other soul skills. As no two soul masters are entirely alike, they come in various forms. The elder elucidated to Wang Chun. Oh, I see now. I had never encountered this information in the family S-books before. This must be a small secret of the family, usually not revealed. Once one awakens their martial soul, the family will naturally inform them. Ah, so that's how it is. All right, we are about to enter the forest. Do not stray from my side as we search for soul rings that if fortune smiles upon us, we may find a suitable soul beast today. If not, we might have to spend a few days in the forest. As the fourth elder and Wang Chun scoured the area, they encountered numerous soul beasts. However, either the soul beasts were too young, or they did not meet the required criteria. After searching for half a day in the Yuhui forest without success, they were compelled to spend the night within the forest, hoping to find a suitable soul beast by morning. Beside a campfire, the fourth elder roasted a rabbit and said to Wang Chun, "Xiao Chun, generally, one should avoid lighting fires in the wild. While fire can deter some soul beasts, it may also attract more powerful ones. However, with me here, you need not worry. After your meal, rest well. I will keep watch. I understand, fourth elder." Indeed, leaning against the large tree offered a cool respite, born into the Jingang family, with a soul master directly assisting in acquiring the first soul ring. It was a delightful experience. Of course, it was due to his exceptional talent that he enjoyed such privileges. Nevertheless, even those with lesser talents would receive assistance from the family during soul ring hunting. This, perhaps, is the very essence of a family's existence. After finishing his meal, Wang Chun drifted off to sleep inside the tent, while the fourth elder stood guard outside. The next morning, the fourth elder called Wang Chun awake. "Xiao Chun, wash up and come eat. Today we must search diligently to secure a suitable soul ring for you," the elder said to the still drowsy Wang Chun. "Yes, fourth elder, I will be right there," Wang Chun mumbled sleepily. After swiftly finishing their meal, they set off once more into the forest. As they searched, they finally spotted a fitting target near a valley. "Xiao Chun, look, that King Kong ape is perfect for you. It is just over 600 years old, which aligns well with your martial soul. What do you think?" The fourth elder exclaimed with excitement, for they had found such a suitable soul beast in under half a day. "All right, fourth elder, that is indeed the soul beast," Wang Chun replied, equally thrilled, for this was to be his first soul ring, an experience unlike any other. "Stay here while I capture it," the fourth elder instructed, before channeling his soul power and dashing forward. With the elder's soul power in motion, the 8 soul rings beneath his feet began to spin. Before the King Kong ape could react, it was swiftly knocked down. In a flurry of motion, the elder dispatched the King Kong ape, which lay at Wang Chun's feet, its bones shattered, gasping for breath as if on the brink of death. "Xiao Chun, quickly kill the King Kong ape to obtain the soul ring. I will protect you," the fourth elder instructed as he flew back to Wang Chun. "Understood, fourth elder. I appreciate your assistance," Wang Chun, upon uttering his words, swiftly dispatched the King Kong ape, and with its demise, a yellow soul ring emerged, drifting into the air. Without delay, Wang Chun seated himself upon the ground, channeling his energy to absorb the soul ring. As his technique activated, the soul ring seamlessly enveloped him, enhancing his abilities. Given Wang Chun's formidable cultivation and the resilience of his body, he experienced no discomfort during the absorption process. On the contrary, as the soul ring integrated with him, a refreshing energy coursed through his entire being, continuously nurturing and fortifying his physical attributes. Every aspect of Wang Chun's physique surged forward at an astonishing pace. Within less than an hour, he had completely assimilated the 600-year-old soul ring from the King Kong ape, thus acquiring his very first soul ring and its accompanying skill. With his eyes closed, Wang Chun meticulously attuned himself to this inaugural soul skill, a smile blossoming upon his face, for its potency was nothing short of extraordinary. His first soul skill was the mighty King Kong fist, which, when activated, would double his attack power, explosive force, and strength, while also allowing him to disregard 10% of his opponent's physical defenses. This soul skill was simply remarkable. However, its immense power came at a cost, as even with his current soul power, he could only utilize it a limited number of times before exhausting his energy. "Xiao Chun, what a remarkable soul skill you possess," Elder C remarked with a grin. In his estimation, a first soul ring of 600 years, especially one so well suited to its bearer, was bound to yield impressive results. "Indeed, Elder C, I find my soul skill to be exceedingly powerful. I am eager to put it to the test," Wang Chun replied enthusiastically. "Very well, unleash your soul skill upon me, and I shall observe its efficacy," Elder C instructed. Understood, Elder C. Please be cautious. I am about to strike. Wang Chun declared, preparing to unleash his soul skill. After all, Elder C was a soul de law, and despite the strength of Wang Chen's first soul skill, it was relatively minor in comparison to the formidable power of a soul de law. As Wang Chun activated his soul skill, golden light radiated from his hands, and he launched a powerful punch toward Elder C. Mighty King Kong Fist, Wang Chun bellowed, his golden fist crashing toward Elder C. With a mere flick of his soul power, Elder C effortlessly blocked the full force of Wang Chen's initial soul skill without even needing to activate his own. Impressive. Your first soul skill is already comparable to the third soul skill of others. Although your current soul power level is still relatively low, having just absorbed your first soul ring, you have already reached level 13 that once you return to the family and benefit from the available resources, you will undoubtedly grow stronger in no time. Elder C expressed with satisfaction. He was encountering a prodigious talent for the first time, believing that Wang Chun could at least achieve the rank of Super Da. The possibility of reaching the level of a peerless Da was also within the realm of hope, given Wang Chen's exceptional aptitude. All right, let us prepare to exit the forest. We shall rest for a day in the town before returning to the family. Elder C instructed Wang Chun. Certainly, Elder C. Just give me a moment, Wang Chun replied before rushing toward the fallen King Kong ape's carcass to inspect it. This shouldn't be, he muttered to himself. The protagonist should receive a soul bone upon acquiring such an impressive first soul ring. Why is there none? His discontentment boiled over. Haha, Shao Chun, there aren't that many soul bones. Generally, only soul beasts of over 10,000 years may yield a soul bone. This mere 100-year soul beast is virtually guaranteed not to produce one. The odds are infinitesimally close to zero. Let us make haste. Elder C laughed heartily, understanding Wang Chen's sentiments. After all, he too had harbored such fantasies in his youth, but after many years, he had only encountered a right arm bone during the acquisition of his 8th soul ring. Oh, I see now, Elder C, Wang Chun responded. Thus they made their way out of the forest, preparing to rest in the town. By the time Wang Chun and Elder C arrived in the town, dusk was approaching. They headed toward the Yulai Inn, where they planned to rest. This inn was operated by the King Kong family, as the family's members primarily hunted their first to 4th soul rings in the Yuhui forest. Hence, they established an inn to provide accommodation for the family's soul masters. Elder C, you have arrived. Please come upstairs to the private room, that I will have the kitchen prepare a meal right away. And we have already tidied up the guest room. A plump middle-aged man greeted Elder C respectfully. His name was Wang Yun, the manager appointed by the King Kong family. Although his talent was lacking, currently only at level 20, he possessed a keen aptitude for management, having successfully operated the Yulai Inn in Yuhui Town and even opened several branches in other locations, while the family provided support. Without his capabilities, such growth would have been impossible. Very well. Please, attend to your preparations. Elder C nodded in acknowledgement. Before long, Wang Chun and Elder C were served their meal, and after freshening up, they retired for the night. As it was Wang Chen's first experience spending the night outdoors, he felt a touch of discomfort and opted for an early slumber. The next morning, Wang Chun awoke feeling rejuvenated. After exiting his room and enjoying breakfast, he expressed a desire to explore the town to Elder C, who consented, and they departed the inn. This was Wang Chen's inaugural venture outside. He had always remained within the confines of the family, rarely socializing or engaging in leisure activities, preferring to cultivate in solitude. This dedication had allowed him to reach the second layer of his foundational training before awakening his martial spirit. As he wandered through the town for the first time, everything piqued his interest. He explored various sites, taking in the majority of the town before returning to the inn just in time for dinner. Shao Chun, dinner is ready. We shall return to the family tomorrow, so make sure to rest early tonight, Elder C remarked as Wang Chun stepped back into the inn. Understood, Elder C, that I have explored quite a bit and am ready to head back tomorrow, Wang Chun replied. Having spent the day leisurely wandering, Wang Chen's interest waned, and after dinner, he retired early, preparing for their journey back to the family the following morning. The next morning, after finishing breakfast, Wang Chun and Elder C walked directly outside the inn, where the coachman had already brought the carriage to the entrance, awaiting their departure. Elder C, take care, the innkeeper called out as they prepared to board the carriage. Yes, I understand. Elder C nodded slightly. Once Wang Chun and Elder C were seated in the carriage. The coachman guided the vehicle away from the town toward the family estate. Wang Chun closed his eyes for a moment, reflecting on his soul power and the effects of his technique. Indeed, he noted that practicing his technique in an unsettled environment yielded suboptimal results. Wang Chun attempted to channel his energy while in motion, but the results were not as he had hoped. He had intended to assess the impact of acquiring the soul ring, but it appeared that was not feasible in this context. Observing Wang Chun with his eyes closed, Elder C chose to remain silent, deciding to wait until Wang Chun had recovered before engaging him in conversation, as they still had half a day's journey ahead of them. Time passed gradually as the carriage continued on its path. Xiao Chun, once you return, you should enroll in the King Kong Junior Soul Master Academy established by our family. IT will be beneficial for your future development, Elder C advised once Wang Chun opened his eyes. Oh, should I then move out of the family and reside at the academy? Wang Chun inquired. No need for that. You will continue living at home. Simply attend classes at the academy in the morning. Return for lunch, and in the afternoon, the family will provide you with specialized training that we will also ensure you have access to medicinal baths and dietary supplements, so you need not worry about those matters. Just focus on your training, Elder C replied with a smile. Understood, Elder C, Wang Chun said. Before long, they arrived at the family estate. Elder C alighted from the carriage and assisted Wang Chun in disembarking. Instructing the coachman, you may return with the carriage. Your contributions will be duly noted. Very well, Elder C. The groomed attendant respectfully declared, in the Diamond Clan, regardless of who one is, any contribution made is duly recognized. It merely depends on the magnitude of the merit. This merit circulates solely within the Diamond Clan and manifests in numerous advantageous effects. Not only can it enhance one's rank, but it can also be exchanged for valuable resources beneficial for soul master's cultivation within the clan, which may be passed down to one's descendants, though selling them is strictly prohibited. Hence, members of the Diamond Clan exhibit remarkable enthusiasm in their endeavors. Subsequently, the fourth elder addressed Wang Chun, saying, Xiao Chun, upon your return home, please inform your parents that you must rise early tomorrow to attend the Junior Soul Master Academy organized by the Diamond Clan. Someone will escort you there, and arrangements at the academy have already been made. You need only to show up. That I understand, fourth elder, that I shall take my leave now. Farewell, fourth elder, Wang Chun replied. After bidding farewell, he made his way home. Upon arriving, he encountered his mother and shared the clan's arrangements, which she wholeheartedly supported. Xiao Chun, you must study diligently and not squander the clan's nurturing, of course. Take care of your health. I've always regarded you as my pride, his mother said, affectionately patting Wang Chun's head with a smile. I understand, mother, that I will take good care of myself and devote myself to my training, Wang Chun assured her. Very well, Xiao Chun. You haven't had a meal yet, have you? I shall prepare something for you. Please wait a moment, and when your father returns, do share this with him, his mother said before heading to the kitchen. After enjoying the heartfelt lunch prepared by his mother, Wang Chun commenced his training. For strength is accumulated gradually over time. That evening, Wang Long returned home, and Wang Chun recounted the fourth elder's words. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Long replied, This is quite normal. The clan prioritizes resources for the cultivation of talented individuals. Once they mature, they will in turn benefit the clan. This is the essence of a family. Given your aptitude, the clan will naturally provide you with resources to expedite your growth. All you need to do is focus on your training without overthinking. Ah, so that's how it is. Having talent brings such advantages, Wang Chun exclaimed with delight. Indeed, the clan will furnish those of you with exceptional talent with various resources. Moreover, when you attend the academy tomorrow, a guardian will be assigned to protect you. Typically, this guardian remains with you until you reach the ranks of Soul Sovereign or Soul Emperor, allowing you to develop independently. After all, a flower nurtured in a greenhouse cannot withstand storms. Only through trials can one truly flourish. Wang Long elucidated to Wang Chun. Oh, I see now. Wang Chun pondered. I hadn't anticipated the Diamond Clan's approach to nurturing its juniors. They aim to strengthen them through the trials of adversity, rather than producing mere individuals with high soul power. Furthermore, Once you reach level 40, you must venture out alone to hone your skills. Upon reaching level 50, you may return to the clan for assistance in acquiring an appropriate soul ring, after which you will face a choice: continue your training abroad or take up a managerial role within the clan. Alternatively, if you pursue further training until you reach level 60, you can return to join the clan's protective legion, a privilege reserved for those who have ventured out and returned after achieving level 60. Such individuals not only possess formidable soul power, but have also navigated the continent independently, often boasting combat prowess that surpasses their soul power. Thus, the Protective Legion stands as the pinnacle of the clan's martial force. Replete with high status and superior benefits, I, too, opted for a stable path within the clan after reaching level 50, foregoing further adventures, which is why, even as a soul saint today, I lack the eligibility to join. If you aspire to ascend to higher echelons within the clan, it is advisable to join their ranks, as most clan leaders and the 5 elders hail from such backgrounds. Those emerging from this group significantly enhance their chances during the selection of clan leaders and elder positions. This is a clan regulation designed to ensure that only those unafraid of challenges are prioritized for leadership roles. Wang Long meticulously explained to Wang Chun, "I understand." "Father," Wang Chun replied earnestly. "Very well. As long as you comprehend, rest early. You must rise early for the academy tomorrow," Wang Long concluded, urging Wang Chun to retire for the night. The following morning, Wang Chun awoke early. After freshening up, he prepared to have breakfast. Upon entering the dining hall, he found his parents dining with a stranger who beckoned him to join them. "This is Soul Emperor Wang's son, the guardian assigned by the clan for this occasion. Come, meet him," Wang Long introduced. "Uncle Wang's son, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Wang Chun." "Thank you for your assistance," Wang Chun respectfully stated, acknowledging the necessity of showing deference to the one who would protect him. "Greetings, Xiao Chun. I am Wang's son, a Soul Emperor at level 68. Until you reach level 40, I shall be your protector," Wang's son replied. After breakfast, Wang Chun followed Wang's son to the Diamond Junior Soul Master Academy, located in Diamond City. This academy is dedicated to training the clan's younger generation as well as the descendants of the Southern Town Legion, while also accepting common soul masters from Diamond City. Thus, the academy boasts a considerable number of attendees. Approximately 20 minutes later, Wang Chun arrived at the academy, where the principal, a clan member of over level 50, had taken on the role due to limited prospects for personal advancement. As Wang Chun had already reached level 13. He was promptly assigned to the intermediate class. The academy comprises 3 classes: the beginner class, the intermediate class, and the advanced class. The beginner class consists of those without soul rings. The intermediate class comprises 1-ring soul masters. And the advanced class features those who have acquired their 2nd soul ring. Those above this level have long since graduated. Upon entering the classroom, Wang Chun found the lesson in progress, with a teacher at the podium. Wang Chun knocked softly on the door before stepping inside. The teacher glanced at Wang Chun, offering a warm smile. "You must be Wang Chun. The principal has informed me of your arrival. Please find a seat. Be sure to arrive early tomorrow." "Thank you, teacher. I will," Wang Chun replied, smiling as he took his seat to absorb the lesson. As the lesson concluded, the teacher announced, "All right, class, we will pause here. Take a moment to rest." Unbeknownst to them, the day's lesson had wrapped up, allowing the students to manage their time. Wang Chun took the opportunity to familiarize himself with his classmates, most of whom hailed from Diamond City. Afterward, Wang Chun exited the classroom and made his way towards the Diamond Clan, eager to witness the clan's specialized training. Accompanied by Wang's son, they proceeded to a training ground where Wang's son stated, "From now on, your physical training will be under my purview. Simply follow my instructions that we will train for an hour each day, after which you may manage your own cultivation." "Oh, I understand," Wang Chun responded, somewhat surprised that his physical training would be directly overseen by Wang's senator. Nevertheless, this arrangement seemed appropriate, as it would be a waste of a Soul Emperor's capabilities to serve merely as a bodyguard. Wang's son then instructed Wang Chun in a series of training methods designed to comprehensively enhance physical strength. For the time being, he could only learn the first 3 movements, as the subsequent 6 would require the absorption of a 2nd soul ring. Thus, he was to focus on laying a solid foundation. In terms of physical strength, the initial focus must be on stamina. The structure of physical fitness resembles that of a pyramid, a tapered 3-dimensional form with a wide solid base that supports a lofty and stable peak. Therefore, while pursuing a broad and robust foundation, the theoretical groundwork for stamina training becomes paramount. Wang's son elaborated on the various training methods he imparted, stating, "In our Diamond Clan, the foundational training for you youngsters encompasses three key aspects. First, speed and agility. Second, explosive muscle strength. And third, and most importantly, endurance. Speed refers to the ability of the human body to move, characterized by variations of rapidity and slowness. It is profoundly influenced by factors such as physique, age, gender, weight, fatigue, muscle length, explosive strength, and temperature. Consequently, training must be tailored to the individual, necessitating a regimen that is fitting for one's own development. Agility, on the other hand, denotes the capacity to swiftly and accurately alter the direction or position of the body or its parts. It is a synthesis of various athletic elements, including strength, reaction time, movement speed, power, and coordination. Should a spirit master lack speed, it may not pose a severe problem. However, if their agility is poor, they will be unable to swiftly counteract the soul techniques of adversarial spirit masters, ultimately rendering them helpless and unable to survive in this realm. The term explosive strength refers to the maximum force generated by a specific muscle or muscle group against resistance, essentially indicating the foundational attack power one can deliver. If the basic attack power is insufficiently low, even with enhancement from soul techniques, the final attack output will still be exceedingly meager. Thus, it is imperative to enhance one's explosive strength to bolster one's ability to endure in the outside world. Ultimately, endurance emerges as the most critical factor. Those with poor endurance will inevitably exhibit weak muscular endurance. Weak muscular endurance correlates with inadequate strength, and poor strength translates to diminished explosive power. Consequently, inadequate explosive power results in subpar speed, and poor speed culminates in diminished athletic capability. Endurance is thus central, as it determines one's intrinsic strength, and hence, it is a focal point of training within the Diamond Clan. The clan has developed the training methods I am currently imparting to enhance the combat prowess of spirit masters. After all, merely possessing a high soul power level does not guarantee strength, as one may not be able to fully manifest their capabilities. Wang's son elucidated the secrets of the clan's training to Wang Chun. Upon hearing this, Wang Chun reflected on how the novels he had read previously failed to capture the essence of this world. However, this was understandable, as those narratives primarily focused on the protagonists. Now that he had traversed into this realm, it was a tangible reality, where every individual was flesh and blood, not mere characters in a book. It is only natural for numerous secrets to abound. After all, few would disclose all of their cards. That to withhold secrets is to risk a short lifespan. That I understand. Uncle Wang's son, Wang Chun replied. Very well, you must diligently practice the clan's physical training techniques each day. However, do not overexert yourself. Practice it twice daily, followed by training your soul power. After completing your physical exercises, promptly engage in soul power cultivation, as this will not only enhance your physical robustness, but also accelerate your soul power training. You will partake of the medicinal cuisine provided by the clan every noon. Immediately after, engage in physical training to better absorb the medicinal benefits and fortify your physique. The medicinal baths are to be taken once a week, and I will accompany you then. For now, become well acquainted with the techniques I am teaching you, as formal training will commence tomorrow. Once you have mastered it, I will protect you from the shadows. Should you encounter any uncertainties, simply voice them, and I shall elucidate. With that, Wang's son vanished. Wang Chun was not surprised. After all, Wang's son was a high-ranking soul emperor, capable of challenging even a soul sage or a soul Douluo. And it was improbable for him to remain by his side constantly. Protecting him discreetly while simultaneously training was indeed the proper arrangement, for the clan could ill afford to squander a high-ranking spirit master. The next day, Wang Chun ventured to the Spirit Master Academy in the morning, returning to the clan for the medicinal cuisine at noon, before commencing his formal training in the clan's physical techniques. In the training ground, he practiced the clan's physical training methods, with Wang's son providing corrections and guidance whenever he faltered. Wang Chun executed the initial movements, enduring for several minutes, and in conjunction with the breathing techniques imparted by Wang's son. He sensed an energy from the heavens entering his body, fortifying him. While the enhancement was not overwhelmingly powerful, it was a tangible augmentation of his being. The essence of this training method lay in the breathing techniques. The physical exercises merely served to bolster physical conditioning. Even if others sought to replicate this physical training technique, lacking the vital breathing methods would render their efforts superficial, failing to enhance physical strength and potentially causing muscular damage. Hence, the Diamond Clan harbors no fear of others attempting to pilfer this technique. Pay close attention to your breathing methods. The first set of physical movements is accompanied by 3 breathing techniques, and you are currently learning the first. These 3 techniques are progressive. Once you have mastered the first and your physical strength has reached a certain threshold, I will introduce you to the second. When you have learned all 3 techniques, you will begin the second set of movements, again starting with the first technique in a gradual manner. Our clan's physical training comprises 3 sets of mantras and 9 movements. And as you progress through each layer, your physical strength will significantly increase. Regrettably, this practice is arduous and slow, which is why the clan does not mandate it for all. Only those with high potential receive dedicated instruction to maximize their capabilities. After all, if an ordinary individual were to practice the clan's methods, their potential would not increase substantially, wasting both clan resources and personal time, ultimately leading to minimal strength gains. Thus, even if you master this physical training technique in the future, refrain from sharing it with others. Understood? Understood, Wang Chun replied, pausing his training to rest on the ground. He had persisted for 20 minutes, but fatigue had overtaken him, necessitating a brief respite before continuing his practice. He recognized that the clan's techniques were not as formidable as he had initially imagined. They merely enhanced the capabilities of those with innate talent, slightly raising their potential ceiling, rather than transforming individuals into geniuses. After all, individuals with low innate talent would remain relatively weak, even if their potential were marginally improved, while the resources consumed would not diminish but rather increase. Now is not the time to recline. Commence meditating on your soul power, Wang's son instructed as he observed Wang Chun resting on the ground at O. Wang Chun responded, swiftly transitioning from lying down to sitting up and channeling his foundational technique. Indeed, his technique operated more efficiently, allowing him to absorb soul power at an accelerated rate. It became evident why many within the clan experienced rapid strength enhancements prior to reaching their potential bottleneck. Soul power levels escalated swiftly. Thus, the clan boasted numerous mid to high-ranking spirit masters, yet few at the very top tier. This disparity arose because their potentials only allowed for rapid ascension to a certain level, with subsequent progress reliant on the slow passage of time. A.S. Wang Chun channeled his foundational technique. His bodily fatigue dissipated as he resumed practicing the clan's physical training techniques, cycling between physical training and foundational cultivation until fatigue set in once more. After 3 iterations, Wang's son abruptly instructed him a halt. Very well, that shall suffice for today. Return home to rest. Training must strike a balance between exertion and relaxation. It cannot be a continuous endeavor. The medicinal cuisine you consume today is nearly depleted. Continuing beyond this point will only deplete your body and hinder your potential. Pushing further will not only fail to strengthen you, but may render you weaker. Upon hearing Wang's son's words, Wang Chun ceased his efforts. He understood the importance of this issue, but his initial enthusiasm for the physical training technique had momentarily clouded his judgment. Acknowledging Wang's son's insight, he readily complied. All right, Uncle Wang's son, I understand. I shall return home to rest now, Wang Chun said. Good. Return home and rest well. Tomorrow we shall continue in the same manner. I will come to fetch you. So ensure you take the time to recuperate, Wang's son replied. Wang's son finished speaking and departed, leaving behind a stylish silhouette for Wang Chun to ponder. Wang Chun patted his backside and made his way home. Reflecting on his 6-year journey in this realm, he felt a thrill at his initial encounter with the cultivation methods of this world. Indeed, it is a blessing to have the support of a formidable family. Not only does he have access to cultivation techniques, but he's also bestowed with ample resources for training. He need not fret over soul rings. The family has arranged everything for him, allowing him to focus solely on his practice. This situation is infinitely better than that of Tang San, who had to fend for himself cooking and caring for his alcoholic father, all while lacking cultivation resources. If he could not surpass Tang San under such circumstances, it would be better to simply find a block of tofu and end it all. Thus, Wang Chun, lost in his thoughts, returned home, where his mother was busy preparing ingredients for dinner. Upon seeing him, she greeted him with joy. "Xiao Chun, you're back. How was your day of study?" "Yes, Mama. I have completed my training for today. Uncle Wang's son asked me to rest, and I shall resume my training with him tomorrow." "Very well. Go take a bath. I will prepare dinner, and I will call you when it's ready. Your father will also be home. Thanks to you, he is faring much better in the family now. He no longer has to work late into the night and will return for dinner," Wang Chen's mother said happily. "All right, I will go take a bath now," Wang Chen replied before heading off to cleanse himself. Once he finished bathing, he retreated to his bedroom to rest, feeling quite fatigued. Although the prospect of growing stronger excited him, the physical and mental exhaustion could not simply vanish. He needed to recuperate properly. By the time his mother called him for dinner, he had already lain down for an hour, managing to regain some energy. After finishing his meal, he went straight to bed. Time slipped by unnoticed. And a year and a half had passed. It had been a year and a half since Wang Chun first practiced the family S-body training technique. In this span of time, he not only mastered the first movement of the family S technique, but was now also practicing the second set of movements. Furthermore, his soul power level had reached 20. However, he had yet to hunt for a soul ring. Otherwise, he would already be a grand soul master. Remarkably, he was merely 7.5 years old, which marked him as exceptionally gifted. During this year and a half, his childhood skills had also seen some improvement. Yet he still fell short of the third level. It had been 2 days since his soul power had reached level 20, and the family had decided that Wang Chun's father would take him to Yuhui Forest to hunt for a soul ring. His father, Wang Long, advised him to stabilize his soul power, and they would venture into the forest in 3 days. For now, he needed to continue honing his physical strength, as he intended to hunt a 1,000-year soul beast for his second soul ring. The day before yesterday, the family elder had tested Wang Chen's physical strength and confirmed that he was capable of absorbing a 1,000-year soul ring, thus granting him permission to proceed. Otherwise, they would never have allowed him to take such a risk. Given Wang Chun's extraordinary talent, even if he could not absorb a 10,000-year soul ring for his fourth, he would eventually reach the rank of titled Douluo. Wang Chun practiced the family S-body training techniques in the small courtyard, ensuring his physical condition was optimal for absorbing the 1,000-year soul ring. During this year and a half, he did not solely immerse himself in training. He also made acquaintances at the Soul Master Academy. Among them was Wang Hai, who awakened his martial soul alongside Wang Chun and ultimately manifested the martial soul of the Titan Ape, possessing innate soul power of level 8. After 2 months of training, he achieved level 10 and went to hunt for a soul ring, subsequently joining Wang Chun's class and forming a close bond with him. Another acquaintance was Lu Yun, a commoner soul master recruited by the academy in Jingang City. His martial soul was the Golden Eagle, specializing in agility-based attacks. His talent was commendable, and he associated with Wang Chun due to the guidance he received in his training. As the saying goes, a hero needs 3 helpers. In this world, one cannot achieve greatness alone, which is why Wang Chun sought out talented soul masters in the academy, offering them assistance and ultimately welcoming them as his subordinates. He even planned to cultivate his subordinates further after imparting his techniques to the family, teaching them his childhood skills to make them stronger. This way, he would not have to handle everything personally. He could simply direct his subordinates to take action while he guided from behind. After practicing for a while and solidifying his cultivation, Wang Chun felt that his progress was minimal and only needed to familiarize himself with the techniques. Once he felt secure in his abilities, he returned home. He had arranged to meet Wang Hai and Lu Yun at his residence to provide them with guidance in their training in this world. Most individuals adhere rigidly to conventional methods, relying solely on their soul power levels and techniques to confront enemies, failing to think outside the box and devise unique strategies. When Wang Chun arrived home, Wang Hai and Lu Yun had already gathered in the courtyard, stretching their bodies in preparation for training. You're all here. Just a moment, I'll fetch the training plans I prepared for you, Wang Chun called out as he glanced at them. All right, Brother Chun, Wang Hai and Lu Yun replied in unison. Wang Shan then walked to his room to retrieve the meticulously crafted training plans he had prepared for them. Come over here. This is the training plan I've tailored for you. Since you're on different paths, the plans will differ accordingly. Be careful not to mix them up, Wang Shan announced as he handed the training manual to them. They accepted it and began to study it intently. After a moment, Wang Shan allowed them to read thoroughly before explaining the rationale behind his arrangements and the benefits of their training. All right, it seems you've reviewed it sufficiently. I will first explain the reasoning behind the plan for Ahai. Since Ahai possesses the Titan Ape martial soul and follows a powerful attack route, we must enhance his offensive capabilities. In simple terms, we aim to boost his strength so that his attacks become even more formidable. Thus, incorporated weighted training into Ahai's manual, providing him with a full suit of iron armor. While he may struggle to adapt initially, once he fully acclimates and sheds the armor, his strength will be unimaginable. Moreover, as a strong attack type, Ahai often engages in direct confrontations with enemies. Hence, we must also bolster his defensive capabilities. Otherwise, if he fails to incapacitate his opponent, he might find himself overwhelmed by counterattacks, which would be quite embarrassing. After explaining Wang Hai's plan, Wang Chun paused for a moment to gather his thoughts before addressing Lu Yun's training regimen. Understood, Brother Chen. I will diligently train and ensure your plan does not go to waste, Wang Hai responded earnestly, nodding emphatically. Wang Hai resembled his father Wang Fu, being tall and robust, with a somewhat rustic charm. Now, for Xiao Yun's training plan. Since you are an agility-based soul master, your focus should be on enhancing your speed and reflexes. The method for increasing speed is similar to that of Ahai, but you will use weighted leg straps. This will initially help boost your speed, while reflexes will be paramount. If your reflexes are lacking, you will struggle to control your speed, ultimately failing to unleash your true potential. Thus, this will be the crux of your training that I suggest you practice in the small grove at the academy, aiming to move quickly without disturbing the fallen leaves. Once you master this, we will escalate the training to ensure you can navigate the grove in the mornings without disturbing a single drop of dew. By that time, your reflexes and speed will be well within your control. Wang Chun elucidated the cultivation plan to Lu Yun, ensuring he grasped the nuances of the training. Brother Chun, I understand now, Lu Yun remarked after listening intently. Lu Yun was a slender, tall young boy, somewhat introverted and disinclined to engage in excessive conversation, typically immersing himself in his practice, despite being merely a civilian soul master with limited cultivation resources. His abilities were commendable. Otherwise, Wang Chun would not have invited him to join this small group. After obtaining the cultivation manual, Wang Chun and Lu Yun prepared to return, having accomplished their purpose of acquiring the material and benefiting from Wang Chen's explanations. Brother Chun, we shall take our leave now. Wang Hai and Lu Yun chimed in unison. Very well. You may head back first. I must also prepare to hunt for my second soul ring and focus on solidifying my strength. Wang Chun replied. As time passed, Wang Chun dedicated the following 3 days to consolidating his cultivation, readying himself for the acquisition of his second soul ring. When the appointed time arrived, he set off with his father, Wang Long, to hunt for the soul ring, returning to the radiant twilight forest. Given that this hunt was for a millennium-level soul ring, the family had arranged for Wang Chun to undergo an advanced medicinal bath the night before his expedition. This level of treatment was not typically accessible to him at his current stage. However, considering the significance of absorbing a millennium soul ring, they allowed him this privilege in advance. Although utilizing such a resource felt somewhat wasteful in the moment, since he could not fully absorb it, Wang Chun, having practiced the child skill, managed to minimize the wastage. Though the family remained unaware, as Wang Chun and Wang Long journeyed, they reached Radiant Twilight Town in less than half a day. They proceeded directly to the family-owned Duel Inn, intending to rest for the night and allow Wang Chun to prepare for the absorption of the Millennium Soul Ring. After a night's repose, Wang Chun felt he had attained peak condition, ready to absorb the Soul Ring at any moment. Following breakfast, they ventured into the forest in search of a suitable soul beast. They scoured the woods for half the day, but regrettably found nothing appropriate, necessitating a more thorough search. As they meandered through the mixed zone, Wang Long suddenly halted, unleashing a soul skill toward the left front. With a thunderous boom, a golden beam of light shot forth, followed by a resounding crash as a verdant serpent plummeted from a nearby tree. Lifeless. Xiao Chun, Wang Long began, this is a dark green serpent. While its name may not be particularly striking, its venom is exceedingly potent, and it excels at ambush tactics. This serpent measures over 70 centimeters, indicating it is a 700-year-old soul beast. Should it bite you, even a soul ancestor would meet their end in the wilderness. Encountering larger, advanced soul beasts may offer escape opportunities, as you might spot them in advance. However, with these ambush-capable venomous soul beasts, you could be bitten without any forewarning, leaving you with no chance but to await your demise. Therefore, you must remain vigilant and assess your surroundings before acting. These are my hard-earned insights, and you must, without fail, remember them. Understood, Father, Wang Chun replied, somewhat astonished, as this was his first encounter with such a scenario. During his previous quest for a soul ring, he had the support of an elder from the soul Do rank, and, due to favorable circumstances, swiftly found a suitable soul ring, thus never experiencing this predicament. This time, however, he was gaining valuable experience. After Wang Long's admonition, they resumed their search for the soul ring, venturing deeper into the forest. After over an hour of exploration, Wang Long suddenly heard a beastly roar that excited him, recognizing it as the cry of a large soul beast. Such creatures were typically well suited for the King Kong family. He quickly grasped Wang Chen's hand and made haste toward the source of the roar. Wang Long, being a soul saint, navigated the forest swiftly, but had it been anyone of lesser strength, they would risk ambush from the venomous soul beasts lurking within. Only with his formidable soul power and pressure could he traverse the woods in such a manner. However, Wang Long's soul power pressure extended merely within a meter radius, as projecting it further would frighten away the soul beasts. Soon, they reached the location, and Wang Long guided Wang Chun to ascend a tree. Observing the scene below, before them stood a golden rhinoceros soul beast, towering over 3 meters, its massive horn lending an imposing presence as it bellowed defiantly at a nearby black soul beast. Wang Chun observed that golden soul beast. It is a golden armored rhinoceros. This soul beast possesses unique characteristics. Its exterior is not composed of the typical thick rhino hide, but rather, it is covered in golden scales, offering formidable defense, making it an ideal candidate for your second soul ring. Furthermore, it is only 1,100 years old, making it exceptionally suitable. The black leopard soul beast is a dark cloud leopard, known for its speed and ambush capabilities that I will subdue them both. Prepare yourself to absorb the soul ring shortly. With that, Wang Long activated his martial soul and unleashed his soul skill upon the 2 beasts below. The sudden attack startled them, yet awareness of danger does not guarantee escape. In a flash, Wang Long's skill struck down, grievously wounding both soul beasts, who were on the brink of death that he intentionally restrained his power, knowing he would need to utilize their soul rings. With a swift motion, he dispatched the dark cloud leopard and called for Wang Chun to step forward to absorb the Millennium Soul Ring. Wang Chun approached the golden armored rhinoceros, slaying it and watching as a purple soul ring floated upward from its remains. He seated himself on the ground, inhaling deeply to center his focus. Preparing for the absorption, channeling his soul power, he drew the purple soul ring toward him. As the ring descended upon his head, an immense pressure enveloped him. The weight of a Millennium Soul beast felt akin to a colossal stone cast into a placid lake, creating tumultuous waves that crashed against his body and spirit. Wang Chun harnessed his soul power, urging his martial soul to absorb the soul ring in that instant. An inexhaustible surge of energy battered against him. His body felt like a fragile vessel adrift in a flood, swaying with the currents. Within this maelstrom, his body endured repeated collisions with soul power, each time restoring itself, akin to the forging of iron. The relentless hammering expelled impurities, enhancing its quality in the same way. His body grew stronger through each impact, not only reinforcing his physical form, but also significantly augmenting his defenses. After over an hour had elapsed, Wang Chun finally completed the absorption. Awakening from his trance, he rose to his feet, acutely aware of the transformative changes within his body and soul skills, feeling an overwhelming surge of strength. How do you feel? Xiao Chun, how is your body? What is your new soul skill? Wang Long inquired anxiously, his concern palpable. Given the extraordinary nature of absorbing a Millennium Soul Beast for a second soul ring, he had previously hesitated to allow his son such a risk without prior family research. Now that the process was complete, he hurriedly sought confirmation, fearing any potential adverse effects. "Everything is fine. Father, my physical condition has improved remarkably, and my soul skill is incredibly powerful," Wang Chun assured him, pausing to reflect on his newfound abilities before responding. As he activated his second soul skill, Indestructible Child's Body, a radiant golden glow enveloped him. He attentively perceived that while his other attributes remained unchanged, his defensive capabilities had significantly escalated. "Father, my second soul skill is called Indestructible Child's Body. It enhances my defense by 200% and reduces damage by 20%. Furthermore, as I absorb more soul rings in the future, I can continue to enhance it. With each additional soul ring, one's defensive capabilities are enhanced by 20%, while damage reduction increases by 5%. Wang Chun excitedly elaborated to his father about his second soul skill that, "Oh, this soul skill is simply remarkable. Almost divine," Wang Long exclaimed upon hearing Wang Chen's description. "Father, I wish to find a soul beast to test my second soul skill," Wang Chen expressed, eager to truly experience its effects. "Very well," Wang Long replied without hesitation. He fully understood the sentiment. Possessing a powerful soul skill naturally incites curiosity about its capabilities. Moreover, within this forest, there were no particularly formidable 10,000-year soul beasts, ensuring Wang Chen's safety. Under Wang Long's mental guidance, they soon identified a suitable target, a century-old shadow leopard, a commendable opponent in this woodland. The shadow leopard, while lacking in sheer power, possessed remarkable speed and excelled in ambush tactics, often ending encounters before adversaries could react. Wang Chun sought to evaluate his second soul skill, and this beast, with its moderate attack power, was perfectly suited for the task. Wang Long positioned Wang Chun opposite the shadow leopard, concealing his presence nearby, ready to intervene if necessary. The moment Wang Chun laid eyes on the shadow leopard, he summoned his martial spirit. As his spirit manifested, his physique expanded significantly, his form cloaked in dark fur reminiscent of a titan ape's skin. Bolstering his defenses, that a brilliant yellow halo and a purple ring pulsated beneath his feet. The shadow leopard refrained from launching an immediate assault, instead circling Wang Chun to seek a weakness for a decisive strike. This was the survival instinct of such a nimble soul beast. Should it expend energy unnecessarily, it would be ill-prepared for unforeseen circumstances. After its reconnaissance, the shadow leopard, finding no vulnerabilities, opted to test Wang Chen's defenses. It tensed its hind legs and lunged at him with ferocity. Observing this, Wang Chun felt a surge of excitement rather than fear. Although his second soul skill granted him formidable defense, it did not enhance his speed. Making it essential to engage the soul beast to ascertain the skill's limits, he crouched slightly, adopting a horse stance to lower his center of gravity, preparing to withstand the impact. With a decisive shout, he activated his second soul skill, the Indestructible Body of the Youth. Wang Chen's form radiated a dazzling golden light, his body expanding further. Facing the charging shadow leopard, he remained calm, positioning his hands defensively before him, bending slightly to test his skill. The close-approaching leopard struck with its sharp claws, aiming to breach Wang Chen's defenses and savor its impending feast. Yet, the disparity between expectation and reality proved stark. The shadow leopard's assault was futile. It failed to penetrate Wang Chen's formidable defenses. Under the influence of the Indestructible Body of the Youth, the leopard's claws left no mark upon Wang Chen's golden skin. Seizing the opportunity, he blocked the attack with one hand while retaliating with a powerful strike from the other. The shadow leopard was sent hurtling backward, crashing into a tree and emitting a pained cry before fleeing. Truly, it was a cunning forest predator. Upon sensing danger, it swiftly retreated. Wang Chun could not pursue such an agile soul beast and allowed it to escape. His objective had been achieved, and he had no desire to hunt further. At that moment, Wang Long appeared by his side, stating, "Well done, the soul skill has been tested. Let us return to the town and rest." "All right, Father," Wang Chun replied joyfully. He felt exhilarated, for he had acquired such a powerful skill to support him in his journey. As they returned to the town, night had fallen. After a brief meal at the Yulai Inn, they retired to their rooms for the night. Wang Chun lay in bed, unable to find sleep as his thoughts lingered on his strength. Though his second soul skill was extraordinarily potent, it came with considerable consumption. With his current level of soul power at 23, he could only sustain its activation for a little over 10 minutes before depletion. This was only possible due to the robustness of his soul power. An ordinary individual would exhaust theirs in mere minutes. To truly harness his potential, he needed to continue enhancing his physical strength. Lost in contemplation, he eventually drifted into slumber. The following morning, Wang Chun and his father had breakfast before heading home. Utilizing the family carriage, they returned by noon. After a meal at home, Wang Chun was summoned by the family patriarch and elders to discuss his progress. Although theoretically capable of absorbing a 1,000-year soul ring, precautions were warranted. The family's experts wished to ensure there were no adverse changes in his condition. They also wanted to ascertain if he could attempt to absorb a 10,000-year soul beast for his fourth soul ring. After examination, it was determined that Wang Chun's health was excellent, and he could indeed proceed with his endeavor. Remarkable, truly worthy of the Jingang family's prodigy. Leveling up without issue, the forthright fourth elder promised Wang Chun. "Thank you, fourth elder," Wang Chun responded respectfully, as members of the same family. "It is our duty to assist our younger generation. One day, you will carry on our legacy and further develop the Jingang family." The fourth elder expressed with satisfaction. "Indeed, as the fourth elder mentioned, the future of the family rests upon your shoulders. Our role is to provide support within our means. The distance you can travel is ultimately up to you." The grand elder added, also with a look of pride. That moment, the patriarch interjected, "We called you here today to assess any potential risks associated with your advanced absorption. Now that the checks are complete, you may return to your training. The family holds great expectations for you. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform the family. We shall do our utmost to assist." After hearing this, Wang Chun returned home, while his father, Wang Long, stayed behind, seemingly to discuss further matters, instructing Wang Chun not to wait for him. Upon arriving home, Wang Chun commenced his training, beginning with physical exercises in the courtyard before practicing his youth technique. Thus, he concluded an afternoon of rigorous training. By the time his father returned, dinner was ready. After the meal, Wang Long mysteriously smiled at Wang Chun, saying, "After dinner, I have a wonderful surprise for you." "What is it?" Wang Chun asked, puzzled. "You'll find out soon enough. For now, eat your meal," Wang Long teased, deliberately withholding the revelation to pique Wang Chun's curiosity. Once dinner concluded, Wang Long led Wang Chun to his study. With an air of mystery, he produced a small box, opening it to reveal a tiny golden bone. "This is the surprise I wanted to share with you. This head soul bone will enhance your mental strength when absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring. Mental shock can occur, and this soul bone will help you withstand that impact, facilitating a smoother absorption process. The family has provided me with such a precious head soul bone," Wang Chun asked incredulously. The rarity of soul bones was well known. Some soul masters, even at the rank of soul Douluo, went without one yet. Here he was, at only level 23, receiving a head soul bone from his family, which left him astounded. Moreover, head soul bones were among the most coveted, second only to torso bones. The Jingang family was exceptionally generous. "Of course, it is due to your remarkable talent. You absorbed a 1,000-year soul ring at your second soul ring, and now you have the potential to absorb a 10,000-year soul beast for your fourth. Thus, the family is committed to helping you address the mental shock associated with the 10,000-year soul ring, enabling you to grow even stronger." Assisting talented soul masters in overcoming external challenges is a long-standing tradition of the Jingang family. It is the reason for our enduring legacy, why nurturing gifted individuals. We ensure that they, in turn, will protect the family. Those with talent receive the family's unwavering support, fostering unity within the Jingang family. That we prioritize talent over connections, which is why our lineage has consistently been graced with title Douluo. He explained that, you understand? Wang Long elucidated this issue to Wang Chun, enabling him to further comprehend the core values of their family. Since Wang Chun has now garnered substantial support from the family, it is imperative that he remains grounded, lest he becomes a source of calamity in the future. "I understand, Father," Wang Chun replied. This moment, Wang Chun began to fathom the reasons behind the family's immense stature. Devoid of any underhanded scheming, it turned out that their ethos was predicated on the merit of individual capability. Those who did not ascend to high positions did so not due to suppression by others, but rather due to their own inadequacies, thereby fostering a culture free of grievances and ensuring the family's unity. Very well, you are now prepared to absorb this millennial-old soul bone, that I shall remain here to guard you. Wang Long said. All right, father. Wang Chun calmed his mind, grasping the soul bone in his hands, adjusting his posture to prepare for the absorption of his very first soul bone. This artifact resembled a golden human skull, radiating a luminous golden glow and emitting an astonishing wave of soul power, accompanied by an unusual energy fluctuation. Wang Chun placed the golden soul bone upon his forehead, channeling his soul power to commence the absorption process. As his soul power circulated, the golden soul bone erupted in brilliance, enveloping Wang Chun instantaneously. Under the golden radiance, Wang Chun first sensed an extraordinary energy akin to a refreshing current coursing through his brain, instilling an overwhelming sense of comfort. As this current penetrated his mind, it gradually stimulated his cognitive faculties, enhancing not only his memory, but also his comprehension, illuminating previously obscure concepts. Moreover, under the influence of this invigorating current, Wang Chun felt his mental prowess rapidly amplify, granting him complete control over this burgeoning mental strength, akin to a gradual cultivation process devoid of any loss of control. Suddenly, another surge of energy infiltrated his body, resembling soul power, meandering throughout, fortifying his physical strength. At this juncture, Wang Chun concentrated his mental energy, compressing it to render it more refined, while continuing to circulate his soul power to expedite the integration of the cranial soul bone. The golden radiance enveloped Wang Chun, and this integration persisted throughout the night, with Wang Long vigilantly watching over him. As dawn broke, Wang Chun finally completed the fusion and regained consciousness. Upon opening his eyes, he felt an immense enhancement in his senses, even perceiving the myriad of minuscule particles suspended in the air. Observing Wang Chun awaken, Wang Long promptly inquired, Xiao Chun, how do you feel? Wang Chun hastily responded, Quite well. It seems my soul skill manifests as a passive ability, directly augmenting my mental defenses that I can now negate 20% of mental attacks, while also reflecting 5% of the damage. My soul power level has also risen by 1, bringing me to level 24. Excellent, excellent. You have indeed become more exceptional. You have only just absorbed this cranial soul bone and cannot yet fully harness its capabilities. Further development will be necessary, Wang Long remarked. Since you have devoted the night to absorbing the soul bone, you need not attend the academy today, nor engage in training. Take some time to rest. I shall do the same. The clan leader has already been informed. Remember, the path of cultivation requires a balance of work and rest. With that, Wang Long retired to rest. Wang Chun exited the study, returned to the living room, and enjoyed breakfast prepared by his mother before retreating to his room. Inside, he eagerly experimented with the special skill he had just acquired, although he had only obtained a passive skill from the soul bone. His mental capacity had significantly increased, allowing him to manipulate small objects using his mental strength. On his desk, Wang Chun used his mental power to flip through books, thoroughly enjoying himself. He even controlled a pen with his mental energy to write. As he played, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness, akin to the sensation of sleeplessness. Oh no, it seems I have overexerted my mental energy. I should take a proper rest to replenish it. Wang Chun muttered to himself. With that, he withdrew his mental energy and lay down on his bed to rest. When Wang Chun awoke, it was already evening. Having not eaten anything, he felt hungry and decided to head to the kitchen in search of food. Upon stepping outside, he noticed his father, Wang Long, waiting for him. I checked on you at noon. It appears you lacked restraint, leading to a depletion of your mental energy. Fortunately, it is not severe this time. Be mindful in the future. I have left you some food in the kitchen. It is still warm. After you eat, rest some more, as you will need to continue your studies and training tomorrow. Wang Long advised before departing, merely offering a reminder for Wang Chun to take care. I understand, father. After finishing his dinner in the kitchen, Wang Chun returned to his room to rest, still needing more time to fully recover his mental strength. The following day, Wang Chun awoke to find his mental energy completely restored. After breakfast, he headed to the academy. Upon arriving in the classroom, he sat alongside his two companions, with no class yet in session and the teacher absent. The two companions engaged Wang Chun in conversation. "Xingluo, have you acquired your second spirit ring?" One asked. "Indeed, I am now a second ring great spirit master," Wang Chun replied. "Wow, Xingluo, you are progressing so quickly." "We cannot compare," Wang Hai exclaimed, filled with admiration. Hearing this, Lu Yun coolly interjected, "Xingluo possesses innate full spirit power. Naturally, you cannot measure up." You really don't like talking to me," Wang Hai retorted nonchalantly. "So, Xingluo, what level are you at now?" Wang Hai inquired, puzzled. "I am now at level 24, Wang Chun answered. "Wow, how did you cultivate so rapidly? You are already at level 24. Did you not just obtain your spirit ring?" Wang Hai pressed on. "It is because I absorbed a millennia-old spirit ring that my level increased so significantly," Wang Chun explained, omitting any mention of the soul bone. This was not a matter of trust, but rather a realization that sharing such information would serve no purpose. He could not conjure additional soul bones for them to absorb, and revealing his soul bone could expose him to danger. The age of a spirit ring, however, could not be concealed, and unlike soul bones, spirit rings could not be taken by others, rendering secrecy unnecessary. "How impressive! Xingluo, you truly managed to absorb a millennia-old spirit ring. This is a well-founded assumption within the family," one of his companions remarked. "Indeed, it is the result of rigorous analysis and my diligent training that has afforded me the possibility of absorbing a millennia-old spirit ring. Therefore, you should all strive to train diligently. Even if you cannot absorb a millennia-old ring, obtaining a ring of similar age would still be commendable," Wang Chun encouraged. Suddenly, Wang Hai declared, "I have made up my mind. I too shall strive to absorb a millennia-old spirit ring. High, you must consider your physical strength. If it does not meet the required standards, you cannot hope to absorb a millennia-old spirit ring. Pursuing a millennia-old spirit ring solely for the sake of your second ring could hinder your training and waste precious time enhancing your physical strength. With that time, you might have already been able to absorb a third spirit ring. This is why our family does not insist on absorbing a millennia-old spirit ring for the second. We are merely encouraged to select a high-age ring when possible," Wang Chun explained to Wang Hai. "I see. Xingluo, I will endeavor to choose a spirit ring with a higher age. All right, let us prepare for class. The teacher will be arriving shortly," Wang Chun concluded, turning his focus to the preparations at hand. Today's lesson was of great importance, as the teacher had notified them in advance. The topic of discussion would revolve around the precautions necessary for survival in the wilderness, a matter crucial to their future endeavors outside. Before long, a soul master in his 50s entered the room. "Good day, that I shall not introduce myself. That is of no consequence to you. What I am about to impart is what you need to learn. While I speak, remain silent and attentive, taking notes as necessary. Any questions you may have can be addressed after I finish it. Do you understand?" "Yes, teacher," the class responded in unison. "Well, I shall begin now. The first point regarding wilderness survival is what one must do in the wild. Firstly, it is advisable not to start fire, as while it may deter certain soul beasts, many formidable ones are utterly unfazed by it. In fact, it may even attract those powerful creatures, leading to potential trouble. Next, it is prudent to scatter powdered medicine, derived from the excrement of those mighty soul beasts, around your resting area, as this can repel troublesome lower-level venomous insects and beasts. Lastly, and most importantly, one must never reveal their wealth in the wild and should remain wary of strangers. The gravest danger in the wilderness is not the soul beasts, but rather humanity itself. Teacher, why are humans the most perilous? Because the intentions of the heart are concealed, and one can never truly understand another's thoughts. That will conclude today's lesson. Class dismissed. After the lecture, Wang Chun bid farewell to his two companions and returned home, for today marked the commencement of an intensified training regimen in the secluded training courtyard. Wang Sun made his appearance, typically remaining in a concealed state and only revealing himself when necessary. Now, to enhance Wang Chen's training program, he decided to show himself. "Xiao Chun, you are now a great soul master. Hence, your training regimen must evolve that it is no longer sufficient to merely focus on physical training. You must continue to strengthen your physical prowess while incorporating additional training plans. First and foremost, you will focus on wilderness survival. For the next month, that will be your training. You're to journey alone from your family to Yuhui Forest, where you'll train for a month. The main objective is to engage in combat with soul beasts to hone your fighting skills. Elevating your soul power alone will not suffice. Initially, you will face 10-year soul beasts on the outskirts, which should pose little challenge for you. Even confronting a 100-year soul beast would be feasible. However, this is a family rule. You must face the soul beasts alone, as having someone to back you up is entirely different. Thus, you must first acclimate to this reality. Once you are accustomed, you may then engage 100-year soul beasts. Should you successfully defeat a soul beast, you are to bring back its meat as compensation for your stay at the Lion.O. When can I set off? You have a week to prepare. You may discuss it with your family, and once ready, you may depart. I must remind you, although I will accompany you, I generally will not intervene. Anything can happen in the wild, and I may not be able to protect you. Therefore, do not let your guard down. You must learn to safeguard yourself. After your training, there will be further exercises. You are to register for an account at the Fighting Soul Arena in King Kong City, where you will practice against human soul masters to enhance your abilities that I understand. Uncle Wang, Senator, shall I still practice the family techniques today? Yes, you are to continue with these techniques today, as strength is built gradually. Do not succumb to laziness. After consuming a medicinal meal, Wang Chun commenced his training, beginning with the family S-body refining techniques. Once he felt fatigued, he transitioned to practicing his unique skills to rejuvenate himself. Time passed slowly. Uncle Wang's son, I shall return home now that I believe I can begin my wilderness training tomorrow, rather than waiting a week. That depends on your arrangements. If you wish to start tomorrow, that is acceptable. Then I shall set off tomorrow. Return home and inform your parents of your plans. You will depart for Yuhui Forest tomorrow. Wang Qin returned home to discuss his plans with his parents, who were supportive, recognizing that wilderness training is essential. The experience gained now would diminish the dangers faced in future quests for soul rings. After dinner, Wang Chun retired early, knowing that he needed to be well rested for his wilderness survival endeavor. The following day, after breakfast, Wang Chun made his way directly to Yuhui Forest. This journey would be undertaken alone, although someone was secretly observing and safeguarding him. The primary goal was to cultivate his own skills. The observer would only intervene in dire circumstances, as this training focused on enhancing his survival abilities. Forbidden from utilizing family transportation, Wang Chun set off early on foot. Upon reaching Yuhui town by afternoon, he decided to rest at the Yulai Inn. After greeting the innkeeper and enjoying a meal, he retreated to his room to recuperate. This was his first experience traversing such a distance. In his previous life, such exertion would have rendered him immobile by the next day. However, in this world imbued with unique powers, a restful sleep replenished his energy by morning. After breakfast, Wang Chun replenished his supplies at the inn before embarking on his journey. Yuhui Forest is substantial, home to various soul beasts, including numerous 10,000-year beasts, primarily dwelling deeper within woods. Wang Chun would remain on the outskirts, where he would likely encounter only 10-year and 100-year soul beasts. Posing little threat to him, as he ventured into the forest, all sounds seemed to fade into silence. Being alone heightened his vigilance, compelling him to seek a suitable campsite for rest. He was not merely there to hunt for soul rings. He needed a sanctuary to recuperate after engaging in battles with various soul beasts. As he searched the forest, he aimed to find a resting spot and perhaps practice against one or two soul beasts to ensure he could perform effectively against stronger foes should they arise. After all, without anyone by his side, the influence of having a support system versus facing challenges alone significantly impacted his performance. After more than an hour of searching, he finally spotted a suitable target, a 100-year soul beast, the Gale Wolf. This creature typically lives within a pack during its 10-year stage, but ventures out alone upon reaching 100 years to develop its skills. This particular wolf appeared to be solitary, making it an ideal opponent for Wang Chun. Wang Chun summoned his soul power, manifesting his martial spirit as he charged towards the Gale Wolf, whose instincts kicked in as it unleashed its innate soul skill. The Blade of Gale, sending two wind blades hurtling towards Wang Chun. In response, Wang Chun activated his second soul skill, the indestructible child's body, bracing himself against the wind blades as he pressed forward to deliver his first soul skill. The mighty diamond fist. The Gale Wolf was sent flying, crashing into a tree and sustaining significant injury. Wang Chun approached and swiftly dispatched it, before continuing his search for a resting area. Through this encounter with the Gale Wolf, Wang Chun gained insight into his capabilities. He could handle 100-year soul beasts with relative ease, as he had effortlessly dealt with the Gale Wolf. Beasts under 1,000 years posed no challenge for him. Wang Chun continued his exploration of the forest, simultaneously validating the survival skills he had acquired. Eventually, he stumbled upon a small peak with a cave at its base. With some tidying up, it could serve as an ideal resting place. After preparing the cave, he scattered medicinal powder around the perimeter and gathered some dry firewood, intending to cook a meal, having spent considerable time searching and fighting a 100-year soul beast. Thus, he needed to replenish his energy. Wang Chun retrieved a small iron pot from his storage soul guide and prepared a hearty soup from the family's air-dried soul beast meat. After finishing his meal and cleaning up, he prepared to venture out in search of another suitable soul beast to train against, as well as to locate a water source. Although he had stored ample water and food within his soul guide, the primary objective was to hone his wilderness survival skills. That it was not an outing for a picnic. Currently, it was merely due to having just located a resting spot that he consumed the food he had prepared himself. In the future, he would still need to prepare his own provisions and water until the very last moment. Thus, Wang Chun set out to search for resources, surveying his surroundings until he discovered a water source. After which he began to seek out various soul beasts for cultivation. Upon finding the water source, Wang Chun observed the area for any edible soul beast he could handle. During his search, he stumbled upon a water buffalo-like soul beast, less than a century old, which posed no challenge for him. Wang Chun effortlessly transformed it into sustenance, skinning the creature and stowing its 4 large legs and ribs into his soul tool, discarding the rest as it was too cumbersome to clean. Returning to his resting camp, he prepared to enjoy a hearty meal, knowing that tomorrow would bring battles against soul beasts. Wang Chun relished a delicious rib soup before commencing his cultivation. Aware that in the wild, having no one to keep watch made it perilous to sleep soundly. One could awaken to find oneself devoured by a soul beast. Thus, he remained vigilant, substituting sleep with cultivation. Though not as restful as slumber, this method allowed him to rejuvenate his spiritual energy, preventing him from becoming lethargic. Wang Chun had already survived in the wild for 10 days. During this time, he had battled 16-century-old soul beasts, with the exception of the first, which was 300 years old. The others were all over 500 years. Currently, Wang Chun's strength rendered him capable of effortlessly dispatching any soul beast under 500 years of age. Often in an instant, he had gradually increased the age of the soul beast he faced, having fought a soul beast of 800 years just yesterday for several minutes before finally overcoming it. Given the nature of the wilderness, Wang Chun understood the necessity of swift resolutions. Otherwise, excessive noise could attract other soul beasts, leading to perilous situations. Although he had hidden protections, it would render his cultivation efforts futile. Wang Chun was now preparing to seek out a 900-year-old soul beast within the next 2 days, intending to deal with it and then rest at the Yulai Inn, treating himself to a fine meal before returning to the forest to attempt confronting a 1,000-year-old soul beast. He sought to ascertain whether he could contend with such a formidable foe, for if he succeeded, it would signify the conclusion of this phase of his cultivation, allowing him to return to King Kong City to register an account for the Soul Arena and engage in battles against human soul masters, as future encounters would predominantly involve them. After persistent searching, Wang Chun finally located a suitable soul beast, a saber-toothed boar with an age exceeding 900 years. This particular soul beast possessed remarkable strength and formidable defense, with its saber-like teeth being exceptionally sharp. From the moment it was born and its saber teeth emerged, it had been honing them, relying on this formidable pair for survival in the forest. However, this soul beast also had vulnerabilities. Due to its size, it lacked speed and reaction time, and its temperament was notoriously volatile, prone to losing its reason. Perched high in a tree, Wang Chun meticulously observed the surroundings for any other soul beast that might interfere during his battle, ensuring no uncontrollable factors would place him in jeopardy. The saber-toothed boar was preoccupied with rooting through the earth for delectable grasses and roots, completely oblivious to the impending threat. After thorough scrutiny and confirming that it was the sole soul beast in the vicinity, Wang Chun resolved to make it his target and lead it out of the forest to the Yu Lion. Over the course of these 10 days, Wang Chun had transformed from a headstrong novice who only knew how to confront foes head-on. He had learned to identify weaknesses and execute sneak attacks, allowing him to resolve conflicts swiftly rather than wasting time in futile confrontations. This approach enabled him to achieve maximum results with minimal effort, preserving sufficient soul power to navigate various unforeseen circumstances. As the unsuspecting soul beast continued to consume roots, Wang Chun activated his martial spirit, unleashing his first soul skill as he charged from the boar's diagonal rear. His speed was astonishing, and the saber-toothed boar had no time to react before being struck by Wang Chun, hurtling into the trees and crashing heavily to the ground, creating a sizable crater. Although the saber-toothed boar sustained significant injuries, it did not lose its fighting spirit. Instead, the intense pain ignited its ferocity, and it charged at Wang Chun, eyes ablaze with fury, intent on annihilating the source of its suffering. Wang Chun was acutely aware that a single strike would not incapacitate the nearly 1,000-year-old saber-toothed boar. Thus, after his ambush, he rushed toward it to conclude the battle. With a resounding crash, Wang Chun collided with the saber-toothed boar, employing his second soul skill, the indestructible diamond body, to absorb the impact of the attack. In that instant of collision, Wang Chun unleashed his first soul skill with his right hand, striking the boar squarely on its snout, sending it flying once more. Although Wang Chun emerged relatively unscathed, he was still propelled backward by the force of the impact. He landed on the ground, taking a few steps back to dissipate the residual energy. The saber-toothed boar, meanwhile, crashed heavily to the ground once again, causing it to lose control entirely. Enveloped in a crimson aura of rage, a deafening roar echoed through the sky, sending shockwaves that swept away countless fallen leaves and wild grasses. Centered around the saber-toothed boar, an astonishing aura radiated forth, and it appeared as though a demonic overlord had descended, surrounded by swirling crimson waves, its saber teeth seemingly stained with blood, exuding an aura of terror. In response, Wang Chun activated his martial spirit, channeling his soul power to its zenith, his body aglow with radiant golden light, and charged toward the boar. In a frenzy of fury, the saber-toothed boar lunged at him. Devoid of rationality, it relied purely on brute strength, executing a simple yet powerful charge, akin to a mountain descending upon him. Wang Chun grinned, exhilarated, feeling his adrenaline surge. The collision between his indestructible diamond body and the saber-toothed boar produced a thunderous sound, the shockwave causing the leaves of nearby trees to tremble. The heart of their clash, the ground was shaken, and dirt was displaced by the force of their impact. With an enraged bellow, the saber-toothed boar swung its massive tusks toward Wang Chun, intent on slaying the human who had wounded it. Wang Chun, undeterred, unleashed his powerful soul skill, striking the tusks with his right hand. The force of their repeated collisions sent shockwaves through the air, producing a cacophony of thunderous roars. The fierce winds unleashed from their clashes ravaged the surrounding area. After several minutes of such intense confrontation, the saber-toothed boar began to falter. The strength it had summoned through sheer rage was waning. Its defensive capabilities, bolstered by its tough hide, were no match for Wang Chun's formidable soul skills, which could bypass a portion of physical defenses, further amplifying its disadvantages. Thus, it was only natural that it began to succumb. Wang Chun, recognizing this glaring weakness, deftly evaded the boar's charge and unleashed his powerful diamond fist upon the creature's throat, sending it crashing to the ground. Unable to rise again, it let out a few pitiful grunts before succumbing entirely. A deep yellow soul ring emerged from its body, but alas, Wang Chun had no immediate use for it. After replenishing his soul power, he stored the saber-toothed boar within his soul tool. The soul tool provided by his family was quite remarkable, measuring 3 meters on each side, with a total capacity of 27 cubic meters. After accommodating the saber-toothed boar, there was little space left for additional resources. Wang Chun returned to his resting spot, intending to eat before departing the Yuhui forest for the nearby town to recuperate for a few days, after which he would return to the forest for further cultivation, ultimately planning to return to King Kong City to register for the Seoul Arena. Since Wang Chun was on the outskirts of the Yuhui forest, his journey back to the town was not lengthy. Upon arrival, he first greeted the innkeeper at the Yulai and he then entrusted the tusked saber-toothed pig he had acquired to the inn, requesting them to tend to it, as Wang Chun desired a sumptuous meal that evening, considering the leftovers as a token of gratitude for the inn. First, Wang Chun retreated to his room to indulge in a refreshing bath, a luxury absent in the wilderness. After his rejuvenating wash, he began to reflect on his recent experiences during his outdoor training, particularly focusing on his confrontation with the tusked saber-toothed pig. Initially, he could have opted for a stealthy ambush followed by a kite-flying strategy to gradually wear down the creature. However, he found himself caught up in the heat of the moment, engaging in a direct confrontation. Although this approach resolved the battle, it was considerably more perilous. Nonetheless, such fierce encounters accelerated his growth in strength. Through this skirmish, Wang Chun had already grasped the threshold of level 25, and it seemed likely that he would soon achieve that level. As he pondered in his room, he ultimately concluded that maintaining reason was paramount, avoiding reckless impulsiveness in battle. Yet once one becomes immersed in the fervor of the moment, rational thought often eludes them, leaving him in a state of inner conflict. In the end, he resolved to go with the flow, to not overthink, and promptly exited his room, eager to savor a delightful meal and then rest, planning to explore the town the following day. The next morning, after enjoying breakfast, Wang Chun ventured out. "Innkeeper, I shall not be returning for lunch. I plan to explore the town and will return for dinner. You need not wait for me." "Very well, Wang Chun," the innkeeper replied. Wang Chun stepped out of the inn, making his way towards the town square. The town was structured around the square, with numerous houses and shops sprawling outward. A vibrant marketplace buzzed with the sounds of trade, the air filled with shouts of merchants, hunting century-old powerful soul beasts. Join us for 20 gold soul coins. Professional hunting of century-old soul rings. Those interested may approach for private discussions. Forming teams for soul beast hunting. Anyone wishing to join? Amidst the cacophony, Wang Chun felt little interest. His primary aim was to sample local delicacies and perhaps stumble upon some hidden treasures, reminiscent of protagonists in tales who discover rare artifacts in quaint locales. He wandered towards the street lined with specialty snacks, eager to uncover the unique culinary offerings of the Douluo Continent. As he meticulously scanned the food stalls, he stumbled upon a small shop that piqued his interest. Its sign promising delectable treats. He entered, ready to savor the flavors. "Greetings, esteemed guest. What would you like to try?" The shopkeeper greeted him warmly upon his arrival. "What is your specialty? Please do enlighten me." "Certainly. Please take a seat. Our signature dish is the 8-treasure chestnut pigeon, a family recipe. This nourishing dish features pigeon meat, known for its restorative properties, complemented by a medley of chestnuts, lotus seeds, and shiitake mushrooms stuffed within, which not only balances the pigeon's richness, but also enhances the overall flavor." "Very well. I shall have 1 8-treasure chestnut pigeon." "Excellent choice. Please hold on a moment." Shortly thereafter, the shopkeeper presented the dish. Wang Chun observed the culinary creation, a petite pigeon resting in the center of the plate, its skin a light brown hue. As the shopkeeper delicately sliced open the bird, a colorful stuffing spilled forth, enticingly fragrant. "Dear guest, I recommend dipping in the sauce for enhanced flavor." Wang Chun scooped a spoonful and dipped it into the sauce. The pure essence of the pigeon meat was exquisitely revealed, while the stuffing absorbed its savory juices. The harmonious interplay of flavors and textures was nothing short of exquisite, prompting Wang Chun to exclaim, "Incredible! I never expected to find such delectable fare in this humble town." After finishing his meal, he set off again, eager to explore further. As he strolled, he found himself in a street lined with weapon shops, keenly observing for any hidden treasures that might align with the trope of protagonists discovering invaluable items. Among the various establishments, one shop stood out. It was modest in size and somewhat dilapidated, perfectly fitting the image of a treasure trove for a protagonist. Upon entering, he found only one person inside, with no counters in sight, the walls adorned with various seemingly worthless items. The sole occupant lay in a recliner, eyes closed, indifferent to his arrival. This was undoubtedly a treasure-seeking paradise, a shabby shop, an enigmatic elder, just like in the novels. Wang Chun thought to himself, determined to search thoroughly as he scrutinized the contents of the shop. He suddenly felt a compelling allure emanating from a yellow, crystal-like object hanging in the center. Approaching it, he lifted it in his hands, and the sensation intensified. He decided to purchase the intriguing crystal. "How much for this crystal?" he inquired. The shopkeeper opened his eyes and replied, 100 gold soul coins. Without hesitation, Wang Chun produced the coins and completed the transaction, with the golden crystal in hand. He exited the shop, no longer inclined to browse further. He intended to return to the inn and study the captivating crystal in detail. He hurried back to the inn and informed the innkeeper not to prepare a meal for him. He then retreated to his room. Once inside, he closed the door, seated himself on the bed, and examined the crystal closely. After some time, he found nothing particularly remarkable, and upon channeling his soul power into it, there was still no reaction. Contemplating his next move, he resolved to try employing his unique cultivation technique. As he activated the technique, the crystal radiated a golden glow, seemingly melting away as it was absorbed into Wang Chun. A surge of potent energy coursed through his body, invigorating both his spirit and physique. As the energy circulated within him, he underwent a significant enhancement, with time slipping away unnoticed for 5 to 6 hours. Eventually, the strengthening process concluded. Awakening from his meditative state, Wang Chun remained uncertain about the changes he had undergone. It is undoubtedly a stroke of fortune that he has encountered. Once again, he activated the child technique. Discovering that the speed of his cultivation had increased significantly, he sensed that he had reached the pinnacle of the second level, on the verge of breaking through to the third level, at which point his soul power would undergo a profound transformation. The mysterious golden crystal he had found had spared him from considerable hardship in his training. Furthermore, Wang Chun realized that both his physical strength and mental fortitude had been greatly enhanced. With his current physical prowess, should he encounter the fearsome saber-toothed pig again, he could likely dispatch it with a mere ambush. Given his newfound strength, he felt confident in his ability to take down even a Millennium Soul beast, prompting Wang Chun to resolve to venture into the Yuhui forest the next day in search of one to test his abilities. Wang Chun pondered the nature of the crystal, questioning why others had not utilized it while he had absorbed it seamlessly after activating the child technique. He wondered if there were more such extraordinary treasures to be found, and though the chances seemed slim, he was determined to continue searching, for dreams must always be nurtured. Rising from his bed, he proceeded to the living room for a meal, allowing himself a proper rest before preparing for his quest in the Yuhui forest the following day. On the next day, Wang Chun awoke early, had breakfast, and informed the innkeeper before setting off for the Yuhui forest. He first reached his resting campsite, took a brief respite, and then began searching for a suitable Millennium Soul beast. He scoured the outskirts throughout the afternoon, but found nothing of merit. Thus, he returned to his campsite to rest, deciding to assess the situation the next day regarding a potential expedition into the mixed area. Upon returning, Wang Chun began preparing dinner, opting for the previous meal of beef accompanied by a white radish. Simmering it over the fire, it seemed that venturing into the mixed area was the only viable option, as the likelihood of encountering a suitable Millennium Soul beast in the outskirts appeared bleak. After an hour had passed, just as his stew was nearing completion, a sudden wolf howl pierced the air. A chill ran down Wang Chun's spine, igniting a sense of excitement within him. The sound unmistakably belonged to a wolf, and in the wild Yuhui forest, such a bold display suggested the presence of a formidable creature, perhaps a fitting soul beast. Resolutely, he decided to investigate the source of the howl. Exiting his campsite, he made his way toward the sound. Before long, he arrived at the scene and beheld a Millennium Shadow Wolf. This creature was unlike typical wolves, which often hunted in packs. The Shadow Wolf was a solitary predator. Even during the rearing of its young, it would continue its solitary existence once the pups were capable of hunting as a result of their lone nature. These soul beasts possessed greater strength than most, excelling in ambush tactics and counter-ambush maneuvers. Generally, Shadow wolves would strike without warning, rarely falling prey to ambush themselves, making direct confrontation the only means to acquire their soul rings. The shadow wolf was currently feeding, and the howl had likely been a warning to other beasts not to disturb its meal. Wang Chun perched in a nearby tree, keenly observing for any exploitable weaknesses. Suddenly, the shadow wolf halted its meal, its piercing blue eyes locking onto Wang Chun. Indeed, these creatures possessed an acute awareness of their surroundings, and Wang Chun's presence had not gone unnoticed. With no choice left, Wang Chun leaped down from the tree, but the shadow wolf seized the opportunity. As he descended, the creature propelled itself forward with astonishing speed, its razor-sharp fangs aimed directly at Wang Chun's throat. He felt the rush of wind and the pungent scent of the beast as it lunged toward him. In that fleeting moment, he braced himself, shifting his body to the side, raising his left hand in defense while his right elbow transformed into a spear, thrusting towards the shadow wolf's head. The impact resounded with a loud crack as Wang Chun's elbow struck the wolf's snout, and he could almost hear the sound of its nasal bones fracturing. The shadow wolf let out a pained howl, yet retaliated with a ferocious swipe of its right paw. The sharp claws raked across Wang Chun's left forearm, leaving 3 deep gashes in their wake. Steadying himself, Wang Chun swiftly summoned his martial soul, activating his second soul skill, the indestructible child body, significantly enhancing his defense and temporarily staunching the bleeding from his wounded arm. He realized he had been careless, not immediately activating his martial soul or utilizing his defensive skill, resulting in his injury during this encounter with the Millennium Soul Beast. The shadow wolf, undeterred by the blow to its snout, fixed its gaze on Wang Chun, poised to exploit any openings for another attack. Rather than retreating in fear, the injury had only ignited its ferocity, now intent on eliminating Wang Chun. Angered by the wolf's audacity, Wang Chun seized the opportunity to confront this soul beast, determined to eliminate the threat. The two adversaries locked eyes for a moment. The shadow wolf could not detect any vulnerabilities in Wang Chun. While Wang Chun lacked the speed to match the wolf's agility, he resolved to wait for the creature's next assault, ready to strike with lethal precision. At last, the shadow wolf lunged forward once more, channeling its soul power to increase its speed and sharpen its claws. Wang Chun, summoning all his strength, activated his second soul skill, using his left hand to block the wolf's assault while preparing to unleash his mighty diamond fist with his right hand. Intent on swiftly dispatching the beast, a resounding crash echoed as Wang Chun's left hand successfully deflected the shadow wolf's attack, leaving only faint scratches on his golden arm. Seizing the moment, he struck at the wolf's eyes with his right fist. Under the influence of his soul skill, his fist penetrated the wolf's eye with the ease a knife through soft tofu, shattering its skull with the force of his soul power. The shadow wolf was sent crashing to the ground, lifeless. Wang Chun approached cautiously to confirm its demise, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. This battle had been one of the most harrowing experiences of his life, yet it served as a poignant lesson in vigilance. He could not afford to underestimate any opponent, regardless of their perceived strength. He retrieved the wolf's fangs as a keepsake of this encounter and stored the Millennium Soul Beast in his soul guide device, planning to present it as a token of gratitude to the Yueli Inn for the hospitality he had received. After a brief return to his campsite, he tended to his wounds and enjoyed the meal he had prepared. Followed by a rigorous training session, Wang Chun took out his medicinal supplies from his storage soul guide to treat his injuries. He relished the delicious dinner he had prepared. This encounter with the Millennium Shadow Wolf had validated his strength. He felt confident in his ability to handle typical Millennium Soul beasts with ease. That moment, Wang's son unexpectedly appeared at the campsite. "Uncle Wang's son, what brings you here?" Wang Chun inquired, somewhat puzzled. He was aware that he had someone watching over him, given his current level of strength was not particularly formidable, and his family sought to prevent any unforeseen mishaps. That it was only natural to have someone discreetly protecting him during his training, especially since he had yet to reach the family's designated level for solo expeditions. "I have been observing your training here. Your experience and strength are now sufficient for the next phase of your cultivation. I have come to inform you of this, and then I shall return. I will keep watch here tonight, allowing you to rest properly after your recent battle," Wang's son explained. "Thank you, Uncle Wang's son," Wang Chun replied appreciatively. After finishing his dinner, Wang Chun chose not to rest, but instead engaged in training to substitute for sleep. He had reached the pinnacle of level 24 and felt ready to break through. He planned to achieve this milestone that very night. Through a night of dedicated practice, Wang Chun finally broke through to level 25. After solidifying his soul power, he enjoyed a simple breakfast before departing the forest with Wang's son. Arriving at the town of Yuhui. After presenting the shadow wolf he had hunted to the innkeeper of Yulai Inn, Wang Chun exited the town of Yuhui. Following their departure from the town, Wang's son and Wang Chun vanished without returning together. Wang Chun then set off alone towards the direction of Jingang City. As he hurried along, he finally arrived at Jingang City in the afternoon. Wang Chun first returned home to freshen up before proceeding to register an account at the Jingang Fighting Soul Arena. After completing his personal hygiene and having a light meal at home, Wang's son appeared before Wang Chun. After finishing their meal, he said, "Let us head to the Jingang Fighting Soul Arena together for your first registration. Thereafter, you shall venture alone." "Very well, Uncle Wang's son, let us embark at once," Wang Chun replied. Following this, Wang Chun accompanied Wang's son towards the Jingang Fighting Soul Arena. As they drew nearer, Wang Chun finally beheld the grandeur of the structure. Having primarily trained within the Jingang clan, he had never before visited such a place. This was indeed his inaugural experience in such an arena. The Jingang Fighting Soul Arena was predominantly circular, soaring to a height of 100 meters. It comprised a main fighting arena and 20 subsidiary arenas, capable of accommodating up to 50,000 spectators, including 100 VIP boxes. This venue served not only as a site for soul masters to engage in sparring and exchange, but also as a stage for various factions to showcase their prowess. As they walked towards the arena, Wang's son recounted some basic details regarding the Jingang Fighting Soul Arena. Here, fights were generally categorized into 3 types. The first being sparring, which involved mutual practice without causing serious injury. The second type was life-and-death duels, typically arising from irreconcilable disputes where large-scale warfare was undesirable. The resolution was determined by the victor's survival, with no further inquiries permitted. The final type was gambling duels, overseen by the Grand Arena, where both parties would send forth an equal number of soul masters to compete, with the winner claiming all stipulated in the wager. This type often emerged when significant conflicts arose among nobility or clans. The competition formats included 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and group battles, the latter being arranged with a pre-agreed number of participants, typically limited to between 7 and 10 individuals. Upon entering the Grand Arena, the first sight to greet Wang Chun was a massive stone tablet inscribed with countless names. Wang's son informed him that these were the names of those who had perished in battles within the arena. Registering at the Jingang Fighting Soul Arena was remarkably straightforward. One merely needed to pay 10 gold soul coins and fill out a form detailing their alias, martial spirit, and rank of power to achieve successful registration as an Iron Fighting Soul. Unlike the Martial Spirit Hall, there was no need for a soul power level assessment. Knowing 1S rank sufficed. However, should fortune not favor them, even a level 21 could find themselves pitted against a level 29 opponent, which only added to the excitement and unpredictability of the battles. Wang Chun swiftly completed his registration and received his Iron Fighting Soul badge. Given that some individuals preferred to keep their backgrounds concealed, even if one were to provide a fictitious name, age, and place of birth, the arena had no means of verifying the truth and would not conduct investigations. Thus, the registration process proceeded expeditiously. After registering, Wang Chun signed up for a solo battle, and Wang's son accompanied him to the sparring area, where he briefly spoke before once again disappearing. Wang Sun had informed Wang Chun that in the Jingang Fighting Soul Arena, only those who achieved more than 5 consecutive victories or possessed a notably high soul rank could be arranged for battles in the main arena. As a novice, Wang Chun would only compete in the subsidiary arenas. Victories as an Iron Fighting Soul would yield 10 gold soul coins, while defeats bore no rewards. Soon, Wang Chun was assigned to the 8th subsidiary arena for his match against a 2-ring Great Soul Master, whose exact level remained unknown. That he then proceeded through the battle passage towards the arena, which became increasingly spacious as he advanced. Upon fully exiting the passage, he was greeted by an arena nearly the size of a soccer field from his past life. Illuminated by soul guiding devices, with a light touch of his toes, Wang Chun ascended onto the battle platform. Besides him stood a staff member clad in the arena's attire and a robust young man opposite him, who was to be his opponent. The staff member naturally served as the host and referee, while the young man was evidently Wang Qin's adversary. Despite having absorbed 2 higher-level soul rings and a 10,000-year head soul bone, along with the mysterious crystal acquired in Yuhui Town, Wang Qin now stood at a height of 1 meter and 45 centimeters, surpassing his peers. However, to the onlookers in the arena, he appeared merely as a child in his early teens. Nevertheless, age did not equate to underestimation. To enter the arena, one needed to be at least a level 20 Great Soul Master, indicating that Wang Qin was no less than a level 20 Soul Master. As the staff member observed that both battling Soul Masters had arrived, he promptly raised his voice through the amplification soul guiding device, announcing, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to today's match in the 8th Subsidiary Arena. This battle features our esteemed Thunder Bear Great Soul Master and our newly registered Red Dust Great Soul Master. Though this Thunder Bear Great Soul Master has only participated in 4 matches, he has achieved 4 consecutive victories, boasting a formidable soul power level of 29, placing him amongst the elite of Great Soul Masters. Our Red Dust Great Soul Master, however, has just registered today. We are eager to see what kind of contest they will present. Without further ado, I declare the match to commence." As the referee's words echoed through the arena, Wang Qin and the Thunder Bear instantaneously manifested their martial spirits. The roars of the bear and the howls of the ape reverberated throughout the venue, as golden and purple soul power illuminated the arena, seemingly dividing it in two. Observing the Thunder Bear's purple-black fur and its sharp claws, Wang Qin quickly discerned the nature of its martial spirit. Although the Thunder Bear had not appeared in the original narrative, Wang Qin had come to understand that this martial spirit was an advanced bear type capable of wielding lightning. Not only did it possess formidable defensive and offensive capabilities, but its ability to manipulate electricity rendered its attacks even more formidable. Beneath the Thunder Bear, 2 yellow soul rings appeared, but upon witnessing the 1 yellow and 1 purple soul ring beneath Wang Qin, the Thunder Bear froze in astonishment. Not just the Thunder Bear, but even the referee and the audience were taken aback. Those gathered in the Jingang Fighting Soul Arena would undoubtedly recognize the significance of the purple 1,000-year soul ring. Yet its appearance as the second soul ring was unexpected. However, this ignorance stemmed from their lower status. Had they belonged to a prominent family, they would have understood that, provided one's physical strength was sufficient. Absorbing a 1,000-year soul ring was not an insurmountable feat, however. The time spent enhancing one's physical constitution to absorb a 1,000-year soul beast for the sake of the second soul ring would be considered a waste of time, hindering the elevation of soul power levels. This was evident in the case of Feng Xiaotian from the original story, who, despite possessing a mutated dual-headed Gale Wolf and innate full soul power, delayed the progression of his soul power level for the sake of developing Gale Slash, resulting in him only reaching level 40 in his 20s. A clear indication that such an approach was far from wise. Unless one possessed an exceptionally strong innate physique, no one would reasonably sacrifice the advancement of their soul power level merely to absorb soul rings of higher ranks. Wang Qin, noticing that the Thunder Bear remained in a state of shock, had no intention of pausing to enlighten him. Instead, he activated his second soul skill, Indestructible Child of the Diamond, which had been significantly enhanced following his absorption of the mysterious crystal in Yuhui Town. Not only had his physical strength and mental prowess seen considerable improvement, but his soul skills had also been augmented. With his diamond body now manifest, Wang Qin charged directly towards the Thunder Bear, positioning his left hand to shield his face while unleashing his first soul skill, Mighty Diamond Fist, with his right hand. With a fierce strike aimed at the Thunder Bear, he prepared a single, decisive blow to conclude the battle. Among all types of soul masters, those like Wang Qin, who excel in offensive prowess, are the most formidable in combat. Not only are they endowed with immense strength, but their speed and explosive power are also astonishing. However, their endurance leaves much to be desired, leading them to typically rely on overwhelming attacks in the early stages to vanquish their opponents. Prolonged engagements often result in exhaustion. Unlike the defensive soul masters who specialize in counterattacks, most are oriented towards early explosive strikes rather than prolonged warfare. After absorbing the mysterious crystal in Yuhui Town, Wang Chen's soul abilities were significantly enhanced. Under the effect of his second soul skill, the indestructible diamond body, his defensive capabilities surged by 250%, while damage reduction was improved by 30%. Coupled with his first soul skill, the mighty diamond fist, his strength, attack power, and explosive force all increased by 150%, elevating his overall aura to its zenith. The Thunder Bear was momentarily taken aback by Wang Chen's second soul ring. Yet, in the next instant, it was confronted by Wang Chen's fist. Wang Chen unleashed a vigorous strike. His golden fist sliced through the air with a piercing whistle, incessantly jarring the Thunder Bear's nerves. Witnessing the rapidly enlarging golden fist, the Thunder Bear, possessing considerable combat experience, promptly activated its second soul skill, Thunder Bear's critical strike. As it was not a speed-oriented agile soul master, it found itself unable to evade this attack, resorting instead to its most powerful offensive move to mitigate damage. Regrettably, it underestimated the sheer force of Wang Chen's assault, amplified significantly by 2 superior absorbed soul rings and further bolstered by the mysterious crystal. Ultimately, Wang Chen's attack collided with that of the Thunder Bear. Leveraging his formidable defense, he blocked the Thunder Bear's strike with his left hand while his right hand, empowered by the mighty diamond fist, struck directly at the Thunder Bear's abdomen. The Thunder Bear was sent hurtling away by Wang Chen's powerful blow, crashing onto the soul fighting stage, incapacitated and unconscious. The referee, witnessing this scene from outside the ring, was momentarily stunned but quickly regained composure. Grasping the amplification soul device in hand, he projected his voice loudly, announcing, "The victor of this soul fighting match is the illustrious Master Hongchen, with a record of 1 win and 0 losses." Subsequently, the referee approached Wang Chen, stating, "Master Hongchen, please follow the staff to register your points." "All right," Wang Chen replied, following a staff member to register his points. After completing the registration, he exited the soul fighting arena, for he could only participate in 1 match per day. With the competition concluded and nothing more to observe, he decided to return home, feeling a twinge of hunger, having only eaten a modest meal before heading to the Diamond Soul Fighting Arena with Wang Sr. Returning home was fortuitous, as his mother had promised to prepare a sumptuous feast for him. Upon entering, Wang Chen spotted his mother waiting for him in the living room. Her face lit up with joy at his arrival. "Xiao Chen, quickly wash your hands. I've prepared a delicious meal that's warming in the kitchen. I'll serve it to you right away." After washing his hands, Wang Chen hurried to the living room. Upon entering, he beheld an array of delectable dishes. The enticing aroma wafting through the air made his mouth water. Having subsisted on meager rations while training in the Yuhui forest, he had only managed to prepare some grilled meat, sufficient to stave off hunger but lacking in flavor. Wang Chen quickly took a seat, relishing the culinary delights his mother had prepared. Once he finished the meal, he strolled through the small courtyard where he usually practiced. Allowing time for digestion, as night fell, he retired to his room for rest. He had no intention of training that evening, opting instead for a good night's sleep, for cultivation should not be a relentless endeavor. A balance of work and rest is essential for optimal progress. After several days of rigorous training in the Yuhui forest, though he had indulged in some relaxation, it was his first experience surviving outdoors without anyone to keep watch. He had to compensate for sleep with cultivation, which was mentally taxing. Training in a secure environment is vastly different from doing so in the wild without guarantees of safety. Wang Chen turned in early to unwind. The following morning, he awoke at dawn, a routine he had maintained since awakening his martial soul. Although he intended to relax the previous day, he found himself rising early to resume training. After all, cultivation is akin to rowing upstream. If one does not advance, they will inevitably fall back. All strength is accumulated bit by bit. After breakfast, Wang Chen made his way to the Junior Diamond Soul Master Academy. Previously, he had focused on training in the Yuhui forest, which kept him from attending the academy. Now that his training there was complete, he saw no reason to forego his studies, as the knowledge imparted at the academy proved invaluable. At the academy, he absorbed lessons on soul beasts from his instructor before returning home. His routine now consisted of attending classes in the morning and participating in soul battles at the Diamond Soul Fighting Arena in the afternoon to hone his skills. Soon, it was time for Wang Chen's soul battle that on the arena stage stood a middle-aged man clad in the attire of the arena, who cleared his throat and announced loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the ninth soul battle. Today we have the two-time champion, Master Iron Bull, facing off against the undefeated Master Hongshan, who boasts a record of 1 win and 0 losses. Will Master Iron Bull continue his glorious streak with a third victory? Or will Master Hongshan triumph and achieve 2 consecutive wins? Let us wait and see." The announcer then invited both combatants to the stage. A towering figure soon arrived at the arena, standing approximately 1.90 meters tall. His physique brimming with muscle, and his eyes glinting like copper bells. Upon entering, he let out a roar to bolster his presence. Wang Chun, in contrast, simply walked onto the stage quietly, awaiting the referee's signal. When the referee called for the match to commence, both Wang Chun and Master Iron Bull activated their martial souls. Wang Chun quickly realized that Iron Bull was a defensive soul master. A matchup he could easily dominate. He unleashed his first soul skill and charged forward. Iron Bull activated his soul skill to bolster his defense, but regrettably, his efforts proved futile as Wang Chun shattered his defenses and clinched victory. Having swiftly concluded the match, Wang Chun returned home. 1 year later, it had been a year since Wang Chun had trained in the Yuhui Forest. Throughout this year, his routine consisted of attending the academy in the morning and participating in soul battles in the afternoon. To date, he had not suffered a single defeat among soul masters. Upon reaching the Diamond Soul Master rank, he ceased participating in battles at the Soul Master level, as they no longer presented any challenge. Consequently, he began competing in battles at the Soul Respect level. While his strength was remarkable, the significant disparity between ranks, 1 additional soul skill versus 1 less, created substantial differences, leading to a mix of victories and defeats. Generally, he could triumph over opponents below level 38, but against those above that threshold, he faced 15 encounters, managing to win only 2, predominantly suffering losses. Now, he remained at the single-person Diamond Soul Master level. Furthermore, during this year, he consistently returned to the Yuhui Forest every couple of months to train for over 10 days, then returned to Diamond City for a day or 2 of rest before resuming training. Through relentless effort over the year, he had finally reached level 30. Soon, Wang Chun will venture into the Yuhui Forest to hunt for a soul ring, aspiring to become a soul master at that point. His strength is sure to see a significant enhancement, especially considering that his current physical fortitude allows him to absorb soul rings of over 5,000 years. With the addition of a 5,000-year soul ring, his soul power level is bound to increase by 1 or 2 ranks, enabling him to dominate in the soul arena. An 8.5-year-old soul master is indeed unprecedented on the continent of Douluo, primarily due to the mysterious crystal he acquired in Yuhui Town. Although this crystal did not directly elevate Wang Chun's soul power level, it considerably augmented his mental strength and fortified his physique, thereby accelerating his training speed. Without this artifact, he might have needed to wait until he was over 9 to reach this level. Wang Chun has already made arrangements with his family to hunt for a soul ring tomorrow. Today, he decides to rest thoroughly, as he has had very little time for relaxation throughout the year. The following morning, he awakens bright and early, and after breakfast, he sets off with his father to the Yuhui Forest for their hunt. After a morning of traveling, they finally arrive at Yuhui Town, where they decide to have lunch before embarking on their quest for soul beasts. Xiao Chun, do you have a target soul beast in mind? What type of soul skill are you hoping to acquire? I'm looking for a long-range attack soul skill. Currently, I have no way to counter those agile, speed-focused soul masters that eye in the soul arena. When I encounter them, I often find it challenging to conclude battles swiftly, and I can only take advantage of openings during their attacks. Otherwise, I can only watch helplessly. Well, having a target is good. We will search within the forest. As long as we avoid the most central areas, I can guarantee our safety. All right, let us commence our search. Okay, Dad. Wang Chun and his father searched the inner circle of the Yuhui Forest for half a day, but found no suitable soul beasts. Either the age was incorrect, or the type of soul skill was unsuitable. They decided to rest for the night in the forest and continue their search the next day. Xiao Chun, after your meal, ensure you rest well to maintain your mental state at its best for absorbing the soul ring. I will keep watch to ensure our safety. All right, Dad. Wang Chun refrained from insisting on taking the watch himself, as it would serve no purpose. After all, his father was there for his soul ring. It was best to rest well and maintain focus without any unnecessary distractions. Time passed, and the next morning, Wang Chun rose early, as he was there to hunt soul beasts, not for a camping trip. The night had passed without incident, and they safely reached the morning. Wang Long prepared a simple breakfast, and after eating, they resumed their search for soul beasts. During their morning search, they finally discovered a suitable soul beast amidst a patch of grass, a roaring lion soul beast, approximately over 5,000 years old. The soul skill absorbed from this beast is typically the lion's roar, an excellent long-range area attack skill, though some variations target only the front, while others launch all-around attacks. Regardless, both types are highly commendable soul skills. Xiao Chun, wait here while I capture this soul beast. Okay, Dad, be careful. After conversing with Wang Chun, Wang Long activated his martial soul and charged towards the roaring lion, immediately unleashing his fifth soul skill. The soul beast was caught off guard and sustained severe injuries. Wang Long then brought the soul beast before Wang Chun, allowing him to finish it off and absorb the soul ring. Quick, Xiao Chun, take care of this soul beast and absorb its soul ring. I will safeguard you. All right, Dad. Wang Chun wasted no time, swiftly slaying the roaring lion. A purple soul ring floated from its body, and Wang Chun sat down, channeling his soul power to attract the ring towards himself and absorb it. As the 5,000-year soul ring descended, a surge of potent soul power rushed into Wang Chun's body, coursing through him wildly. However, he utilized his training technique to begin absorbing the soul power that had suddenly manifested within him. As he practiced his technique, the uncontrolled soul power began to circulate according to his method, gradually enhancing his physique. After over an hour of absorption, Wang Chun fully assimilated the soul ring, and the entire process was relatively smooth. Standing up, he activated his martial soul, revealing one yellow and two purple soul rings beneath him. He felt an immense boost with his body and soul power significantly elevated, now reaching at least level 32. All right, you have absorbed it successfully. Let's head out. Okay, Dad. Once we reach the outskirts, I would like to test my third soul skill. Certainly, testing it at the periphery will minimize the risk of encountering formidable soul beasts, ensuring our safety. They hastened towards the forest's edge. Upon reaching the outskirts, Wang Chun steadied himself, activated his martial soul, and began to unleash his third soul skill. Roar. Wang Chun released his third soul skill, the Titan Gorilla Roar, startling numerous weaker flying soul beasts, which fled the area in fright. The Titan Gorilla Roar is a forward-focused sound wave soul skill, which, when fully unleashed, manifests a giant gorilla form from soul power surrounding him. However, this occurs only during full activation. Under normal circumstances, the attack emanates solely from his mouth. When fully activated, the energy consumption is significantly higher, and the attack speed is slightly slower. Nevertheless, the presence of the soul power gorilla greatly amplifies the attack's potency while providing a degree of protection. Conversely, a partial activation yields lower attack power but consumes less energy and retains instantaneous attack capabilities. After testing his soul skill, Wang Chun and his father exited the Yuhui forest and returned to the King Kong family. Breakthrough in techniques. A month has passed since Wang Chun hunted for his soul ring in the Yuhui forest, and he has reached the pinnacle of the second layer of his training technique, poised for a breakthrough. He plans to dedicate the coming days to diligently practicing his technique, aiming for an early advancement, as the third layer will significantly enhance his abilities. However, to break through to the third layer of the meteor technique is more beneficial to practice during the night when the probability of success is higher. Thus, Wang Chun intends to wait until evening to engage in focused training. In the meantime, he decides to seek out his two younger brothers, as he has rarely interacted with them during his training. It is essential to foster communication. After all, trust cannot flourish without interaction. Wang Chun reserved a table at a small tavern in King Kong City, inviting his two brothers to share a meal and discuss their training progress. After freshening up, he prepared to head there. Upon arriving at the tavern, Wang Chun spotted his two younger brothers and cheerfully greeted them. Hi, Shaolin, you've both made it. We've been waiting for you, Brother Chun. Let us head to the private room. Wang Chun walked with them into the reserved room, allowing them to order their favorite dishes before commencing their discussion. Xiao, have you noticed any changes following my training advice? Brother Chun, I have followed your guidance, and I feel significantly stronger now that I've increased my load, and With the family's training resources, I have reached level 19 that I believe I am on the verge of a breakthrough, and soon I can hunt for my second soul ring. While I may not be as formidable as you, I'm making good progress. Excellent. Are you nearing level 20? Continue your diligent training and strive to become even stronger. Understood, Brother Chun. And you, Xiaoyan? What changes have you experienced? Brother Chun, following your methods, my speed has improved tremendously, and my reflexes have been greatly enhanced. I also want to thank you for securing the training resources for me. Those are trivial matters. Just focus on your training. Once you grow stronger, it will also benefit me. Once you reach level 20, we can have the family assist you in hunting for a soul ring. Thank you, Brother Chen. I feel I'm approaching level 20. I will rely on the family for that. Lu Yun's training resources were procured through Wang Chen's efforts, as he had merely submitted an application to the family. Subsequently, the family conducted an assessment and granted Lu Yun resources for cultivation. However, Wang Chen exerted some influence, elevating Lu Yun's resources to a higher tier, a testament to the family's regard for Wang Chen's opinion due to his remarkable talents. Within the Jingang family, sustainable development cannot solely rely on its members. It is essential to attract exceptional talents from outside. Thus, the Jingang family has established a system for absorbing outstanding external talents, categorizing them into several tiers, with varying resources allocated according to their classification. Most of these talents do not intend to join the Jingang family, yet they owe their rapid ascension to the resources provided by the family, creating a sense of indebtedness. When the time comes for assistance, they are unlikely to refuse, thus serving as a legacy of the Jingang family's connections. Although these individuals do not become family members, their potential cannot be overlooked. Furthermore, there are some gifted individuals willing to join the family. After passing the family's trials, they receive the same treatment as the family offspring, rising to senior positions within the clan. Consequently, the Jingang family also boasts a cadre of formidable external experts. However, as these individuals intermarry and procreate with the direct descendants of the family, their offspring eventually become part of the Jingang family's direct lineage. Through this generational development, the Jingang family cultivates an increasing number of skilled practitioners. After all, those absorbed into the family typically possess commendable talents, ensuring that their descendants inherit a significant aptitude for cultivation. Thus, over the span of 2 centuries, the Jingang family has flourished to its current stature. Now, let us partake in a meal. If there are any uncertainties afterward, feel free to inquire at this moment. The food from the tavern has arrived, and Wang Chun beckoned them to dine. Shortly thereafter, they finished their meal and exchanged insights on their cultivation experiences before returning to their respective homes. As night descended, Wang Chun ventured into the courtyard, commencing his practice under the most resplendent starlight. Seated in meditation beneath the cool celestial glow, he began to channel his Tongzi Gong. The moon hung high. The stars sparkled brilliantly, and the air carried a slight chill. Clad in a thin training outfit, Wang Chun displayed a resolute demeanor, undeterred by the external environment. As he initiated the Tongzi Gong, a surge of soul power radiated from his body. Its extraordinary quality challenging belief for one at the level of a soul master. Suddenly, a powerful sensation coursed through him. As his soul power cycled through its meridians, it underwent a qualitative transformation. Shimmering with a silvery brilliance that danced in harmony with the stardust above, he had reached the 3rd layer of the Tongzi Gong, the meteor technique. Achieving the 2nd layer at the tender age of 6, he subsequently devoted 2.5 years to ascend to the 3rd layer. The Tongzi Gong comprises 5 realms, with each level presenting significant differences. Attaining the final layer, the Red Sun technique, is said to enable one to refine their very essence, enhancing their innate qualities. Even an individual of modest talent can transform into an extraordinary genius. The distinction between the 3rd layer and its predecessors is vast, showcasing the remarkable nature of this martial art. This technique emphasizes the accumulation of strength before unleashing it, with the first 2 layers focused on establishing a solid foundation, now culminating in explosive potential. While the initial layers merely enhance defensive capabilities, the 3rd layer significantly amplifies offensive power. The meteor technique. Wang Chun extended his right hand, channeling his soul power to form a layer of silvery brilliance. radiant like a meteor, exuding a sharpness akin to a blade. With a swift motion, he swiped his hand against a nearby tree, producing a resounding crack as if slicing through the air, without any visible exertion. The silver soul power enveloping his hand proved as sharp as a sword, carving a noticeable mark into the trunk. The meteor technique of the Tongzi Gong. At this level, Wang Chen's soul power flowed effortlessly, coalescing into silvery light akin to meteors, sharp enough to cleave through iron and gold with ease. The Tongzi Gong is a method that emphasizes gradual accumulation, and although later stages of cultivation become increasingly arduous and time-intensive, higher levels yield accelerated progress. Thus, this technique ultimately reduces the time required to reach its pinnacle, growing stronger as one advances. A broad smile spread across Wang Chen's face. The first two layers offered minimal enhancement to his attack power. Despite having significantly bolstered his strength by absorbing soul rings beyond his level, his offensive capabilities remained unremarkable. Now, having attained the meteor technique, his soul power transformed into a silvery radiance, sharp as a blade and capable of overcoming any obstacle, resulting in a dramatic increase in his attack power. The following day, after consolidating his breakthrough to the third layer of the meteor technique, Wang Chen retired to his quarters for rest. The next morning, he opted not to attend the Soul Master Academy as usual, but instead made his way to the Jingang combat arena. Having achieved the third layer of the meteor technique, he was eager to test his enhanced offensive capabilities against an opponent and gauge the extent of his improvement. After all, such a leap in strength cannot be fully comprehended without engaging in combat to discern the differences in prowess. Upon arriving at the Jingang combat arena, Wang Chen communicated his request for a formidable opponent to the staff responsible for arranging battles. No longer a mere newcomer, he had established himself as a prominent figure within the arena, and his simple request would not be denied. Master Wang Chen, the opponent you requested is currently unavailable, and the earliest we can arrange a match is tomorrow afternoon. How does that sound? That works. Excellent. Please await our good news. Wang Chen understood the necessity of waiting until the following afternoon for an opponent. As he was no longer an unknown novice, the youngest Gold Soul Master in the Jingang combat arena, and the only one to have successfully challenged and defeated opponents beyond his level. Each of his matches generated significant interest, bringing substantial benefits to the arena. They would not simply arrange a match without proper promotion, as that would not maximize profit. It was reasonable for them to take a day to advertise the event. However, to ensure profitability, the opponent arranged for tomorrow would need to possess considerable strength. Otherwise, the match would fail to attract interest and could tarnish their reputation. Nevertheless, this was a favorable opportunity for Wang Chen, as he had come to the arena specifically to find a worthy opponent to validate his abilities. With no pressing matters at hand, he chose to observe other combat matches taking place in the arena. However, after watching a few bouts, he soon departed, finding little allure in the fights of those below his level. Now a Soul Master, viewing matches of lesser ranks offered him no valuable insights. Moreover, opportunities to witness battles involving higher-ranked Soul Masters were rare, as those of greater strength seldom participated in casual matches. Such events typically required advanced promotion, allowing the arena to secure adequate profits. Just like Wang Chen's combat matches, even a single Gold Soul Master battle necessitated a full day of advertising. Other skilled practitioners certainly require more time to prepare. Upon returning home, Wang Chen resolved to dedicate himself to a rigorous training session, aiming to familiarize himself with the nuances of his third layer of child skill. His current soul power significantly diverged from what it once was. Failing to thoroughly acclimate to his soul power could lead to a comical situation where he might not fully unleash his potential during the competition. Thus, Wang Chen devoted an entire day to honing his abilities, achieving a comprehensive understanding of his newfound strength. Although his prowess was cultivated gradually, this recent breakthrough to the third layer of the child skill, Meteor Strike, represented a substantial enhancement of his capabilities, making it understandable that he struggled to exert complete control over his power. After a day of intensive training, he finally mastered his abilities. Wang Chen enjoyed a restful night, as he needed to conserve his energy for the competition the following day. Hence, he refrained from training that evening, opting instead for a good night's sleep to ensure he was in optimal condition. The next afternoon, upon arriving at the Diamond Soul Arena, The event coordinator summoned him to discuss the details of his opponent for the day's battle. As per your request, today we have arranged for you to face a level 40 Cold Bear Gold Soul Master who is yet to acquire a soul ring. His strength undoubtedly meets your requirements. If there are no objections, you may prepare. The competition will commence at 3 o'clock. Yes, that is acceptable. I have no issues, Wang Chun replied. Good. Please rest well, and should you require assistance, do not hesitate to call upon the staff. Understood. Wang Chun now had a clearer understanding of his opponent for the day, a civilian soul master of considerable talent, wielding a mutated ice giant bear martial spirit. This martial spirit was quite formidable, boasting impressive offensive and defensive capabilities, along with the ability to control ice, thus allowing for a degree of crowd control. The ice not only augmented his defensive prowess, but also enhanced his capacity for counterattacks. Despite having reached level 40, he had yet to procure a soul ring, highlighting the stark contrast between civilian soul masters and those with familial connections, upon reaching the requisite strength for soul ring acquisition. Wang Chun could directly request his family's assistance in locating a suitable soul ring, without any delays in contrast, those without such connections had to seek out soul rings themselves, either settling for one that was not optimal for their level or hiring someone to assist in the hunt. The Cold Bear participating in this contest was likely seeking to gather funds for soul ring acquisition. Otherwise, he would not have entered the competition. After more than an hour of anticipation, it was finally time for Wang Chun's battle. In the main arena of the Diamond Soul Arena, the host announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to today's match. The contenders are our very own Red Dust Gold Soul Master and the Cold Bear Gold Soul Master. The Red Dust Gold Soul Master is the only participant in our arena's history to have achieved victories in cross-level battles, now having attained the rank of Soul Master. What will his performance be today? Let us watch closely." The Cold Bear Gold Soul Master, on the other hand, is the only participant registered in the arena who has achieved a perfect win record since reaching the rank of Soul Master. With both being unique in their own right, who will prevail? Let us find out. As the announcement concluded, Wang Chun stepped into the Soul Battle Passage and ascended to the main arena, where he faced a man in his 20s. Wang Chun scrutinized his opponent, a towering figure exceeding 2 meters in height, with broad shoulders and a muscular physique. His bronze skin, somber expression, and piercing eyes, complemented by a neatly cropped haircut, clearly marked him as a formidable adversary. "Are both Gold Soul Masters ready?" the host inquired. "Yes, we are prepared," Wang Chun and the Cold Bear responded in unison. Upon hearing their affirmation, the host activated his amplification soul device, declaring, "The soul battle officially begins." Immediately, Wang Chun and the Cold Bear summoned their martial spirits, their golden and blue soul power illuminating the arena and dividing it in two. The Cold Bear's body was enveloped in blue fur, exuding an aura of chilling coldness as ice began to crystallize around him, creating an advantageous combat environment to maximize his strength. Wang Chun, in turn, activated his martial spirit and unleashed his second soul skill to bolster his defenses. Determined not to be caught off guard again, as the blue and gold energies clashed, the Cold Bear charged at Wang Chun with remarkable speed, closing the distance in the blink of an eye, leaving a trail of cold air in his wake. Wang Chun quickly recognized the impending attack and raised his left hand to intercept it head-on. "First soul skill, Ice Palm," the Cold Bear shouted, initiating his first soul skill, which augmented his attack power by 50% and enhanced his ice attribute damage correspondingly. This skill provided a significant boost to his offensive capabilities as an Ice-type Soul Master. With his hands encased in ice, the Cold Bear struck with a potent blue energy wave aimed directly at Wang Chun. Wang Chun, however, remained unfazed. He focused intently, his eyes shimmering with resolve. "Indestructible," he proclaimed, successfully blocking the Cold Bear's ice palm with his left hand. Thanks to the protective effects of his indestructible child body skill, suffering no harm in the process. Seizing the moment, he countered with his right hand, unleashing his first soul skill, Mighty Indestructible Fist, aimed squarely at the Cold Bear's chest. In that critical moment, the Cold Bear's eyes widened in shock, unable to comprehend why his first soul skill had seemingly no effect on Wang Chun, just as the Mighty Indestructible Fist was about to connect. Nevertheless, his extensive battle experience kicked in, Before the attack could land, he activated his second soul ring, summoning his second soul skill, Ice Armor. This defensive skill enveloped him in a layer of ice, doubling his defensive power while inflicting icy damage upon his adversary. The icy armor formed a chilling barrier around him, resembling an impenetrable wall. Wang Chun's punch collided with the icy wall with a thunderous crash. The barrier shattered instantly, and Wang Chen's fist connected with the cold bear's chest, causing his expression to shift dramatically to it was as though he'd been struck by a colossal beast, sending him hurtling backward. Remarkably, Wang Chun, thanks to his second soul skill, suffered no ice-related damage. The spectators gasped in astonishment at the unfolding spectacle, unable to believe their eyes. A newly minted Soul Master had effortlessly sent a level 40. Three-ring Soul Master flying with a single blow. Despite being knocked back, the Cold Bear utilized his second soul skill to mitigate the damage, sustaining only minor injury. He skidded across the battle arena before regaining his footing, coughing twice before activating his third soul skill. Suddenly, the third purple soul ring around him flared to life. Third soul skill, Cold Bear Transformation. This formidable skill was derived from the Ice Bear Soul Beast, a powerful entity among thousand-year soul beasts, known for its immense physical strength and formidable ice attribute attacks. In terms of power, speed, explosive force, attack potency, and defense, it ranked among the elite of bear-type soul beasts. An ice bear of 8,000 to 9,000 years could even vanquish a 10,000-year soul beast. The Cold Bear's martial spirit was perfectly aligned with its abilities, allowing him to fully harness the potency of this soul ring. Upon activating Cold Bear Transformation, all of his attributes, attack, defense, explosive power, speed, and ice attribute damage, will be amplified by 100%. Although the duration was merely a fleeting 3 minutes, the enhancement to his power was monumental, encompassing an elevation across all attributes that in the realm of Soul Masters. 3 minutes is an exceedingly brief period, representative of an explosive surge of soul skills. This extraordinary soul skill enabled Han Xiong to engage in battles beyond his level. A key reason for his unbeaten record in Soul Master competitions that a glint of determination flashed in Han Xiong's eyes as frost enveloped his hands. This third soul skill not only granted him a significant boost, but also greatly improved his control over ice attributes. It was evident that Wang Chen's recent assault instilled a profound wariness in him. He recognized this as a formidable adversary. Wang Chun regarded Han Xiong with slight astonishment, not anticipating the existence of such a powerful soul skill. Boom! In the next moment, Han Xiong wasted no time and charged once more towards Wang Chun. After all, his third soul skill had a mere 3-minute duration, and he was determined to vanquish his opponent without delay. Wang Chun, not one to remain passive, surged forward, bolstered by the enhancement from his second soul skill. From a distance, they appeared as two streaks of light, one golden and one azure. The golden figure was Wang Chun, while the blue represented Han Xiong. The two collided with tremendous force, generating a gust of energy that swept outward from their point of impact. Subsequently, two silhouettes emerged from the heart of the whirlwind, Han Xiong and Wang Chun. At this moment, Han Xiong, empowered by his third soul skill, experienced a remarkable augmentation of his attributes. Although the duration was short-lived, its strength was undeniable. Meanwhile, Wang Chun, fortified by his second soul skill, exhibited enhanced defensive capabilities, compounded by the fact that he was absorbing soul rings beyond his level. Thus, his physical prowess was formidable. Presently, with Han Xiong's third soul skill augmenting his abilities, their physical attributes were comparably matched, resulting in a stalemate in their direct confrontations. Han Xiong charged once more, unleashing a flurry of punches directed at Wang Chun, who reciprocated without hesitation. Boom! 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 With each clash, a shock wave erupted into the air. A minute later, after a series of exchanges, Han Xiong and Wang Chun momentarily separated. Wang Chun gauged Han Xiong's strength and realized that relying solely on his first two soul skills would likely yield defeat. However, he possessed a third soul skill as the battle resumed. Wang Chun adeptly blocked Han Xiong's attacks. This time, however, he invoked his third soul skill, the Titan Great Ape Roar. He did not unleash it to its full extent. Thus, no colossal ape appeared behind him. But this made the attack faster and more unexpected, catching Han Xiong off guard and striking him directly. Han Xiong felt dizzy and disoriented from the impact. Wang Chun seized the opportunity, activating his first soul skill, the mighty diamond fist. His right fist struck Han Xiong's chest while his left landed a blow to his head, propelling him forcefully away. Han Xiong crashed to the ground, rendered unable to rise. The audience, witnessing this turn of events, fell into an astonished silence, unable to believe that the two evenly matched combatants had suddenly seen one fall so swiftly. The referee soon regained composure and announced loudly, "Congratulations to our Red Dust Golden Soul for winning today's Soul Battle competition." Wang Chun cast a glance around before proceeding to register with the staff, while the defeated Han Xiong was escorted away by the arena personnel. After completing his registration, Wang Chun approached Han Xiong, recognizing him as a promising talent, and he relished the idea of recruiting such individuals. The more talented individuals he could gather, the stronger his faction would become. Cultivating talent from the outset ensured they would become his most trusted allies. In contrast, those later recruited, despite their formidable abilities, lacked the same loyalty and trustworthiness as those nurtured from the beginning in any faction. Aside from the initial recruitment phase, when individuals might occupy high-ranking positions, most elevated roles are typically held by those who have been trained from a young age. Those who join later often find themselves relegated to subordinate positions, respected yet excluded from the core decision-making processes. This dynamic resembles a reciprocal exchange where resources and status are offered by the faction in return for the contributions of newly recruited individuals. Only when a talent flourishes within the faction can their descendants be considered true members of the community, given the opportunity to strive for higher ranks. Upon reaching Han Xiong's side, Wang Chun found him regaining consciousness. After all, in a world where soul power prevails, physical resilience is robust, particularly for a level 40 soul master. "Hello, I am Han Chun," Wang Chun greeted Han Xiong. "Yes, I am Han Xiong. Nice to meet you," Han Xiong replied, somewhat taken aback that the individual who had defeated him would approach him for an introduction. After all, in his 20-plus years of life, he had seldom engaged in conversation with strangers. Once a student at a Soul Master Academy, he had been of moderate talent. However, due to his reticent nature, he was perceived as aloof and inadvertently offended a noble, leading to his expulsion from the academy. Since then, he had roamed the continent, participating in various soul battle competitions to earn a living, a portion of which he saved to hire a soul hunting team for acquiring soul rings. This was how he had managed to survive, never seeking admission to another academy or sect, as genuine opportunities for nurturing talent were rare. Most factions simply assigned various tasks to their recruits. Hence, he had continued his wandering existence. Furthermore, when he absorbed his third soul ring, the soul beast he encountered was exceptionally compatible with his martial soul, resulting in a near evolution of his abilities and a significant boost in his cultivation speed. Approaching 21 years of age, he had already reached level 40. Had he had a proper backing to assist him in hunting for soul rings, he might have already achieved the status of a soul sect master. Marking him as relatively talented, "I would like to have a private conversation with you. Would that be acceptable?" Wang Chun inquired with a smile, intending to invite Han Xiong to a quiet location to better understand him. "Sure," Han Xiong replied. They arrived at a small tavern, reserving a private room where they began their dialogue. Seated across from each other, Wang Chun initiated the conversation. "Hello, allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Wang Chun, a level 32 soul master, hailing from the Diamond Clan. I am Xiongda, a level 40 soul master without a clan," Han Xiong replied, succinctly introducing himself. Wang Chun was taken aback by his name and momentarily contemplated asking if he had a brother named Xiong Er. But he refrained from voicing this impolite question. "Why have you not sought to acquire a soul ring?" Wang Chun asked, steering the conversation towards a more pertinent topic, albeit somewhat clumsily, as it aimed to highlight the advantages of belonging to a clan. "Well, due to the lack of assistance, I have been competing in soul battles to earn money with which to hire a soul hunting team to help me acquire soul rings," Han Xiong explained. "Have you considered joining a clan? They could assist with your challenges," Wang Chun suggested. "I have thought about it, but unfortunately I have yet to find a suitable clan," Han Xiong admitted. "You might want to consider our Diamond Clan. Someone with your talent would receive excellent treatment, Wang Chun proposed that I will think about it. Han Xiong replied that I can provide you with information regarding the benefits of being a part of our diamond clan. Not only would you have access to cultivation resources to accelerate your growth, but when the time comes for you to acquire a soul ring, the clan would directly assist you in finding a suitable one, eliminating the need for you to earn money and hire a soul hunting team as you currently do. These matters are of the utmost simplicity, yet there's another point to consider within the family. Discussions revolve solely around strength and talent. There shall be no occurrences of nepotism. Regardless of who one may be, improving one's circumstances relies entirely on personal effort. It is inconceivable that one may exert themselves only to receive no reward in return. Contemplate this carefully. Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, Han Xiong felt a flicker of temptation. After all, it is through wandering that one comes to appreciate the hardships faced by those without a strong backing. Regrettably, merely joining any family does not guarantee favorable treatment. Solitude and cultivation may prove more advantageous. The resources for cultivation are scarce. One is not beholden to the dictates of others. Now, with a respectable family extending an invitation, he finds himself quite intrigued. He does not doubt the authenticity of Wang Chen's words. After all, recruiting talent is essential for the cultivation and expansion of a family's power. To allure individuals through deception would ultimately weaken the very power one seeks to fortify. Moreover, Wang Chun, being so young yet immensely powerful, undoubtedly holds a position of significance within the Golden Armor clan. His personal invitation is indeed a matter of honor. Thus, after a moment's reflection, he assented. This opportunity could resolve his soul ring dilemma. Very well, I consent to join. However, I must accompany you, he stipulated. After all, as a newcomer to the Golden Armor clan, he is unfamiliar with its members, and aligning himself with Wang Chun seems a prudent choice. Given that he was invited by Wang Chun, it stands to reason that staying close to him would yield better prospects than elsewhere. Furthermore, with Wang Chun's formidable talents, it is likely he will ascend to a prominent position in the future, placing Han Xiong in a favorable position as a trusted confidant. All right, you shall join my small circle. I will inform the clan, Wang Chun replied. Han Xiong's suggestion would likely have arisen regardless, as Wang Chun's invitation was predicated on recognizing Han Xiong's commendable aptitude, aiming to bolster his own group's strength. After sharing a meal at an inn, they departed. Wang Chun instructed Han Xiong to return with him to the clan to discuss matters and to obtain the clan's cultivation resources. Following that, arrangements could be made for Han Xiong's soul ring acquisition, facilitating his swift ascendance to a 4-ring soul master. Once Wang Chun had settled Han Xiong's affairs, he gathered his 2 subordinates for a meal, intending to introduce Han Xiong to them. In the future, they would all belong to the same group, so early acquaintance was prudent. Upon bringing Han Xiong back to the clan, Wang Chun arranged for the Golden Armor clan to assess his qualifications and determine his benefits as a talent. He was subsequently assigned a small courtyard in the outer district of the clan as a place of repose. Presently, their accommodations belonged to the outer district of the Golden Armor clan, designated for the younger generation and talented soul masters absorbed from outside the clan. Residing within the clan enhances their sense of belonging. After all, if they were simply absorbed and placed outside, their sense of attachment would be minimal. Living among the clan's progeny not only fosters a stronger sense of belonging, but may also facilitate their complete integration. Love, after all, can be unpredictable. The clan leader and the 5 elders reside within the inner district, a crucial area for cultivation within the Golden Armor clan. This is where the clan's experts gather, both to safeguard their sacred ground and to advance their own cultivation. The inner district is equipped with various simulated cultivation environments designed to accelerate a soul master's training. Generally, one must reach level 30 before being permitted to utilize these environments, as the period prior is considered essential for laying a solid foundation. Should this foundation be weak, future cultivation may encounter significant obstacles, potentially hindering progression to higher realms. Thus, the Golden Armor clan places great emphasis on the foundational training of its juniors prior to level 30. An array of cultivation resources and medicinal concoctions ensures that the younger generation can establish a robust foundation. This diligence has prevented any instances of stagnation in the clan's lineage since its inception. guaranteeing that each generation's clan leader possesses the title of Douluo once individuals reach level 30 and have solidified their foundation. They require diverse, simulated cultivation environments to expedite their progress. Hence, the clan's experts typically reside within the inner district, safeguarding these environments from external interference to ensure the swift development of a younger generation. Upon awakening their martial souls, talented juniors are vigorously supported with various cultivation resources, solidifying their foundational skills. After reaching level 30, they are permitted to enter the inner district's simulated cultivation environments. Upon achieving level 40, they embark on their own journeys of experience. Prior to their expeditions, they receive a month of training within the Southern Military Corps controlled by the clan, where they learn to efficiently eliminate adversaries with minimal resource expenditure. Outside the clan, in open areas, the risks of life and death are considerably heightened. Thus, acquiring survival skills is paramount for thriving in the Douluo Continent. As for those lacking cultivation talent, their paths are often determined by their interests. Some delve into the study of martial souls or the intricacies of soul beasts, pursuing theoretical knowledge, and, through synthesis with the insights of their predecessors, developing innovative theories. The clan subsequently engages in discussions and experiments with these theories, archiving successful ones in the clan's library for future generations to learn and apply, thereby enriching the clan's foundation. Others may choose a more carefree approach, opting to marry and raise families at the appropriate age, thereby increasing the clan's population and hoping to foster a gifted successor. Such individuals serve as vital contributors to the clan's continuity. Without their presence, if all members focus solely on cultivation, delaying marriage and procreation, the clan's vitality may diminish, risking the severance of lineage in the face of unforeseen calamities. Additionally, the perils of external ventures may lead to untimely demise, further exacerbating the clan's dwindling numbers. Thus, the impetus for fostering a robust progeny becomes evident, contributing to the clan's legacy. Thanks to this division of roles, the clan has avoided internal strife over power struggles, allowing for a unified and enduring legacy. Consequently, the transmission of a clan's heritage does not rest upon a singular formidable individual, but rather on a well-structured framework that ensures continuity across generations, that a singularly powerful figure may propel the clan's growth during their reign. Yet once they depart, the clan is bound to decline if it relies solely on that individual. Conversely, a system of comprehensive regulations that nurtures diverse talents is the true path to sustainable development. After settling matters with Han Xiong, Wang Chun sought out Wang Hai and Lu Yun, eager to familiarize himself with the members of his small circle, thus fostering better development. Additionally, Han Xiong's soul ring acquisition is scheduled for the following week, where he will join the clan's soul masters in the Yuhui forest for the hunt. After all, the Golden Armor clan has its own needs for soul rings, and addressing them individually would be cumbersome. A monthly expedition typically suffices to meet these requirements. Only exceptionally talented individuals receive special arrangements for their soul ring hunts. Wang Chun gathered his two subordinates and reserved a private room at the inn, ensuring a respectful introduction. After all, such matters warrant a considerate setting, for true sincerity begets genuine loyalty. Wang Chun's ability to garner the allegiance of Wang Hai and Lu Yun is rooted in his earnestness and the assistance he provided, securing their heartfelt commitment. Otherwise, he would not have succeeded in winning over these two subordinates. This is not like a scene from a novel where one merely shakes their powerful physique and exudes an aura of dominance, causing all subordinates to bow in submission. Such a scenario is utterly implausible in the realm of reality. If one offers no advantage to others, why would anyone choose to follow you unconditionally? Within the private room, Wang Chun gazed upon his three companions and promptly spoke. "This is Xiongda, a new addition to our little group today. Xiongda, greetings. I am Wang Hai." "Hello, Xiongda, I am Lu Yun." Both Wang Hai and Lu Yun introduced themselves upon hearing Wang Chen's introduction, thus allowing Xiongda to become acquainted with them. "Greetings, brothers Wang Hai and Lu Yun. I am Xiongda, and I just joined this group today. Please bear with me if I falter in any way. I'm not particularly eloquent. I have but one thing to say. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to ask." Indeed. "You are too modest, Xiongda," replied Wang Hai and Lu Yun in unison. Observing that they had sufficiently acquainted themselves, Wang Chun addressed them. From now on, as brothers within this collective, there is no need for such formality. If any issues arise, feel free to voice them. We shall work together to resolve them. Furthermore, if you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation, do not hesitate to bring them forth. We are here to assist, and even if we lack knowledge, we can still rely on our family. From this point onward, we are all brothers. Age is irrelevant. Only strength matters. Thus we shall maintain harmony. Today, let us enjoy this gathering, for in the future, we must dedicate ourselves to our training. I shall also be immersing myself in the simulated training environment of the inner courtyard. Opportunities to gather like this will become scarce. Understood. Boss. A week had elapsed since Wang Chun and his small group convened for a meal, and Xiong had accompanied the family soul masters to hunt for soul rings. Meanwhile, Wang Chun commenced his own training in the simulated environment of the inner courtyard. Within this expansive peach orchard, Wang Chun felt a wave of joy wash over him. The simulated training environment. He pondered, gazing upon the orchard, which was the largest of its kind in the family. Given that most martial souls within the family were of the ape variety, the demand for such an environment was paramount. Wang Chun settled beneath a peach tree, a location specially sanctioned by the family. For this tree was not an ordinary specimen. It was a rare 100-year-old soul beast. Surrounding it were mere common trees. Beneath this 100-year-old plant soul beast, the training of their family's ape-type martial souls would receive a significant enhancement. Moreover, it was said that at the very heart of the family's simulated training environment stood a millennia-old peach tree soul beast, which had been transplanted by the first generation of the family's founder at the time of its establishment. The family ensured her safety in exchange for her permission for their members to train in her presence. Furthermore, she bore fruit of her own, peaches that were treasures in their own right, producing one every decade. These peaches contained an abundance of soul power, typically reserved for those with the talent to reach the rank of Soul Emperor, who found themselves unable to advance to Soul Sage on their own. Utilizing this external force to break through would likely result in their maximum cultivation being capped at level 79, making it nearly impossible to ascend to Soul. Therefore, the significance of this treasure cannot be underestimated. Despite its drawbacks, facilitating a Soul Emperor's breakthrough to Soul Sage is a remarkable qualitative leap. It not only grants an additional soul ring, but also the ability to manifest one's martial soul in its true form. Thus, the impact of a Soul Sage surpasses that of 10 Soul Emperors, which explains the harmonious coexistence between the family and the millennia-old soul beast. Seated beneath the peach tree, Wang Chun commenced his cultivation. From the moment he entered the simulated training environment, he felt his martial soul stirring. As though it had always belonged there, he began to circulate his energy and cultivate his soul power. He comprehended why the family urged its younger members to establish a solid foundation before entering this environment at the 30th level. The sheer volume of soul power absorbed here was overwhelming. Had one begun their training in this place without a proper foundation, their body's meridians would surely be unable to endure such an influx of soul power, potentially leading to catastrophic consequences, rupturing their meridians and rendering them unable to cultivate further. Now, with his robust meridians, Wang Chun swiftly absorbed the soul power, augmenting his strength exponentially. In this environment, he felt confident that he could reach level 40 within 2 years. Thus, time slipped away unnoticed as Wang Chun immersed himself in his training. As evening approached, and he prepared to return, he suddenly noticed a colossal vortex of soul power materializing in the sky above the center of the simulated training environment. Rapidly drawing in the soul power from the peach forest, the setting sun bathed the environment in crimson hues, now transformed into a shimmering silver by the vortex. "What is happening?" Wang Chun exclaimed, astonished at the heart of the simulated training environment. The patriarch of the King Kong family and 4 elders stood watch from the periphery. "Has the Grand Elder broken through to title Douluo?" The 4th elder inquired of the patriarch. The other 3 elders turned their attention to him. Echoing the question, "It would seem so. It resembles my own experience from years past," the patriarch responded. "Ha! Our King Kong family shall gain another title Douluo? What a cause for celebration!" exclaimed one elder. "Indeed, It is truly splendid to add another title Douluo to our ranks." The four elders exchanged jubilant remarks while the patriarch remained focused on the location where the Grand Elder was in seclusion. Sensing that the Grand Elder was on the verge of a breakthrough to title Douluo, the patriarch and four elders had assembled to guard him, ensuring his training remained undisturbed, although they held faith in the Grand Elder's ability to succeed. A twinge of concern lingered. Thus, the patriarch and four elders observed the vortex of soul power, awaiting the Grand Elder's breakthrough. After half an hour, the vortex finally dissipated. They could see that moment. The Grand Elder emerged from within. The impatient fourth elder immediately asked, "Elder, did you succeed in your breakthrough?" "Ha ha! Patriarch, esteemed elders, I have reached level 90. I need only to hunt for a soul ring to be officially recognized as a title Douluo," the Grand Elder proclaimed with joy. Upon hearing the Grand Elder's words, the patriarch and four elders breathed a sigh of relief. Though they had suspected a breakthrough, confirmation from the Grand Elder was a welcome reassurance. "Shall we hunt for the soul ring now, or wait a day or two for you to consolidate your strength first?" the fourth elder inquired. "Let's wait 2 days before we pursue the soul ring. I have just broken through and need time to solidify my cultivation," the Grand Elder replied. "Very well. We shall hunt for the soul ring in 2 days that time. I, along with the second and third elders, will accompany the Grand Elder into the Douluo Forest to seek a suitable soul ring." The fourth and fifth elders remained in the family to oversee its operations and provide protection. At this point, the patriarch organized matters within the family and urged the Grand Elder to focus on consolidating his training, while the other elders returned to continue their own cultivation. Their presence here was initially to serve as protectors during the Grand Elder's breakthrough. Now, the Grand Elder has successfully advanced, and naturally, they have returned to their cultivation. After all, they also aspire to break through to the rank of title Douluo, and they possess the qualifications to do so. 2 days later, unbeknownst to the members of the Golden Armored Clan, the clan leader and 3 elders set off for the Douluo Forest, leaving only the 4th and 5th elders to support the family. Typically, matters within a clan are overseen by designated managing elders, and only those issues that cannot be resolved at their level are escalated to the highest decision-making body, consisting of the 5 elders and the clan leader. Despite the absence of 3 elders and the clan leader, the arrangement of various affairs within the clan remains unaffected. This is a testament to the strength of the Golden Armored Clan. Specialized tasks are entrusted to capable individuals rather than being directly managed by the clan leader and the 5 elders. This structure ensures that those with lesser talents, who cannot further enhance their abilities, are kept engaged, preventing idleness. Simultaneously, it liberates the more gifted higher-ups, allowing them the time to cultivate and improve without being hindered by mundane clan matters. Thus, within the Golden Armored Clan, individuals lacking the talent for further cultivation are typically assigned to various managerial elder positions, while those with potential are allowed to focus solely on their training without being burdened by administrative duties. In the realm of Douluo Continent, strength is paramount. If talented individuals were squandered on trivial matters, it would indeed be a gross misallocation of resources. The robust and well-defined clan regulations ensure that each talent is placed in the most suitable position to maximize their contributions, which is why the Golden Armor Clan has endured for so many years. Without such regulations to properly allocate talent, the clan might have long since vanished. Unable to sustain its legacy, in the Douluo Forest, clan leader Wang Gang and 3 elders departed from the clan, hastening towards the Douluo Forest under the cover of night, eager to procure an appropriate spirit ring for the Grand Elder and return home promptly. Currently, the clan's strongest members are largely outside, and any untoward incident could spell catastrophic consequences for their family. Thus, after 5 days of travel, they arrived at a small town on the outskirts of the Douluo Forest, intending to rest and recuperate. After all, they had journeyed for several days and needed to adjust their condition. Once they entered the forest, there would be little time for rest, as procuring a suitable spirit ring would undoubtedly involve fierce battles. This small town is quite substantial, bustling with various shops, most of which cater to soul masters. Typically, only soul masters come to such places near the Douluo Forest, resting and replenishing supplies before venturing into the forest to hunt for spirit rings. Otherwise, who would visit such remote locales? In this world of Douluo, it is not necessarily the good nor the bad who perish, but rather the foolish, those lacking discernment who offend powerful soul masters and meet their demise at a whim. Wang Gang and his companions, towering figures radiating an imposing presence, are clearly formidable soul masters, and thus, few would dare to provoke them. Upon arriving at a modest inn, the four reserved 4 rooms and enjoyed a delightful meal. For once they entered the Douluo forest, they would only have the rations they brought. After a night of rest, the following morning, they set off into the Douluo forest. Exiting the town, Wang Gang and his companions quickened their pace. As they were now quite close to the forest, soon they stood before the vast expanse of greenery, undaunted by the sight, for this was not their first encounter with the Douluo forest. The trees here are remarkably lush, towering at least 20 meters high, and far more vibrant than those in the Yuhui forest. Among the quartet, there is a tidal Douluo at level 95 and a quasi-tidal Douluo at level 90, accompanied by 2 soul Douluos at level 89. Thus, they do not linger at the periphery but boldly advance towards the heart of the Douluo forest. After all, their purpose is to find the Grand Elder's 9th spirit ring, which can only be located within the core area. As they swiftly moved forward, they soon reached the inner circle of the Douluo forest. Here, they ceased their rapid advance, adopting a more cautious approach as they began their search. The Grand Elder led the way, flanked by the 2nd and 3rd elders, while the clan leader brought up the rear, forming a formation to methodically explore the area to avoid alarming nearby soul beasts. The 4 suppressed their auras. After a day of searching, they had yet to find a suitable spirit ring, which was to be expected, as this was not their first expedition into the Douluo forest. Having agreed on a watch schedule, the other 3 closed their eyes to rest, knowing that when they did encounter a suitable soul beast, a battle would surely ensue, while they could manage without rest for several days. Even a slight decline in their optimal state could hinder their spirit ring acquisition efforts. Hence, one person was designated to keep watch while the others recuperated, since the primary goal was to enable the Grand Elder to absorb the spirit ring and advance to tidal Douluo. He was not assigned to watch duty. The rotation fell upon the other 3. As night passed without incident. The following day, they resumed their search for the spirit ring. The quartet pressed deeper into the core area, aware that they could not find a suitable spirit ring in the inner circle and needed to venture further. With each step into the depths of the Douluo forest, the surroundings grew increasingly tranquil, transforming the area into a serene paradise rather than a habitat for soul beasts. This tranquility is a result of the escalating strength of the soul beasts deeper within the forest, which claim larger territories, consequently reducing their numbers. Though the challenge of finding soul beasts becomes greater, so does the likelihood of encountering formidable ones, as only the strongest can survive in this inner sanctum. At last, in a humid glade, they discovered an exceedingly suitable soul beast at a grove of peach trees sheltered a silverback gorilla, whose martial spirit aligns perfectly with that of the Grand Elder. This 90,000-year-old silverback gorilla is an ideal candidate for the Grand Elder's 9th spirit ring. I shall take the lead in the assault. You 3 provide support, the clan leader declared, positioning himself as the primary attacker while the 3 elders would assist in incapacitating the silverback gorilla swiftly. The sooner they concluded the battle, the sooner they could depart, for prolonged engagement would likely attract other soul beasts, complicating the absorption of the spirit ring. Thus, before the silverback gorilla could react, the 4 launched a coordinated assault, severely wounding it and rendering it incapable of retaliation. Grand Elder, swiftly finish it off and begin the absorption. We will safeguard you, they urged. Indeed, the sooner we conclude this, the better, the Grand Elder replied, promptly dispatching the 90,000-year-old silverback gorilla and initiating the absorption process. The black and red spirit ring materialized from the gorilla's carcass. Settling upon the Grand Elder, he then channeled his soul power to commence the absorption of this ancient spirit ring. However, being a spirit ring of such age, it would not be absorbed swiftly, even though the Golden Armored Clan Soul Masters, having been nurtured from a young age, possess exceptionally robust physical constitutions. However, it took the Grand Elder an entire night to absorb a soul ring that had existed for 90,000 years. At the break of dawn, a soul ring, dark with a hint of crimson, emerged from beneath the Grand Elder's feet, pulsating in harmony with the other 8 soul rings. This marked the moment when the Grand Elder officially stepped into the coveted realm of tidal Douluo, a dream cherished by all soul masters across the continent. That instant, the aura surrounding the Grand Elder underwent a profound transformation. "Thank you, clan leader, and my 2 elders," the Grand Elder expressed his gratitude immediately upon completing the absorption. "There's no need for such formality. We are all part of the same family. From now on, we must support one another," the clan leader replied. "Very well. Let us proceed outside. We should not linger here for too long. Let us check for soul bones." "Understood." The Grand Elder approached the corpse of the silverback gorilla, conducting a meticulous examination, and discovered a right arm bone. "That I have found a right arm bone," he declared. "You should absorb it. It perfectly matches your soul ring, enhancing its effects," the clan leader suggested at that moment. "Indeed, this will yield superior results." Both elders wholeheartedly endorsed the clan leader's decision. "Let us first exit. Once we return to the clan, you may absorb the soul bone." Ultimately, the 4 departed the Stardow Forest, heading toward the King Kong clan. Time passed swiftly, and half a month elapsed without the members of the King Kong clan being aware that the Grand Elder had reached the tidal Douluo realm. They were also oblivious to the fact that the clan leader and the elders had ventured into the Stardow Forest to procure soul rings and had since returned. Naturally, the clan leader and the elders chose not to publicize the Grand Elder's breakthrough. For every clan conceals its full strength, maintaining hidden trump cards. Otherwise, should they become targets of adversaries, they would possess no means of resistance, having already unveiled all their secrets. When foes come to confront you, they will factor in all your revealed strengths, leaving no opportunity for a comeback. Conversely, if you possess hidden strengths that your enemies have not anticipated, revealing them unexpectedly would undoubtedly augment your survival chances. It is akin to how individuals fear the unknown rather than the known. Once your hidden strengths are fully exposed, adversaries will no longer regard you with fear. Only that kind of strength, which remains shrouded in mystery, can instill caution in your enemies. Wang Chun maintained a disciplined routine. During the day, he would practice in the peach grove of the simulated training environment, and at night, he would return to the inner courtyard prepared by the clan for rest. Within this inner courtyard, he could focus solely on cultivation without concerns about other matters. The meals, sleeping quarters, and resources for training were all provided by the clan. All he needed to do was cultivate and enhance his abilities. The clan took care of everything else. Each night, before retiring to his small courtyard, Wang Chun would first practice his foundational techniques to elevate his cultivation level. This not only bolstered his strength, but also accelerated his training speed. While cultivating in the simulated training environment, he would first refine his soul power, followed by practicing the clan's body refinement techniques. Currently, his body refinement technique had reached the 7th level, significantly enhancing his physical strength and the resilience of his meridians. His rapid progress in body refinement stemmed from his practice of foundational techniques, which accelerated his soul power cultivation and fortified his physical strength. Moreover, the mysterious golden crystal he had acquired in Yuhui Town further enhanced his physical attributes. These factors collectively enabled his clan's body refinement techniques to reach such heights. It was precisely due to these myriad reasons that his physical prowess became remarkably formidable, allowing him to absorb soul power rapidly in the simulated training environment and swiftly enhance his abilities. Thus, he practiced diligently for half a month, witnessing immense growth in his strength. After over half a month of training in the simulated environment, Wang Chen's soul power level peaked at 32, and he felt on the verge of breaking through to level 33. He believed that if he continued cultivating in the clan's simulated training environment, he might reach level 40 before turning 11. On this particular day, Wang Chun arrived early at the simulated training environment, convinced that he would achieve his breakthrough to level 33. Sitting beneath a century-old peach tree, he commenced his training for the day. He circulated his techniques, swiftly absorbing and refining soul power, gradually assailing the bottleneck of level 33. As he pressed against it bit by bit, he finally broke through. Feeling his soul power flow more swiftly than before, he distinctly remembered that prior to absorbing the mysterious crystal from Yuhui Town, he could only perceive a notable acceleration in his soul power during moments of breakthrough. Typically, he would not sense such changes when merely elevating his soul power level. However, after absorbing that mysterious crystal, he could feel a marked increase in the speed of his soul power during each breakthrough. This was precisely why his cultivation progressed so rapidly. Otherwise, as soul power levels rose, the energy required for breakthroughs would escalate, inevitably slowing his training speed. Following his breakthrough, Wang Chun found his cultivation to be even smoother than before. He could distinctly sense that the mysterious crystal he absorbed in Yuhui town continued to subtly enhance his physique. Although there were no immediate, drastic changes, once he broke through, the improvements became markedly apparent, enabling a swifter cultivation pace compared to before the breakthrough. He later returned to Yuhui town in search of another crystal, but was met with disappointment. He inquired with the shopkeeper, who claimed ignorance about the origin of the crystal he had found. Now, he understood why, despite feeling a surge of potent energy when absorbing that mysterious crystal, his soul power level did not significantly increase. The energy within that crystal was not intended for elevating soul power levels, but rather for enhancing and transforming the body. This energy continuously improved his foundational qualities, accelerating his cultivation speed. Had it not been for that mysterious crystal, even with innate full soul power and the foundational techniques, he would not have reached his current level at such a young age. Wang Chun continued his training, gradually solidifying his cultivation. As time passed, the sun began to set, and dusk approached. Although he remained engrossed in his practice, he was still aware of the external changes. After allowing his soul power to circulate through his body for a complete cycle, he ceased his training. Slowly, he opened his eyes, exhaled a gentle breath, and retracted his aura. He then prepared to leave the training area and return to rest. Rising from the ground, he made his way toward his resting courtyard. The simulated training environment was not solely occupied by Wang Chun. As he returned to his resting courtyard, he encountered several other clan soul masters also engaged in their training. Naturally, these individuals were considerably older than Wang Chun. However, those permitted to train in the clan's simulated environment were all at least at the Soul Master level. The clan restricted access to this area for those below the Soul Master rank, as the accelerated training could jeopardize their foundational stability. Such instability could hinder their future cultivation and affect subsequent breakthroughs, prevent them from advancing to a higher level. Therefore, within the Diamond family, all Spirit Masters below the 30th level do not possess any herbs that accelerate their cultivation speed. All the herbs available are foundational, strengthening substances that bolster their base, ensuring that they do not interfere with their subsequent cultivation aids. B. Why establishing a robust foundation in their youth, the Spirit Masters of the Diamond family can enhance their strength and elevate their innate talents, making it easier for them to break through to higher realms. Moreover, once a solid foundation has been laid, introducing various herbs to expedite cultivation will more effectively utilize the family's resources than a Spirit Master who can ascend from the 30th to the 31st level by the age of 20. Without resorting to external enhancements, is undoubtedly gifted. Thus, directing resources toward these talented family Spirit Masters is the essence of resource optimization. This threshold serves to distinguish the innate cultivation talents of Spirit Masters. Those with talent receive significant support to grow stronger, thereby yielding greater benefits for the family. Conversely, those without talent will not squander cultivation resources. They will choose whether to pursue theoretical research or live a carefree life as a breeding stallion for the family. If they can produce a gifted offspring, it will be considered a great honor, and the family will provide rewards. Those family Spirit Masters capable of breaking through to Spirit Elder status before the age of 20 are regarded as the backbone of the family. As long as these Spirit Masters encounter no unforeseen circumstances, they will likely become at least Spirit Kings in the future. The corridors of the training grounds resonate with the sounds of Spirit Masters exchanging insights, injecting vitality into the otherwise tranquil simulated cultivation environment. After walking for over 10 minutes, Wang Chun finally arrived at his resting courtyard, elated from his recent breakthrough. This evening, he decided to reward himself with a well-deserved rest. Following dinner, he refrained from further cultivation and went straight to bed. This marked the first time since his arrival he chose to rest instead of cultivate at night. The next day, Wang Chun resumed his routine. Each morning, after breakfast, he would head straight to the simulated cultivation arena, returning to rest in the evening. However, he occasionally ventured into Diamond City to seek out his junior brothers for discussions on cultivation. Due to the family's lack of a favorable ice attribute simulated training environment, Xiongda typically practiced near a cold pool, which slightly accelerated his cultivation speed, that he usually trained there for half a day before heading to the arena for battle, honing his skills. Meanwhile, Wang Chun primarily focused on enhancing his spirit power level, participating in a soul battle every half-month. Unfortunately, finding a suitable opponent was quite challenging. They generally gathered every 2 weeks to discuss their cultivation experiences and identify any issues, engaging in mutual exchanges to strengthen their abilities. Thus, after over a month of training in the family's simulated cultivation arena, Wang Chun began to experience a rapid increase in his spirit power level. The external training environment significantly impacts a spirit master's cultivation. Those training in a simulated environment can easily overpower those without access to such resources, which explains why inheriting a lineage bestows greater strength than lacking one. Wang Chun felt that if he continued to cultivate here for another month, he could potentially break through to the 34th level. Achieving such advancement in just 2 months is no longer the realm of low-level spirit masters who can easily progress with just a few months of training. It reflects that even a spirit elder in their 30s can ascend a level within 2 months, illustrating how much stronger spirit masters with resources are compared to those without support. Time passed unobserved, and after another month of cultivation in the family's simulated environment, Wang Chun achieved yet another breakthrough, reaching the 34th level. This rapid enhancement of his spirit power level had nearly depleted his prior foundation. If he continued cultivating at this pace, his ability to control his spirit power might diminish, hindering his capacity to fully harness his strength. Thus, after reaching the 34th level, he planned to participate in several soul battles at the arena in Diamond City to improve his control over his spirit power through combat. However, finding a suitable opponent for such battles proved to be a challenge. Generally, spirit masters at the spirit elder level of the same rank posed no threat to him, failing to serve as effective training partners. Conversely, challenging those at the 40th level was met with reluctance, as they would deem it embarrassing to lose to a spirit elder of the 30th level. Therefore, Wang Chun teamed up with Xiongda, who was at the 40th level, to form a 2-person soul battle team. Xiongda typically trained half a day in a simulated environment before participating in soul battles in Diamond City. Unlike Wang Chun, who had access to various cultivation resources from a young age, Xiongda could not afford to deplete his strength by training excessively in the simulated environment. Thus, he had to balance accelerating his cultivation in the simulated environment while engaging in numerous battles to refine his strength and enhance his spirit power control. Now, as Wang Chun sought to partner with him for 2-on-2 soul battles, it was a mutually beneficial arrangement. This morning, Wang Chun and Xiongda registered for a 2-on-2 soul battle, scheduled to take place on the main arena stage. Given that this was a competition between 2 spirit elders, it was a rare opportunity. Wang Chun's participation in a 2-on-2 soul battle at a higher level was considerably easier than securing a 1-on-1 match. Previously, arranging a 1-on-1 battle required advance notice of 1 or 2 days to facilitate matchmaking, sometimes leading to waits of 5 or 6 days. Now, they were directly matched with appropriate opponents on the same day. After all, losing in a 2-on-2 battle among spirit elders was not as embarrassing as losing to a spirit master, as it would still be considered a contest among equals. Wang Chun and Xiongda awaited their turn in the competition's waiting area. As this was their first 2-on-2 battle as a duo, they sought to rest and maintain peak condition for their debut. Unaware of their opponents, they focused on preserving their readiness for the upcoming encounter. Finally, as the previous battle concluded, the host took to the stage to announce the commencement of today's soul battle between spirit elders. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, welcome to today's 2-on-2 soul battle at the spirit elder level. Without further ado, let us introduce the contestants, the Iron Blood team versus the War God team. The Iron Blood team is a well-known pairing, having participated in numerous soul battles, while the War God team is a newly registered duo. We shall soon discover whether the Iron Blood team will secure another victory, or if our new challengers will claim their first W. As Wang Chun and Xiongda stepped onto the arena. They observed their opponents, 2 middle-aged spirit masters in their 40s. Although they might lack the innate talent of Wang Chun and Xiongda, Their extensive training time afforded them a slight edge in strength. Then, they prepared themselves for battle. The two soul masters opposite them promptly activated their martial souls, both wielding weapon-based martial souls. Remarkably, they shared the same martial soul, that of a forging hammer, with their leopard-headed, ring-eyed features. They were both exceptionally tall and bore striking resemblances to one another. Their physiques were robust, and the exposed muscles of their arms indicated a mastery of strength. The sheer bulk of their arms was a testament to their formidable power. Subsequently, the host announced the commencement of the soul battle. The Iron Blood duo charged forth, wielding their martial souls, towards Wang Chun and his companions. They did not underestimate Wang Chun's battle god team, due to their youth. Rather, as seasoned soul masters with years of experience in the soul arena, they never took anyone lightly. They understood that in the soul arena, it is not age or perceived strength that matters, but rather the actual prowess of the individual. While older soul masters may have trained longer, that does not inherently equate to greater strength. Young prodigies, despite their shorter training periods, can surpass their older counterparts due to their superior talent and efficiency in cultivation. Consequently, they remained particularly wary of younger adversaries, as such opponents might possess even greater strength. The forging hammers of the Iron Blood duo were distinctly different from those found in blacksmith shops. They were not only larger but also adorned with intricate patterns, each equipped with 2 yellow 100-year soul rings and 2 purple 1,000-year soul rings that pulsed rhythmically. This Iron Blood combination represented a power-oriented soul master duo. The strength-type weapon soul masters differed significantly from their B-soul counterparts. The latter typically exhibited superior physical attributes, while the former excelled in explosive offensive capabilities. After all, they wielded weapons that provided them with a considerable advantage in combat. With a mighty roar, they charged towards Wang Chun and his team with swift yet steady strides. Although weapon souls do not alter a soul master's physical appearance, the sight of 2 imposing figures brandishing massive forging hammers while unleashing their battle cries was undeniably imposing. They moved in almost perfect unison, thundering towards Wang Chun and Xiongda, their hammers raised high. Xiongda swiftly activated his 4th soul skill, Raging Cold Tide. This soul skill, acquired with the assistance of the King Kong family, was perfectly suited to him. True to its name, Raging Cold Tide unleashed a directional cold wave that could suppress the strength of foes caught within its frigid embrace, once ensnared by the cold currents. Opponents would find their limbs sluggish and their speed significantly diminished, thereby reducing their overall combat efficacy. This skill was akin to a weaker, scaled-down domain. Elders within his family had even remarked that should Xiongda ascend to the rank of titled Douluo, his 4th soul skill might evolve into an ice domain. Thus, it was aptly deemed a perfect fit for him. After Xiongda unleashed his 4th soul skill, Wang Chun activated his 2nd soul skill. Intending to withstand the initial onslaught from their adversaries, Xiongda, having completed his attack, took refuge behind Wang Chun, planning to seize the opportune moment to ambush their foes once Wang Chun successfully defended against the incoming assault. Though it was their first time teaming up for a 2-on-2 soul battle, their synergy was commendable, as they were well aware of each other's soul skills and knew how to collaborate effectively. The blue cold wave surged towards the Iron Blood duo. Given the relatively even levels, any hit from such a cold wave would undoubtedly weaken their strength. This exemplified the formidable nature of domain-like soul skills. However, the Iron Blood duo remained unperturbed. Their extensive experience in the soul arena fortified their composure. As they observed the approaching blue energy, they swiftly began to wield their forging hammers, the immense hammers. Seemingly weightless in their hands, became a formidable barrier, effectively deflecting a significant portion of the cold wave's assault. Nevertheless, some of the cold currents still penetrated, and they felt the chilling effects, noticing their bodies becoming somewhat sluggish and their soul power circulation less fluid. With a unified roar, they unleashed their soul skills. Their 1st soul rings illuminated simultaneously, and as the cold wave prepared to strike once more, it was repelled by the force of their forging hammers, augmented by a unique wave of force that deflected the chill. This shockwave was the 1st soul skill of the Iron Blood duo, effectively thwarting the cold wave's advance, with one on the left and the other on the right. They swung their forging hammers, enveloping themselves in a protective stance while swiftly closing in on Wang Chun and his companions. Now, Wang Chun bellowed, leveraging his formidable defensive capabilities to charge towards the Iron Blood duo. Seeking to create an opportunity for Xiong to the Iron Blood duo, unwilling to relinquish their hard-won proximity, initiated their soul skills to eliminate Wang Chun first, intending to engage in a 2-on-1 scenario for an easier victory. Wang Chun shared their intent. He too aimed to dispatch one opponent first, thereby allowing Xiong to deliver a decisive blow. In the blink of an eye, Wang Chun's indestructible child body collided with the Iron Blood duo's assault. The clash produced a tremendous sound as Wang Chun's formidable defenses absorbed the impact, though he was still pushed back several steps by the shockwave generated by the Iron Blood duo's attack. At that moment, however, his objective had been achieved, that he successfully thwarted the Iron Blood duo's assault, creating an opening in their defenses. Naturally, Xiong, positioned behind Wang Chun, would not let this opportunity slip away. He charged forth from Wang Chun's right side, unleashing his ice palm with tremendous force against the leader of the Iron Blood duo, sending him hurtling through the air. "Leader!" the second member of the Iron Blood duo exclaimed upon witnessing his comrade being launched away. He promptly activated his third soul skill, Super Impact, striking the ground with immense force to disrupt Wang Chun and Xiongda's follow-up assault, preventing them from capitalizing on their advantage over the leader. Although the Iron Blood second member's third soul skill failed to inflict damage on their opponents, it effectively impeded their subsequent actions, safeguarding the leader from severe harm and allowing them to continue the fight. This demonstrated their combat experience, as they quickly devised a strategy to thwart their adversaries. Wang Chun and his companions recognized that the chance to strike the Iron Blood leader had slipped away. They adjusted their strategy to focus on the isolated second member, aiming to eliminate him first. After all, their plan was to prioritize neutralizing one opponent, whether it be the leader or the second member. Despite being pushed back by the Iron Blood second member's soul skill, the Iron Blood leader was still incapacitated by Xiongda's attack and would not return immediately. Therefore, they were determined not to squander this golden opportunity. They charged towards the Iron Blood second member, intent on dispatching him without hesitation. "Now!" Wang Chun shouted at Xiongda then. He immediately unleashed his first soul skill against the iron-blooded second-in-command, intending to delay him and create an opportunity for Xiongda to land a decisive blow. Naturally, Xiongda understood Wang Chun's intention and promptly activated his third soul skill, Cold Bear Transformation. He aimed to significantly enhance his physical attributes and, with the aid of his first soul skill, deliver a severe blow to the iron-blooded second-in-command. Faced with Wang Chun's assault, the iron-blooded second-in-command could not afford to ignore it. Moreover, he was not a sensitive attack type, soul master capable of evading Wang Chun's strike. Thus, he could only retaliate using his soul skill, continuing to unleash his first soul skill, intending to use shockwaves to repel Wang Chun and escape to regroup with his leader. After all, this was a 2-on-2 match, and being alone would place him at a significant disadvantage. After all, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. Bang! Wang Chun's fist collided with the iron-blooded second-in-command's forging hammer, this time as he was alone. The power of his hammer paled in comparison to when he fought alongside his leader, failing to push Wang Chun back and resulting in a stalemate. At this moment, Xiongda, who had been waiting for an opportunity, launched his attack. He leaped from behind Wang Chun, empowered by his third soul skill, and unleashed his first soul skill, Ice Palm, aiming directly at the iron-blooded second-in-command's head. He was confident that this strike would surely inflict significant damage on him. Just when the situation seemed dire, a massive forging hammer flew in from behind the iron-blooded second-in-command, striking Xiongda and sending him flying, thereby alleviating the dire threat upon the iron-blooded second-in-command. At that moment, Wang Chun also exerted force, driving the iron-blooded second-in-command back, and then he discerned what had transpired. It turned out that the iron-blooded leader had been sent flying and, upon seeing his comrade in peril, he activated his 4th soul skill, Heaven and Earth Toss. Utilizing this soul skill, he sent Xiongda flying, resolving the crisis for his brother. Then he swiftly made his way towards his comrade, intending to first eliminate one opponent. He could not allow his brother to face 2 enemies alone. At this juncture, Xiongda, who had been sent flying by the iron-blooded leader, landed and regained his footing, although he had been struck by the iron-blooded leader's fourth soul skill. The attack was executed in haste, and its power was consequently diminished. Additionally, he had activated his third soul skill, comprehensively enhancing his physical attributes. Thus, he did not sustain significant injury. Seeing the iron-blooded duo attempting to surround his leader, he naturally charged to assist. In the end, Wang Chun and Xiongda once again confronted the iron-blooded duo. Initially, the iron-blooded pair aimed to jointly incapacitate Wang Chun before turning their attention to Xiongda, ultimately striving for victory in the soul battle. However, they were outmaneuvered by Wang Chun, who thwarted their assault, and Xiongda managed to send the iron-blooded leader flying. Although the iron-blooded second-in-command's soul skill intercepted Wang Chun's follow-up attack, it also placed him in jeopardy, nearly allowing Xiongda to severely injure him. Fortunately, the timely execution of the iron-blooded leader's soul skill resolved his brother-esque crisis. Now, with neither side having achieved their objectives, they once again found themselves at a standoff. Despite the multitude of events that transpired on the soul arena, they occurred in the blink of an eye, leaving the audience momentarily stunned. The iron-blooded duo, now wary of taking risks to eliminate one opponent first, feared that their adversaries would seize the opportunity to ensnare them in a predicament. Consequently, the iron-blooded duo opted for a cautious approach, each wielding their forging hammers as they advanced slowly towards Wang Chun and his companion. Observing the lack of opportunity to decisively eliminate one opponent, Wang Chun abandoned that notion and prepared to confront his adversaries head-on, hoping to uncover an opening amidst the clash. Point one at a time. Be careful, Wang Chun instructed Xiongda, before unleashing his first soul skill towards the iron-blooded duo. Heeding Wang Chun's warning, Xiongda also activated his soul skill, determined to engage the iron-blooded pair directly. The iron-blooded duo, recognizing their opponents charging towards them, refused to back down and activated their own soul skills to strike at Wang Chun and Xiongda. Clash, clash, clash. After a few exchanges, realizing they could not gain the upper hand, Wang Chun resolved to unleash his ultimate technique. Xiongda, like we did in our first soul battle, seized the opportunity. Wang Chun suddenly shouted, intending to catch their foes off guard and eliminate one opponent. Startled by Wang Chun's sudden shout, Xiongda momentarily dazed, then comprehended Wang Chun's intent. The iron-blooded duo, seasoned veterans of the soul arena, quickly noticed Xiongda's momentary lapse and exchanged glances, planning to eliminate one adversary first. Since Wang Chun stood at the left front and Xiongda at the right rear, they could not circumvent Wang Chun to ambush Xiongda and had no choice but to combine their efforts to deal with Wang Chun first. Thus, they fully activated their second soul skill, Heavy Strike. This soul skill augmented the weight of their martial spirits, inflicting substantial damage on their enemy. Wang Chun understood the iron-blooded duo's strategy, which suited his plans perfectly. He immediately unleashed his second soul skill, Indestructible Diamond Body, determined to endure the iron-blooded duo's onslaught. Bang! The iron-blooded duo's attacks struck Wang Chun's hands simultaneously, as if coordinated. Thanks to the full activation of his second soul skill, Wang Chun's defensive capabilities were greatly enhanced, allowing him to withstand their assault. Subsequently, he unleashed his third soul skill, Titanic Roar, and used in this soul battle. Roar, the tremendous sound wave attack, stunned the iron-blooded duo, diminishing the force of their strikes. Sensing Wang Chun's intentions, Xiongda seized the opportunity, charging forth from Wang Chun's right side, delivering a powerful ice palm directly to the iron-blooded leader's waist, sending him crashing away as the iron-blooded leader was propelled backward. Wang Chun's right hand was also freed. He delivered a powerful blow with his formidable Golden King fist directly to the waist of Iron-Blood's second-in-command, sending him flying. Adhering to the principle of exploiting an opponent's weakness, Wang Chun and Xiongda surged forward towards the flung Iron-Blood duo, intent on delivering a decisive strike to conclude the battle once and for all. The Iron-Blood combination, momentarily dazed by Wang Chun's sonic assault, regained their senses just in time to witness the impending onslaught from the war god duo. Although they sought to retaliate, their minds were still foggy, and having been propelled away, they lacked a solid foundation to mount any effective counterattack. Ultimately, they were once again struck by the advancing war god combination. leaving them with no opportunity to respond, and they were compelled to surrender. Thus, Wang Chun and his companions triumphed in their inaugural 2-on-2 soul battle. With their victory at level 36, Wang Chun and Xiongda were elated. After registering at the Soul Battle Arena, they exited to convene with their two junior comrades in the city of King Kong. Eager to share insights on their cultivation experiences, they returned to the familiar small tavern, occupying the same private room as before, where Wang Chun exchanged cultivation wisdom with his three junior brothers. After their discussion, they enjoyed a meal together before parting ways to resume their training. This 2-on-2 soul battle provided Wang Chun with substantial experience distinct from the previous one-on-one encounters in singles. One only needed to focus on a single opponent, but in doubles, the dynamics shifted significantly. One had to be mindful of both adversaries and their synergy, lest one become an easy target for a coordinated strike. Additionally, it was vital to create opportunities for teammates and shield them from harm, marking a wholly unique experience. Upon returning to his family, Wang Chun visited his mother for a brief conversation and then retreated to his resting quarters within the inner courtyard, intending to reflect on his insights from the soul battle. This self-reflection was crucial, as he had sought out these battles to enhance his mastery over his burgeoning powers, ensuring that the rapid ascension in soul power would not diminish his control. Wang Chun meticulously documented his battle insights before retiring for the night, for the day's soul competition had indeed drained him mentally, despite its brevity. The myriad of situations that unfolded within those few minutes proved to be quite taxing. He planned to rest well and resume training in the simulated cultivation environment the following day, as his recent participation in the soul battle had enriched his combat experience, further facilitating his rapid strength enhancement. The next morning, after a brief wash, Wang Chun resumed his training in the simulated environment. En route, he encountered numerous members of the King Kong family, all diligently honing their skills to augment their powers. Inspired by their dedication and the high hopes placed upon him by the clan's leaders, who had provided him with invaluable support, including a rare Millennium Soul Bone, Wang Chun was determined not to disappoint. In the realm of Douluo Continent, strength reigned supreme. Only formidable power could dictate one's destiny. Moreover, with the looming threat of the Spirit Empire led by Bibi Dong, the absence of immense strength could lead to dire consequences, akin to the fate suffered by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan in the original narrative. Once again seated within the simulated training environment, Wang Chun engaged in swift cultivation, channeling his soul power through his body and gradually enhancing it. The sensation of growth was immensely gratifying, explaining why some individuals could persist in their training tirelessly. Now at level 34, Wang Chun felt himself steadily growing stronger within this environment, allowing him to cultivate without feeling isolated. Thus, Wang Chun dedicated his days to refining his soul power and practicing his family's physical techniques in the simulated environment, while his evenings were reserved for refining his foundational skills. Every fortnight, he and Xiongda would participate in a 2-on-2 soul battle to sharpen their control over their bodies and maintain balance amidst the rapid increase in soul power. Having engaged in several previous 2-on-2 soul battles, they were well aware that their combat styles and soul skills had become familiar to others, preventing them from catching opponents off guard as they had during their first encounter. Consequently, they had to rely solely on their strength to secure victories. However, Wang Chun remained merely a soul respect, and despite his remarkable prowess, he lacked a full complement of soul skills, significantly limiting his tactical options. After a series of battles, they found themselves targeted, culminating in their first defeat during their 6-soul battle against two formidable level 49 soul ancestors. Such a loss was understandable, given the disparity in their strengths, especially with Wang Chun's soul power hovering in the 30s. While he could battle above his level, his opponents were no mere pushovers. Their superior soul power ultimately led to the downfall of the War God combination. During their 4th soul battle, both of Wang Chen's junior brothers, Wang Hai and Lu Yun, broke through to level 20, aided by the King Kong family's support, and earned a century-old soul ring, elevating them to the status of greater soul masters. This advancement brought Wang Chun great joy, for the growth of his junior brothers would undoubtedly provide him with considerable assistance. Thus, Wang Chun maintained a disciplined routine, training his soul power by day, practicing his foundational techniques by night, and participating in bi-weekly soul battles to absorb combat experience and refine his physical control. In a remarkable display of rapid progression, more than a year had elapsed, and as Wang Chun approached the milestone of his 10th birthday, he had finally ascended to the pinnacle of level 39. On the verge of a breakthrough to level 40, it could be rightfully asserted that Wang Chun shattered all historical records of the King Kong family, earning the distinction of being the foremost prodigy in its lineage. Seated beneath a peach tree in his long-cherished cultivation spot, Wang Chun prepared himself for the impending transition to level 40. His soul power surged to its utmost limits, creating a palpable aura that rippled across his skin. Within him, the soul power flowed ceaselessly, relentlessly assaulting the bottleneck of level 40 as he endeavored to shatter it and achieve the coveted breakthrough. Layer by layer, he directed his soul power against the barrier. At last, he perceived a faint cracking sound. He had successfully transcended his limits. Reaching level 40. Once again, he activated his soul power, intending to solidify his newfound strength before notifying the family elders to seek their assistance in acquiring a formidable 10,000-year soul ring. Following his breakthrough to level 40, Wang Chun felt an enhancement in his physical fortitude, a recurring phenomenon since absorbing that enigmatic crystal in Yuhui Town. With each elevation in his soul power, his body grew stronger, yet he dismissed any concerns, content to relish the benefits it conferred. After solidifying his progress, Wang Chun exited the simulated training environment, eager to inform the elders of his achievement and his readiness to procure a 10,000-year soul ring. Currently, his physical prowess was more than sufficient to absorb a soul ring of up to 20,000 years, having mastered the family's body cultivation technique to its 9th and highest tier. Perhaps due to the unique childhood cultivation methods he practiced, coupled with the influence of that mysterious crystal, his advancement in the family's physical training had been remarkably swift, further enhancing his physical attributes. Upon leaving the simulated training environment, Wang Chun returned to his resting courtyard, intending to freshen up before meeting with the family elders. He was filled with joy, for at nearly 10 years of age, achieving level 40 was a significant accomplishment. After a brief, cleansing ritual in his courtyard, he set off to meet with the family elders. His exceptional talent allowed him direct access to the elders, a privilege not afforded to mere juniors of level 40 amidst the ranks of those at levels 80 or 90 in the inner sanctum of the King Kong family, within the elders' lounge. Wang Chun entered and spotted the 4th elder in repose. Each day, one elder was assigned to remain on duty, a precautionary measure to ensure that pivotal decisions could be made without delay. Thus, the family arranged for one elder to stay for a month, allowing the others to focus on their cultivation or other pursuits without the need to remain on dash site. As fate would have it, it was the 4th elder's turn to oversee the month, and thus, Wang Chun found him present. "Greetings, 4th elder." "Oh, it is young Chun. What brings you here? Do you require assistance?" "Indeed. I wish to hunt for a soul ring and seek the family support." "Oh, you wish to hunt for a soul ring. Have you truly reached level 40? "Yes, I have attained level 40, hence my request for your aid." The 4th elder was taken aback upon hearing Wang Chun's words, for the youth was astonishingly young. Although the family had speculated he might reach level 40 before the age of 12, none anticipated that he would achieve it prior to turning 10. After a thorough examination, confirming Wang Chun's level, the elder wasted no time in notifying the family patriarch and the other 4 elders, summoning them for a council meeting. The patriarch and the other 4 elders arrived promptly, as it was customary within the King Kong family for the on-duty elder to issue a summons only in urgent circumstances. Upon their arrival, the patriarch inquired, "4th elder, what is the matter that necessitated this council?" "This pertains to the prodigy of our King Kong family. Young Chun has reached level 40 and is now eligible to hunt for a soul ring, and his physical constitution allows for the absorption of rings up to 20,000 years. Thus, the elders turned their attention to Wang Chun, marveling at his extraordinary talent. The patriarch scrutinized Wang Chun before suggesting, "Let us convene in our meeting room to deliberate, and young Chun shall accompany us." "Very well, patriarch." Wang Chun followed the patriarch and the elders into their modest meeting room, a space of great significance where pivotal decisions for the King Kong family were made. This was a rare opportunity for Wang Chun to witness the deliberations of the family's leaders, an experience he would not have had otherwise. As the patriarch and the five elders settled into their designated seats, Wang Chun realized there were no accommodations for him. It was then that the fourth elder called out, "Young Chun, come sit with me." The seating was ample, allowing Wang Chun to sit alongside the fourth elder without discomfort. "Very well, fourth elder." Once all were seated, the patriarch, Wang Gang, addressed the assembly. "Now that young Chun is present, I shall speak plainly. His talent is exceptional, and we cannot afford a delay in procuring an appropriate soul ring for him. We must seek a formidable soul beast to ensure he receives the utmost enhancement." Indeed, the patriarch speaks wisely. I concur with this sentiment. Hence my summons for your counsel. The fourth elder affirmed that I, too, echo the patriarch's sentiments, added the other elders in unison. Therefore, we must ensure that no mistakes occur. We cannot allow the younger generation to undertake this task. It is imperative that we take the lead ourselves, the patriarch reiterated. Who shall undertake this? The fourth elder queried. To guarantee absolute certainty, the involvement of a titled Douluo was deemed essential. However, I cannot leave the family lightly. Since the Grand Elder has also attained titled Douluo status, I propose that he accompany young Chun on this endeavor. The patriarch suggested, agreed that I have no objections that locate a formidable soul beast. We must venture to the Star Do Forest. With my titled Douluo strength, I can ensure young Chen's safety, the Grand Elder affirmed. Excellent. Prepare yourself. Tomorrow, you shall accompany young Chun to the Star Do Forest to hunt for a soul ring. The family reached this decision swiftly, a stark contrast to other factions where deliberations could drag on indefinitely. Afterward, the patriarch and the other four elders departed, leaving the fourth elder to continue his watch. Accompanying Wang Chun to the door, the fourth elder advised, "Young Chun, return home and make your preparations. The journey to the Star Do Forest for the soul ring will require considerable time, so ensure you are well equipped." Understood, fourth elder. Upon returning home, Wang Chun informed his mother of the developments. Later that evening, he shared the news with his father upon his return. He then gathered essential supplies before retiring to his room to rest. After all, once he acquired his fourth soul ring, he would be departing the family to embark upon his journey across the Douluo Continent. That time, there would be no opportunity to rest so unguardedly. After all, in the realm of society, while one should harbor no malice towards others, one must also remain vigilant against potential threats that if, during the trials on the Douluo Continent, one continues to rest without caution. Akin to the comfort of family, one might find oneself meeting an untimely demise in the outside world. Therefore, Wang Chun ought to cherish this carefree and beautiful life he currently enjoys, ensuring that not a moment of his rest is squandered. Today, Wang Chun opted not to practice the juvenile cultivation technique, instead choosing to rest. He planned to recuperate at home. For the following day, he would venture into the Star Do Forest with the Grand Elder to hunt for a soul ring, after which there would be little opportunity for proper rest. Thus, it was imperative for Wang Chun to take full advantage of his respite. Early the next morning, Wang Chun rose with the dawn, quickly freshened up, enjoyed breakfast prepared by his mother, and then proceeded outside the family estate to await the Grand Elder. Upon his arrival, the Grand Elder was not accompanied by the usual entourage, for most of the family's experts had ventured out to avoid drawing attention. This time, however, they were not to travel quietly on foot, but rather had arranged for a carriage pulled by a century-old soul beast, given the considerable distance to the Star Do Forest. Thus, Wang Chun and the Grand Elder set off in the carriage towards their destination. During the journey, Wang Chun took the opportunity to solidify his cultivation once more, understanding the necessity of being in peak condition to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring. After nearly 10 days of travel, they finally reached a small town on the outskirts of the Star Do Forest. "Let us rest here for the night, Xiao Chun. Tomorrow we shall enter the Star Do Forest to assist you in acquiring your soul ring," the Grand Elder suggested. "Very well, Grand Elder," Wang Chun replied. And they made their way to an inn, intending to savor a hearty meal before resting, as the search for soul rings would soon commence, and such comforts would be scarce thereafter. The night swiftly passed, and both Wang Chun and the Grand Elder rose early. After breakfast, they instructed the carriage driver to wait in the town for their return before setting off. As they entered the lush expanse of the forest, Wang Chun marveled at the vibrant life force emanating from the surroundings. Indeed, it was a place that nurtured countless soul beasts. This was Wang Chen's first encounter with the Stardow Forest, and he was awestruck by the richness of its vitality. The Grand Elder led Wang Chun swiftly towards the mixed inner circle, for they sought a formidable 10,000-year soul ring, which could only be found in that region. After all, the more powerful soul beasts resided deeper within the forest, while the outskirts were typically home to only century and thousand-year soul beasts, which did not meet Wang Chen's requirements. Thus, they hurried towards the mixed inner circle. As Wang Chen's speed could not compare to that of a tidal Douluo, before long, utilizing the prowess of a tidal Douluo, the Grand Elder brought Wang Chun to the mixed inner circle in less than 2 hours, where they paused to begin their search for a suitable soul beast. Xiao Chun, do not stray too far from me. The soul beasts inhabiting this area are either quite powerful or extremely venomous. Staying too distant could lead to unforeseen dangers, the Grand Elder cautioned. Understood, Grand Elder, Wang Chun replied, drawing closer, fully aware of the wisdom in heeding such advice. Wang Chun was no reckless youth. He understood what actions would best serve his interests. Thus, he followed closely behind the Grand Elder as they embarked on their quest for soul rings. Having spent a substantial part of the day within the Stardow Forest, they encountered numerous soul beasts. However, most were thousand-year beasts, with only a scant few 10,000-year beasts failing to meet the necessary standards, given the significance of this endeavor for the most talented descendant of the King Kong family. They could not afford to compromise on their selection of soul rings. After another fruitless search in the mixed inner circle, the Grand Elder suggested, "Let's take a break. The sky is darkening. We shall continue our search tomorrow." Wang Chun agreed, recognizing that finding the right soul ring was not a matter to be rushed. Many had spent over a month in pursuit of a suitable soul ring, and some even longer. They decided to rest for the night, having sufficient resources thanks to the spatial soul guide Wang Chun had prepared in advance. He quickly set up a temporary campsite, drawing on his previous experience in outdoor survival. Unlike his time in the Radiant Forest, where he had to establish a permanent base for training, this expedition demanded only a temporary shelter, which made the task considerably simpler. Once the camp was established, Wang Chun scattered special powder around the perimeter. This powder not only deterred certain soul beasts but also protected against smaller pests. As he finished, the Grand Elder had prepared their evening meal, prompting Wang Chun to join him for dinner. "Xiao Chun, you should rest now. I will keep watch tonight. We shall continue our search for soul beasts come morning," the Grand Elder instructed. "Very well, Grand Elder," Wang Chun responded, recognizing the wisdom in the Grand Elder's decision. With the formidable presence of the Grand Elder, who was a titled Doa, Wang Chun could rest assured, free from worry about potential dangers. After a sound sleep, Wang Chun awoke to find breakfast ready. "Xiao Chun, come and eat. After breakfast, we must resume our search for suitable soul beasts," the Grand Elder called. "Of course, Grand Elder, I will freshen up and join you shortly," Wang Chun replied, retrieving a flask of water from his spatial soul guide for a quick wash before heading over for breakfast. "Today, we shall continue searching in the mixed inner circle. If we still cannot find a suitable soul beast, we shall venture into the inner circle, where 10,000-year soul beasts are more abundant. Though it carries some risk, we will assess the situation as it unfolds," the Grand Elder explained. "Understood, Grand Elder," Wang Chun affirmed. After a swift breakfast, they dismantled the camp and set off once more in search of soul beasts. After all, he has to keep watch at night, so he can only recuperate during the day. Although with his title as a Doa, he could manage without rest for several days, it would undoubtedly affect his performance to some extent. Thus, he decided to seize the opportunity to rest. Conveniently, Wang Chun was also skilled in cooking, so he took charge of preparing the meal. Moreover, the Stardow Forest during the day is considerably safer than at night. The camouflage of soul beasts is also easier to detect, which reassured the Grand Elder about Wang Chun's safety. During this time, Wang Chun completed the lunch and called the Grand Elder to join him for the meal. They engaged in further discussion afterward. Once they finished eating, they did not linger any longer and set off directly towards the inner region. As they walked, they casually looked for suitable soul beasts along the way. If they found any, it would spare them the risk of venturing deeper into the forest. Thus, they spent an entire afternoon searching. But regrettably, they could not find a suitable soul beast. In the evening, Wang Chun and the Grand Elder prepared to camp at the junction between the inner area and the mixed inner circle, intending to rest there for the night, as the forest becomes increasingly perilous after dark. If it were just the Grand Elder, he would not be worried, but with Wang Chun present, he felt the need to ensure his safety. As before, Wang Chun was responsible for setting up the camp and spreading the medicinal powder, while the Grand Elder prepared dinner. Once Wang Chun completed the campsite, they were nearly ready to eat. After their meal, Wang Chun retired to rest, while the Grand Elder kept watch. In the middle of the night, a sudden roar and piercing screams echoed from not far away. Awakening Wang Chun, he emerged from his tent to find the Grand Elder in a state of heightened awareness. Upon seeing Wang Chun, the Grand Elder said, "Shao Chun, let us go investigate what soul beast is causing the commotion. That IT might just be a suitable one for you. After all, any soul beast that dares to fight here at night is not an ordinary creature." "All right," Wang Chun replied, and soon the Grand Elder led him to the site of the soul beast confrontation, where they hid nearby to observe closely. Finally, they identified the combatants. A blood demon bat and a dark moon wild ape were locked in battle. "Do you see it, Shao Chun? That is a 10,000-year-old dark moon wild ape, perfect for your fourth soul ring. Notice the 2 strands of silver fur on its head. This type of soul beast grows 1 silver strand at every 10,000 years. And the second strand is slightly smaller than the first, indicating it has not yet reached 20,000 years. It is precisely the right fit for your soul ring. Furthermore, it is fighting the blood demon bat over the moonshadow flower, making this an opportune moment for us to eliminate them. Moreover, that moonshadow flower can enhance mental strength. Once you consume it and absorb this soul ring, your chances of successful absorption will increase significantly." "Thank you, Grand Elder. Now you stay hidden here while I deal with the soul ring," the Grand Elder instructed before charging towards the 2 10,000-year soul beasts. Although 10,000-year soul beasts are quite formidable, they pale in comparison to a tidal daw. The Grand Elder activated his martial soul and swiftly dispatched the blood demon bat, severely injuring the dark moon wild ape before bringing Wang Chun forward to finish off the latter and prepare for the soul ring absorption. Wang Chun accepted the moon shadow flower that the Grand Elder had collected and swallowed it whole before swiftly slaying the dark moon wild ape to prepare for absorbing his fourth soul ring. After consuming the moon shadow flower, Wang Chun felt a refreshing energy surge through him, invigorating him and enhancing his mental strength once more. As he absorbed the 10,000-year soul ring, an overwhelming energy flooded into his body. The moment the tremendous energy entered, Wang Chun sensed a powerful force impacting his spirit, as if he were a lone boat adrift on a turbulent river. Fortunately, his mental fortitude had been strengthened through numerous trials, bolstered by a head spirit bone and the prior consumption of the moon shadow flower, allowing him to withstand this mental onslaught. However, the vast energy of the 10,000-year soul ring filled every corner of Wang Chun's body, seeking to assert itself without his prompting. The dark moon wild ape's soul power was exceedingly violent, characteristic of its bloodline, and under the moonlight, it could unleash even greater strength. Thus, Wang Chun found himself enveloped by this ferocious energy, requiring him to swiftly circulate his cultivation technique to absorb the raging energy within him, taming it to facilitate the perfect absorption of the soul ring. In the midst of this chaotic energy surge, Wang Chun concentrated his mental faculties to resist the impact. His original 3 soul rings pulsed rhythmically, giving the appearance that he was cocooned in a grand yellow and purple chrysalis. This attempt to absorb a soul ring beyond his level was entirely different from previous experiences. Earlier absorptions had been effortless, while this one presented a significant challenge. The nature of a 10,000-year soul ring starkly differs from those below that threshold, although he had prepared extensively for this absorption, enhancing both his body and mental strength. The reality of the process was still quite different from his expectations. Wang Chun diligently operated his cultivation technique to absorb the massive energy coursing through his body. As time progressed, the mental assault gradually diminished, signaling to Wang Chun that he had endured the worst of it. All that remained was to absorb the colossal energy within him, ensuring a successful absorption of the 10,000-year soul ring. With the cessation of the mental turmoil, the speed at which Wang Chun absorbed the energy increased significantly. Dark energy continuously surged from the 10,000-year black soul ring, being drawn into him. The glow of his 3 soul rings began to fade, replaced by a swirling stream of dark energy. Wang Chun's body continued to absorb the soul ring's energy, the black energy infiltrating every meridian within him. Soon, he realized that whenever this tumultuous black energy passed through his already opened Yang Xiao, Yin Xiao, Yang Wei, and Yin Wei meridians, its violent nature seemed to diminish slightly while simultaneously reinforcing his meridians. Wang Chun began to understand that the extraordinary benefits of his opened 8 extraordinary meridians facilitated the absorption of this foreign energy. Now, with the aid of these 4 meridians, the process of absorbing the 10,000-year soul ring became significantly easier. At this moment, Wang Chun skillfully controlled the circulation of his technique, dispersing the powerful, turbulent energy throughout his body to enhance his physical prowess. Gradually, he felt a balance established between himself and the overwhelming energy. Although Wang Chun rapidly absorbed this formidable force within him, the black 10,000-year soul ring continued to pour energy into him. However, as long as he maintained this state, once the external energy was fully absorbed, he could successfully assimilate the 10,000-year soul ring. Thus, Wang Chun sensed a tingling sensation throughout his meridians, akin to ants crawling beneath his skin. He understood that this was a sign of his meridians being reinforced. The black energy would expand his meridians, yet his fortified meridians would not burst. Instead, they would continue to grow stronger. Let Wang Chun's meridians become broader and more resilient. The power of this Millennium Soul B's soul ring is also limited. As the energy fully surges in, the subsequent supply naturally diminishes. At this moment, Wang Chun's body meridians have undergone tremendous enhancement, and the feeling of expansion gradually begins to dissipate. Not only the 4 meridians he has unblocked himself, but also his other normal meridians begin to absorb this foreign energy as the boy's cultivation method operates, merging with his own soul power. The reason why the energy within the soul ring can be absorbed by soul masters is that the energy released by soul beasts upon becoming a soul ring divides into 2 parts. One part, after filtration, is pure energy that the soul master can absorb directly, aiding them in breaking through to the next realm. The other part largely inherits the characteristics of the soul beast, coalescing into the soul ring to become the soul master's soul skills. As the feeling of swelling gradually fades, Wang Chun understands that he is likely on the verge of successfully absorbing the soul ring. Therefore, he must not slacken now. Otherwise, it would be a great pity to fail at the last hurdle. Thus, Wang Chun steadies himself and continues to absorb this energy, while outside his body, in addition to the original yellow and 2 purple soul rings, a black soul ring gradually transforms from ethereal to solid. After several hours just before dawn, Wang Chun finally completes the absorption of this Millennium Soul Ring, but he takes a deep breath, carefully sensing the changes within himself. After absorbing this Millennium Soul Ring, his physical attributes have been greatly enhanced, and he has successfully reached level 42, which is still due to the energy absorbed while his boy's cultivation method was in operation. Otherwise, he might have reached level 43. Seeing Wang Chun awaken, the elder shows concern and asks, "Xiao Chun, how are you? Are there any issues?" Although Wang Chun's absorption of the Millennium Soul Ring has been theoretically researched by the family, the real situation remains uncertain. As the most gifted descendant in the history of the King Kong family, he naturally feels quite anxious. "That I'm fine, elder. I feel wonderful now. That's a relief. What soul skill did you gain from absorbing this Millennium Soul Ring?" "My 4th soul skill is the Frenzied Ape Diamond Transformation. Under normal circumstances, it can amplify all my attributes by 300%, and under moonlight, it can enhance them by another 100%. In the most optimal condition, my 4th soul skill can amplify all my attributes by 400%. This soul skill is indeed extraordinarily powerful that I must thank you, elder, for your assistance. This is all part of the family. There is no need for such formalities. Furthermore, this time, the soul beast also yielded a right arm soul bone, but if you absorb this soul bone, you can gain even greater enhancement." After the elder spoke, he handed a silver soul bone to Wang Chun. Will you absorb it here or wait until you reach the town? Let us wait until we get to Stardo Town. Wang Chun had not anticipated such good fortune. Discovering a right arm soul bone from the Millennium Soul Beast, he absorbed. Moreover, the elder directly handed it to him, highlighting the supportive atmosphere of the King Kong family, which places significant emphasis on nurturing the younger generation. Now that Wang Chun has completed the absorption of the soul ring, he naturally does not wish to linger in the Stardo forest any longer. After all, who would prefer camping in the wilderness when they could enjoy a better life? Additionally, with the soul bone secured and no one aware of it, it is unlikely anyone would dare to seize it from a tidal doe. Thus, it is sensible to head to the town, freshen up, and then absorb the soul bone. The elder promptly took Wang Chun flying out, and unlike their arrival, when they had to meticulously search for a suitable soul ring, this time they could fly straight out without delay. Consequently, within less than half a day, the elder brought Wang Chun to Stardo Town. They directly proceeded to the inn where they had initially stayed, enjoyed a hearty meal, and then freshened up. After Wang Chun had washed up, he went to the elder's room to express his intention to absorb the soul bone there. After all, absorbing a soul bone requires thorough preparation to ensure absolute safety. And with a tidal daw as protection, the process would indeed be very secure. Wang Chun retrieved the distinctly edged silver right arm soul bone from his storage soul tool and pressed it firmly against his right hand. He channeled his soul power, and soon a humming sound resonated, as the soul bone transformed into a warm energy that flowed from his right hand into Wang Chun's body, circulating throughout him, enhancing his physical attributes and ultimately consolidating more energy into his right hand, further augmenting its strength. He felt significant enhancement in his physical prowess, and his right hand's attack power was notably superior to that of his left. In less than half an hour, Wang Chun completed the absorption of the soul bone, and he not only felt no hindrance, but also experienced a gentle sense of familiarity. Perhaps this is what soul masters refer to. Only by absorbing the same soul ring and soul bone can one achieve maximum enhancement. This soul bone not only elevated his strength from level 42 to 44, but also reinforced his body to an extraordinary degree. It could be said that it refined his essence and marrow. It is no wonder that legends state that some less talented soul masters, upon obtaining a soul bone, undergo a dramatic transformation, ultimately becoming tidal do. Clearly, these tales are not without merit. After absorbing the Millennium Soul Bone, Wang Chun stood up to assess the increase in his physical strength. He then said to the elder, "Elder, I will return to rest now. You should also retire early. I appreciate your assistance during these days in the Stardo Forest." Good. After absorbing it, rest well. Tomorrow we will return to the family, and you must prepare for your own trials. Upon hearing this, Wang Chun returned to his room to rest. Although he had the elder guarding him during the nights in the forest, and he could rest at the camp, it was impossible to relax fully in the wild, so he needed proper rest. The next day, after Wang Chun and the elder had breakfast, they boarded the carriage that had brought them. Headed towards the family, as their purpose for this outing had been fulfilled, Wang Chun felt quite cheerful, not perceiving the journey as tedious. He spent over 10 days cultivating in the carriage before arriving at the family. "Xiao Chun, you should first accompany me to meet the patriarch and the other elders to discuss arrangements for your future trials." "All right, elder." Wang Chun followed the elder to the inner courtyard of the family, where the patriarch and elders typically convened. This time, the fifth elder remained behind, and upon seeing the elder and Wang Chun, he immediately inquired with concern, "So, Xiao Chun, what soul ring did you find?" "Please wait a moment. First, notify the patriarch and the other elders to convene that we need to discuss Xiao Chun's future development and casually mention his gains." "Understood." The fifth elder summoned the patriarch and several other elders to discuss Wang Chun's future development. Shortly thereafter, the patriarch and 3 elders arrived. "What matters require discussion?" "Elder, he wishes to discuss Xiao Chun's development and mention the result from this soul hunt. Let us head to the conference room." The patriarch led the way to a small conference room, preparing to engage in thorough discussion there. "This time, the results of my soul ring hunt with Xiao Chun have been quite substantial. Not only did Xiao Chun absorb a soul ring nearing 20,000 years, but he also obtained a right arm soul bone. Since it fell from this Millennium Soul Beast, I allowed Xiao Chun to absorb it." Xiao Chun has no problem absorbing the soul bone. It is indeed the correct decision for him to do so to attain the greatest enhancement. There is nothing more to say. Allowing Xiao Chun to absorb it is the right choice. My main concern now is that Xiao Chun has reached level 44. According to family rules, he should be arranged to venture out for trials. However, he is still only around 10 years old. Should we postpone his trials until he is a bit older? Upon hearing the words of the Grand Elder, the other elders fell into contemplation. Historically, individuals within the family who reached level 40 were typically over 15 years of age, and thus the notion of delaying their training had never been entertained. However, Wang Qin's prodigious talent was undeniable, having broken through to level 40 at around the tender age of 10, according to established customs. It seemed rather premature for him to embark on his training journey at such a young age. Nevertheless, the tradition of venturing out for training upon reaching level 40 had been a long-standing principle within the family. This very guideline had ensured that those who returned from their excursions possessed combat capabilities and intellect well above par, and a lineage of advanced martial prowess had remained unbroken. To deviate from this norm could potentially jeopardize the family's legacy in the future. Thus, the Grand Elder summoned several members of the family for a discussion. At that moment, the elders remained silent, uncertain of the path to take. Logically, it would make sense to wait until Wang Chun was older before sending him out to train. Yet from a legalistic standpoint, traditions ought not to be breached that it was akin to a person's moral boundaries. Once crossed, they might continue to be violated, ultimately resulting in a loss of all limits. Disregarding established norms would set a poor example for future generations, providing them with excuses to avoid their own training. Ultimately, it was the family leader who spoke. The norms must be upheld. Thus, it was decided that Xiao Chun would go forth to train, albeit with the stipulation that he first spend 6 months studying within the Southern Town Legion. Very well, Xiao Chun, you may return home for a month to rest before reporting to the Southern Town Legion. He concluded. Understood, Leader, Wang Chun replied, and after receiving their arrangement, he departed. Following his exit, the elders continued to express their concerns and deliberated further. Leader, Xiao Chun is still too young, though he has reached level 44. I believe sending him out to train at this juncture is premature. Indeed, Leader, Xiao Chun can be regarded as the most gifted member of our Jingang family. Allowing him to venture forth now seems rather perilous. However, the family's rules must be adhered to. Without these traditions, would our Jingang family have achieved its current stature? If we abandon this principle, we risk setting a detrimental precedent for our successors, who might find justifications to evade their training. Can we trust that those who grow up in such an environment will be capable of taking over the family and fostering its growth? The other elders found themselves rendered speechless by the leader's inquiries, as they had contemplated these very issues, which was why they had initially refrained from voicing too many opinions, fearing a decision detrimental to the family's advancement. Moreover, did I not suggest that Xiao Chun study in the Southern Town Legion for 6 months? This can be seen as granting him additional learning time compared to others that that moment. The elders realized that typically, family members spent only 1 month studying in the Southern Town Legion, while Wang Chun would benefit from an additional 5 months, thus offering a compromise. Wang Chun returned to his home and informed his mother of the family's decision. Being aware of the Jingang family's customs, she refrained from further discussion and instead prepared a feast of delicious food for him. After conversing with his father in the evening, Wang Chun retired for the night. He planned to gather with his younger brothers the following day, as he would soon embark on his training journey, leaving little opportunity for further reunions. The next day, at the same small tavern, Wang Chun convened with his 3 younger brothers in a private room. In a month, I shall be departing for the Southern Town Legion to study, and following that, I will commence my training, leaving us with little chance to gather again. Thus, I have invited you all today for a proper farewell. Boss, have you truly reached level 40? One inquired. Indeed, Wang Chun affirmed to be cautious once I depart. Of course, we understand. After you leave, we should maintain our communication and discuss any issues that arise. Absolutely. If you have any concerns, feel free to bring them up now, and I shall see if I can assist you. Wang Chun and his younger brothers exchanged thoughts and enjoyed a hearty meal together before parting ways. 1 month later, as Wang Chun prepared to leave the Jingang family, he experienced a pang of nostalgia after 10 years of living there. he resolved to take a leisurely stroll through the bustling Jingang city. A way to reflect on his childhood memories. Amidst the vibrant streets teeming with people, Wang Chun, for the first time, wandered through Jingang city. Previously, he had either been occupied with his studies at the academy or training within the Jingang family, leaving little time for leisurely exploration. This outing served as a remedy for his small regret. Jingang city was exceptionally prosperous, with a significant flow of people, necessitating the presence of numerous patrolling soldiers to maintain order. Most of these soldiers were retired from the Jingang family's Southern Town Legion before being reassigned to the patrol regiment, providing security for those who had served in the Southern Town Legion. This arrangement ensured that soldiers did not have to worry about their post-retirement lives, contributing to the Jingang family's sustained influence over the Southern Town Legion. After all, who would follow a leader whose retirement was uncertain? By leveraging this advantage, the Jingang family not only garnered loyalty within their Southern Town Legion, but also infiltrated the city guards of Jingang City with these retired soldiers. Consequently, the Jingang family effectively controlled the city's defense forces, significantly bolstering their authority in the area. As Wang Chun strolled through the city, he sought unique shops, hoping to discover something extraordinary. Before long, he stumbled upon an exquisitely distinctive tavern. This establishment boasted 5 stories and appeared quite substantial. Its exterior was adorned in a serene azure hue, resembling a bamboo grove that captivated the eye. Zhu Xianju, a name imbued with elegance. Upon entering, Wang Chun was immediately enveloped by the refreshing scent of bamboo, a fragrance that invigorated the senses and imparted a sense of tranquility. The interior decor exuded a singular aesthetic of azure, presenting a fresh and refined ambience that evoked a sense of cultured sophistication. This unique style, in contrast to the typically rugged aesthetics of Douluo Continent, attracted a loyal clientele. Approaching the counter, Wang Chun requested, "Please reserve a private room for me." The attendant behind the counter promptly inquired, "Sir, are you a member? Do you have a reservation?" "Oh, is there a difference?" "Sir, if you have a reservation, you may proceed directly to your designated room. If not, and you're not a member, you may only dine in the main hall or on the second floor. Access to the 3rd floor and above requires membership. Oh, how intriguing. Please arrange a room on the 2nd floor for me." "Certainly, sir. Please follow Xiao Tao to your room, and do not hesitate to inform her of any needs you may have." After the waiter finished speaking, a lovely maid approached to escort Wang Chun to the private room on the 2nd floor. Wang Chun ordered a selection of exquisite delicacies, savoring the unique atmosphere of this extraordinary hotel. Upon exiting, he continued to explore the area, relishing the experience of visiting places he had never been before. He planned to spend more time with his mother in the coming days, as opportunities to do so would be scarce once he departed. Upon returning home, Wang Chun began to pack the essentials, knowing that this journey would be prolonged, necessitating ample preparation. Once he had organized his belongings, he engaged in conversation with his mother, cherishing the moments spent together. When his father returned, they continued their discussion, during which his father shared tales from his own experiences in the world, imparting valuable insights. He also spoke of the Zhunnan core within their family, advising Wang Chun on what to be mindful of upon his arrival. It was crucial to express kind words, as gaining the favor of the instructors could lead to the sharing of their unique skills, techniques honed through countless trials and tribulations. Essential for survival in critical moments. If one did not earn their favor, they would only be taught the standardized skills suitable for a broader audience. While these skills were indeed formidable, they lacked the depth of the family's proprietary techniques, which were safeguarded and could not be forcibly relinquished without risking discontent. Wang Chun understood their perspective. After all, these techniques were the fruits of arduous labor, not to be dispensed lightly. The risks involved in practical application meant that ineffective skills would be weeded out over time. Naturally, those hard-earned techniques would be reserved for those deemed worthy. After concluding his exchange with his father, Wang Chun retreated to his room, practicing his foundational techniques before gradually drifting off to sleep. Time passed swiftly, and only 2 days remained before his departure to the Zhunnan core. Throughout the month, aside from the first day spent wandering in King Kong City, he had mostly stayed home, enjoying conversations with his parents, participating in soul battles at the arena to hone his combat skills, or practicing his spiritual power in the family's training environment. But he also frequented the family's library, which housed an abundance of knowledge, encompassing not only the family's theoretical insights, but also various information from across the continent. It included treasures like the ice and fire eyes mentioned in the original work, along with an array of herbal knowledge detailing the consumption and effects of various plants, such as the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum and the 8-petal immortal orchid. However, this information remained concealed within the family, inaccessible to outsiders, without the family's ancestral records. Even if these treasures were placed before one, they would remain unusable, just like the poisoned Douluo in the original work, who, despite being surrounded by such riches, remained oblivious due to a lack of inheritance. The family legacy was not merely about teaching cultivation techniques or assisting in soul ring hunts. It primarily involved imparting hidden knowledge, ensuring Wen Wuti returned empty-handed from the treasure mountain. Before his departure, Wang Chun decided to gather his 3 close friends for one last meeting. Knowing that opportunities for such gatherings would become scarce after he left, they convened at their familiar little tavern. In the same private room, this time choosing to enjoy a hearty meal and strengthen their bonds without delving into matters of cultivation. Brothers, after this gathering, I will be leaving from now on. It will be just the 3 of you. I urge you to support one another and foster a spirit of camaraderie. Let's not discuss anything else today, but simply enjoy each other's company. Understood, boss. They lingered in conversation until dusk before reluctantly parting ways, each feeling a sense of loss, acutely aware that this might be their last gathering for an indeterminate time. This was a natural occurrence. True joy is often found in one's childhood. Free from worries and responsibilities, as one matures, thoughts of future prospects and various obligations inevitably intrude, shattering the carefree bliss of youth. 2 days later, Wang Chun set forth toward the Jingang Corps, accompanied by the 4th elder, who would introduce him to the corps commander, bestowing upon Wang Chun this final favor as a talented scion of the King Kong family. The Jingang Corps was stationed south of King Kong City, near the Yuhui Forest, originally established to combat the soul beast tide within. Eventually, the formidable members of the King Kong family quelled the more powerful soul beasts, effectively terminating the major beast tide and leaving only minor incidents that posed little threat. Thus, the Jingang Corps transitioned into a stabilizing force for the Yuhui Forest, shedding its previous burdens. However, since the King Kong family had not entirely eradicated the beast tide, the recurring minor outbreaks every 6 months provided the Empire with no justification to disband the Corps. The Jingang Corps, under the King Kong family's control, transformed into a crucial training ground for nurturing talent venturing into the world. Learning to fight in this environment differed significantly from sparring within the family or participating in arena competitions. Here, encounters were not merely for practice. They determined the victors and the vanquished, and one could not afford to hold back, lest they find themselves facing dire consequences. Under the tutelage of seasoned soul masters who had faced life and death, the survival rate of the King Kong family as aspirants significantly increased. The 4th elder escorted Wang Chun to the Jingang Corps camp, where he was handed over to the commander, who then introduced him to Deputy Commander Wang Fu, the father of his friend Wang Hai. Wang Fu, known for his black magic tiger spirit, was affectionately nicknamed Black Tiger Fu. Wang Hai had inherited his mother's monkey spirit. Wang Fu was a robust and imposing figure, exuding an air of maturity and reliability, though one must heed the adage that appearances can be deceiving. Fu uncle, where are we headed now? First, to your quarters. Then I'll introduce you to your future instructors. All right. Wang Chun followed him to his lodging, making his bed before accompanying Wang Fu to meet the instructors in a clearing within the Jingang Corps grounds. 2 individuals were sparring without the use of soul power, while several others observed. Commander Fu, what brings you here? Care for a friendly match? I was just about to witness your infamous crow technique. I am here to introduce this child for training. We can spar another time. Isn't it customary for new recruits to be assigned to the Soul King squad leaders? Why is he here? This is different. The child possesses exceptional talent, which is why he has been brought here. Let me introduce you. This is Wang Chun, a genius from our family who will be studying with the Jingang Corps for 6 months. You are to impart to him knowledge about surviving in the continent and the realities of life and death combat. Beyond that, you need not concern yourselves. Xiao Chun, allow me to introduce you to these 6 individuals. Who are the captains of our Zhun Corps? The most robust among them is Wang Chong. The darkest is Xiong Jin. The slender one is Lu He. The two who resemble each other are brothers Li Fei and Li Yun. And the last is Lu Fu. You may address them as uncles. Greetings, Uncle Wang and Uncle Xiong, that I look forward to your guidance. With the introductions complete, Wang Fu stated, Xiao Chun, you will commence your training with them tomorrow. For now, I'll show you around the facility. As they departed, the instructors exchanged glances, recognizing that an extraordinary talent had arrived. Of course, if it were an ordinary individual, would Black Tiger Fu have brought them to us? Indeed, let us not dwell on it. Let us continue our training and prepare to teach him well. It's only for 6 months. Wang Chun, having followed Wang Fu, gained a fundamental understanding of the various environments in which he would be training, and then returned to rest. It was merely his first day. He was granted a day to acclimate. Early the following morning, Wang Chun ventured back to the previous day's location, awaiting the arrival of the 6 captains to learn some knowledge that had previously eluded him. Before long, the 6 individuals arrived, and then the slender Lu He approached. You must be Xiao Chun, he said. Come with me. I shall first impart some theoretical knowledge to you. Once you grasp these concepts, we will proceed to practical application. Oh, certainly, Wang Chun replied. Lu He led him into a room where he invited Wang Chun to sit and handed him a manual. This manual has been compiled by the Jingang family, and it is imperative that you memorize its contents. It encompasses critical vulnerabilities in the human body, capable of inflicting severe injury swiftly. I will explain these to you, so listen attentively. The 14 vital points of the human body are as follows. 1. Eyes. As they guide human actions, they are one of the most crucial vulnerable points. An attack to the eyes results in the loss of vision and the ability to retaliate. Method of attack. A jab with the fingers can be employed. 2. Temples. This region, located at the temples, houses the superficial temporal artery, veins, and temporal nerves. Due to its fragile bone structure, a blow can fracture the temporal bone, damaging the meningeal arteries and obstructing blood flow to the brain, leading to death within 3 seconds. Method of attack. Strikes can be delivered with the fist or elbow. 3. Ears. The auricular nerve is in close proximity to the brain, and an impact can damage the arteries and veins leading to the meninges, impeding blood circulation. Additionally, there exists a lethal pressure point behind the ear, akin to the temple. Striking the ear and the area behind it could result in a perforated eardrum or intracranial bleeding, with severe cases leading to concussion or death within 5 seconds. Method of attack. A simultaneous strike with both fists can be executed. 4. Jaw. Given its vulnerable position, an attack can lead to cranial base fractures and intracranial hemorrhaging, resulting in excruciating pain or loss of consciousness. Method of attack. Direct punches or upward elbow strikes can be utilized. 5. Adam's apple. This area contains the trachea, carotid arteries, and vagus nerve. Strikes with the palm or a choke from behind can be lethal. Alternatively, a finger can be used to apply pressure to the Adam's apple, inducing asphyxiation within a short time frame. Method of attack. Direct strikes or chokes can be employed. 6. Face. This region hosts vital sensory organs and is rich in nerves and blood vessels, rendering it highly sensitive to pain. A blow can cause unbearable pain and loss of combat effectiveness. Method of attack. Striking with the fist, knee, or foot can incapacitate an opponent in 3 seconds. 7. Neck. Lateral and posterior the neck is lined with fatal blood vessels and nerves. A powerful strike to the lateral or posterior neck can compress the carotid sinus, inducing severe arrhythmia and potentially leading to death within 2 seconds. Method of attack. A palm strike or elbow drop can be employed. 8. Solar plexus. This is a critical area containing the diaphragm nerve plexus, esophagus, aorta, and inferior vena cava. A violent blow can cause rapid heart rate or cessation, leading to asphyxiation and death within 3 seconds. Method of attack. Kicks are most effective here due to their penetrating power. 9. Abdomen. Encompassing the area below the sternum and around the navel. The abdomen contains vital organs. Heavy impact can cause internal bleeding, potentially resulting in death within 5 seconds. Method of attack. Kicks or knee strikes can be employed. 10. Ribs. The 12 pairs of ribs are thin and easily fractured. A strike to any rib can lead to fractures and internal injuries. Method of attack. Powerful punches, knee strikes, or kicks can be utilized. 11. Groin. This area is a vital point for men. Even a strike from a woman or child can incapacitate a strong man, leading to shock or death within 3 seconds. Method of attack. Kicks are effective, or knee strikes if in close proximity. 12. Knee joint. The largest and most complex joint in the lower limb. Heavy impacts can cause ligament tears or patellar fractures, leading to instability or immobility. Method of attack. Strikes with the outer foot or sweeping motions can be executed. 13. Dorsum of the foot. Rich in nerves and with minimal muscle. Strikes here can dislocate joints and cause ligament tears. Method of attack. A downward stomp or crushing motion can be utilized. 14. Pressure points. Various lesser-known pressure points exist, but are not recommended due to their concealed nature. What I have shared are methods to incapacitate an enemy even without soul power. Under the enhancement of soul power, the lethality increases, and these vulnerable points can be attacked in combination. For instance, you might first stomp on the foot, then kick the groin, jab the eyes, and finally strike the throat or temple, leading to swift demise. You must memorize these techniques, as they are the culmination of extensive experience in lethal combat. You must not only understand my teachings, but also study the manual thoroughly to remember the approximate locations of these vital points. For today, this is sufficient. Once you have grasped these concepts, I will teach you more. Understood? Uncle Liu, Wang Chun replied that he then began to study the critical points in the manual, which provided a more detailed yet complex overview than Liu He's explanations. The manual contained illustrations of a human body, meticulously detailing the locations of various lethal points for rapid memorization. Thus, Wang Chun dedicated himself to this study for over half a month, during which he not only memorized Liu He's manual, but also became well acquainted with the 6 individuals. Through his politeness and natural aptitude, they found him quite agreeable and imparted to him a formidable skill known as the Yama King's 3-point hand. This technique was exceedingly fierce, with each move aimed directly at the enemy's vital points. One day, while Wang Chun was engrossed in studying the manual, Liu He entered and summoned him outside to discuss matters of actual combat. Liu He brought him to their training ground, where he began to elucidate further. I have called you here today because you have grasped the foundational concepts well, and we find you quite agreeable. Thus, we wish to teach you a special technique. The extraordinary technique we have distilled from our practical experiences is known as the Yin Wang 3-point strike. This technique is a masterful close-range assault. Once within proximity, the practitioner delivers a direct blow to the opponent's face with the right hand. Typically, no one is foolish enough to absorb such an attack with their face, opting instead to block with their hands. At this juncture, our right hand deftly presses down on their hand, allowing the left hand to strike again. The opponent can only continue to defend, further pushing down their own hand. In this moment, we can use their hand to shield our own, liberating our right hand. Once freed, the right hand can then deliver an upward strike to their jaw, not only delivering a critical blow, but also exposing their throat. With an elbow thrust from the right hand following this assault, the adversary is rendered virtually defenseless. This knowledge has been meticulously acquired through our gradual practice. Have you taken note of it? Uncle Liu, I believe I have committed it to memory. Excellent. Now let us engage in some practical application, and I shall be your opponent, that we will commence with slow movements to help you familiarize yourself. Very well. Thus, Wang Chun and Liu He began their practice on the training ground, with Liu He correcting Wang Chun's movements incrementally, helping him to gain proficiency. Once Wang Chun had become sufficiently adept, Liu He initiated a formal sparring session. Though Wang Chun was unmatched among his peers, Liu He, being a sole emperor of over 60 levels and possessing years of combat experience, was not an opponent easily vanquished by Wang Chun. However, their match was merely a friendly exchange, devoid of the life or death stakes, thus ensuring it was not overly perilous. As 2 weeks passed, Wang Chun not only honed the extraordinary technique imparted by Liu He to a commendable level, but also saw a significant increase in his combat experience. Each morning, he engaged in rotations of combat with 6 individuals, swiftly enhancing his understanding of life and death struggles. In the afternoons, he absorbed tales of their journeys across the continent, thereby broadening his horizons. This was a primary reason for Wang Chun's presence here. Typically, individuals would venture forth after a month of such studies. Yet Wang Chun was granted the privilege to continue training here due to his status as the clan leader's descendant. In 5 months, he too would embark on his journey in the past month. Wang Chun had essentially completed his study of the fundamental knowledge required by the average member of the King Kong clan, and thus would not repeat this learning in the subsequent 5 months. During the second month, Wang Fu began to mentor him, engaging in sparring sessions to enhance Wang Chen's practical experience while sharing his own tales of adventure to enrich Wang Chen's understanding of societal survival skills. Throughout this period, Wang Chun discovered that Uncle Wang Fu was not as mature and composed as he initially appeared. Rather, he was a humorous and playful character, often punctuating his speech with his catchphrase, "I am Black Tiger Ah Fu. Are you ready to meet your demise?" It was precisely this light-hearted nature that drew Wang Chun closer to him. After all, while one might respect a serious individual, it is unlikely they would feel inclined to approach them, as serious individuals typically do not favor frivolous company. During this month, the majority of Wang Chun's learning revolved around combat. "Little Chun, do you know what the most crucial aspect of combat is? Is it strength or combat skills?" Incorrect. Those are merely secondary considerations, not the most vital elements Then is it combat experience? Neither. The paramount factor is your momentum, or rather, your resolve to attack. I don't quite understand why you deem momentum so essential. Without the conviction to vanquish your opponent, you will lack the necessary momentum, leading to feeble attacks and diminished chances of swiftly dispatching your foe. This can result in being dragged into a war of attrition, which becomes perilous without support. To strike fiercely, one must embody a lethal momentum, allowing you to overpower your opponent and resolve matters expeditiously. I see, Uncle Fu. Excellent. It is crucial that you grasp this concept. Now, engage me in combat and embody that lethal determination. But wouldn't that be too dangerous? Fear not. As a soul saint, what danger could there possibly be in guiding a soul sect disciple? Just strike without concern for my safety. Oh, very well, Uncle Fu, but please be careful. Through the course of this month, Wang Chun sharpened his resolve and intensified his attacks through sparring with Wang Fu, thereby enhancing his practical combat abilities. The previous month had not afforded such detailed instruction from the 6 uncles. They merely outlined the vital points of the human body and imparted a singular extraordinary technique that was akin to teaching combat without elucidating the rationale behind such methods. Wang Fu, however, provided Wang Chun with the reasoning behind combat strategies, illustrating their differing teaching styles, each specializing in their own areas of expertise. In the third month, Wang Chun no longer remained within the confines of the Zhenan Legion's encampment, but was instead taken by Wang Fu to the Yuhui Forest for on-site education, enabling Wang Chun to acquire essential wilderness survival skills, as opposed to merely listening to lectures within the confines of the King Kong Soul Master Academy. Without practical application, night fell in the Yuhui Forest. The perimeter was inhabited by soul beasts, predominantly those of a century and decade in age. Wang Fu intended to begin with foundational knowledge, knowing that while Wang Chun may have encountered these concepts previously, the difference between theory and practice is profound. No amount of theoretical study can replace the depth of a single practical experience. Little Chun, I am about to impart crucial survival knowledge for the wilderness. You may have read about it or heard lectures before, but theory and practice are never entirely synonymous. Though you have previously visited Yuhui Forest, your purpose then was not to learn survival techniques, but rather to hone your combat capabilities against soul beasts. Thus, pay close attention to my instructions. First, when selecting a campsite, avoid proximity to water sources, as many soul beasts will venture there to drink at night. Being too near significantly increases the risk of an encounter with them. Second, when setting up camp, it is essential to scatter medicinal powder around the perimeter. This not only masks your scent, but also repels venomous insects. Do not underestimate these creatures. They may strike without your knowledge. And without a healing soul master or appropriate remedies, your life could be at stake. Third, it is advisable to refrain from lighting fires at night, particularly in perilous forests. While a fire may frighten weaker soul beasts, it is far more likely to attract formidable ones. Should a powerful soul beast be drawn to your location, your life could be in grave danger. Lastly, and most crucially, if you encounter others in the wilderness, do not approach them. Instead, retreat swiftly. Never allow strangers to approach you in the wild. Remember these lessons well, for they have been gleaned from the experiences of those who have lost their lives. Understood, Uncle Fu, that I will commit these to memory. Please rest for now. I will continue to share more knowledge with you tomorrow, and as the night passed without incident. Wang Chun completed his meal and continued onward with Wang Fu into the depths of the Yuhui forest. As they walked, Wang Fu elaborated on the various old beasts they encountered along the way. By midday, they paused in a clearing to enjoy their lunch, during which Wang Fu summarized his teachings on soul beasts. Little Chun, let us now review what we have learned about soul beasts that I have shared a considerable amount with you today. So now let us consolidate that information. First, we categorize soul beasts into two types: animal soul beasts and plant soul beasts. You have also visited the family S mimetic training environment and are familiar with the peach tree soul beasts, which are generally immobile as long as you do not enter their attack range. You are mostly safe. However, how do we discern their presence? Simply remember this. If you find an area with unique vegetation that is not surrounded by similar plants, exercise caution. This could be perilous. High-level soul beasts possess territorial instincts and will not permit any soul beast that poses a threat to inhabit their vicinity. The most crucial point to note is that if you encounter a peculiar scent in the wilderness, you must exercise caution. Such distinctive odors are typically emitted by rare soul beasts to attract prey, and these specific gases could potentially poison or induce hallucinations in humans. Once ensnared, survival becomes exceedingly unlikely. Conversely, identifying animal soul beasts is relatively straightforward. The more unusual their appearance, the greater the danger they pose. Should you come across any extraordinary soul beasts, it is advisable to withdraw discreetly and avoid detection. In the wild, those with unusual characteristics are generally formidable. If they were not powerful, they would have perished long ago and would not have been able to reproduce. Additionally, be wary of small creatures adorned with vibrant colors, as they often possess lethal toxins. These are merely basic yet practical insights regarding soul beasts that you should commit to memory. After their lunch, Wang Chun continued to follow Wang Fu as they aimed to deepen their understanding of soul beasts and wilderness survival techniques within the Radiant Forest, thereby enhancing Wang Chun's chances of survival in the future. Xiao Chun, do you see that? That is the perilous bloodthirsty ghost Sephora, Wang Fu remarked, pointing to a distant crimson-hued Sephora tree that towered at least 20 meters high. This bloodthirsty ghost Sephora is among the most dangerous plant soul beasts within the Radiant Forest. Its height and blood-red branches signify its age, surpassing 2,000 years. Such a soul beast grows 10 meters taller every millennium. But once it reaches 10,000 years, its trunk begins to shrink, reducing by 10 meters every 10 millennia, while its branches turn green. However, its root system expands significantly, increasing its territorial and offensive range. Furthermore, this soul beast emits a unique, intoxicating fragrance that can induce hallucinations, luring both humans and soul beasts unwittingly into its attack zone, marking them as prey. Thus, upon encountering such a soul beast, one must remain vigilant and promptly distance oneself upon detecting any unusual scents. A bloodthirsty ghost Sephora with red branches is increasingly dangerous the taller it is, while those with green branches are perilous when they are shorter. This holds true for most plant soul beasts. In any unusual circumstance, distance is the wisest course of action. But what if there is a beneficial opportunity one might miss? Wang Chun queried. Haha, it is commendable that you consider that. Yet, ponder this. How could a fortuitous encounter present itself precisely when you arrive here? If it were indeed a stroke of luck, the soul beast that came before you would have already seized it, rather than waiting for you. Thus, situations like these are predominantly perilous, particularly those that are exceptionally dangerous. If they were not, they would have long been eradicated by other soul beasts. Oh, I understand now, Uncle Fu. Good, you grasp the situation. Let us continue to explore other extraordinary soul beasts. Xiao Chun, do you see that clearing? The one devoid of any plant life. Oh, I see it in the wild. One must also steer clear of such barren patches, as they often conceal toxic soul beasts beneath the surface. Only those exceedingly poisonous soul beasts would transform their territorial expanse into such noxious black soil, rendering it devoid of any vegetation. These insights stem from our experiences during our outdoor training. You must remember them well. Understood? Uncle Fu, Thus, over the course of a month, Wang Chun accompanied Wang Fu through various locations in the Radiant Forest, acquiring a wealth of knowledge. This hands-on observation, coupled with Wang Fu's explanations, significantly enhanced Wang Chun's understanding of the myriad dangers present in the wild. Throughout this month, Wang Chun felt that his wilderness survival skills had expanded more than in the preceding years, underscoring the benefits of such experiential learning, which is precisely why the family established this educational initiative. During this time, Wang Chun not only learned about the habits of various venomous creatures and ferocious beasts, but also gained insights into the habitats of diverse soul beasts, laying the groundwork for his future identification of soul beasts. After a month had elapsed, Wang Chun returned to the camp of the Southern Town Army, where he was once again entrusted to Liu He and his team, who would guide him through the next stage of his training. Xiao Chun, you may rest here for a day at the camp. Tomorrow, you will venture into the Radiant Forest for survival training. We will continue your training thereafter. What will I be training in? You will be honing your wilderness survival skills. You will understand in due time. Oh, very well. In the 4th month, Wang Chun journeyed into the Radiant Forest for wilderness survival training. On his first night in the wild, he was ambushed. Having previously spent nights in the Radiant Forest, and with his current prowess vastly improved, he was naturally less vigilant than before, but he set up camp in a relatively safe clearing, dined, and then retired to his tent for a light rest. Although this method of resting does not restore one's energy as effectively as a full sleep, it allows for some recovery while still enabling awareness of the surrounding environment. This light slumber permits a degree of perception regarding external circumstances, albeit not as keenly as vigilant watchkeeping. Nonetheless, it is quite sufficient. Generally, in situations where one is alone, this approach is utilized to maintain basic combat readiness. However, Wang Chun was caught off guard by Liu He and his companions. Given that Wang Chun's abilities were inferior to theirs and his experience was lacking, he was easily subdued before he could react. Xiao Chun, your vigilance in the wild is woefully inadequate. Typically, one would not rest in such a manner unless in a dire situation, which would warrant keeping watch. While this may reduce one's capabilities temporarily, it does not significantly impact one's strength overnight. Only in moments of danger and after engaging in combat would one resort to such light slumber to safeguard basic combat prowess. Your current approach is exceedingly perilous. Fortunately, this is merely a drill. Otherwise, you would be dead by now. Liu He concluded before vanishing like the tea that moment. Wang Chun finally rose from the ground, brushing off the dirt from his clothing and beginning to reflect on his actions. Indeed, he realized he had been overly complacent. Alone in the wilderness, daring to rest without keeping watch was reckless. His newfound strength had inflated his confidence, leading him to believe that within the Radiant Forest, there was no need for vigilance. He had forgotten that the greatest danger in the wild often comes from humans, as one cannot discern whether they are friend or foe, nor predict when they might choose to strike. Thus, this encounter served as a valuable lesson from Uncle Liu He. Had it been a genuine wilderness scenario, being ambushed by others could have resulted in dire consequences, perhaps even leading him to the afterlife. After the initial night of being ambushed by Liu He, Wang Chun faced countless surprise attacks throughout the month. However, with a heightened sense of vigilance, he became a far more challenging target to subdue. His assailants would sometimes strike while he was eating or fetching water, yet he managed to detect and respond to most of these ambushes, engaging them in direct confrontations. Although he did not emerge victorious in these encounters, he was no longer easily captured. The experiences gained from these counterattacks significantly bolstered Wang Chun's wilderness survival skills, preventing a recurrence of his initial night's folly. The ambushes not only enriched his survival knowledge, but also greatly enhanced his combat experience. Leveraging his increasingly formidable combat abilities, Wang Chun did not allow Liu He and his team to gain a substantial advantage. After a month of wilderness survival training, Wang Chun concluded his journey in the Radiant Forest and returned to the Southern Town Army's camp. In the lounge, Wang Fu conversed with Wang Chun. Xiao Chun, you have learned quite a bit over these past 4 months. What remains cannot be achieved in a short time and will depend on your own accumulation of knowledge. Due to your unique circumstances, while others typically study here for a month, spending 10 days learning the vital points of the human body, another 10 days engaging in combat training, followed by 10 days of practical experience in the Yue Forest, you are required to study for 6 months. extending your learning period to a month that we have nearly covered all the teachings that were meant to be imparted. Uncle Fu, what shall I do in the next 2 months? Well, during the upcoming 2 months, you will participate in real battles within the Southern Town Legion, engaging with various types of soul masters, which will enhance your combat experience against different soul masters. Very well. Now, you should rest. Tomorrow, we will reconvene at the location where you previously trained with Lu Ha, and I will arrange for someone to spar with you there. Remember to arrive early and not keep others waiting, as they are coming to assist you, and we wouldn't want to impose any inconvenience on them. All right, Uncle Fu, I understand. You need not remind me again. Well then, I shall take my leave, and do remember. Yes, indeed, it seems that after spending more time with Uncle Fu, his loquacious nature becomes apparent, as he reiterates every matter multiple times, almost as if fearing others might forget. The following day, Wang Chun arrived early at the training ground. Finding it empty, he closed his eyes to gather his thoughts. Speak frankly, his experience in battles against soul masters was somewhat lacking. Although he had participated in numerous soul battles at the Diamond Soul Arena, he predominantly faced beast spirit masters, who were largely offensive or agile types, with very few control-type soul masters in fact. He had yet to encounter a purely control-type soul master, leaving him with limited experience in such battles. Moreover, within the Diamond Clan, most members were beast spirit masters, and control-type soul masters were exceedingly rare, resulting in no arrangements for him to train against such opponents within the clan. Conversely, the Southern Town Legion comprised a diverse array of soul masters sourced from outside, encompassing various types and classifications, including control-type soul masters whom Wang Chun wished to challenge. Just yesterday, he had asked Uncle Fu to arrange for a purely control-type soul master to help him gain experience. After a brief wait, Lu Ha and 5 others arrived. They were not only there to observe Wang Chun's battle, but also to serve as referees, ready to intervene should the sparring escalate beyond control, as it would be unfortunate for anyone to sustain injuries. After another short wait, a middle-aged man in his 40s arrived and greeted Lu Ha and the others. He then glanced at Wang Chun, nodding in acknowledgement. Wang Chun scrutinized the man. He appeared slender rather than the robust and imposing figure typical of offensive beast spirit masters, exuding an air of wisdom, undoubtedly possessing substantial practical experience. Wang Chun perceived him to be a formidable opponent. Xiaoma, this is Wang Chun, a powerful beast spirit master and your opponent for today. Xiao Chun, this is Ma Tao, a plant control soul master, and you will be battling him today. Lu Ha introduced them. Hello, I am Wang Chun. I appreciate your assistance today. Wang Chun did not take offense at Ma Tao's brief response, recognizing that he was the reason for Ma Tao's presence. And thus, one could hardly expect warmth from someone without a vested interest. Very well, you may begin, Lu Ha announced, signaling the start of the duel. Wang Chun and Ma Tao prepared for combat. Wang Chun, level 45 offensive soul master, Ma Tao, level 55 control soul master, be cautious. They both shouted simultaneously before launching into battle. Wang Chun activated his martial spirit, significantly enhancing his physique, his robust arms, and powerful muscles, signaling an overwhelming offensive presence. While the 4 soul rings, 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, danced ominously beneath him, instilling a sense of pressure. In contrast, Ma Tao summoned his martial spirit, his physique remaining unchanged, with his own 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black soul rings pulsating rhythmically. The dark purple vines spread across the ground like serpents, encircling an area of 20 meters around him, effectively claiming potential ambush points with his vines. Ma Tao observed Wang Chun with an air of calmness. Unperturbed despite the absence of direct contact in their confrontation, he felt confident of victory. Although slightly surprised by Wang Chun's soul ring configuration, he believed that the disparity in their powers could not be bridged merely by rings, especially considering his own 1,000-year soul ring as a control soul master. He excelled in one-on-one engagements and had no reason to fear Wang Chun. He unleashed his ghost vine martial spirit, directing it toward Wang Chun. Unwilling to remain a passive target, Wang Chun sprang into action, darting toward Ma Tao amidst a flurry of afterimages as he breached the confines of Ma Tao's vines. They rose simultaneously, forming a colossal cage that enveloped both Wang Chun and Ma Tao. Simultaneously, they activated their soul techniques. Ma Tao employed his first soul technique, Entangle, commanding the ghostly vines to surge toward Wang Chun. In response, Wang Chun unleashed his great strength diamond fist, his right hand shimmering with golden light as he struck forward. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed as Wang Chun's attack obliterated the vines before him, propelling him closer to Ma Tao. In a swift maneuver, Ma Tao sidestepped the golden fist, avoiding the blow, and unleashed his martial spirit to increase the number of ghostly vines in the vicinity. As Wang Chun closed the distance, he unleashed his great strength diamond fist once more. Boom! In a critical moment, Ma Tao deftly utilized the ghostly vines to propel himself off the ground, evading Wang Chun's attack, and ensnared him with the vines. Then he activated his absorb technique, capable of siphoning the soul power from any soul master ensnared by his vines, thereby augmenting his own martial spirit. That I have won. Haven't I? Ma Tao declared confidently to Lu He and the others, his assurance stemming from the fact that those of the same rank ensnared by his vines seldom escaped, let alone a level 40 soul master. Alas, events did not unfold as he anticipated. Boom! Wang Chun activated his frenzied ape diamond transformation, rapidly enhancing his physical prowess. He broke free from Ma Tao's grasp and delivered a powerful punch that sent Ma Tao flying. Boom! Ma Tao crashed heavily to the ground, sustaining significant injuries. As a control soul master, he lacked the defensive capabilities of a beast spirit master, and thus, it was entirely expected for him to be wounded by Wang Chun's amplified strike. All right, the sparring session has reached its conclusion. Lu He interjected, observing the state of the battle. Xiaoma, you are overly complacent. One must never let down their guard without fully ascertaining the strength of the opponent. Your duel was not meant to conclude so swiftly, yet your negligence led to your severe injury and the premature end to the contest. Xiao Chen's performance was commendable. Be sure to absorb this experience and strive for improvement. Now, you are all free to attend to your own matters. Today's battle has concluded. Point 48 Jingang Legion, Part 6. Ever since Wang Chun engaged in sparring with Ma Tao, a Soul King-level Spirit Master has come to challenge him every day. Typically, Wang Chun emerges victorious, even though he is one soul ring short and possesses slightly lower strength. His fourth soul skill is overwhelmingly powerful, enabling him to triumph over opponents of higher ranks. After Wang Chun has faced each of the Soul Kings, Lu He and the others also took the field against him. This was necessitated by the fact that the others could hardly exert significant pressure on Wang Chun, thus compelling them to intervene personally. Once Lu He and his companions joined the fray, the pressure on Wang Chun significantly increased. After all, the disparity of two soul rings is considerable. Although Wang Chun is nearly unmatched among soul masters of his level, he cannot hope to defeat opponents 2 major ranks above him. Nevertheless, despite not securing victories in these encounters, Wang Chun's practical combat experience has been greatly enhanced. Thus, a month passed swiftly amidst Wang Chun's battles with these individuals, marking the final month of his time in the Jingang Legion. Soon, he would embark on his journey to hone his skills, soaring freely through the skies and leaping across vast seas. On the first day of this last month, Wang Fu visited Wang Chun's chamber. Xiao Chun, you have learned quite a bit by now, though we have essentially covered everything, and this last month is for you to arrange as you see fit. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask me or consult Lu He and the others, as you are quite familiar with them. All right, Uncle Fu. Well then, I shall take my leave at the. Do not hesitate to inquire if anything troubles you. Do not keep it bottled up. I understand. Uncle Fu, you may attend to your own matters. There is no need to worry about me here. After Wang Fu departed, Wang Chun pondered what he ought to do next. After all, he had learned a great deal, and the remaining tasks could not be accomplished in a short period. His wilderness survival skills were also adequate, and his practical combat experience had seen significant improvement. Now, he could only focus on refining his strength before leaving. Unfortunately, the Jingang Legion lacked the extensive simulated training environment of the King Kong clan, offering only a small and rather uninspiring setting, which hardly contributed to Wang Chun's growth. However, this suited Wang Chun just fine, as he did not wish to train in a simulated environment. He was about to venture out into the world. where such facilities would be absent, making this a perfect opportunity for him to adapt. Throughout this final month, Wang Chun dedicated himself to daily training, occasionally engaging in sparring sessions with Lu Ha and the others to further enhance his practical abilities. He also visited the Zhun and Legion's library to study various texts, deepening his understanding of vital points in the human body in this manner. The months swiftly elapsed, and the time for Wang Chun to depart had arrived. Xiao Chun, you have been here for 6 months now, and you have learned much. Remember the lessons from your time here when you venture out. Do not be careless. Indeed, Xiao Chun, venture forth and make your mark. When you become a titled Douluo, do come back and treat me to a drink. All right, Xiao Chun, prioritize your safety above all else. I wish you a splendid journey and prosperous martial fortune. Wishing you a glorious future and abundant martial success. Everyone, I am leaving. Wang Chun felt deeply moved. Despite having only spent 6 months here, these uncles treated him as their own prodigy. Yet, the time had come for him to depart. He set forth towards King Kong City, intending to inform his family before leaving. Upon returning to his clan, he met with the clan leader and 5 elders, sharing his growth in the Zhunnan Legion. After receiving their advice, he departed and returned home to converse with his parents. Clan leader, are we really not going to arrange for anyone to protect Xiao Chun? Haven't we already discussed this matter? Wasn't a decision reached long ago? What more is there to say? But everyone must go through these experiences. We cannot shield them from every storm. They must grow independently. Otherwise, who will inherit the clan? Sigh. Mother, what delicious dish are you preparing? Ah, Xiao Chun, I knew you would return today, so I made your favorite dish. Once you leave to train, you won't have the chance to enjoy my cooking anymore. Thank you, Mother. All right, hurry up. It will be ready soon. That day, Wang Chun conversed with his mother for quite some time. When his father returned, he also shared a few words with Wang Chun, primarily recounting his own experiences from his travels on the continent. Although Wang Chun knew that the clan would provide him with such knowledge, his father reiterated it to ensure Wang Chun was well prepared for the future. The next day, Wang Chun rose early, having arranged to meet with his 3 younger brothers for one final gathering before his departure. After this meeting, it would likely be challenging for them to reunite in that familiar location. His eldest brother reminded him, Boss, be sure to prioritize your safety once you go out. Do not be careless. When I am out training, I will definitely come looking for you. All right, I will wait for you. We brothers will strive together out there. Yes, back at home, Wang Chun meticulously checked his storage soul guide, ensuring he had all the necessary supplies. After confirming nothing was amiss, he retired for a restful sleep. The following day, after breakfast, he set out. His father, having set aside clan matters, stayed home to see Wang Chun off from King Kong City before returning. Upon exiting King Kong City, Wang Chun felt an exhilarating sense of freedom, as though the vast world awaited his exploration. He gazed back at King Kong City, the place he had called home for a decade. I will return, and I shall do so in glory. Turning away, he embarked on his journey. He had not yet decided which route to take for his training, but he intended to venture into the sunset forest of the Xingluo Empire eventually. He was eager to seek out those celestial herbs, and perhaps at this moment, Douluo Bo had yet to occupy the ice and fire Jingang. I doubt if he brought along the clan's experts. They might seize the celestial herbs without engaging in battle. He traveled along the main road, planning to reach the outskirts of the Star Do Forest first, where he could further confront soul beasts. Not only would this augment his practical experience, but he might also be fortunate enough to acquire 2 soul bones, which would be a delightful outcome. After over 20 days of travel, Wang Chun finally arrived at the small town on the periphery of the Star Do Forest. The journey took longer than expected due to his curiosity, as this was his first time venturing out to train, and he found everything captivating. Upon entering the town, Wang Chun first visited an inn to freshen up and have a meal, then inquired if there were any soul master recruitment opportunities nearby. He intended to explore any organizations he could join, where he could learn various experiences from seasoned veterans before continuing his journey to the Xingluo Empire. After all, this expedition was meant for training and gaining diverse experiences. He could not afford to lose sight of his primary goal. Point 49, joining the Mercenary Corps. Hey, great wine. The Iron Blood Mercenary Corps is recruiting. The Fire Ray Mercenary Corps is seeking a healing-type soul master with excellent benefits. Wang Chun stepped into the mercenary tavern he had learned about from others. This establishment served as a stronghold for the mercenary guild, akin to the arenas operated by the Soul Fighting Guild across various locations. All mercenary groups must register in such venues to be recognized as legitimate entities. Typically, individuals seeking to hire assistance will post tasks within the mercenary guild. Although the fees may be higher, the credibility assured by the guild instills greater confidence in clients. Consequently, most mercenary groups prefer to accept assignments through the guild, as it offers greater stability and generally more lucrative rewards. Despite the guild taking a portion of the earnings, acting as an intermediary, the guild not only receives compensation but also resolves issues for clients, thus expanding its own influence, a veritable trifecta of benefits. Inside the tavern, most patrons were indulging in drinks, as it is customary to unwind after embarking on perilous quests. Behind the bar, a large board displayed various tasks posted by others. Mercenary groups could claim suitable assignments directly from the bar's overseer. And once a task was accepted, it would no longer appear on the board in the event of a task's failure. The mercenary guild would dispatch its own elite teams to rectify the situation, during which they would not charge the original task issuer and would even refund 50% of the initial reward as a form of compensation. Conversely, the mercenary group responsible for the failure would incur penalties to their mercenary points, which would diminish their success rate for future tasks, and they would be barred from accepting new assignments for a month. Mercenary points serve as a vital internal currency within the guild, influencing the rank advancement of mercenary groups and facilitating the exchange of various training resources. Points are categorized into promotion points, which are earned solely through task completion and cannot be traded, and circulation points, which can be exchanged for resources and shared among different mercenary groups. The ranks of mercenary groups range from 1 to 5 stars, with 1 star being the lowest and 5 the highest. Advancement in rank requires a specific number of promotion points. There are no alternative methods. The right of the bar was a recruitment area where various mercenary groups sought new members. Wang Chun, upon entering the tavern, was immediately drawn to the sound of recruitment emanating from this section. He observed closely as each mercenary group occupied a designated table space, displaying their recruitment criteria prominently. It bore resemblance to a job fair from a past life, where companies outlined their hiring needs, allowing potential candidates to assess various opportunities until a mutual agreement was reached, leading to employment. Here, the goal was to join a mercenary group to undertake diverse missions. Wang Chun scrutinized the recruiters. Some were exceedingly enthusiastic, providing detailed answers to inquiries, while others exhibited a more aloof demeanor, dismissing questions with indifference. He noted a particularly intriguing recruitment booth where 3 individuals were actively inviting others to inquire, yet very few approached them. Curious about this mercenary group, Wang Chun decided to investigate further. "Hello, I would like to inquire about your recruitment situation." "Oh, hello, I am Zhang Ming. What would you like to know? I see your recruitment requirements are not particularly demanding, and the benefits seem appealing. Why then, is there a lack of interest?" "Ah, that is because our last mission ended in failure, resulting in the loss of several key members from the Phoenix mercenary group, and our leader sustained injuries. Coupled with the deduction of points, our current situation is quite dire. Could you tell me more about the Phoenix mercenary group?" "Oh, you're interested. Well, we currently have 6 members. Our leader is a soul king of over 50 levels, and the other 5 are soul sect members. I am a strong attack-type soul sect member, and my name is Sun Wukong. May I join?" "Of course. Let us proceed with the paperwork immediately. Please wait here while I take Sun Xiaoxiong to complete the registration." Shortly thereafter, Wang Chun finalized his registration. Zhang Ming informed him that they would take the evening to rest, as a welcome banquet would be held that night to introduce him to all the members of the mercenary group. Wang Chun chose to join the Phoenix mercenary group precisely because it had recently experienced a setback, leading to a significant reduction in its ranks, which would provide him with ample opportunities to learn. After all, they would need to undertake numerous tasks to rebuild the group, and the more experiences they shared, the more knowledge he would gain. Furthermore, with fewer members, the camaraderie among them would likely deepen, allowing for a more relaxed environment conducive to learning. That evening, in a tavern within the small town, the Phoenix mercenary group hosted a welcome banquet for Wang Chun. Here, he met all the members of the group. To his surprise, their leader was a female soul master, a rarity in the perilous world of mercenaries. where female warriors were scarce, let alone one leading a group. Naturally, Zhang Ming, being the most vivacious and the one who facilitated Wang Chen's entry, took on the role of the group's introducer. Brother Sun, allow me to introduce you. This lovely lady is our leader, a fire shadow with a fire eagle martial spirit, a top-tier soul king of level 59, specializing in powerful attacks. The two similarly built men are our defensive soul sect members, both wielding iron-armored shields and standing at level 48. The elder is known as Iron Armor, while the younger is called Iron Shield. The tallest among us is our control specialist, Li Wen, who possesses the bloodthirsty Vine Martial Spirit and is a level 49 control-type soul sect member. Lastly, the thinnest and most dashing is our healing soul master, whose martial spirit is the begonia flower, and he stands at level 40-5.as for myself. I am Zhang Ming, a level 49 agility-type soul sect member with a super eagle martial spirit. Now that introductions are complete, Brother Sun, please share a bit about yourself. Certainly. I am Sun Wukong, a level 45 strong attack-type soul sect member with a giant ape martial spirit. I am thrilled to join the Phoenix Mercenary Group and look forward to a harmonious collaboration with everyone. Welcome, Brother Sun. However, be advised that due to our recent mission failure, the group has suffered a significant blow, and we may need to undertake a considerable number of tasks to restore our reputation, albeit with somewhat reduced rewards. That I hope you can prepare yourself mentally for this. That is perfectly acceptable, leader. That I heard from Brother Jean beforehand. So I came fully informed and am not concerned. On the evening of the 50th day of joining the Phoenix Mercenary Corps, Wang Chen and his comrades indulged in a delightful feast. During the banquet, Wang Chen gleaned information regarding a recent incident involving the Phoenix Mercenary Corps. It transpired that as the Corps was on the verge of achieving a 2-star rating, they undertook a mission to assist in the acquisition of a 4th soul ring that had been elusive for over 3,000 years. The completion of this task was crucial for their promotion, and thus the Phoenix Mercenary Corps placed immense importance on it. Not only did the level 59 captain participate, but also other members who were on leave joined in the effort, all striving to ensure the successful completion of the mission to attain their coveted 2-star status. However, while hunting for soul beasts, they encountered a formidable soul beast of 30,000 years, resulting in the mission's failure and inflicting significant losses on the mercenary group, with over half of their members incapacitated and the captain sustaining serious injuries. Consequently, not only did they fail to achieve their promotion, but they also suffered a reduction in their mercenary points. Now, more than a month had passed, and the injured members had nearly recovered, prompting the Corps to begin recruiting to undertake tasks and accumulate mercenary points once more. This situation aligned perfectly with Wang Chen's intentions, as he sought to engage in numerous tasks to gain experience. Although the rewards would be somewhat diminished, he was not primarily motivated by financial gain. Due to the significant loss of personnel, the Phoenix Mercenary Corps had developed a structural vulnerability, possessing only a single powerful assault-type soul master, and that individual specialized in long-range attacks. Thus, it became imperative for them to recruit a close combat assault-type soul master to rectify this deficiency. With Wang Chen, a close combat assault-type soul master wielding the formidable giant ape martial spirit, they were ready to commence taking on missions in light of their recent failure and the consequent decline in reputation. The Phoenix Mercenary Corps could only accept tasks offering relatively modest rewards. After all, task issuers were understandably reluctant to engage a mercenary group with a low success rate, as the repercussions of failure could be quite troublesome. It was unreasonable for them to assume such risks, particularly since tasks posted through the Mercenary Guild were inherently more expensive than those offered elsewhere. Thus, the Phoenix Mercenary Corps was limited to undertaking simple tasks, such as assisting others in acquiring second soul rings, which posed no significant challenge. Naturally, the remuneration for these tasks paled in comparison to previous endeavors, yet they had no choice but to accept such assignments to rebuild their points and enhance their reputation. For a month, Wang Chen accompanied the Phoenix Mercenary Corps on these low-difficulty missions, gradually accumulating experience. This was a stark contrast to his previous circumstances, where he had always ventured out with elder family members who ensured his protection. Now, he had to fend for himself, lacking the luxury of having an elder keep watch while he rested. The members were now taking turns to recuperate within the periphery of the Stardow Forest. Wang Chen had become quite seasoned. having spent the past month surviving in this environment. Presently, Zhang Ming was tasked with observing missions at the Mercenary Guild and selecting suitable ones, which the captain of the Phoenix Mercenary Corps would subsequently lead. During this period, Wang Chun successfully hunted several century-old soul beasts, providing these soul rings to task issuers. Throughout the month, the Phoenix Mercenary Corps gradually regained their points and improved their mission completion rate. By the second month, they were finally poised to accept missions of greater difficulty and more substantial rewards. Given that this was the first high-difficulty task since their resurgence, all members of the Phoenix Mercenary Corps mobilized to ensure the flawless execution of the assignment. Determined not to repeat the failures of the past, as such repeated failures could potentially relegate them to the status of a zero-star mercenary group, which would strip them of their standing. This was due to the Guild's regulations, which mandated significant deductions in points for multiple mission failures, potentially leading to the dissolution of the mercenary group. The Guild was wary of mercenary groups that consistently failed, fearing that their continued recklessness in accepting tasks could tarnish the Guild's reputation. Given the Phoenix Mercenary Corps' frequent forays into the Stardow Forest, they possessed a profound understanding of the habitats of soul beasts. In a mere 2 days, they identified a suitable target for their employer, a fiery monkey over 1,000 years old. With preparations complete, the captain declared that they would swiftly conclude the battle. Naturally, the members had no objections. A mere 1,000-year-old beast was trivial in the face of the Phoenix Mercenary Corps, and they swiftly dispatched it. Upon successfully completing the mission, the Phoenix Mercenary Corps returned to the town to celebrate their accomplishment. This marked a significant milestone, being their first high-difficulty task since their resurgence, and its successful resolution held great sentimental value. "Captain, shall we not pursue tasks akin to those we undertook in the past?" One member inquired. "Indeed, now that our strength and reputation have been bolstered, we are well equipped to tackle more challenging assignments. Continuously engaging in low-level tasks holds little merit, as they offer scant rewards and squander precious time." The captain responded. "Precisely, Captain, completing a mission to assist in acquiring a 4th soul ring is equivalent to undertaking dozens of tasks for a 100-year soul ring. Moreover, we have historically focused on such 4th soul ring missions, which not only yield higher rewards but also serve to hone our skills. The recent tasks have lacked significance, with the exception of that last 1,000-year soul ring," another member added. "With our reputation restored, we are indeed capable of pursuing those tasks. Very well. Let us proceed to accept those high-difficulty missions," the captain concluded, leading the Phoenix Mercenary Corps to embark on a quest for a 4th soul ring. "Captain, I've secured a mission to assist an employer in obtaining a 4,000-year soul ring, and the reward is quite generous. Please take a look," a member announced. "Excellent. We shall proceed with this one," the captain affirmed. Subsequently, the Phoenix Mercenary Corps set off with their employer to undertake the task. As they traversed the Stardow Forest, the members of the Phoenix Mercenary Corps remained exceptionally vigilant, especially in light of their earlier misfortunes, maintaining a healthy wariness of the forest. "Let us take a moment to rest and dine before continuing our search," the captain suggested, advocating for a brief respite to restore their strength for the task ahead. Such caution was prudent. The unknowns of the Stardow Forest demanded that they maintain their abilities at peak readiness to confront any unforeseen challenges. After a brief intermission, they resumed their expedition. At last, they discovered a suitable target within a hollow. Upon successfully completing this mission, they returned to the town, and Wang Chun experienced an unexpected breakthrough, reaching level 46 during the battle against the Soul Beast. Following the completion of this mission, the Phoenix Mercenary Corps granted all members a 5-day respite, recognizing that in the preceding month, they had foregone breaks in pursuit of the core points and reputation. Having successfully tackled a high-difficulty mission, it was only fitting that they be rewarded with time to rest and recuperate. Wang Chun, having no leisure pursuits, dedicated himself to training within the core base for the duration of the 5 days. After waiting for the next assignment to arrive, a month had already elapsed since Wang Chun and his companions from the Phoenix Mercenary Group had taken their leave. During this month, they had successfully completed numerous tasks, accumulating a significant amount of points, bringing them closer to upgrading the Phoenix Mercenary Group to a 2-star rating. Thus, rather than taking a break after a month of arduous tasks, they resolved to continue their endeavors until they could elevate their Mercenary Group S rank before indulging in a holiday. On this particular day, the Phoenix mercenary group, as was their custom, accepted a mission to assist another in hunting a fourth soul ring. However, this time, the employer stipulated that they must hunt a soul beast that was at least 4,000 years old. Although the requirements were somewhat stringent, the rewards were commensurately generous. For the Phoenix mercenary group, this was hardly a challenge, given their composition of a soul king and 6 high-ranking soul masters. Slaying a soul beast aged over 4,000 years was merely a matter of convenience. Once again, the leader of the Phoenix mercenary group personally led Wang Chun and Zhang Ming on this expedition. They did not deploy all members, as they had previously divided into 2 smaller teams, allowing for a swift accumulation of points that, if they had operated as a single unit, they would not have been able to complete such a multitude of tasks or amass so many points. Consequently, the captain guided Wang Chun and Zhang Ming through higher difficulty missions, while the remaining 5 members undertook simpler tasks to expedite point accumulation. This approach was permitted by the Mercenary Guild, as long as the mercenary group had sufficient personnel to rapidly gather points and enhance their star rating. After all, having a larger team conferred advantages. Nonetheless, this strategy carried its own risks. Any failure by either team would reflect poorly on the mercenary group. Such failures could hinder their ability to accumulate points quickly, potentially leading to their elimination due to a high failure rate. After all, failure often incurs significant costs, and it is conceivable that their earned points could be outweighed by deductions. Thus, formidable mercenary groups typically adopt an elite strategy, wherein the number of soul masters may be limited, but their strength is formidable. In the Mercenary Guild, the star rating of a mercenary group directly correlates with the strength of its soul masters. Generally, the highest combat power in a 5-star mercenary group is at the level of a soul Douluo, while 4-star groups boast soul saints. 3-star groups possess soul emperors. 2-star groups consist of soul kings. And 1-star groups are made up of soul masters. Moreover, the lowest tier without a star rating is a great soul master, as only those who attain that level of strength can register a mercenary group. However, this is not absolute. It is said that some 5-star mercenary groups even harbor title Douluos. Thus, the Phoenix mercenary group, with a top-tier soul king aged 59 among its ranks, was relatively impressive, had it not been for their relatively short registration period in a prior incident. They might have already ascended to a 2-star mercenary group. As per their usual protocol, Wu Yukong forged ahead. Zhang Ming surveyed the surroundings, the employer positioned centrally, and I brought up the rear. Once the captain concluded his instructions, Zhang Ming activated his martial spirit and soared into the sky to scan the area. Meanwhile, Wang Chun ventured forward, embarking on a quest for an appropriate soul ring. After a half-day of searching, Zhang Ming, vigilant as always, detected an unusual occurrence. A soul beast was advancing toward them from their right front. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that it was a spider-type soul beast, aligning perfectly with their employer's requirements. As the employer also possessed a spider martial spirit, if this soul beast's age was suitable, their search would be unnecessary. He promptly relayed his discovery to the captain, prompting a change in direction toward the spider. Soon after, Wang Chun sensed something amiss. He heard peculiar sounds resembling rustling leaves, growing nearer. Before long, he encountered the source of the noise, a colossal black spider. Its main body measured over 1.7 meters in diameter, and its spear-like legs exceeded 3.5 meters in length. Its glossy black exoskeleton glimmered ominously, and the slender tips of its 8 long legs pierced the ground with each step, revealing their sharpness. As Wang Chun perceived it, the spider also became aware of their presence. Its 8 legs moved with alarming speed, swiftly approaching Wang Chun, 2 of which lifted and lunged toward him. Wang Chun, however, reacted quickly, retreating just in time to evade the attack. Through this encounter, they discerned the creature's true nature. It was a human-faced demon spider nearing 4,000 years of age, perfectly fulfilling the employer's specifications. Such a formidable soul beast was no match for Wang Chun and his companions, and it was swiftly dispatched, subsequently absorbed by the employer. During this interval, Wang Chun noticed a distinctive object on the soul beast, a remarkably intact right arm bone that was also nearly 4,000 years old. According to the Mercenary Guild's regulations, any artifacts acquired during a mission, aside from those expressly hired for by the employer, belong to the mercenary group. Thus, this soul bone rightfully became the property of the Phoenix mercenary group. The captain, Hua Ying, collected this soul bone, and after the employer completed the absorption, they returned to the small town. Upon their return, the members of the Phoenix mercenary group convened to deliberate on the allocation of the soul bone. Although Wang Chun, Zhang Ming, and their captain had discovered and obtained it, discussion was still warranted due to the nature of teamwork, while it was unlikely that anyone else would claim the soul bone. A fundamental respect for the group dynamics was essential for the longevity of their collaboration. Let us discuss the disposition of this soul bone. The Captain Hua Ying initiated that I believe it should go to whomever among you three is most suited to it. The armored member, who was not participating in the distribution, offered a suggestion that I defer to the group as consensus, and as I have only recently joined, I suggest the captain and Brother Zhang share it. Wang Chun proposed. Having already acquired a right arm soul bone, he felt no necessity to absorb another, especially given his recent induction into the team. Thus, he opted to step back, recognizing the valuable experiences he had gained within the Phoenix mercenary group. There was no need to jeopardize his relationships over an object of little personal value, especially as he anticipated some form of compensation for his withdrawal. Perhaps the captain should absorb it, as doing so may allow her to break through to level 60 and become a soul emperor, which would greatly benefit our Phoenix mercenary group. Zhang Ming added, conceding the soul bone. Very well. Hua Ying acknowledged, I shall accept this soul bone, and in return, I will provide some resources to you both as compensation that I shall continue to offer additional recompense as well. Ultimately, the captain accepted the soul bone, as Zhang Ming had articulated, and this allocation was considered the most advantageous choice, promising further benefits to the Phoenix mercenary group upon her reaching level 60 as a soul emperor. Hua Ying dedicated over 2 hours to absorbing the soul bone, with all members of the Phoenix mercenary group standing guard. She lived up to expectations, successfully attaining level 60, and now required only to absorb a soul ring to become a 6-ring soul emperor. As for hunting a soul beast nearing 20,000 years of age, the Phoenix mercenary group was not capable of undertaking such a feat alone. They needed to engage a higher-tier mercenary group from the Mercenary Guild to assist Hua Ying in her quest for the 6th soul ring. They enlisted the aid of a 4-star mercenary group, which naturally incurred a substantial fee, depleting nearly all of the Phoenix mercenary group's saved earnings. Still, they secured the services of a soul saint to lead the expedition into the Stardow Forest to assist Hua Ying in acquiring her 6th soul ring. Despite nearly exhausting their resources, there was no objection, for the elevation of their captain to a soul emperor was deemed far more beneficial for the Phoenix mercenary group. Moreover, the Phoenix mercenary group inherently supported the enhancement of all member strengths, whether they were captains or team members requiring soul rings. Everyone was committed to assisting one another, as they were comrades who faced life-threatening challenges together. The greater the strength of each teammate, the safer the entire group would be. In a mercenary group, unity was paramount, especially when confronting various soul beasts. Disunity could lead to perilous consequences. Only through steadfast collaboration could they navigate the challenges of the continent successfully. Before long, Hua Ying set out with the hired mercenary group, while the remaining members of the Phoenix mercenary group took a well-deserved break after more than a month of continuous tasks. At the moment, the Hokage had matters to attend to and needed to procure the 6th spirit ring, so they were resting here, awaiting the Hokage's return. Wang Chun, this time, chose not to continue his training in the room, but instead ventured into the town to explore, indulging in some unique delicacies and gathering various pieces of information. They only spent 12 days in leisure before the Hokage returned, having successfully ascended to the rank of a 6-ringed soul emperor. That very evening, the Phoenix Mercenary Corps hosted a celebratory banquet for the Hokage, not only to congratulate her on becoming a soul emperor, but also to preemptively celebrate the Phoenix Mercenary Corps advancement to 2-star status. After all, with a soul emperor among them, they were on the threshold of qualifying as a 3-star mercenary group. They simply needed to complete 2 more tasks to achieve their promotion to 2-star mercenaries. First and foremost, I wish to express my gratitude to all the members of the Mercenary Corps for their unwavering support. My journey to acquire the Spirit Ring has nearly depleted the entire bounty of the Phoenix Mercenary Corps. Furthermore, after our last mission's failure, everyone remained steadfast instead of departing. Instead, they diligently undertook tasks for over a month to restore our points. Thank you all. Captain, why do you say such things? We are all part of the same team. Unity and mutual assistance are our inherent duties. Your higher strength ensures our safety, and when we require spirit rings in the future, we will still need your assistance, responded one of the members. Indeed, Captain, there's no need to be so formal, added another. All right, everyone enjoy your meal and drinks. Tomorrow, we shall embark on a mission to elevate ourselves to 2-star mercenaries. Cheers! The following day, the Hokage led the entire Phoenix Mercenary Corps to the Mercenary Guild to accept a well-paying task, intending to complete it for their promotion. Soon, the members of the Phoenix Mercenary Corps brought the employer to the Douluo Forest, where they aimed to hunt a 3,000-year-old fire attribute spirit beast, designated as the employer's 4th spirit ring. With a sole emperor in their ranks, the Phoenix Mercenary Corps was considered the strongest among 1-star mercenary groups, even surpassing some 2-star groups in strength. The employer paid less than what would be required by a 2-star mercenary group, hiring a unique 1-star mercenary group that was stronger than most 2-star groups, although their star rating was slightly lower. Their prowess was superior, providing enhanced safety, much to the employer's satisfaction. Moreover, due to their previous task's failure, the Phoenix Mercenary Corps needed to accumulate points and restore their reputation, so they were not overly particular. Despite their formidable strength, the compensation they received was still less than that of other 2-star mercenary groups. Nevertheless, they were still merely a 1-star mercenary group and had no grounds for dissatisfaction. Once this task was completed and they achieved their 2-star status, they would naturally be able to command higher commissions than AS per their usual arrangement. Wang Chun initiated the operation, flanked by the iron-armored brothers for protection, while Zhang Ming surveyed the surroundings from above. With the addition of a healing spirit master and the Hokage having broken through to the rank of sole emperor, this task was certainly much easier than their previous outing with just Wang Chun and 2 others. Although they searched the forest throughout the day, the difficulty was significantly heightened by their quest for a fire attribute spirit beast, as such creatures were scarce in the forest. They could only hope to find one in particularly unique environments. The Hokage, as the leader of the Phoenix Mercenary Corps, arranged for the team to rest for the night. After all, in the nighttime Douluo Forest, human spirit masters would find their abilities diminished due to visibility issues, while spirit beasts remained unaffected. Thus, continuing the search for spirit beasts in the dark was exceedingly perilous. As a mercenary corps with vast experience in the Douluo Forest, they would not commit such an error. Moreover, the employer was not a foolish character from a novel. He would not force the mercenary corps to hunt for spirit beasts at night and also settle down to rest at the camp. As the employer, he was not required to set up camp or keep watch during the night. He simply needed to heed the experienced mercenaries' arrangements and rest well. Maintaining his own condition was crucial, as he would later absorb the spirit ring obtained by the mercenary corps before exiting the Douluo Forest, thus fulfilling his task. After all, in such a dangerous place as the Douluo Forest, the greatest taboo was discord within the group, which could easily lead to peril. While the Hokage prepared food at the campsite, the Iron Brothers set up tents, and Zhang Ming sprinkled medicinal powder around the perimeter. Everyone diligently performed their roles, and soon the camp was set up. After finishing their meal, they arranged for shifts to keep watch, while the others retired to rest in the dead of night, while resting in the camp. Wang Chun was suddenly awakened by a loud shout. Alert! There is a spirit beast! Roused by the cry, Wang Chun quickly dashed from his tent to find Zhang Ming confronting a spirit beast. At that moment, all members of the camp emerged. Wang Chun discerned that it was a scorpion spirit beast, its body entirely snow-white, exuding a palpable aura of menace from its skeletal joints. Its pale form skittered close to the ground with remarkable speed. A tail comprised of 7 segments arched high, culminating in a fiery red stinger. As Wang Chun and the others emerged, the stinger unleashed a torrent of flames, aimed directly at Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming, however, was not one to be caught off guard. He immediately summoned his martial soul and, leveraging his exceptional agility, evaded the fiery onslaught, delivering a counterstrike that sent the spirit beast reeling, that he refrained from pursuing. Recognizing that he was not alone, there was no need to take unnecessary risks. Once the entire Phoenix Mercenary Corps converged, they would easily dispatch the spirit beast. Wang Chun, at that moment, realized the nature of the spirit beast. It was a king of the earth spirit beast. Such creatures, known for their domineering nature and bloodthirstiness, were formidable foes. Although not as feared as the poisonous demon spider, few spirit beasts dared to provoke it, making it a high-quality fire attribute spirit beast. From the 7 segments of its tail, Wang Chun could ascertain that this king of the earth was approximately 3,500 years old. As its tail lengthens by 1 segment every 500 years, the king of the earth manifests in 3 colors. The red variant signifies a cultivation level under 1,000 years, with each segment of its tail representing 50 years of cultivation. Upon reaching 1,000 years, its massive body would revert to a smaller form, changing color from red to white. Only upon evolving to 10,000 years would its hue shift once more, transforming into a deep blue. By assessing its color and the number of tail segments, Wang Chun accurately gauged its strength. Indeed, this spirit beast was perfectly suited to meet their employer's requirements. Thus, Wang Chun was determined not to let it escape. He promptly addressed the captain of the Phoenix Mercenary Corps. "Captain, this king of the earth is an ideal match for our target. We cannot allow it to flee." "Understood," the Hokage replied, immediately summoning her martial soul. The powerful fire eagle martial soul propelled her directly toward the king of the earth. Although the king of the earth was considered a formidable spirit beast, its 3,500-year cultivation level paled in comparison to that of the 6-ringed soul emperor. Upon seeing a figure charging toward it, the vicious spirit beast's first instinct was not to flee, but to unleash a column of fire from its stinger toward the approaching target. Unfortunately, even the attack that Zhang Ming, a level 40 spirit master, could evade would not connect with the Hokage, the 6-ringed soul emperor. She effortlessly dodged the fiery assault, and with a flash of red light from her flaming wings, she swiftly closed the distance to the king of the earth. Spirit beasts possess acute senses, and the higher their cultivation, the more perceptive they become. As the 1,500-year-old king of the earth caught sight of the Hokage's fiery wings, a sense of foreboding washed over it. However, its pride as a savage spirit beast compelled it to stand its ground rather than flee. When the Hokage's massive fiery wings approached, the king of the earth realized that escape was no longer an option. It had no choice but to fight for its life. In an instant, the king of the earth erupted with a fierce red glow, causing the air within a radius of several dozen square meters to warp around its body. The ground beneath it fractured as its massive pincers struck the earth, generating a powerful shockwave through the distorted air. Even the Hokage, as a 6-ringed soul emperor, found herself momentarily disrupted by this force. Hesitating in mid-air, that moment, a thunderous roar echoed from beneath the king of the earth, and a crimson pillar of fire surged skyward. This column measured 2 meters in diameter, perfectly centered within the area of distorted air. At this moment, the body of the Hokage was momentarily frozen in mid-air. This particular skill, known as the Magma Rift Strike, was something Wang Chun had previously encountered in the archives of the King Kong family. It is a formidable talent of the Earth King, and its power intensifies with the enhancement of one's cultivation. The true terror of this skill lies not in its fierce offensive capability, but rather in the distorted semicircular glow that envelopes the area before the attack is unleashed. Within the radius of this distorted light, foes can experience disorientation, the duration of which is contingent upon the disparity between the Earth King's prowess and that of the opponent. Once the adversary is immobilized, a searing column of flame, with temperatures akin to molten lava, will erupt forth to deliver a fatal blow. Just as Wang Chun was about to elaborate on the precautions regarding this soul beast to the Hokage, it was unfortunate that the Hokage, with victory nearly within her grasp, lacked the patience to heed his words and charged recklessly into the fray. At this point, even if he wished to caution her, it was too late, for she had already entered the attack range of the Earth King. Just as Wang Chun anticipated her injury, the wings behind the Hokage expanded dramatically, enveloping her entirely, and at that moment, the Earth King's assault was upon her. However, a miraculous event unfolded. Rather than being flung aside by the Earth King's devastating strike, the Hokage's wings glimmered even more brilliantly, becoming more resplendent than before. The Earth King's form was imposing, yet its eyes were remarkably small. Were someone able to decipher the emotions within its gaze, they would undoubtedly perceive an expression of terror. in the next instant. The Hokage descended from the heavens, her fiery wings sweeping downward, delivering a blow that sent the Earth King crashing to the ground. Gravely injured, that moment, the Hokage landed gracefully, retracted her martial spirit, and stood beside the fallen Earth King, examining it closely before summoning her employer to eliminate the beast and absorb its soul ring. The employer approached to absorb the soul ring. Several other members of the Phoenix Mercenary Corps joined, expressing their concern. "Captain, you truly startled me just now. I thought you might be injured," one remarked. "Indeed, I'm relieved you emerged unscathed. That move you executed was absolutely stunning." "Was that your sixth soul skill?" another inquired. "Indeed, that was my newly acquired sixth soul skill." Phoenix Wing shockwaved and not only envelopes me with its immense wings, mitigating damage to myself, but also absorbs external fire attacks, thereby enhancing the potency of this skill. Thus, I sustain no injuries from the Earth King's counterattack. Oh, I see. After the exchange among the Phoenix Mercenary Corps, several hours passed, and the employer successfully absorbed the soul ring. Ultimately, they all returned to the town. The members of the Phoenix Mercenary Corps then made their way to the Mercenary Guild, as their accumulated points were sufficient for them to advance to a 2-star Mercenary Corps, and they were eager to proceed without delay. Upon arriving at the registration desk of the guild, the staff member in charge was quite familiar with the Hokage, being one of the few female mercenary leaders, thus easily recognizable. "Oh, Captain Hokage, are you here to register for the promotion of a mercenary corps?" "Indeed, given our consistent completion of tasks, we aim to rectify our previous failure and elevate our corps rank." "Very well, I shall check your records now. With the points from this task combined with our previous accumulation, we have indeed qualified for promotion to a 2-star mercenary corps." After verifying the points of the Phoenix Mercenary Corps, the staff member completed the promotion to a 2-star rank. "Congratulations, Captain Hokage and all members of the Phoenix Mercenary Corps. You have successfully become a 2-star Mercenary Corps." "Thank you very much," they replied. "No need for thanks. It is my duty, and you have met the requirements. Otherwise, I could not facilitate your promotion." After exchanging pleasantries with the staff member, Wang Chun and the others exited the Mercenary Guild and headed to their usual gathering spot, as it was only fitting to celebrate their successful promotion to a 2-star Mercenary Corps. Instead of celebrating at a tavern, Wang Chun and his comrades organized a bonfire party at the Phoenix Mercenary Corps base to commemorate their elevation. The night sky was brilliantly illuminated, and the atmosphere within the camp was filled with joy and merriment. Though few in number, the camaraderie among the members fostered a lively spirit, as everyone prepared to feast. Captain Hokage stood up to address the gathering. "Brothers, today marks our Phoenix Mercenary Corps ascension to a 2-star Mercenary Corps, an achievement made possible by each of your unwavering support, and it is also a tribute to the contributions of those comrades who suffered injuries and loss during our missions. This first toast is dedicated to our departed brothers, the departed brothers." At this moment, all members of the Phoenix Mercenary Corps raised their glasses in silent homage to their fallen comrades. Let us not dwell on the past. Those who have departed are gone, and we, the remaining members of the Phoenix Mercenary Corps, must continue to strive forward, working to strengthen and expand our corps. Offering solace to those who have left us, today is a day of joy. Let us all eat and drink well. With that, Captain Hokage concluded her speech, and the celebration commenced joyfully. Everyone relished the delicious food and fine wine. Celebrating the advancement of the Phoenix Mercenary Corps, as a recent addition to the group, Wang Chun naturally refrained from acting in a manner that might alienate him from the others. Thus, he joined in the festivities, engaging in conversation as they celebrated for several hours until most had their fill. At that point, as the captain of the Phoenix Mercenary Corps, Hokage called everyone together once more to discuss the future development of the Corps. "Now that our Phoenix Mercenary Corps has successfully ascended to a 2-star Mercenary Corps and our reputation is on the rise, I intend to seize this opportunity to expand our ranks and recruit some capable individuals." Yes, the captain is right. Our manpower is indeed somewhat lacking, especially after the last mission where we lost many brothers. Coupled with the damage to our reputation from that failure, it has been challenging to recruit new members. "Now is an opportune moment for us to expand," responded Brother Zhongming. Iron Arm concurs. "Indeed, during our lowest point in both strength and reputation, Even our earnest recruitment efforts yielded only a single brother, Sun Wukong. Now that our captain has reached the 6th ring Soul Emperor level, and we have been promoted to a 2-star mercenary corps, we have regained both strength and prestige. At this juncture, it will be we who select the mercenaries, rather than them scrutinizing us. Absolutely. We are in agreement. Following Iron Arm's remarks, all present, including Wang Chun, endorsed Captain Hokage's vision, recognizing that this was indeed a prime opportunity for the Phoenix Mercenary Corps to expand its reach. As seasoned mercenaries on the Douluo Continent, they would not let such a golden opportunity slip by. Wang Chun had no intention of remaining here long-term. Thus, he saw no reason to oppose such proposals aimed at enhancing the strength of the Phoenix Mercenary Corps. After all, his purpose in leaving the King Kong family was to gain experience and broaden his horizons, and he could not afford to linger in one place indefinitely. Otherwise, he might as well have stayed within the safety of the King Kong family. Seeing that everyone was in agreement, Hokage was elated, for she had founded the Phoenix Mercenary Corps with the hope of seeing it flourish, and she was determined not to miss this chance. However, this mercenary corps was not solely under her purview. The other members had journeyed alongside her from the very beginning, and she could not disregard their opinions, now that there was unanimous consensus. It was indeed the best outcome. Since everyone agrees, we shall head to the Mercenary Guild tomorrow to recruit some new members. We can take a few days to rest in the town, without the need to undertake any missions. Very well. Hearing Hokage's arrangements, none opposed. After their discussions, everyone returned to rest, for they had all feasted and celebrated sufficiently that evening. Meanwhile, far away in the King Kong family, a small meeting was underway in the inner courtyard of the King Kong family. Within a meeting room where the patriarch and the elders conversed, the patriarch inquired, "Have there been any recent updates regarding Shao Chun?" As the most impetuous elder of the Diamond Clan, the 4th elder was the first to speak up. "Recently, I have received news from our family members that Shao Chun has been honing his skills in Tiannan Town. Located outside the Stardow Great Forest, he has joined a mercenary group and taken up the role of a mercenary, which is indeed a commendable choice. This experience not only allows him to learn how to interact with others, but also provides opportunities to undertake missions, broadening his horizons as long as Shao Chun remains untroubled. It is reassuring, considering he's the most talented descendant of our Diamond Clan. Has there been any recent news from that area?" Of course. There has been none. After the 4th elder and the clan leader concluded their discussion regarding Wang Chun, the great elder also inquired of the clan leader, "Clan leader, have there been any updates from the elder generation of supreme elders lately?" Alas, aside from the 5th supreme elder who transmitted a message back, there has been no other news. It is indeed a pity. If it were so easy to discover a breakthrough opportunity, there would not be so few titled Douluos on the continent. Where is the 5th Supreme Elder currently located? He is presently within the Stardow Great Forest, not far from Shao Chun. I have relayed the information about Shao Chun to him, and he will keep an eye on Shao Chun. Oh, that is fortuitous. Shao Chun's safety is thus further assured. Indeed, following this, the group continued their discourse on other matters. The next day at Tiannan Town, the base of the Phoenix Mercenary Group, everyone rose early. Despite celebrating late the previous night, all were soul masters, and such trivialities would not hinder today's important tasks. After breakfast, the members of the Phoenix Mercenary Group made their way to the Mercenary Guild, preparing to recruit some talents to expand their ranks. They returned to the same recruitment location as last time, but this time, the conditions offered by the Phoenix Mercenary Group were entirely different. Previously, the group was at its lowest ebb, with hardly anyone inquiring about recruitment. However, this time, having shed the negative impact of their last mission's failure and having ascended to a 2-star mercenary group, they found themselves inundated with inquiries from prospective mercenaries. Upon carefully evaluating the information of those who came to apply, the Phoenix Mercenary Group successfully recruited 3 commendable independent mercenaries, each with a solid reputation and strength. Many of these mercenaries had emerged after their former groups disbanded, seeking a new team to join as they lacked a proper unit, making it challenging to execute missions alone. Naturally, when the Phoenix Mercenary Group announced their recruitment, these individuals were eager to apply. Ultimately, the Phoenix Mercenary Group welcomed 3 promising male mercenaries: Zhao Fei, a level 43 assault system soul master wielding a spear; Zhang Tian, a level 47 agility system soul master with an owl spirit; and Ma Jun, a level 45 assault system soul master with a fiery steed spirit. With the addition of these 3 individuals, the scale and strength of the Phoenix mercenary group increased significantly. After recruiting 3 capable soul masters, the Phoenix mercenary group chose not to undertake any missions immediately, but instead engaged in cooperative training at their base. Unlike the previous occasion when Wang Chun joined and only 1 individual was added. This time 3 newcomers were incorporated, necessitating a period of adjustment before they ventured into the Douluo Great Forest for missions, as doing so without proper synergy would be perilous. Now, let us practice. Captain Wei Ying has arranged for everyone in the Phoenix mercenary group to commence coordinated drills, she announced. With Sun Wukong leading the way, Zhao Fei partnered with Xiao Sun to forge ahead, while Tai Jia and Tai Dun flanked the group. Zhang Ming and Zhang Tian maintained aerial vigilance, and Hua Man Lu positioned himself centrally, with others providing rear support. Upon hearing Hui Ying's instructions, everyone began to coordinate as directed. Excellent. Just like that. Cooperation is key. Observing the members of the Phoenix mercenary group executing her plan with precision brought Hua Ying great delight. Thus, Wang Chun and the others trained in coordination at the Phoenix mercenary group's base for 2 days, achieving commendable synergy. Consequently, Captain Hua Ying deemed it appropriate to embark on a simple mission to further test their capabilities and see how well the newly integrated mercenaries would collaborate. After all, only through practical experience could they truly assess their situation. Soon, the Phoenix mercenary group accepted a task to assist someone in hunting a 1,000-year-old soul beast, a 2-star mercenary group with a soul emperor among them. Taking on a task to help procure a 3rd soul ring proved to be a straightforward endeavor. However, to evaluate the group's cooperative abilities, they opted for a task with a high safety margin, as taking on a challenging mission without cohesion could lead to dire consequences. Therefore, the Phoenix mercenary group accepted the straightforward task of assisting in the hunt for a defensive 1,000-year soul beast. The Phoenix mercenary group, accompanied by their employer, ventured into the Douluo Great Forest in search of a suitable soul beast. Having navigated this realm for so long, they were well aware of the types of soul beasts that resided in various directions, and they guided their employer toward the direction they were familiar with. Before long, they identified an appropriate target, a 1,000-year-old iron-armored rhinoceros, a soul beast renowned for its immense strength and formidable defense, coveted by power-oriented and defensive soul masters alike. The Phoenix mercenary group and their employer, upon spotting it, were determined not to let it escape. This time, I shall refrain from intervening. You will collaborate in combat. Control your strength to avoid wasting this soul beast. Captain Hua Ying promptly organized the team for cooperative engagement. Although the 1,000-year-old iron-armored rhinoceros was no match for the Phoenix mercenary group, even without Hui Ying's intervention, the creature stood little chance against them. However, the aim of this exercise was to hone the cooperative skills of the other members of the Phoenix mercenary group. Thus, they could not simply dispatch the soul beast with ease. They had to manage their power levels and engage in concerted combat to subdue the creature. The rationale for choosing this specific soul beast for training was its relatively weaker strength, ensuring that even if the Phoenix mercenary group made mistakes in their coordination, they would not suffer severe injuries. Conversely, facing powerful soul beasts could lead to fatal consequences if coordination faltered, which is why they opted for such a simple task to refine their teamwork. Initially, the Tai Jia and Tai Dun brothers activated their martial spirits to block the soul beast's escape route, while Zhang Ming and Zhang Tian provided aerial interference. The control system master, Li Wen, unleashed his martial spirit to ensnare the soul beast, at which point the assault system members began their offensive against the immobilized iron-armored rhinoceros. To thoroughly test their cooperation, they refrained from unleashing their powerful 3rd and 4th soul skills. Relying solely on their first 2 soul skills unless faced with an urgent situation, they were determined to defeat the 1,000-year-old iron-armored rhinoceros using only these 2 skills, despite not deploying their formidable abilities. The members of the Phoenix mercenary group engaged in a spirited exchange with the iron-armored rhinoceros, showcasing their prowess and teamwork. Their coordination skills were significantly enhanced during this battle. Soon, the members of the Phoenix Mercenary Corps, leveraging their commendable teamwork and inherent prowess, managed to severely injure the iron-armored rhinoceros, allowing their employer to approach and slay the soul beast. thereby absorbing its soul ring. It had been 5 days since the Phoenix Mercenary Corps last engaged in a coordinated hunt for a soul beast. During this period, they undertook 2 additional missions, successfully hunting down 2 soul beasts over 4,000 years old, which greatly strengthened their collaborative abilities. Consequently, the Phoenix Mercenary Corps decided to continue hunting several soul beasts aged between 7,000 to 8,000 years to further hone their cooperation before accepting tasks to assist others in hunting 10,000-year soul beasts. After all, there were members within their ranks whose strength was nearing level 50. They intended to familiarize themselves with the tasks at hand, so that when the time came, they could directly engage in hunting soul beasts. Another fortnight passed, during which the Phoenix Mercenary Corps had repeatedly collaborated to hunt several formidable 1,000-year soul beasts, significantly enhancing their coordination. All members agreed it was time to attempt hunting a 10,000-year soul beast. However, such opportunities were rare, so they planned to continue hunting 1,000-year soul beasts while remaining vigilant for any such missions. If none materialized, they would persist in hunting 1,000-year soul beasts for another 2 months, after which they would embark on a quest to hunt a 10,000-year soul beast, viewing it as a test of their strength and a rehearsal for future endeavors requiring 10,000-year soul rings. Thus, 2 months elapsed. Wang Chun and his companions had successfully hunted numerous soul beasts within the Douluo Forest, yet they still had not encountered any missions requiring 10,000-year soul rings during this time. Li Wan, a control-type soul master at level 49, broke through to level 50, necessitating a 10,000-year soul ring. Consequently, the entire Phoenix Mercenary Corps prepared to venture into the Douluo Forest in search of a suitable 10,000-year soul beast. Quickly, the Phoenix Mercenary Corps gathered the necessary supplies and set off into the Douluo Forest. Being a mercenary group that had survived in this area for quite some time, they were well aware of how to evade unnecessary soul beasts. Making their way directly towards the habitat of 10,000-year soul beasts, Wang Chun and his companions scoured the forest for an appropriate 10,000-year soul beast. After 5 days of searching, they finally located a suitable target, a bloodthirsty bamboo. This soul beast came in 3 colors. The white variant was a 100-year soul beast, with each additional meter in height representing a century of cultivation. Upon reaching 1,000 years, it would revert to a height of 1 meter and change to a bluish-green hue, with each meter now signifying 1,000 years of cultivation. Once it matured to 10,000 years, it would again assume a height of 1 meter, adopting a blood-red color, with each meter indicating 10,000 years of cultivation. Moreover, this soul beast was exceedingly ferocious and bloodthirsty, capable of slaying any soul beast that entered its territory and absorbing their essence to rapidly elevate its own cultivation level. It was precisely this characteristic that placed the bloodthirsty bamboo among the apex predators of the Douluo Forest, as few soul beasts dared to provoke it, allowing it to thrive. The Phoenix Mercenary Corps was elated to encounter such a formidable soul beast, for the stronger the creature, the greater the enhancement to the soul master's abilities upon absorption, thereby ensuring greater safety for the Corps. They decided against rushing into combat and instead took a moment to restore their strength. Zhang Ming and Zhang Tian meticulously surveyed the surroundings for any lurking dangers, as encountering unforeseen circumstances during the battle could prove perilous. The strongest member of the Phoenix Mercenary Corps, the captain, Huang, began coordinating preparations for the hunt of the bloodthirsty bamboo. Since this soul beast was a plant type and lacked the mobility of its animal counterparts, they resolved to first stabilize their own states before pursuing the immobile creature. Upon receiving the captain's instructions, Zhang Ming and Zhang Tian activated their martial souls and commenced their patrols, given that they were not the primary attackers. They did not need to rest as others did. Their role was simply to maintain vigilance around the Phoenix Mercenary Corps, especially since they were dealing with a stationary 10,000-year plant-type soul beast, which inherently countered their agility-based fighting styles. Before long, Zhang Ming returned with news. "Captain, there are no other formidable soul beasts in the vicinity. We are ready to commence the hunt at any moment, and we will ensure vigilant watch." "Excellent work," replied the captain. Meanwhile, the other members of the Phoenix Mercenary Corps had also recuperated sufficiently, as they had not engaged in battle with any potent soul beast prior, resulting in minimal energy expenditure. Thus, they were nearly fully restored. "I will take the lead in this assault. with Li Wen responsible for maintaining control. The rest of you should seize the opportunity to launch your attacks swiftly, while I will deliver the final blow, Hua Ying stated, outlining the roles of the members within the Phoenix Mercenary Corps. Given the unpredictable nature of battles, this was merely a basic arrangement, trusting in each individual's capability to adapt. Hua Man Lu was tasked with monitoring the status of others, prepared to provide healing at a moment's notice. After Hua Ying's directives, she initiated the offensive, channeling her martial soul to unleash a fiery torrent toward the bloodthirsty bamboo. Naturally, the 10,000-year bloodthirsty bamboo would not remain passive in the face of such an assault. It promptly summoned the roots of its bamboo grow from the earth to shield itself from the flames. This exemplified the cunning of the bloodthirsty bamboo. It appeared defenseless, yet the extent of its underground root system was unknown, leading many unwary soul beasts to fall victim to its ambushes, ultimately serving as nourishment for its growth. However, this time, the adversaries were not ignorant beasts, but a coalition of human soul masters acutely aware of the creature's characteristics. They were not easily deceived, nor would they be caught unawares. Hua Ying's attack was effectively repelled by the bloodthirsty bamboo, as she had not anticipated inflicting significant damage. Her aim was to coax out its roots and prepare for striking its vulnerabilities. The bloodthirsty bamboo, as a premier predator, possessed a critical weakness at its base near the ground, where a blood-red crystal resided. This crystal was not only the site for absorbing the essences of other soul beasts, but also its Achilles heel. A successful strike upon this crystal would render it incapable of manipulating its root system, transforming it into a feeble soul beast devoid of retaliatory power. Destroying the crystal would ultimately lead to the demise of the bloodthirsty bamboo. The plan of the Phoenix Mercenary Corps was straightforward. First, they would force its roots to emerge. Then the others would target and dismantle the roots to hinder its counterattacks, allowing Hua Ying to strike at the creature's weakness and create an opportunity for Li Wen to deal the final blow. Given Hua Ying's exceptional strength and her affinity for fire, she was perfectly positioned to confront this plant-type soul beast. Although Zhang Ming and Zhang Tian could also fly, their comparatively lower power levels and non-fire affinity would leave them vulnerable to the bloodthirsty bamboo's control, rendering them incapable of escape. Thus, it was prudent for them to maintain their watch, contributing to the overall mission. As the roots of the bloodthirsty bamboo became exposed, the other members sprang into action, unleashing their soul techniques to disrupt the creature and create an opening for Hua Ying. With their assistance, the bloodthirsty bamboo's focus on Hua Ying diminished considerably, allowing her to unleash her soul technique and ignite the exposed roots. However, as a 10,000-year soul beast, the bloodthirsty bamboo was not easily vanquished. It rapidly summoned additional roots from the earth to counter the flames. Despite many of its roots being engulfed, the volume of roots it conjured from below only increased, becoming even more formidable. Nonetheless, Hua Ying's intent was merely to weaken the bloodthirsty bamboo, not to eliminate it with a single strike. She had her contingencies in place to seize this moment. The Hokage unleashed her sixth soul skill, and a pair of enormous flaming wings extended from her back. With a powerful flap, she surged toward the bloodthirsty bamboo. The flames igniting the roots along her path further intensified her assault, showcasing the impact of her prior attack on the bamboo's roots. The colossal wings obliterated the roots, obstructing her advance, allowing the Hokage to confront the bloodthirsty bamboo directly, launching her attack at its base. A thunderous explosion echoed as the roots entangling the Phoenix Mercenary Corps lost control and collapsed to the ground. In that instant, Wang Chun realized that the Hokage's plan had succeeded. She had struck at the bamboo's weakness, neutralizing its resistance. Amidst the swirling smoke, the Hokage's voice rang out. Li Wen, hurry over and eliminate this soul beast. Do not waste any time. Upon hearing this, Li Wen dashed forward, shattering the bloodthirsty bamboo's crystal and slaying it. A black soul ring swiftly emerged from the remains, and Li Wen settled onto the ground to begin its absorption. Since the Hokage had expended considerable energy in the earlier assault, the others had not suffered significant depletion, enabling Li Wen to commence the absorption of the soul ring without delay. Meanwhile, Zhang Ming and Zhang Tian remained vigilant, ensuring that no unforeseen incidents would arise during Li Wen's absorption at this juncture. Aside from Li Wen, who was engrossed in the absorption process, the Hokage, as the leader, was quietly recuperating her own depleted soul power. The remaining members of the Phoenix Mercenary Corps also positioned themselves around Li Wen, maintaining a watchful guard. After all, if only Zhang Ming and Zhang Tian were on alert, it would be easy for vulnerabilities to emerge, potentially overlooking unforeseen dangers on the ground. Thus, the remaining members, whose energy expenditure had been minimal, began their own vigilance. After several hours had passed, Li Wen successfully absorbed the Millennium Soul Ring, ascending to the rank of a 5-ring Soul King. Throughout this time, no unexpected occurrences transpired, and they safely exited the Stardow Forest. Returning to their base in the town, the entire Phoenix Mercenary Corps resolved to take a well-deserved rest, as this hunt for a Millennium Soul Beast had been taxing, with only the Hokage experiencing significant energy depletion. However, all members were mentally strained, given that it was their first encounter with a Millennium Soul Beast, leading them to decide on a thorough recuperation to restore their mental fortitude. Once revived, they would celebrate Li Wen's promotion to Soul King and the enhancement of the Phoenix Mercenary Corps strength. Upon returning to the base, nearly all members sought rest, including the Hokage, despite her superior strength, as her energy expenditure had been the greatest. However, Wang Qin chose not to sleep, for while he too had expended some mental energy during this mission, he had cultivated a technique for recovery and possessed a head soul bone, significantly augmenting his mental capacity. Thus, by the time he returned to the base, he had nearly fully recuperated in his room. He began contemplating his future development. He had resolved to prepare for his departure from the Phoenix Mercenary Corps, as he had not come merely to be a mercenary, but to accumulate experience. Having learned effective communication and cooperative combat strategies within the Corps, and having participated in the hunt for Millennium Soul Beast, he felt his experience was nearly complete. Although his time here had been brief, he had formed bonds with these individuals and did not wish to depart without notice. Therefore, he decided to remain for another month or two, awaiting the expansion of the Phoenix Mercenary Corps before formally announcing his intention to leave. After all, with the addition of a Soul King to their ranks, the Corps would undoubtedly seek to grow, and once they had recruited sufficient personnel, Wang Qin's departure would unlikely disrupt their operations. The following day, the well-rested members of the Phoenix Mercenary Corps rose early to prepare for the celebration, a special tradition within the Corps. Whenever a member achieved a significant breakthrough, a celebration would be held not only to honor the individual's newfound strength, but also to recognize the Corps' overall enhancement. Such festivities not only fostered camaraderie, but also highlighted the respect the Corps held for its talents, acknowledging that their unity was essential for development. The last time the Hokage had ascended to Soul Emperor, the celebration had been postponed due to the Corps critical transition to a 2-star rank. As she was the focal point of that breakthrough, it was decided to celebrate together once the Corps achieved its new status, a sentiment that no one dared contest, given her pivotal role. Soon, all members of the Phoenix Mercenary Corps busied themselves preparing for the evening's festivities, and Wang Qian was no exception, accompanying Zhang Ming to gather the day's provisions. As night fell at the headquarters of the Phoenix Mercenary Corps, all members gathered for the customary address by the honorary Iwen stood among everyone, expressing his gratitude. I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to all members of the Phoenix Mercenary Corps. Some of you have been with us since the inception of our Corps, while others joined later. Regardless, we are all part of this family, brothers who can trust each other's backs, that I hope we continue to develop and elevate our Phoenix Mercenary Corps together. As I am not eloquent, I shall say no more. Thank you all. Cheers. With that, the members raised their glasses in celebration alongside him. After the toast, Li Wen rejoined the crowd, and the Hokage, as the leader, took a moment to share her thoughts on the Corps' future development. Now that we have gained a new Soul King and recruited several Soul Ancestors, our strength has significantly increased that I wish to discuss our upcoming plans. Given our growth, it would be inefficient to operate as a small team. Therefore, I propose we expand the Phoenix Mercenary Corps into 2 teams, one led by myself to tackle more challenging tasks, and the other led by Li Wen to handle simpler missions. When necessary, the 2 teams can collaborate on tasks. This arrangement will not only broaden our scale, but also optimize our capabilities. Upon hearing this proposal, the members reflected carefully before agreeing that it was a sound plan. All right, Let us first celebrate Li Wen's ascension to Soul King. The team distribution can be arranged tomorrow. With that, the festivities commenced, filled with laughter and merriment as everyone thoroughly enjoyed the celebration. The next day, as team assignments were to be made, the members rose early. They gathered in the training ground, where the Hokage began outlining the distribution plan. Since the first team will undertake more challenging tasks, we need individuals with both strength and experience that I will serve as the captain of the first team. Zhang Ming will be our agile scout. The Iron Brothers will provide defense. Huaman Liu will handle healing. And finally, Sun Wukong and Ma Jun will serve as our attackers. These individuals will comprise the first team. The second team will consist of Li Wen as captain, with the remaining members joining him, and you will continue to recruit additional personnel from the Mercenary Guild. This way, the first team will serve as the main force of the Phoenix Mercenary Corps, while the second team will act as a support unit, creating a well-balanced distribution. Others also found the allocation plan proposed by the Hokage to be quite agreeable, and thus, they all consented. Subsequently, the second team set out to recruit personnel, while the first team went to review tasks, hoping to find a more favorable one to undertake in order to hone their skills further. In the end, Wang Chun and his companions discovered an excellent task within the Mercenary Guild, to assist in hunting a soul beast that had lived for 8,000 years. This task not only posed a challenge that would sharpen the abilities of the first team of the Phoenix Mercenary Corps, but it also offered a substantial reward. Before long, the first team successfully completed the task, while the second team had also gathered enough manpower to embark on their own mission. Upon returning to their base, Wang Chun sought out the team leader, Hokage. "Leader, I wish to discuss something with you." "Oh, what is it?" "I have decided to withdraw from the Phoenix Mercenary Corps." After hearing Wang Chen's words, Hokage fell silent for a moment. "Have you made your decision?" "I have thought it through. Very well. Honestly, I knew from a moment you joined that you would not remain here for long. After all, with your youth and remarkable abilities, it is only natural for you to venture across the continent. I will not hinder you. When do you plan to depart?" "I intend to leave in a month. Once the Phoenix Mercenary Corps has sufficiently integrated its strength to by then, my departure will not adversely affect the Corps." "All right. I will assign a strong, assault-type soul master from the second team to take your place. During this month, please train him well. When you leave, I shall host a farewell banquet for you." "Thank you, leader. I shall take my leave now." "Yes, you may return." The following day, Hokage selected a strong, assault-type soul master from the second team to join the first team, where Wang Chun would provide guidance and facilitate cooperative training. Thus, they commenced their integration training. After a month of collaboration, the newly added assault-type soul master was able to coordinate effectively with the first team. Just before Wang Chun was to depart, Hokage approached him. "Brother Sun, I am aware that you are about to leave, but the Phoenix Mercenary Corps has accepted a task to hunt a 10,000-year soul beast that I would like to request that you execute this task with us before you depart. What do you think? If it is inconvenient, I will not press the matter. Not an issue." Wang Chun readily agreed to Hokage's request, as having spent so many days here, he felt it would be worthwhile to contribute to the Phoenix Mercenary Corps before his departure. Soon, the Phoenix Mercenary Corps gathered all its members and commenced this mission, marking Wang Chen's final task within the organization. This particular assignment was considerably challenging, as the employer requested assistance in hunting a 10,000-year poisonous soul beast. Unlike the previous hunt for Li Wen, Hokage did not have any attribute advantage over this soul beast, which naturally increased the difficulty significantly. However, this time they had more members than before, as Hokage was determined to enhance the reputation of the Phoenix Mercenary Corps, thus summoning everyone to join. Additionally, with Li Wen having broken through to the Soul King level, the strength of the Phoenix Mercenary Corps had considerably increased, leading Hokage to accept this task. Otherwise, she would not have risked everyone's safety without the possibility of success. Before long, the entire Phoenix Mercenary Corps, along with their employer, made their way to the Douluo Forest to begin the search for the 10,000-year soul beast. This time, they were in pursuit of an animal-type soul beast, which naturally posed a greater challenge compared to the immobile plant-type soul beasts. Thus, they searched the Douluo Forest for 5 days without locating a suitable soul beast. "Let us rest for now. Tomorrow we shall search the poison forest," announced Hokage, initiating the arrangement for camping. At that moment, Zhang Ming approached Hokage and expressed his concerns. "Leader, Do we really need to go to the poison forest? It is exceedingly dangerous there. There is no alternative. This is our first task of hunting a 10,000-year soul beast. If we cannot complete it satisfactorily, it will greatly tarnish the reputation of the Phoenix Mercenary Corps. Moreover, we shall remain on the outskirts of the poison forest and wait for the soul beast to emerge to hunt. We will not venture deep into the forest, so it should not be overly perilous. Very well. Ultimately, Zhang Ming acquiesced to Hokage's perspective, agreeing to hunt soul beasts on the outskirts of the poison forest. The poison forest, a treacherous area within the Stardow Forest, accelerated the evolution of poisonous soul beasts. Many poisonous soul beasts sought entry into this region, resulting in countless dangerous creatures residing there. However, it was equally perilous for the poisonous soul beasts, as some could not withstand the toxic miasma within and perished. Nevertheless, many poisonous soul beasts instinctively ventured into the poison forest. Although numerous soul beasts could not adapt and lost their lives, those that did adapt gained significant enhancements, their power surpassing that of poisonous soul beasts found elsewhere. Thus, typically, only soul masters in need of poisonous soul beasts would dare to enter. For the poison forest was not only home to numerous poisonous soul beasts, but also fraught with perilous toxic miasma. Without proper preparation, one could easily meet their demise within. Fortunately, Hokage had anticipated the worst and sufficiently stocked all necessary supplies, ensuring that the needs of the Phoenix Mercenary Corps for hunting soul beasts within the poison forest were well met. The next day, the members of the Phoenix Mercenary Corps, along with their employer, hastened towards the poison forest, intending to locate a suitable soul beast there. After half a day's journey, they arrived at the outskirts of the poison forest and began their meticulous search for soul beasts. True to its reputation as a haven for poisonous soul beasts, within just half an hour, the Phoenix Mercenary Corps encountered 7 or 8 poisonous soul beasts, though all were merely 1,000-year beasts. Unsuitable for their current target, to avoid alarming the beasts, they refrained from attacking. The poisonous soul beasts that thrived in this forest were predominantly over 1,000 years old, possessing sensory capabilities, and thus did not engage with the evidently dangerous members of the Phoenix Mercenary Corps, resulting in no battles. After another half-day of searching, the Phoenix Mercenary Corps still had not identified a suitable target, as they had not ventured deep into the poison forest, remaining only on the periphery, making it difficult to find a 10,000-year soul beast. Consequently, they decided to lay in wait on the outskirts, anticipating the emergence of 10,000-year soul beasts when they came out to hunt. The various toxic miasma present in the poison forest contributed to the strength of its soul beasts, rendering them far more formidable than those found elsewhere. However, it was precisely because of this toxic environment that the soul beasts there had undergone mutations, rendering them largely inedible. Thus, the powerful beasts needed to hunt for sustenance outside the poison forest. Thus, the Phoenix Mercenary Corps resolved to wait on the periphery of the poison forest for the 10,000-year soul beasts to emerge for their meals. As night fell, some soul beasts in need of sustenance began to emerge from the depths of the poison forest. Wang Chun and his companions concealed themselves in the trees on the outskirts, carefully observing the soul beasts in search of a suitable 10,000-year target. After an hour of observation, nearly 10 poisonous soul beasts emerged from the poison forest. Yet they were all merely 1,000-year beasts, unsuitable for Wang Chun and his team. However, they soon spotted a fitting 10,000-year soul beast, a 100-eyed centipede. This soul beast's most notable feature was the presence of 98 eyes along its body. In addition to the 2 on its head, totaling 100 eyes, hence its name, the 100-eyed centipede. Moreover, the most peculiar aspect of this soul beast was the color of its 2 head eyes. When it reached 100 years, they were black. For every additional 100 years of cultivation, its body would grow by a meter. Upon reaching 1,000 years, it would condense back to a length of 1 meter. But its eyes would turn white at this moment. Each meter signifies a millennium of cultivation. When it reaches 10,000 years, it will once again revert to a meter, and its eyes will transform into a golden hue. At that juncture, each meter will represent 10,000 years of cultivation. The creature discovered by the Phoenix Mercenary Corps, the 100-eyed centipede, precisely measures 1 meter in length and possesses golden eyes, perfectly aligning with their objective. Consequently, they all began to stealthily follow the 100-eyed centipede, planning to hunt it down after exiting the poisonous forest. After all, if they were to strike at the centipede while still on the outskirts of the toxic forest, it could easily provoke an onslaught from the soul beasts lurking within, posing a significant threat to the Phoenix Mercenary Corps. Thus, they decided to retreat to a safer location before launching their attack on the soul beast. Thus, the Phoenix Mercenary Corps trailed the hundred-eyed centipede for quite a distance. Moving further away from the poisonous forest, as they followed closely behind, they prepared to take action. Zhang Ming, Yu, and Zhang Tian take to the skies for surveillance. Watch for external dangers and look for opportunities for a surprise attack, but be mindful of the centipede's numerous eyes. Understood, came the reply from Zhang Ming.Li1. Maintain your control. Everyone else, be ready to strike. Do not allow it the chance to retaliate. Exercise caution to avoid being struck by the golden light from its eyes. We will attack as it begins to feed. Alright, the members of the Phoenix Mercenary Corps responded softly to the leader, Hua Ying, as he laid out the plan. Indeed, as a poison attribute creature, the most perilous aspect of the hundred-eyed centipede is not its venom, but rather the multitude of eyes it possesses. These eyes can emit radiant beams that not only obscure the vision of other foes, but can also induce a state of paralysis in anyone struck by their light. The lower one's strength, the longer the paralysis lasts. Once ensnared by its paralysis, escape from its jaws becomes virtually impossible. Particularly concerning are the two eyes atop its head, which can unleash both blinding light and mental assaults upon adversaries, making them exceedingly difficult to defend against. However, despite its formidable offensive capabilities, its defenses are remarkably feeble. Even an attack from Soul King could pose a lethal threat. It is precisely for this reason that the Phoenix Mercenary Corps resolved to hunt this millennium-old soul beast. Were it not for such a glaring weakness, they would not have dared to risk their lives in pursuit of it. After all, its attacks are exceedingly powerful, and had its defenses been equally robust, the Phoenix Mercenary Corps would have had no chance of subduing it. Before long, the hundred-eyed centipede commenced feeding on the soul beast it had captured, making it the most vulnerable at that moment. Now, Hua Ying commanded softly, and the entire Phoenix Mercenary Corps launched their assault, striving to eliminate the soul beast in one fell swoop, denying it any opportunity for retaliation. In doing so, the Phoenix Mercenary Corps would ensure their safety. Free from the fear of being struck by its eyes, their attacks were executed with utmost resolve. Before the hundred-eyed centipede could react, Li Wen's vines had already ensnared it, immobilizing it in place. Subsequently, the other members of the Phoenix Mercenary Corps unleashed their attacks upon the centipede, leaving it no time to retaliate with its blinding gaze. Boom! 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 Countless strikes struck the centipede, and with its relatively weak defenses, it was severely wounded and collapsed to the ground, devoid of the strength to resist. At this juncture, the employer was to deliver the final blow to the hundred-eyed centipede and commence the absorption of its soul ring. Meanwhile, the other members of the Phoenix Mercenary Corps maintained vigilant watch around them, ready to thwart any unexpected developments. At this moment, Wang Chun reflected on his journey. It had been some time since he departed from his family. Having joined the Phoenix Mercenary Corps in the small town of Tianan for a few months, he had witnessed the Corps rise to a 2-star mercenary group amid its struggles, which filled him with a sense of accomplishment. However, his purpose in venturing out was to seek experiences, and he could not remain tethered to this place indefinitely. Thus, once the Phoenix Mercenary Corps had stabilized, he intended to move on. After several hours, the employer successfully absorbed the Millennium Soul Ring from the hundred-eyed centipede. Following this, they exited the Star Do Great Forest together. Naturally, before departing, the members of the Phoenix Mercenary Corps examined the centipede's carcass. Though, alas, they found no soul bones. However, this was to be expected. Soul bones are notoriously rare, and the previous one they had found had been a stroke of immense fortune. Upon returning to the Phoenix Mercenary Corps base, the atmosphere was subdued. Although they had accomplished a rather challenging task, one of their brothers was preparing to leave the mercenary group. Despite the somber mood, no one vocalized any pleas for him to stay. After all, what reason could there be to hinder a brave and intrepid adventurer from embarking on his journey across the continent? Everyone offered words of encouragement and blessings, hosting a farewell banquet for Wang Chun at the base of the Phoenix Mercenary Corps. Brother Sun, be sure to prioritize your safety while adventuring on the continent. If one day you no longer wish to pursue adventure, remember that here you have a group of friends who once shared life and death together. All right, replied Zhang Ming warmly. The farewell banquet lasted over an hour, as the nature of such an occasion inevitably lent itself to a more somber mood compared to other festivities. Therefore, it did not extend for too long. As the guest of honor, Wang Chun felt compelled to speak. First and foremost, I am grateful to have joined this collective. Together, we have elevated the Phoenix Mercenary Corps to new heights, and that fills me with immense pride. However, due to certain circumstances, I must depart from this group. From now on, it will be up to all of you to continue fostering its growth. I offer my sincerest apologies. I shall be leaving early tomorrow morning and will not have the chance to bid you farewell once more. Here's to you all. Cheers. The following morning, Wang Chun quietly exited his room, intending to slip away unnoticed. After all, he was not fond of the emotional scenes often associated with farewells. Thus, he refrained from informing anyone of his departure. As he stealthily left the premises of the Phoenix Mercenary Corps, the others emerged from their rooms as well. They too preferred to avoid the scene of parting, choosing instead to remain in their rooms, silently bidding him farewell. Has he gone? Yes, he has. All right, everyone, let us return and rest. Though Brother Sun has departed, our lives must continue, and we must strive to develop the Phoenix Mercenary Corps. And so now, everyone should return and rest well to regain their spirits. After exiting the base of the Phoenix Mercenary Corps, Wang Chun headed northeast towards the small town, planning to circumvent the central area of the Stardo Great Forest and enter the Xingluo Empire from its periphery. He aimed to hone his skills in the Xingluo Empire before exploring the Sunset Forest to seek out the legendary Ice and Fire Jingang, intending to summon skilled members from his family to retrieve the recorded celestial herbs. After 2 days of travel, Wang Chun had distanced himself from Tian'an town. During this time, he arrived at a small town, where he planned to rest and enjoy a meal before continuing on his journey towards his destination the following day. After finishing his meal, he strolled around the town, but, unfortunately, found no unexpected treasures. After all, this was reality, not a novel. He did not encounter fortuitous events like a typical protagonist. Instead, he simply had a meal and explored the town before returning to his inn to rest. Eager to continue his journey towards the Xingluo Empire the next day, he was keen to discover the Ice and Fire Jingang and obtain the celestial herbs as soon as possible. After all, the sooner he consumed those herbs, the more potent their effects would be, and he certainly wished to avoid any unnecessary delays. Having gained considerable experience during his time in the Phoenix Mercenary Corps, he felt ready to set aside the notion of further training for the time being. Once the miraculous herb is in hand, we shall speak further. Moreover, his journey along this path has indeed served as a form of training, rendering him no longer reliant on lingering too long in any one place as he once did. First, he shall consume the herb to ascend to level 50, and then absorb a 10,000-year spirit ring. At that point, he can freely traverse the continent, perhaps even venture to Sea God Island to partake in the Sea Goddess trials. Thus, Wang Chun decided against further exploration here and returned to the inn to rest. Preparing to continue his journey, the demand for soul rings has attracted numerous soul masters to the Stardo Great Forest. Consequently, a plethora of small towns has sprung up around its periphery. For where there is demand, there is commerce. Many merchants conduct their business in these towns, which are bustling with activity. Upon returning to the inn, Wang Chun called for the waiter to prepare dinner, intending to dine in the lobby before retreating to his room for rest. Observing the comings and goings of travelers in the lobby, he couldn't help but marvel at the vibrancy of the town. At that moment, he sensed a gaze upon him and turned to find a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, scrutinizing him intently. When Wang Chun turned, the man ceased his examination. Feigning indifference, Wang Chun regarded him, feeling a sense of familiarity, yet unable to recall where he had encountered him. After a moment of contemplation, he realized he had no distinct memory of the man. Just then, the man finished his meal and departed the inn. With his exit, Wang Chun dismissed the encounter from his mind as the waiter arrived with his meal, prompting him to focus on his dinner instead. That night, in the inner courtyard of the King Kong family, the patriarch inquired, "Did you just say there is news of Shao Chun?" "Indeed, news has just arrived that Shao Chun has departed from the Phoenix Mercenary Group and set off on his own journey." Unfortunately, we have yet to learn of his current whereabouts. However, based on his intended route, he is likely to enter the Douluo Empire from the northeastern direction of the Douluo Great Forest. What business could he have in the Douluo Empire? Our influence there pales in comparison to that of the Douluo side. If any mishap occurs, we lack the strength to rectify it. Who can say? We cannot dictate the training locations of our clan members. They will go where they please. Let us not dwell on that and instead discuss family matters. There's been no remarkable talent emerging within the clan recently. The following day, Wang Chen awoke comfortably in the inn, finding it far superior to camping in the wild. After enjoying breakfast, he set forth once more. Alas, as Wang Chen exited the town, he was confronted by a group of 5 individuals. Among them was the middle-aged man who had observed him in the inn's lobby the previous day. "Gentlemen, what brings you here?" Wang Chen queried. "That we merely wish to inquire about a matter. Your cooperation would suffice." The man who had scrutinized Wang Chen stepped forward. "What is it you wish to know?" "We are interested in the whereabouts of the soul bone acquired by your Phoenix mercenary group." "What soul bone?" Wang Chen replied, "Do not play coy. We refer to the soul bone obtained from the human-faced demon spider." I could see this revelation. Wang Chen finally recognized the man as the employer from that time. Naturally, he would not confess, knowing they possessed no evidence against him. "I am unaware of any soul bone." Enough with the pretense. When I absorbed the spirit ring, I sensed the existence of the soul bone. Wang Chen felt a flicker of confusion. Could a soul bone truly be perceived? The original narrative did not indicate such a possibility. Nonetheless, it seemed plausible that something of a similar origin could be sensed, particularly given the man's certainty. "Very well. If you share this information, we shall not make things difficult for you." At this juncture, Wang Chen realized that there was no amicable resolution to this affair. It would have to be settled through combat. However, among the 5, aside from the employer, Wang Chen sensed a degree of danger from the others, particularly from 2 who exuded considerable pressure, while the remaining 2 felt overwhelmingly formidable. From his assessment of their auras, he deduced their respective strengths. The weakest was at the spirit master level, while the 2 exerting less pressure were likely spirit kings, and the 2 imposing the greatest pressure were spirit emperors. Given Wang Chen's current capabilities, he was unlikely to prevail in combat, but he still had a chance to escape. It was perplexing that a man requiring a mercenary group to hunt spirit rings could summon such powerful individuals. After all, with such backing, he would need not spend on hiring mercenaries. What Wang Chen did not realize was that this ambush was merely a coincidence. After absorbing the spirit ring, the man had learned of the soul bone obtained by the Phoenix mercenary group. Yet, according to the regulations of the mercenary guild, that soul bone rightfully belonged to the Phoenix mercenary group. His own weakness rendered him incapable of challenging their claims, leaving him to accept his fate. Through this incident, he grasped the disparity between having connections and lacking them. Had his network assisted him in hunting spirit rings, he might have gained not the soul bone, but certainly other compensations, unlike his current predicament of receiving nothing. Thus, he resolved to seek membership in a family. However, with his strength merely at the spirit master level and his age advancing, his potential seemed limited. Joining a small family might offer some power, yet it would ultimately be inconsequential. Conversely, if he aspired to join a more substantial family, he lacked sufficient leverage to secure significant influence post-joining, which did not align with his aspirations at that moment. Upon discovering Wang Chen, a member of the Phoenix mercenary group, he recalled the matter of the soul bone. Although it was merely a rumor of a soul bone rather than the actual item, it could serve as a valuable bargaining chip to gain considerable rights within a family. Thus, the scheme to confront Wang Chen was set in motion. Wang Chen, however, had no intention of divulging any information, for he was confident in his ability to escape. Despite the presence of 2 spirit emperors, he was not without means of evasion. Should he choose to flee, they would be unable to apprehend him. After all, the enhancement provided by his 4th spirit ability was substantial, elevating his strength to the spirit emperor level, albeit for a limited duration. Otherwise, he would not have contemplated retreat. Instead, he would have confronted them head-on. Seizing the opportunity while they deliberated on how to extract information from him without resorting to violence, Wang Chen dashed towards the Douluo Great Forest. He was not like the protagonists of novels who, in preparation to flee, would engage in battle only to be severely wounded before finally escaping, he denied them the chance to act, swiftly gaining distance as he sprinted into the depths of the forest. Once within, he would have ample places to conceal himself. With a multitude of soul beasts present, his chances of evasion would only increase, should a confrontation arise between them and the soul beasts. He could make his graceful exit. The 5 pursuers were momentarily taken aback by Wang Chun's flight before shouting, "Stop! Don't run! Only a fool would remain. There is no advantage in fighting them here. If they summon reinforcements, I would surely be done for." Ignoring their cries, Wang Chun continued his dash into the Stardo Great Forest. Though the 5 possessed greater strength, their speed was no match for his. They likely never anticipated that Wang Chun would dare to flee, let alone do so with such swiftness. After all, capturing a mere spirit master should be a trivial endeavor for 2 spirit emperors and 2 spirit kings. However, Wang Chun was unexpectedly swift. A soul master of the Soul Clan not only dared to flee, but did so with remarkable speed, surpassing their own. Having underestimated Wang Chun, they failed to prepare adequately. Now left with no choice but to trail behind him in relentless pursuit. After several minutes of running, Wang Chun finally spotted the entrance to the Stardo Forest, just as he was about to enter. An elderly man and a youth emerged from within the woods. Upon witnessing the rapidly fleeing Wang Chun, they were momentarily taken aback, but did not intervene. Instead, they halted and cautiously observed as he passed by and entered the forest. Wang Chun, noticing the 2 figures, was too preoccupied with his escape to pay them any mind. He had no option but to enter the forest from a distance, as getting too close to unfamiliar soul masters in the wild could easily lead to misunderstandings, resulting in a violent confrontation. Had it not been for the pursuers behind him, Wang Chun would have surely taken his time entering the forest, allowing him to avoid any potential misinterpretations at that moment. The 2 soul emperors chasing Wang Chun arrived. Given that the other pursuers were of lesser strength, they had allowed these 2 soul emperors to take the lead in capturing Wang Chun. Upon seeing the elderly man and youth, they were filled with excitement, and one of the soul emperors shouted, "Elder, please capture that young man ahead." The elder, upon hearing the words of his kin, did not hesitate and immediately launched an attack. The shout had not gone unnoticed by Wang Chun, who was taken aback by his misfortune. Just as he was about to enter the Stardo Forest, he encountered reinforcements for his pursuers at the entrance. As the elder made his move, Wang Chun sensed a tremendous threat. Turning to glance at the elder, he noticed the 7 swirling soul rings beneath his feet and understood that escaping this time would not be easy. Faced with the elder's assault, Wang Chun could not afford to be as reckless as he had been with the 2 soul emperors. He had no choice but to halt and unleash his 4th and 2nd soul skills to withstand the impending attack. With his back turned to the elder, evading the Soul Saint strike was impossible. He could only maximize his defenses to protect himself. The attack struck him squarely on the back, sending him hurtling away. Wang Chun sustained significant injuries, but the force of the strike propelled him into the depths of the Stardo Forest. Despite his grievous wounds, he dared not hesitate and continued to sprint deeper into the forest. He knew that the Soul Saint was not an opponent he could contend with. After all, the elder had not even unleashed his most formidable attack, his martial soul's true form, and had managed to injure him so severely with just a casual soul skill. If caught, he would undoubtedly meet his end. The elder, astonished that Wang Chun could still flee despite suffering his blow, felt a twinge of embarrassment. Nevertheless, he maintained an air of nonchalance and remarked to the 2 soul emperors, "What on earth is happening with that young man?" Reporting to the elder, "That young man possesses a soul bone, and we merely sought to inquire about it. We had not anticipated him to flee so swiftly. If it weren't for your intervention, we might not have even laid eyes on him." One of the soul emperors responded, "All right, you 2 take Shaolin back, that I will pursue him personally." After saying this, he activated his martial soul's true form and set off in the direction Wang Chun had taken. Although activating his true form would render him somewhat weakened for a time, the prospect of obtaining information about a soul bone was worth the risk. Moreover, having severely injured the young man, he was confident Wang Chun could not escape far, allowing him to gather the desired information in relative safety. Meanwhile, as Wang Chun fled deeper into the forest, he felt a faint pull guiding him forward. With a soul saint in pursuit, he could only trust his instincts and flee in that direction, hoping for an opportunity to evade his formidable pursuer. Wang Chen's speed was indeed remarkable, yet it still paled in comparison to that of the soul saint, who was closing the distance between them. Had the elder not paused to converse with the two soul emperors, he might have already caught up to Wang Chen. As he sprinted, Wang Chen disregarded the potential dangers posed by the soul beasts within the Stardow forest, aware that such reckless speed could invite ambushes, jeopardizing his life. However, he understood that not fleeing with urgency would also lead to certain death if caught. Faced with these dire choices, he prioritized the most immediate threat to his existence. Thus, without regard for the toll his escape was taking on him, Wang Chen ran for nearly 10 minutes, nearing the point of exhaustion. Yet, the pull he felt grew stronger and clearer. Ahead lay a mountain. But at that moment, the soul saint had closed in on him, now within range to launch an attack. Initially intending to capture Wang Chen alive, the soul saint, frustrated by his escape, resolved to settle for incapacitating him. Believing that even in such a state, he could extract valuable information, he unleashed a beam of golden light aimed directly at Wang Chen. Just then, Wang Chen reached the peak that had drawn him in, enveloped by a peculiar force, and he lost consciousness as Wang Chen arrived at the mountain. The soul saint's attack reached him simultaneously. A resounding crash echoed as the assault struck the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. When the soul saint approached, he was astonished to find Wang Chen had vanished. "What on earth? Where has that young man gone?" he exclaimed in frustration. After searching the vicinity to no avail, he realized that due to the depletion of his strength from using his true form, he could not maintain his search. Reluctantly, he decided to retreat and summon his family's forces to assist in the search. In the town, spies from the Jingang family reported Wang Chen's perilous situation, promptly relaying the information to their clan. Given his limited power, this was all he could do. The urgency of the report ensured swift transmission. Upon receiving the intelligence, his superior wasted no time in forwarding the message to the Jingang family and reaching out to the Grand Elder for assistance. The Grand Elder, upon receiving the report, immediately set off toward Wang Chen's location. By evening, the clan leader and elders of the Jingang family had received news of the situation. How dare that family act with such impudence? Do they wish to jeopardize their legacy? Fumed the fourth elder, the most hot-tempered among them. Now is not the time for this discussion. We must first locate Xiao Chun, the most level-headed elder stated, emphasizing the immediate priority. Indeed, our goal is to find Xiao Chun first, and then we shall eradicate that reckless family. It seems our clan has not acted in a while, allowing them to forget our might. This time, we must teach them a lesson. The clan leader echoed with fury. The Grand Elder has already gone. I shall also join the fray. We must root out the threat completely, leaving no survivors. They had initially considered a full-scale assault on the offending family, but understanding their responsibilities and the need to maintain the clan's defensive strength, they opted to send only the second-in-command, the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder wasted no time and departed that very night. Meanwhile, within the mysterious space, Wang Chen remained blissfully unaware of the turmoil unfolding outside due to his actions. Time passed, and eventually, Wang Chen awoke. Blinking at his surroundings, he observed that the area was brightly lit, yet beyond a distance of 10 meters, visibility diminished. Upon carefully assessing his physical condition, he discovered that not only had his strength fully returned, but his injuries had also healed completely. "You're awake." A sudden voice startled Wang Chen, causing him to gasp in alarm. Turning to see a man composed of light standing before him, he managed to stammer. Hello, senior. The younger generation is uncertain why they find themselves here. If any offense has been caused, I humbly ask for your forgiveness." Wang Chen, bewildered by the current circumstances, recognizes the necessity of uttering pleasant words to avoid inadvertently offending the enigmatic figure before him. After all, he seeks to glean information from this mysterious individual on how to escape this place. "You were brought here due to the resonance with the teleportation array, and your injuries have been healed here as well." "Thank you, senior. Could you kindly guide me on how to exit from here?" "Exiting is quite simple, but before you do, I believe it is essential for you to understand why you were transported to this location." "In truth, I am not particularly curious about that reason. I merely wish to know how I can leave," as he stated. Wang Chun is genuinely uninterested in the rationale behind his arrival. After all, the force that transported him to such a wondrous place must surely have a complex backstory. Following the conventions of novels, should he delve into these matters, he would undoubtedly attract one or many formidable adversaries. And he has no desire to burden himself with powerful foes simply due to his curiosity at this moment. He yearns to depart swiftly while remaining oblivious to the potential dangers, lest he finds himself ensnared in a web of formidable enemies once the mysterious figure reveals the truth. Ah, you are apprehensive that knowing the reason may lead to trouble, aren't you? Ah, Senior, please do not misunderstand. I'm simply not curious. Alas, you need not worry about the troubles that may arise from this knowledge. For you are already ensnared in the vortex of complications. HM. Wang Chun gazes at the enigmatic figure, or perhaps a deity of unknown origin, with a look of confusion. Indeed, through this series of observations, coupled with the changes within himself, it becomes evident that apart from a deity, few could manage to teleport Wang Chun to such a miraculous realm and heal his injuries entirely. Moreover, based on Wang Chun's observations, this mysterious figure does not appear to be one of the deities from the divine realm, but rather resembles a defeated wild deity who remains here to leave behind a legacy, cultivate a successor, and ultimately seek vengeance. Thus, Wang Chun harbors no desire to hear about the reason for his arrival. He is unwilling to confront the deities of the divine realm directly, for that would jeopardize his opportunity to seize the fortune present in the original narrative. The fact that you were perceived and subsequently teleported here indicates that you possess a measure of authority. Authority? How should I elucidate that? Have you heard of deities? Deities? Ah, your reaction suggests you have indeed heard of them. Yes, I have, such as angelic deities and the like. That is well. This authority is the key to becoming a deity. Only by possessing this authority and achieving the 99th level of power can one ascend to divinity. Senior, does this imply that I already possess the foundation for becoming a deity? Are you suggesting that upon reaching the 99th level, I can directly attain divinity? You think far too simplistically, with your meager, fragmented authority. Even if you were to become a deity, you would be the weakest of them all. Wang Chun is not overly surprised by the mysterious figure's words. After all, in the original narrative, the Shrek's 7 monsters also encountered varying ranks when inheriting divine positions. If one could simply become a formidable deity through such an alleged fragment of authority, Wang Chun would indeed find that peculiar. So, does this mean I must inherit complete authority from you to become a powerful deity? Indeed, inheriting my authority can lead to great strength, but it is fraught with peril. You would do well to ponder this carefully. I have considered it thoroughly and hope the senior will allow me to inherit your full authority. Wang Chun responds without a moment's hesitation. Having already acquired a fragment of authority, he is keen on aligning himself with this mysterious figure. After all, when he inevitably encounters the enemies of this enigmatic being, they will surely perceive the authority upon Wang Chun and question his ties to the mysterious figure. At that juncture, conflict is inevitable, and he intends to secure some advantages from the encounter. Furthermore, the stronger Wang Chun becomes, the safer he will be as for the notion that this mysterious figure might be deceiving him. Wang Chun does not entertain such thoughts. He has already deduced what this so-called fragment of authority entails. It is the mysterious crystal he obtained in Yuhui Town. Ever since Wang Chun absorbed that crystal, his cultivation speed has become rather extraordinary. If that mysterious crystal indeed represents a deity's authority, it would certainly explain much. Excellent. Since you wish to inherit my authority, I shall enlighten you, Ditto. But what if I choose not to inherit it? I am no devil. I would merely erase your memories and return you from whence you came. Before we discuss this further, allow me to introduce myself. I am Xing Tian, the first war god, the master of the authority of war. Long ago, in the realm of Douluo, there were no deities, and humans did not engage in the brutal slaughter of soul beasts as they do now. At that time, humans could enhance their strength without the need to kill soul beasts for soul rings. Until one day, the consciousness of Douluo awakened and began to cultivate powerful humans and soul beasts using the authority of the continent. These beings became the initial deities. These deities, having received the authority of the continent, naturally had responsibilities to fulfill. Not only were they to perform the duties assigned by their authority, but they also ventured beyond the world to conquer other realms, thereby enriching Douluo. Additionally, they could receive benefits from the expanding Douluo, further enhancing their strength. Thus, barring any unforeseen circumstances, this mutually beneficial arrangement could continue indefinitely. It resembles the military meritocracy of the Qin dynasty in the real world, with significant advantages yet evident drawbacks. The primary flaw being that they could only continue winning. A single defeat would inflict devastating repercussions on their development. However, how could one guarantee perpetual victory in such uncertain matters? As they grew stronger and absorbed several minor realms, they ultimately encountered a formidable world. They faced their first defeat, a catastrophic one that nearly half of the gods birthed from Douluo perished before they could retreat and return to Douluo. Though the natives of that world annihilated almost half of the invading gods from Douluo, their losses were equally grievous, rendering them incapable of retaliating against Douluo. They could only watch as the invaders withdrew. The gods returning to Douluo, having suffered immense losses, needed time to recuperate. Furthermore, the authority of the fallen gods returned to the consciousness of Douluo, which first expended divine energy to heal the returning gods, and subsequently began to select talents from the continent to inherit the vacant authorities, thus replenishing the strength of Douluo. Naturally, such matters could not be overseen by the consciousness of Douluo alone. Rather, they were selected and supplemented by the initial deities. This long-standing practice led to a propensity for usurpation. However, the initially selected gods were still relatively naive and lacked ulterior motives. Yet, following the failure of that expedition, the gods gradually developed other ambitions. They no longer wished to undertake perilous missions. They simply desired to remain in Douluo and enjoy the privileges bestowed upon them. Nevertheless, the consciousness of Douluo would not acquiesce to such a state, because she devoted herself to cultivating these deities solely to conquer other realms and enhance her own power. Now, if those deities merely indulge in their privileges without fulfilling their obligations, she would undoubtedly oppose it. Moreover, these deities are well aware that the consciousness of the continent would certainly disapprove, which is why they devised a plan to seal away the consciousness, preventing it from interfering with their choices. Thus, they began to ally with those deities who shared their views, sidelining those who merely sought the development of the continent, compelling the latter to undertake perilous tasks, leading to their gradual demise. Furthermore, during the selection of new deities, they suppressed dissenting voices, only choosing those who conformed to their ideology. As a result, the number of pure deities dwindled, and without replenishment, they became increasingly rare, while the ranks of those who sought power without obligation swelled. The disparity in strength between the factions grew ever wider, and at last, they initiated their assault that, on that fateful day, the malevolent deities stormed the Temple of Consciousness, and we, the pure deities, engaged them in fierce battle. Although we possessed formidable individual strength, bolstered by the assistance of the consciousness of Douluo Continent, their sheer numbers proved overwhelming. Gradually, we found ourselves outmatched, and I alone remained in the fray, despite my martial prowess being amplified infinitely. The initial deities who chose betrayal had certainly accounted for my strength. A formidable formation composed of the 5 original deities, Azura, evil, destruction, life, and goodness, render my amplifying techniques ineffective, forcing me to rely solely on my inherent abilities. Though my strength was unparalleled, it was insufficient to vanquish such a multitude of deities, and ultimately I was defeated. However, I was not vanquished in the conventional sense. Rather, I perished in a self-detonation as they sealed the consciousness of the continent. In my final moments, I disrupted their sealing process. Though the consciousness could not escape, it managed to transfer a significant portion of my martial authority away. Thus, I exist now, awaiting a suitable heir whom I may nurture, accumulating strength to overthrow those treacherous deities and liberate the consciousness of the continent. After vanquishing all opposition and completely sealing the consciousness, those deities departed Douluo Continent, creating the divine realm. For although they had sealed the consciousness, the foundational essence of the continent could not be contained. Naturally, they could not leave the sealed consciousness on Douluo Continent, lest the foundational essence breach the seal. Hence, they were compelled to take it away. Moreover, Following the divine war, the deity's former residence was utterly destroyed, making it fitting for them to establish the divine realm as both their abode and the prison for the consciousness of the continent. Lacking the consciousness, the foundational essence of the continent could only cultivate talents through instinct. Furthermore, as this essence could only be manipulated by the consciousness of Douluo, the deities feared that it might inadvertently nurture formidable beings to challenge them. Thus, they altered the cultivation rules of Douluo Continent through divine power. The martial souls ceased to be a manifestation of one's mental will and innate strength. Instead, they became reliant on heredity, incapable of evolving through breakthroughs in power and spirit. Moreover, it was mandated that one must absorb a soul ring every 10 levels, or else they could not advance. This not only exacerbated the conflict between humans and spirit beasts, preventing them from uniting, but also rendered those with the potential to ascend to divinity incapable of doing so due to the corruption from soul ring absorption. Additionally, through the legacies they left behind on Douluo Continent, they could siphon off these gifted individuals enriched by the continent's essence. Only through divine power could the corruption be cleansed, allowing them to ascend. In this manner, they not only eliminated the threat of rebellion on Douluo Continent, but also bolstered their own power. Upon hearing the words of the god of war, Wang Chun was astounded. He had never anticipated such a scenario. The strife between humans and spirit beasts was, in fact, instigated by the deities altering the cultivation rules of Douluo Continent. Wait, you mentioned that those deities were concerned about the potential for individuals on Douluo Continent to attain divinity due to the foundational essence, which prompted them to change the cultivation rules. However, does one not require authority to become a deity? With the consciousness of Douluo sealed, where would such authority come from? Indeed, during that initial divine conflict, many deities fell. Although they reclaimed some authority, a significant amount simply vanished, leaving a plethora of authority scattered across the continent. Why did those deities not seek to recover it? Because they are incapable of doing so. The authority scattered across the continent can only be sensed by the consciousness. No other deities possess this ability. Only when this authority perceives a suitable individual does it manifest. It is precisely due to this scattered authority that the deities feared the emergence of uncontrollable gods, prompting them to amend the rules to eliminate such possibilities at the source. I see. Just like the fragment of the god of war's authority that you absorbed, which originated from the fragmentation of my authority scattered across the continent. And because it is incomplete, you currently do not sense anything extraordinary. Once you inherit a substantial portion of my god of war authority, you will grasp the true wonder of it. You mentioned a substantial portion of the god of war authority. Is yours also incomplete? Of course, it is incomplete. Otherwise, how could you absorb it? Additionally, a portion of my god of war authority was seized during that battle. Wang Chun was equally astounded by this revelation, realizing how he had overlooked such a fundamental truth. However, after the god of war's explanations, he began to find merit in the claims. Although he had only read the first part of the Douluo Continent saga, he had heard of subsequent developments. After Tang San attained divinity, he directly intervened in the affairs of Douluo Continent and even sent his descendants from the divine realm to Douluo. Previously, Wang Chun had not understood why Tang San would go to such lengths to send his descendants to the mortal realm. Now it seemed clear it was for the sake of the continent's foundational essence. Attaining divinity here and entering the divine realm would grant one access to some of the continent's essence, thereby enhancing their own strength. However, such endeavors likely carried risks, as the sealed consciousness within the divine realm might seize the opportunity to communicate with the unconscious foundational essence of Douluo Continent. Posing a threat to the seal, it was akin to a group of soldiers without generals fighting against another group led by experienced commanders. Their combat effectiveness would naturally differ. Thus, it was no wonder that some deities waged war against Tang San for his actions, leading to turmoil within the divine realm. The god of war's discourse clarified many mysteries present in the original narrative. For instance, the celestial herbs within the Eye of Ice and Fire were undoubtedly part of the continent's foundational essence. This explained the significant transformations experienced by Tang San and others after consuming them, as well as why the deities favored them as successors. Otherwise, how could it be that for so long, No one ascended to divinity, yet during Tang San's era, so many did. It was precisely because they absorbed the essence of the continent that the deities feared they might claim other scattered divine authorities on Douluo Continent, becoming uncontrollable entities. Hence, the deities absorbed them, ensuring they inherited positions of divinity, thus maintaining control and preventing any unpredictable occurrences. Now, with Wang Chun having absorbed a fragment of the god of war's authority, he stood in opposition to the divine realm. Even if he were to propose surrender, it was likely they would view him as a lingering threat and eliminate him to thoroughly eradicate the risk. God of War, what must I do to inherit the God of War authority? Your current strength is too feeble. You can only inherit a small portion of the authority for now, which you can then combine with the fragment you possess to develop a measure of the God of War's unique abilities. May I inquire what those unique abilities are? The most fundamental one is the capacity to absorb other specialized powers to strengthen yourself, granting you control rather than the passive enhancement you currently experience during your power increases. Can I inherit the God of War authority now? Yes, but before we proceed, I must advise you to steer clear of the deity's realms of inheritance once you leave. Otherwise, you will undoubtedly be detected. Thus, you would be in considerable danger, I understand, esteemed senior. Let the inheritance commence. Upon finishing his words, the war god summoned his divine power, manifesting a luminous portal before Wang Chun. Upon stepping through, he beheld a resplendent golden temple. 3 stories high, he entered the first level, where at its center stood a cylindrical golden pillar, radiating a brilliant golden light that permeated the temple. Following the war goddess instructions, he placed his hand upon the pillar. Suddenly, the golden light enveloped Wang Chun, and it felt as though his consciousness had transcended to a unique realm. Kill! 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 Fight to the death! Fight to the death! Fight to the death! When Wang Chun regained his senses, he found himself amidst an ancient battlefield. Approximately 1,000 soldiers stood on each side, and as the commander of one faction, he realized that this was indeed a trial for inheriting the war god's authority. Victory would grant him a fragment of that power, while defeat would render it unattainable. Having come this far, Wang Chun was resolute in his determination not to fail. He issued commands for a full-scale assault. Joining the charge himself, with the commanding officer leading the way, the soldiers' morale surged. Charge, with Wang Chun at the forefront, bolstered by their heightened spirits and the advantage of surprise, he ultimately triumphed in this conflict. Boom! When Wang Chun regained consciousness once more, he found himself inside the Temple of Inheritance, entirely enveloped in golden light, marking the commencement of the transfer of the war god's authority. He felt waves of unique energy coursing through his body, gradually fortifying his physical form. This not only amplified his strength, but also significantly enhanced his foundation, accelerating his cultivation speed. Moreover, a special space emerged within his mind, likely the war god's realm spoken of earlier, where one could absorb unique energy and battle intent, transforming it into divine power to strengthen oneself. As time elapsed, Wang Chun's inheritance drew to a close. When the golden radiance dissipated, he completed the transfer. Eager to progress to the second level for further inheritance, he found himself unable to enter. Thus, he exited the war god's temple. Stepping through the grand doors, he was suddenly transported back to the initial location where he had encountered the war god. Esteemed senior, I have inherited a portion of the war god's authority. May I be granted passage? Indeed, you may. However, before you depart, I must caution you once more. Do not venture into the realms of divine inheritance, for peril surely awaits you. Furthermore, upon reaching level 70, you must return to inherit a greater portion of the war god's authority. There is no need to hunt for soul rings. Here, you shall receive a soul ring tailored specifically for you. Remember, the war god's soul ring at level 70 will prove immensely beneficial for your future. Do not err in your understanding. Understood, esteemed senior. As Wang Chun departed from the war god, he found himself in the very place where he had been pursued initially. Enhanced by the authority inherited from the war god, his strength had magnified immensely since his entry. Not only had the quality of his soul power improved once more, but his physical prowess had also seen substantial augmentation. Although his soul power level remained unchanged, If he were to confront his former self who had not undergone the war goddess inheritance, he could boldly declare, "I shall take on 10." Even if he were to encounter that old soul sage again, he could confidently escape, as long as he did not confront a master above the soul sage level. Even if he were outmatched, he stood a chance to evade, avoiding the previous humiliation. Nevertheless, he resolved to leave this place. Although he no longer feared a single soul sage, should that elder summon several soul sages to corner him, it would pose a significant challenge. While this possibility was slim, it was prudent to remain cautious. Just as Wang Chun prepared to depart, an elderly figure suddenly rushed toward him from a distance. In a flash, the old man stood before him. Sensing the formidable aura exuded by this elder, Wang Chun recognized him as at least a soul Douluo, for the threat he posed far surpassed that of the previous soul sage. Having just declared that he had no issues as long as he did not encounter masters above the soul sage level, he was now faced with an elder who was undoubtedly at least a soul Douluo. The old man's determined approach indicated that he had come specifically for Wang Chun. Not only was he embarrassed by the sudden turn of events, but he also found himself in grave danger. Wang Chun was about to inquire about the elder's identity, hoping that he was not affiliated with the soul sage family, thus allowing for a cordial conversation before making his exit. However, the elder wasted no time and launched an attack directly at Wang Chun. Since the confrontation had begun, Wang Chun was not one to remain passive. He retaliated against the elder, given the speed with which the elder had approached. Escape was no longer an option. He had to test his newly acquired abilities to see if he could land a decisive blow on this elder before seeking an opportunity to flee. After exchanging a few blows, Wang Chun discerned that the elder's strength did not seem overly formidable. He could not ascertain whether it was due to the elder's inherent weakness or because his own power had drastically increased following his experience in the war goddess temple. As Wang Chun pondered this, the elder's strength suddenly surged, overpowering him with a single strike. It became clear to Wang Chun that it was neither the elder's weakness nor his own excessive enhancement. Rather, the elder had not unleashed his full potential, seemingly testing Wang Chun's capabilities. Just as Wang Chun lamented his predicament, the elder spoke up. "Impressive. Your strength is commendable. No wonder you are the most talented within your family. Esteemed senior, are you also from the King Kong family?" Upon hearing the elder's words, Wang Chun suddenly realized that this individual was likely not an enemy, and that the earlier confrontation was merely a test of his strength. "Yes, I am from the King Kong family. After your disappearance, the family received word and dispatched me, as I resided nearby, to investigate. Oh, thank you, esteemed senior. Now, let us leave this place. The family has also sent an elder to meet you, who will explain everything in due course." After speaking, the elder swiftly led Wang Chun out of the forest, moving with a speed that rivaled even the most formidable title Douluo. Before long, they arrived at the very small town where Wang Chun had initially been attacked. Encountering the elder who had been sent to assist, "Xiao Chun, it is truly wonderful to see you unharmed. The family has avenged you." Wang Chun had intended to wait until he had grown stronger before seeking revenge. But since the family had acted on his behalf, he felt no need to intervene himself. "Thank you, esteemed elder. Now that we have located you, I shall take my leave. I do not intend to return to the family." The elder remarked, surprised at how much Wang Chun's strength had progressed. "Thank you, fifth elder." Indeed, seeing the elder depart, Wang Chun promptly expressed his gratitude. After the elder's exit, Wang Chun, puzzled, inquired, "Elder, who was that individual? I do not recall ever seeing him within our family." "Well, it is quite normal for you not to know that he left the family before your birth. But why did he leave? Typically, I should not disclose such matters. But given your current situation, I shall provide you with an explanation. The King Kong family places great emphasis on inheritance to prevent the elders and patriarchs from monopolizing power for too long and to avoid corruption or neglect in cultivating family talent. Each leader is limited to a 30-year term and cannot serve consecutive terms. Therefore, when there is a transition of power within the family, the previous patriarch and elders depart once the new leaders take charge. This is done to prevent power struggles and also to ensure that the family elders, during their tenure, remain focused on the family and do not seek opportunities elsewhere. Upon relinquishing their authority and responsibilities, they naturally seek to explore opportunities outside, even if the chances of breakthroughs may be slim. One never knows what they might encounter. Thus, they leave the family, and, as in this instance, should a descendant be in peril, they may return to provide assistance. Oh, I see. Then there are many elders within the family, correct? Sigh. The pursuit of opportunity is seldom a straightforward endeavor. Some may find breakthroughs, while others, upon nearing the twilight of their existence, may return to the remnants of their fallen lineage. The swift arrival of news regarding your assault is attributable to the presence of informants scattered across various regions on behalf of the clan. Given the limited positions within the King Kong family, many possess formidable abilities yet remain unallocated, prompting the clan to assign them the task of intelligence gathering. This not only provides structure for those individuals, but also fortifies the clan's influence across diverse locales. These operatives serve not only to collect intelligence for the family, but also to offer protection to the younger generations venturing into the outside world. Now that you are safe, I too shall return to the clan. You must remain vigilant regarding your safety henceforth. One moment, Grand Elder, there is something I need you to take back to the clan. Oh, what is it? It is the fortuitous discovery I made during this journey. Very well, aren't you going to inquire about the nature of this discovery, Elder? The clan does not question its members about their personal fortunes. Such matters are inherently private. Only if one willingly chooses to share with the clan will we seek to understand. Oh, Wang Chun procured paper and ink, documenting his childhood cultivation method. He had always intended to do so, and now he could aptly attribute this discovery. Before long, Wang Chun had transcribed the method. Elder, this is the fruit of my recent encounter. This technique not only accelerates the pace of cultivation, but also endows the soul power with a unique attribute. However, it does possess a significant limitation. Only one who retains their youthful purity can cultivate it to the highest level. Those lacking this purity may only reach the second tier. Nevertheless, apart from this drawback, its effectiveness is commendable. Very well, I shall ensure it is taken back, and the clan will reward you accordingly. Continuing his journey, the Grand Elder departed with the technique bestowed by Wang Chun, while Wang Chun resumed his own training. Now aware that the clan provides protection for the younger generation venturing forth, Wang Chun felt considerably more at ease. This was only logical. It would be unreasonable for the King Kong family to lack such safeguards. With potential threats effectively mitigated, Wang Chun pressed onward toward his aspirations. After more than a month of travel, Wang Chun finally arrived at the province bordering the Heavenly Do Empire. He exited the province and entered the Kingdom of Barak within the Heavenly Do Empire. The Kingdom of Barak, situated to the south of the Heavenly Do Empire and bordering the Fasno province, is often referred to as a kingdom, although its area is merely 3/4 that of the Fasno province. That it is one of the 4 great kingdoms within the Heavenly Do Empire. To the south of the Kingdom of Barak lies a direct border with the Luo Empire. Thus, among the 4 great kingdoms of the Heavenly Do Empire, Barak boasts the strongest military might, serving as a gateway to the empire. Originally, the Heavenly Do Empire encompassed 10 provinces. However, with the partitioning into 4 great kingdoms, 6 factions emerged. The empire directly governs 5 provinces, while each of the 4 kingdoms controls one, leaving a princely state, smaller than a kingdom, occupying the easternmost province of the empire. That on the surface, the 4 kingdoms and the princely state appear to be under the dominion of the Heavenly Do Empire. In reality, these 5 entities have long operated as nations within a nation, autonomous except for obligatory tributes. Were it not for the royal family's control over a formidable military force, internal strife would likely have erupted long ago. The Luo Empire faces a similar scenario, albeit to a lesser degree of decay than the Heavenly Do. Thus, while both empires present a facade of strength, they are, in truth, on a decline, and the entire continent's balance could shift unexpectedly at any moment. Within the Kingdom of Barak, 2 cities hold paramount importance. The capital, Barak City, which serves as the political and economic epicenter, and Soto City, located in the fertile heart of the Lima Plain and renowned as the Granary of Barak. Both cities are heavily garrisoned, considered the linchpins of the kingdom. Wang Chen's destination is Soto City, which had previously appeared in the original narrative. He wishes to ascertain whether Shrek Academy has been established there. Given that it is a legendary institution from the original text, he feels compelled to explore it. Upon entering the Kingdom of Barak, he found himself relatively close to Soto City. Throughout this leg of the journey, Wang Chun encountered no unforeseen incidents and arrived safely. After several days of travel, he finally reached Soto City. Standing before the grand city gates, he paused momentarily to admire the impressive architecture. Once inside the city, he resolved to seek a place to indulge in a hearty meal, for he had traveled extensively and was in need of nourishment. He first found a quaint eatery and savored the local delicacies before searching for an inn to rest. Despite his efforts, he was unable to locate the Rose Hotel mentioned in the original text, likely established after the events of the narrative. Thus, he settled for a respectable inn for the night, planning to inquire about Shrek Academy the following day. The next morning, Wang Chun made inquiries at both the tavern and the Seoul Arena. Yet regrettably, he uncovered no information. It remained uncertain whether Shrek Academy had yet to be founded or if it simply lacked renown. Since he had not gleaned any pertinent details, he decided against further investigation. After all, he had only been casually curious. The academy held no practical significance for him, so he prepared to depart, his primary objective being the ice and fire Jingang located within the Sunset Forest. His interest in the original narrative had waned, especially considering he could not yet access the city of Slaughter or Sea God Island, leading him to abandon further inquiries, but he resumed his journey, intending to reach Heaven-Do City before seeking the ice and fire Jingang. The original text suggested that the ice and fire Jingang was situated relatively close to Heaven-Do City, and arriving at the capital would likely facilitate his search. Heaven-Do City, the imperial capital of the Heavenly Do Empire, lies in the northeastern part of the empire and serves as the nucleus of political power. Being one of the two largest cities on the continent, in the Douluo Continent, only the imperial capital of the Douluo Empire could rival it. Wang Chun realized that to reach Heaven-Do City, he must first exit the borders of the Kingdom of Barak and traverse the entirety of the northern Sylvis Kingdom before entering the imperial capital of the Heavenly Do Empire. The journey eastward would lead him to the royal city, covering a vast distance of nearly 2,000 miles, underscoring the expansive territory of the Heavenly Do Empire. However, with his current capabilities, he could reach his destination in just a few days, albeit at a considerable strain. Moreover, he had no pressing need to arrive at Heaven-Do City in haste. During his travels, he could appreciate the scenic vistas and simultaneously gain some experience. After several days of travel, Wang Chun arrived at the capital of the Sylvis Kingdom, Sylvis City. As he stepped into the city, he sensed a faint allure emanating from the realm of the god of war within his mind. Could there be fragments of the god of war's authority hidden here? The thought filled him with excitement. After inheriting a small portion of this authority, the god of war had informed him that scattered fragments existed throughout the Douluo Continent, and upon encountering them, his mind would receive a signal. Absorbing these fragments would strengthen the god of war's authority, and he had not anticipated sensing one so soon. Determined to discover the source of this intriguing sensation, Wang Chun sought to investigate, only for the signal to abruptly vanish. How could it have disappeared? How was he to locate it now? The sense of perception had vanished, leaving Wang Chun at a loss as to how to proceed in his search. After all, he could not ascertain whether he had been taken away from Sylvis City by another or if he remained within its confines, merely blocked from sensing anything by some unknown force. For now, he could only linger in Sylvis City and see if he could regain his perception by the following day. This was his only course of action, for even if he had been abducted, he had no means to pursue his captors. He was unaware of the route they had taken, and a wrong turn could lead him to miss them entirely. It would be wiser to remain within the city and search thoroughly. For if his target were indeed nearby, but merely obscured, he might yet uncover it through diligent exploration. Wang Chun resolved to seek out suitable lodging, as he would need a comfortable place to stay while he sought the enticing object he desired. With ample funds at his disposal, he saw no reason to deprive himself of comfort. He first located a commendable hotel and booked a 10-day stay before proceeding to dine. After his meal, he planned to visit the Arena of Souls to register a new account. He understood that while he sought that which captivated him, he could not afford to squander time idly. Thus, participating in soul battles would concurrently hone his practical skills. After a night of restful slumber, Wang Chun felt his mental fortitude fully restored. Not only had the fatigue from his relentless journey dissipated, but his spiritual strength had also seen a slight enhancement. He stepped out of the hotel and began his search, focusing on the more peculiar shops. His previous acquisition of the God of War's fragment had come from such a place, and with no leads to follow. He felt it prudent to explore those venues once more as he wandered for over 3 hours, visiting several establishments, yet alas, he still felt no resonance. Resolute, he continued his quest, contemplating a visit to the Arena of Souls should he remain unsuccessful. At that moment, he stumbled upon an unusual shop. Nestled along a bustling commercial street in Silva City, it stood in stark contrast to the surrounding establishments, which were all polished and opulent. This particular shop appeared on the verge of collapse, its decor woefully dilapidated. Intrigued by such a peculiar sight, Wang Chun felt compelled to enter, hopeful that he might discover something enticing within. The shop's door was shut, adorned merely with a sign indicating it could be pushed open by customers, lacking the inviting allure of its neighbors. Wang Chun pushed the door ajar and entered, immediately sensing a unique energy emanating from within. This energy, he discerned, belonged to a soul-guiding device, though it was not the object he sought. He felt a twinge of disappointment. Nevertheless, he was already there and resolved to investigate further. Perhaps he might uncover a rare, soul-guiding device of interest after all, from his knowledge gleaned from the King Kong clan. Wang Chun understood that all soul-guiding devices emitted a spiritual energy that if unbound by another user, they would release such energy outwardly. Generally, these devices were not designed for offensive capabilities, serving instead as simple aids. Yet, they remained exceedingly rare. The soul-guiding devices that had survived through the ages were akin to antiques, their methods of creation long forgotten. Thus, when encountering a soul-guiding device, one must scrutinize it carefully, lest they spend exorbitant sums on something of little worth. Conversely, fortune might smile upon them, allowing them to acquire a device of significant utility for a mere pittance, a stroke of luck indeed. Inside the shop, only one individual occupied the space, surrounded by 2 counters, while the walls displayed various items, all appearing rather worn and seemingly valueless. The lone person reclined in a wooden chair, eyes closed, swaying gently with the chair's motion. He appeared to be in his 60s. Yet his physique was robust. The chair creaked under his weight, the sound betraying its age. His face bore distinctive features, a jutting chin, wide cheekbones, a flat visage, and a slight hawkish nose, that if one were to liken him to an object, his face might resemble the sole of a shoe. Though his eyes were shut, he exuded an air of cunning. Upon seeing him, Wang Chun was reminded of Flander from the original tale, nearly mistaking him for the 4-eyed cat eagle. However, upon reflection, the age discrepancy made that unlikely. He bore no glasses, thus dispelling the notion. Despite the resemblance, the merchant's demeanor, typical of one running a shop, was not entirely unexpected. As Wang Chun entered, the man remained reclined, showing no inclination to greet his customer tea that moment. Wang Chun grasped why. Amidst a street of thriving establishments, this shop appeared so dilapidated. With such a demeanor, few would be inclined to purchase anything here. Nevertheless, having entered, Wang Chun resolved to explore, hoping for an unexpected delight. As he scrutinized the surroundings, he suddenly noticed a black wrist guard. When he grasped it, he felt a peculiar pull from the God of War's realm, distinctly different from his initial arrival in the city. This object was likely not the God of War's fragment, but rather an artifact from the legendary warrior's armament. He held it closely and resumed his search, hoping to uncover any additional intriguing items. After a thorough examination, he regrettably found no other objects of interest. Noticing that the elderly man remained asleep, Wang Chun mused on his apparent indifference to theft. However, he dismissed such thoughts and approached the old man, curious about the wrist guard. This individual hardly seemed like a mere shopkeeper. His ability to sleep through a prolonged visit hinted at considerable prowess. "Good day, sir. May I inquire about this item?" Wang Chun asked. The old man slowly opened his eyes, casting a brief glance before closing them once more. "I assent, this merely a damaged wrist guard. Do you have any others like this?" Wang Chun pressed. "None," came the curt reply. "Very well. How much for this one?" Wang Chun continued. 500 gold soul coins, and negotiations. Agreed. Wang Chun retrieved the requisite amount from his soul-guiding device, handed it over, and exited without delay. The shopkeeper, having accepted the coins, offered no further acknowledgement and returned to his slumber. Once outside, Wang Chun made his way back to his lodging, feeling no desire to continue his search. His focus was singular, to absorb the wrist guard he had just acquired. Upon returning to the hotel, he informed the front desk of his request for privacy, hastened to his room, and secured the door before unveiling the special wrist guard he had procured, with the news emanating from his divine war space. He commenced the process of refining the black wristband. Wang Chun enveloped it with his soul power and summoned the divine might of his war god from his war space. The once fragmented black wristband underwent a remarkable transformation. Its hue deepened, and it no longer appeared incomplete. This was indeed a divine artifact of the war god, due to the wars of yesteryears. It had fallen from the continent, its spirit obliterated and deprived of the nurturing power of the war god. It gradually lost its extraordinary attributes, becoming merely an ordinary, incomplete wristband. Now, nourished by Wang Chen's divine might, it began to regain its former brilliance. Thanks to Wang Chen's divine power, the wristband was soon fully refined. At this moment, Wang Chen also discerned its purpose. It could amplify strength, simple and pure. Despite its singular effect, the magnitude of the amplification was substantial. Wang Chun acquired a right-arm wristband. However, due to the prolonged absence of divine nourishment, its amplification effect was naturally not as potent as before. Currently, it could only enhance Wang Chen's right-arm strength by 100%. Nevertheless, as long as it continued to receive the nurturing of Wang Chen's divine power, its amplifying capacity would undoubtedly increase in the future. Delighted by this newfound treasure, Wang Chun resolved to treat himself to a fine meal in celebration. Tomorrow, he would continue his search. Even if he were to find nothing, it mattered little, for he had already obtained an amplifying wristband. Having acquired a treasure yesterday, he opted to celebrate and rest, thereby neglecting to visit the Soul Combat Arena. Thus, this morning, Wang Chun decided to first check the arena. Upon entering, he found the venue bustling with people. True to its reputation as the capital of the Silva's Kingdom, this Soul Combat Arena was immense. Wang Chun registered a new account under the name Soul Sec Xingtian, just as he was about to sign up for a Soul Combat match. He suddenly sensed a compelling attraction, stronger than before, akin to what he felt upon entering the city. This alluring force was emanating from the Soul Combat Arena. Wang Chen's mind was set. He followed the pull toward the main arena, where two soul masters were engaged in battle. The source of his intrigue was one of the younger soul masters. The man stood nearly 6 feet tall, with broad shoulders and a strikingly handsome, yet somewhat domineering appearance. His brown hair cascaded down his back, reaching close to his waist, and was not entirely straight, but rather slightly curly. Most notably, his eyes were blood red, exuding an aura of menace that was chilling. Within his icy gaze flickered a hint of bloodlust, and a mere glance from him felt like being cut by a sharp blade. His extraordinary looks, coupled with those sinister eyes and his commanding presence, made him the focal point of attention wherever he went. The crowd was currently cheering for him. Lion King! Lion King! Upon hearing the cheers, the man on the combat platform quickened his attack speed, swiftly dispatching his opponent. Remarkably, this was done without the aid of his martial soul. Had he utilized his martial soul skills, the battle would have concluded even more rapidly. Wang Chun watched intently. Impressive, he thought to himself. Since his emergence, he had never encountered a young individual of such formidable strength. Noticing Wang Chen's gaze, the man turned to look at him for a moment before leaving the combat platform. Wang Chun intended to challenge this man, for as soon as the battle had ended, the attraction he felt had dissipated. He needed to ascertain whether the source of his allure resided within this individual or if it had been absorbed. Much like himself, should it be within him, Wang Chun would devise a means to acquire it. If it had been absorbed, he would have to wait until his next visit to the war god Xingtian to inquire. After all, Wang Chun was uncertain how to extract such absorbed power. He could only bide his time. Furthermore, given the Lion King's immense strength, he would serve as an excellent opponent to gauge his own abilities. Since beginning his cultivation, Wang Chun had never met a peer of comparable strength, and this opportunity was one he could not let slip away. Recognizing this exceptional circumstance, Wang Chun opted not to register for the Soul Combat competition and instead sought to gather information about the Soul Master. Fortunately, the individual was quite renowned in the arena, After merely inquiring with a few people, Wang Chun learned of his background. The Lion King had recently arrived at this combat arena, although he was only at level 49. His combat prowess was terrifying, and he had consistently defeated opponents without employing soul techniques, resorting only to his martial soul at most. No one could compel him to utilize his soul techniques. Despite his relatively brief participation in the arena, his reputation was significant, and he had earned substantial rewards, which enabled him to purchase a manor in Silva City. Aside from competing in soul battles, he dedicated his time to training within his estate, only venturing into the city to drink at a tavern mid-month. Wang Chun planned to wait for him there, hoping to arrange a duel. After all, one could not simply barge into another's manor and demand a fight. Doing so might not even grant him entrance. Given the Lion King's considerable fame, many sought to challenge him for their own renown. Generally, the Lion King refrained from engaging in private duels. Unfortunately, the limited number of matches in the combat arena meant not everyone had the opportunity to face the Lion King. Thus, Wang Chun resolved to wait at the tavern. With the Lion King's strength, he would surely sense Wang Chun's prowess, making them natural adversaries. Individuals of his caliber would never overlook an equally matched opponent. Through their encounter, Wang Chun could confirm the whereabouts of the intriguing source of energy. After several days in Silva City, Wang Chun ceased his search in other shops, for it had become clear that the item was with the Lion King. He merely needed to engage in a battle with him, thus avoiding further time wasted in a fruitless search. The moment arrived, and Wang Chun arrived early at the tavern, awaiting the Lion King's arrival. Soon enough, the Lion King entered the establishment, taking his usual seat by the window. Wang Chun had already gathered sufficient information, naturally choosing a spot close to him. Others had previously come to challenge the Lion King, but he seldom engaged in battles there, leading to a decline in visitors. The Lion King ordered a dish and began to sip his drink quietly, occasionally gazing out the window, lost in thought. At this juncture, Wang Chun approached, drink in hand, and sat across from the Lion King. "Hello, Lion King," he greeted, but the Lion King offered no response, absorbed in his drink. Wang Chun released a hint of his battle intent. And at last, the Lion King regarded him. "You are strong, you wish to fight me." Although the Lion King's tone was inquisitive, it carried an air of certainty, as though he knew Wang Chun had come to challenge him. "Indeed, I observed your soul combat and found you formidable. Thus, I wish to test my skills against yours." "Very well. Once I finish my drink, we shall battle at my manor." "Agreed." Thus, Wang Chun awaited the Lion King to finish his drink before following him to his estate. Within the Lion King's manor, Wang Chun and the Lion King stood silently on an open field. Both valued this match highly, so instead of launching directly into combat, they took a moment to center themselves. Neither wished for external factors to influence the outcome of their duel. Since beginning his cultivation, Wang Chun had yet to encounter a peer, and the Lion King shared a similar sentiment. Throughout his career, he had not faced an opponent of his age or even of comparable rank who could draw forth his full capabilities that a sense of solitude often accompanied those at the pinnacle of power. Now, standing before him was Wang Chun, arguably the most perfect opponent he had ever encountered, deserving of his respect. "Are you ready?" "Indeed. Let us commence by testing our combat skills without the use of martial souls or soul techniques." "Agreed." Lion King, Simba, King Kong, Wang Chun, I look forward to your guidance. In the midst of a fierce battle, the Lion King Simba charged directly at Wang Chun. With a sudden lift of his right fist, he aimed a powerful strike at Wang Chun's chest. His movements were remarkably straightforward, devoid of any embellishment. Yet Wang Chun could palpably sense the formidable strength behind the blow. The combination of immense power and astonishing speed propelled the force of his attack to its zenith. It was no surprise that the Lion King, capable of conquering opponents in the arena without relying on soul techniques, possessed a wealth of practical combat experience. Wang Chun understood that retreating at this moment was not an option. Should he withdraw, the Lion King's momentum would surge, amplifying the potency of the attack significantly. Thus, rather than evade, he surged forward. With a swift stamp of his right foot upon the ground, he catapulted himself closer to the Lion King, simultaneously raising his own right hand to deliver a punch. Despite being slightly slower to strike, Wang Chun was confident that, bolstered by soul bone and various enhancements, his attack would hold its own against the Lion King. A resounding thud echoed as their fists collided. Both combatants halted their advance, forced back by the sheer force of the encounter. Wang Chun felt a hint of astonishment. He had not anticipated that. Despite his family's resources throughout his upbringing and the amplifying effects of his unique training, he would merely achieve a stalemate with the Lion King. The latter, too, exhibited a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. Although he sensed Wang Chen's considerable prowess, he had not expected them to match in strength. It was worth noting that, in all his prior matches within the arena, no opponent had equaled him in raw power, especially given his own fortuitous enhancements. Indeed, you are the first of your rank to rival my strength. You have earned my full effort, proclaimed the Lion King, before launching himself once more at Wang Chun. This time with a more complex and aggressive assault. His hands transformed into claws, with his left arm leading and the right following, as he pounced upon Wang Chun with the ferocity of a lion upon its prey. Exuding an impressive aura, regardless of whether his opponent chose to evade or counter, he was well prepared to adapt. Should his adversary retreat, the intensity of his attack would only grow if they attempted to block. He would follow up relentlessly, seeking to exploit any openings and deliver a decisive blow. Such tactics had proven successful in securing victories within the arena. Wang Chun, having undergone extensive training and possessing remarkable practical experience, was acutely aware of the Lion King's potential subsequent maneuvers. Although uncertain of the intricacies of the Lion King's attacks, he was resolute in his approach. He charged forward once more, unleashing his formidable assault against the Lion King. His primary objective was to prevent the Lion King from executing his subsequent attacks. The Lion King's earlier undefeated record in the arena was attributed not only to the potency of his strikes, but also to the relative inadequacy of his opponent's combat capabilities. However, Wang Chun's strength was no longer something to be disregarded. The two exchanged blows, each negating the other's force. As Wang Chun did not merely defend, the Lion King was unable to seize the initiative, leaving his follow-up attacks unlaunched. Nevertheless, as a lion, he was an undefeated champion of the arena. Even without direct control over the battle, he maintained his footing against Wang Chun, proving that he was not merely a fortunate warrior relying on a singular strategy, but rather a seasoned combatant with a solid foundation and extensive experience. The rapid-fire exchanges of punches between Wang Chun and the Lion King were executed with such precision that they resembled an art form. Dazzling to behold like a tea that moment, Wang Chun sensed an undeniable allure emanating from the Lion King. Indeed, when the Lion King unleashed his full might, Wang Chun could perceive it distinctly. The greater the intensity of the Lion King's strikes, the clearer the sensation became that, in an instant of distraction, Wang Chun was caught off guard by a powerful palm strike from the Lion King, sending him hurtling through the air. Following this series of encounters, the Lion King recognized that his punches were evenly matched with Wang Chun's, and he could not rely solely on this method to secure victory. Hence, he resolved to abandon such simplistic attacks. As Wang Chun landed and regained his footing, the Lion King closed the distance, leaping into the air to deliver a double kick aimed at Wang Chun's head. Wang Chun felt the rush of wind and experienced a sharp sting in his eyes. Aware that this strike was exceptionally fierce, if it connected, he would likely be rendered incapacitated for at least a moment. Vulnerable to the Lion King's subsequent onslaught, at this juncture, Wang Chun had no means to counter the impending attack. He had lost the initiative and was under the relentless assault of the Lion King's aerial kick. Attempting to block with his fists would be disadvantageous, and the likelihood of successfully defending against such an attack was slim. Therefore, he was left with no choice but to retreat and evade. Wang Chun swiftly stepped back, easily dodging the Lion King's strike due to the wide arc of the kick. The Lion King landed. He raised his leg high above his head, akin to a great axe descending, viciously aimed at Wang Chun's skull. It was yet another ferocious kick. One must admit that such techniques are formidable against the average soul master, possessing both power and intimidation. However, against Wang Chun, they fell short, as the Lion King's attack arc was too expansive and his speed not sufficient to catch Wang Chun off guard. Nonetheless, the Lion King's series of attacks flowed seamlessly, maintaining an unbroken offensive stance that left Wang Chun momentarily struggling to find an opening. Forcing him to continue evading, he planned to exploit any weaknesses that might arise once the Lion King began to tire. Secure in the knowledge that the current speed of his attacks rendered it impossible for him to strike Wang Chun effectively. Yet, the Lion King's assault was not so simplistic. Had it been easy, he would not have resorted to such attacks after his initial strategies proved ineffective, wasting his energy in the process. Finally, amidst the continued evasion, Wang Chun discerned an unusual aspect of the Lion King's offensive. The speed of his kicks was accelerating, and the force behind them was intensifying. He was harnessing this series of strikes to build momentum, compelling his opponent to succumb to his increasingly rapid attacks. Ultimately facing the brunt of his enhanced strikes and losing the ability to fight back. Wang Chun had not heard of the Lion King utilizing this tactic within the arena, likely because he had yet to encounter an opponent capable of pushing him to do so. Now that Wang Chun comprehended the nature of the Lion King's attacks, he was determined not to allow him to continue building momentum, even if he had to endure one of his strikes. He was resolved to interrupt the Lion King prepared for another soaring kick. Wang Chun lunged forward, using his left hand to block the descending attack, while simultaneously delivering an upward strike with his right hand aimed at the Lion King's leg. A pair of dull thuds resonated as Wang Chun successfully parried the Lion King's assault, not only interrupting his build-up but also mitigating the damage he sustained. With a sudden burst of force, Wang Chun pushed upward, sending the Lion King staggering backward. The Lion King, taken aback by Wang Chun's unexpected counter, felt a surge of excitement. It had been a long time since he had faced such a formidable adversary. For a warrior of his caliber, nothing brought greater joy than the presence of a worthy opponent. Having disrupted the Lion King's momentum, Wang Chun was not the type to shy away from retaliation. He charged toward the Lion King, who was still regaining his footing, unleashing the powerful techniques he had learned from the elders of the Southern Legion. Each strike from Wang Chun targeted the Lion King's vulnerabilities, compelling the latter to focus all his efforts on defense against such fierce onslaughts, for he was not equipped with the extensive combat experience of those elders. The Lion King could only passively withstand Wang Chun's formidable onslaught. However, prolonged defense inevitably leads to failure, and seizing the opportunity, Wang Chun executed the Yama's 3 points technique, intercepting the Lion King's hands and delivering a strike to his chin, exposing his throat. Yet, this was not a fatal confrontation, and Wang Chun refrained from using an elbow strike against his throat. Nevertheless, the intensity of Wang Chun's attack was profoundly stimulating for the Lion King, prompting him to manifest his martial spirit and swiftly retreat from the range of Wang Chun's assault. "I have lost," the Lion King admitted as he distanced himself from Wang Chun. Despite having never encountered such a powerful opponent of his rank, he felt an exhilarating thrill in defeat and resolved to invite Wang Chun for a full-powered battle once more. "Let us engage in a true contest. I know you must be eager as well." "Very well." Wang Chun readily accepted the Lion King's invitation. Upon hearing Wang Chun's affirmation, the Lion King beamed with delight. Fierce Lion, manifest, a brilliant brown aura erupted from him, his arms spreading wide as he puffed out his chest. His entire skeletal structure crackled, muscles bulging dramatically, straining against his attire. Each muscle became distinctly visible beneath his clothing, and even the air around him seemed to pulsate with a wild energy. His mane of brown hair lengthened, exuding an even more formidable presence. The transformation in his hands was the most pronounced. Swelling to twice their previous size, covered in a layer of brown fur, his fingers flexed. Dagger-like claws emerged and retracted from his palms, each talon glinting with a chilling sheen, measuring a full 8 inches in length. The Lion King leaned forward, his eyes now a deeper crimson, evoking the image of a relentless killing machine. Beneath him, 4 radiant soul rings ascended in succession, 2 yellow and 2 purple, swirling with a tremendous force that crashed upon Wang Chun like tidal waves. "I am Simba, the Lion King, martial spirit. Fierce Lion, rank 49 battle spirit master. Please enlighten me." Following the manifestation of his martial spirit, the Lion King declared his title and level. This was a stark contrast to their previous bout, which had relied solely on physical prowess. It now represented a formal challenge between soul masters. Martial spirit, manifest. Wang Chun promptly completed the manifestation of his martial spirit, undergoing a dramatic transformation as well. His physique expanded, exuding an undeniable aura of strength. 4 soul rings. one yellow, two purple, and one black, materialized beneath him, pulsating rhythmically and exerting immense pressure towards the Lion King. Upon witnessing Wang Chen's soul ring configuration, the Lion King was momentarily taken aback. However, combat demanded focus. Leaving no room for questions, he quickly understood why Wang Chen could rival him in strength at such a young age. His soul rings were exceptionally advanced. Kong Gang, Wang Chen, Martial Spirit, Titan Great Ape, rank 47 Battle Spirit Master. I humbly ask for your guidance. Upon hearing this, the Lion King sprang into action. The disparity between his pre-manifestation and post-manifestation abilities was staggering. He lunged towards Wang Chen, his claw-like hands slashing through the air. Wang Chen, undeterred, stepped forward, blocking with his left hand while launching a powerful right-handed strike. With the enhanced defense from his martial spirit manifestation, Wang Chen successfully deflected the Lion King's assault, while his own forceful punch collided with the Lion King's attack. Bang! Endowed with such power, Wang Chen's right arm easily overpowered the Lion King, sending him staggering back. Seizing the moment, Wang Chen propelled himself forward, the tremendous recoil launching him toward the Lion King for another fierce attack. Realizing the disparity in their strengths, the Lion King opted not to meet Wang Chen's force head-on. Instead, he resolved to leverage his speed to outmaneuver his opponent. The first yellow soul ring at his feet radiated a sudden glow, dramatically increasing his speed, causing him to vanish from Wang Chen's sight in an instant. Whoosh! The Lion King reappeared to Wang Chen's right, his claws striking downward with ferocious intent, their sharpness amplified by the enhancement of his soul technique. Wang Chen recognized that relying solely on his martial spirit's defense would not suffice. Thus, he activated his defensive soul skill, Indestructible Diamond. His entire form shimmered with a golden hue, significantly bolstering his defense. Clang! The Lion King's attack failed to penetrate, and after his strike, he vanished once more, reappearing on Wang Chen's left side to launch another assault before disappearing again. Thus, the Lion King continued his relentless barrage of rapid strikes against Wang Chen. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have succumbed to such overwhelming force. However, Wang Chen was no ordinary individual. Utilizing his second soul skill, he significantly enhanced his defense, successfully withstanding the Lion King's high-speed onslaught. Nonetheless, the Lion King's incredible speed prevented Wang Chen from mounting a counterattack. Moreover, amidst the flurry of strikes, Wang Chen felt an increasingly potent allure emanating from the Lion King's attacks. The sensation intensified with each strike, as if the Lion King's relentless speed and power were somehow feeding off one another. Wang Chen discerned that the Lion King's leg strikes likely drew inspiration from this very soul skill, allowing him to amplify both speed and power through continuous assault. Understanding this, Wang Chen resolved not to permit the Lion King to further augment his abilities. Although he could not match the Lion King's speed to interrupt his rhythm, Wang Chen possessed a group attack soul skill that could disrupt the Lion King's rapid strikes due to its extensive area of effect. Roar! A colossal Titan Great Ape materialized behind Wang Chen, unleashing a thunderous roar. The powerful sonic wave radiated outward in all directions. Naturally, the Lion King was caught in this wide-ranging attack. However, due to his strength, he suffered minimal damage from the impact. Nevertheless, Wang Chen achieved his objective. He interrupted the Lion King's high-speed strikes, preventing him from continuing to enhance his velocity and power. Pausing to regard Wang Chen, the Lion King felt an unparalleled excitement. Indeed, here was an opponent who posed a genuine threat, successfully countering his assault. Fueled by the thrill of battle, the Lion King prepared to unleash his most potent attack against the strongest adversary he had ever encountered. Ha! Fierce Lion Transformation. As the Lion King let out a resounding roar, the four soul rings beneath him pulsated with fervor, the fourth purple ring radiating a brilliant light. He unleashed his most formidable soul skill to amplify his power. Intending to confront his opponent with the utmost strength, a gesture of profound respect for his adversary. Upon activating his fourth soul skill, the Lion King, already formidable due to the manifestation of his martial soul, experienced a further expansion of his muscular physique, causing his attire to stretch tautly. Yet his garments remained intact, likely custom-tailored to withstand such transformations. much like Wang Chun, who had several outfits meticulously crafted by his family to accommodate his fourth soul skill. These garments possessed not only a degree of defensive capability, but also remarkable elasticity, suitable for various beast martial soul augmentations. Transformed, the Lion King's aura became even more imposing, with patches of brown fur visible beneath his inflated clothing. Further enhancing his defensive prowess, his paws swelled, and the blades that protruded from them turned a rich brown, while his blood-red eyes shimmered with a terrifying killing intent, exuding the majesty of the king of beasts. Witnessing this transformation, Wang Chun understood the gravity of the situation. The Lion King was evidently prepared to unleash his full power. In response, Wang Chun activated his own millennia-old fourth soul skill, significantly amplifying his own strength. Once his fourth soul skill was fully engaged, the pressure emanating from Wang Chun surpassed that of the Lion King. As Wang Chun completed his augmentation, the Lion King charged towards him that he raised his right paw, and the second soul ring at his feet glimmered, cloaking his paw in a spectral aura that further enhanced his offensive capabilities. If the Lion King's first soul skill was designed to boost both speed and attack, albeit with lesser intensity due to the variety of augmentations, his second soul skill served as a pure single-target assault, significantly increasing his attack power. Wang Chun felt the weight of this impending strike and was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such a formidable attack from the Lion King. However, recalling the possible augmentation from a fragment of a powerful authority, he surmised that this strike was likely enhanced by that unique artifact. Given the Lion King's naturally swift movements and the advantage of initiating the assault, Wang Chun realized that evasion was futile. He would have to rely on his defensive capabilities to withstand the blow. Indestructible, he proclaimed as he activated his defensive soul skill, greatly enhancing his resilience, preparing to absorb the impact before countering. With a resounding crash, the Lion King's powerful strike descended, and Wang Chun crossed his arms to deflect the blow. Seizing the moment when his defense held against the Lion King's assault, Wang Chun unleashed his third soul skill. Though the Lion King had previously witnessed Wang Chun's Soundwave soul skill, he was unaware that it could be activated instantaneously, leading to a momentary lapse in focus as the skill struck true. Though this lapse was brief, it proved to be a critical opening against two evenly matched opponents. Moreover, with Wang Chun possessing a slight edge in strength and extensive combat experience, he would not let this opportunity slip away. The Lion King's attack, now dulled by his momentary distraction, was easily deflected by Wang Chun. With his hands freed, Wang Chun immediately activated his first soul skill, enveloping his right hand in a golden glow, and delivered a powerful punch to the Lion King's jaw, sending him hurtling through the As the Lion King regained his senses, he was struck once more on the chin, losing control of his body and crashing to the ground. Wang Chun chose not to pursue further attacks, opting instead to observe the fallen Lion King. After a brief moment, the Lion King regained consciousness, dispelling his martial soul manifestation and approaching Wang Chun. "You have triumphed. Truly, you are a worthy adversary," he acknowledged. "This time, I merely capitalized on advantage. You are indeed formidable." Following their encounter, Wang Chun had confirmed that the fragment of authority he had sensed was absorbed by the Lion King, albeit only a small fragment, lacking the mutual perception Wang Chun possessed. Thus, the Lion King remained unaware of the authority's presence on Wang Chun, merely excited to have encountered a rival of equal strength. Wang Chun, on the other hand, was uncertain how to retrieve the fragments of authority that had been absorbed by others and chose not to dwell on the matter, intending to consult the war god Xingtian for guidance in the future. "You are remarkably strong. You're the first soul master of my level to defeat me since my debut. Therefore, I would like to invite you for a drink," the Lion King proposed. "Certainly, I greatly appreciate your invitation." Wang Chun and the Lion King shared a drink, engaging in extensive conversation during the banquet, as both were exceptionally gifted individuals, resulting in numerous topics of discussion. After a day of dialogue, their relationship significantly deepened. Facilitated by Wang Chun's deliberate engagement and the Lion King's respect for his conqueror, their camaraderie was further solidified through their shared experience in battle, creating a bond of mutual respect. Having discerned the nature of the authority that attracted him, Wang Chun resolved to depart from Silva's city, for he sought the Eye of Ice and Fire to acquire powerful celestial herbs. Thus, the day after his exchange with the Lion King, he expressed his intentions. The Lion King, aware that individuals like Wang Chun often possess their own plans, did not attempt to dissuade him, instead inviting him for one last drink as a farewell gesture. After their final toast, Wang Chun departed from the Lion King's estate, rested for the night, and the following day set forth from Silva's City toward his objective. After leaving Silva's City, Wang Chun journeyed northward for several days. Nearing the capital of the Xingluo Empire, the Xingluo Imperial City, after days of camping in the wild, he longed to reach Xingluo City for a refreshing bath. Soon, he arrived at the bustling capital, where he could see the banners flying from the city walls. One of the largest and most prosperous cities on the continent. Xingluo City's walls soared over 100 meters high. Constructed entirely from the sturdiest granite, soldiers patrolled the walls, clad in armor and wielding long spears, exuding an air of formidable authority. Indeed, as a royal city, even the patrolling soldiers were elite troops. The grand city gates stood 10 meters tall and equally wide, capable of accommodating 6 riders side by side. Flanking the main entrance were 2 smaller doors, each 5 meters high, through which pedestrians could only enter and exit in an orderly fashion, entering from the right and exiting from the left. The central gate remained closed, reserved for those of noble status. Only distinguished guests were permitted entry through that passage. Wang Chun, therefore, complied with the regulations, dutifully queuing to enter through the right side. Though, as a sole master of the Soul Sect, he had the privilege to bypass the line, he chose to wait patiently, knowing it would not take long. Before long, he passed through the gates and entered one of the continent's most vibrant cities. True to its reputation as the capital of the Xingluo Empire, the city thrived with prosperity. All streets were paved with blue bricks, each as wide as the main thoroughfare of Silva's City, rendering the overall expanse of Xingluo City nothing short of magnificent. As he walked along the streets, Wang Chun observed that even the shops here were significantly larger, with most shop entrances towering 3 meters high. Some even taller. He sought out a seemingly upscale hotel, secured a room, and enjoyed a hearty meal. Truly, the city of Xingluo lives up to its reputation, with prices significantly higher than those in Silv City. After finishing his meal, he refrained from lingering in Xingluo City and instead opted for a well-deserved rest to rejuvenate his spirit. The following day, Wang Chun emerged from his hotel, inquiring about a place known as Lamba Academy. Unfortunately, such an institution did not exist within Xingluo City, and Wang Chun did not wish to squander any more time. He first replenished the essential provisions of food and, more importantly, water, as he prepared to venture into the sunset forest in search of the Ice and Fire duality eye. Who could predict how long it would take to find it? After all, the original narrative indicated that Master and his companions were able to locate the Ice and Fire duality eye swiftly, largely due to the howl of Douluo Bo, which guided their search. Lacking such a means of precise location, Wang Chun had no choice but to rely on time to gradually seek it out. Fortunately, they had only taken a day to reach the vicinity of Douluo Bo, so Wang Chun need not search an excessively large area. Merely a specific region would suffice. Moreover, Douluo Bo had likely not yet claimed the Ice and Fire duality eye, making the toxic miasma easier to identify. After all, the poisonous gas of the Ice and Fire duality eye rendered soul beasts unable to survive in its vicinity. Thus, the likelihood of finding the eye increased in areas sparse of soul beasts. After gathering his specialized tools for harvesting celestial herbs, Wang Chun set forth into the sunset forest. Should the Ice and Fire duality eye already be under Douluo Bo's dominion, he would retreat to the Golden Family, summoning his clan's elders to join in the effort to seize the celestial herbs. Conversely, if Douluo Bo had not claimed it, Wang Chun would enter directly, harvesting whatever his family's records indicated as for determining whether the Ice and Fire duality eye had been taken. He needed only to observe whether there was a formation outside or merely the toxic miasma. If a formation was present, he would retreat. If only miasma remained, he would proceed, for with the aid of the god of war space he possessed, he had no fear of perishing within the Ice and Fire duality eye. The energies of Ice and Fire would not harm him, but rather enhance his abilities. Wang Chun departed Xingluo City, making his way to the Sunset Forest, situated over 100 kilometers away, embarking on his quest for the Ice and Fire duality eye. The Sunset Forest serves as a wild gathering place for soul beasts within the territory of the Xingluo Empire. Markedly distinct from the Douluo Forest, the Douluo Forest, located at the heart of Douluo Continent, is the largest soul beast forest in the central region, characterized by its tropical climate and predominantly tropical flora. In contrast, the Sunset Forest lies centrally within the Xingluo Empire. While not quite a frigid zone, its temperatures are considerably lower than those of the Douluo Forest, resulting in a preponderance of temperate plants unique to northern regions. Tropical plants create a denser, more humid atmosphere, whereas temperate vegetation, while refreshing, lacks the same density. As such, traversing the Sunset Forest is considerably easier than navigating the Douluo Forest. Naturally, powerful soul beasts tend to favor the tropical rainforests of the Douluo Forest. Consequently, although the Sunset Forest houses numerous soul beasts, few possess ages exceeding 10,000 years. The majority remain within the 1,000 to 10,000 year range. Furthermore, its proximity to Xingluo Imperial City has led to targeted extermination of formidable soul beasts by the Xingluo Empire. Ensuring the safety of Xingluo City, the capital of the Xingluo Empire, Xingluo City boasts a significant number of soul masters, particularly due to the presence of the Xingluo Royal Academy, which necessitates a high demand for soul rings. Given its closeness to Xingluo City, many soul masters frequently hunt soul beasts here, resulting in a general decline in the quality of the local soul beast population. Wang Chen need not worry about encountering overly formidable soul beasts, allowing him to search at a leisurely pace. Throughout his search, he could also hone his combat skills by hunting soul beasts, utilizing them as sustenance to minimize the need to return to Xingluo City for resource replenishment. Having entered the Sunset Forest for half a day, Wang Chun encountered a fair number of soul beasts along the way, albeit of inferior quality. Although he did come across a few thousand-year-old soul beasts, they were predominantly newly emerged from their thousand-year phase, rendering them of little use to him. Given that he had only just arrived and his food supplies were ample, he felt no pressing need to hunt soul beasts for sustenance, and thus chose to seek other areas. The abundance of soul beasts here, coupled with the absence of hills, allowed him to ascertain that this was not a region where the ice and fire duality could be found. Naturally, he would not waste time lingering. However, as night fell, he decided against departing immediately, for he was unfamiliar with the terrain and saw no urgency. It was prudent to rest for the night before embarking anew. Equipped with a storage soul guide, Wang Chun was well prepared, having amassed a substantial array of harvesting tools along with various survival implements. With these tools at his disposal and bolstered by his own prowess, he quickly erected a tent and set about preparing a meal over a fire. Given the scarcity of high-level soul beasts in this area, he felt little concern that his fire would attract any formidable creatures. As this region lay on the periphery of the Sunset Forest, high-level soul beasts were inherently rare and unlikely to materialize here. After finishing his meal, Wang Chun left the fire burning, recognizing that the relatively weak soul beasts in the vicinity, combined with the cooler temperatures, warranted a campfire for a more comfortable night's rest. He needed to engage in light cultivation in lieu of sleep. A fire would ensure a warmer environment that would not adversely affect his training. Given the uncertainty of how long he would need to search within the Sunset Forest, it was essential to ensure his basic rest and maintain his combat readiness. With the fire ablaze and the medicinal powder he had scattered around the campsite, no soul beast disturbed his slumber throughout the night. The following morning, after a brief tidying up, he commenced his second day of searching. This time, he aimed to locate hills rising at least 500 meters, particularly those characterized by inverted cone-shaped depressions at their summits. The ice and fire duality was said to be found within such hills. Thus, identifying one would naturally lead him to the eye. With a specific target in mind, the search became significantly more manageable, unlike the earlier aimless endeavor across the entire forest. Now, he needed only to seek out those 500-meter hills. The efficiency is undoubtedly superior to that of the original Golden Triangle, as they possess no knowledge of any characteristics, only aware that Douluo resides within the Sunset Forest, rendering the search exceedingly challenging. Were it not for Douluo's howls, they likely would never have located the place at all. Nevertheless, although Wang Chun now possesses one additional characteristic compared to the original Golden Triangle, the difficulty of the search remains comparably arduous in the Sunset Forest, while the hills soaring at least 500 meters are not excessively abundant. They are by no means scarce either, and these hills are dispersed throughout the forest, necessitating Wang Chen's meticulous search. However, by observing the population of various soul beasts within the Sunset Forest in conjunction with the hills, the speed of his search has significantly increased. After 2 days of relentless searching, Wang Chen finally arrived beneath the first 500-meter hill, although the soul beasts in the vicinity were not particularly few. The likelihood of encountering the ice and fire 2-in-1 eye seemed limited. Still, Wang Chen felt compelled to reach the summit to confirm. Missing it would be a considerable loss. Upon reaching the top of the hill, he found it devoid of many soul beasts and, regrettably, not the location he sought. The summit was entirely solid, lacking any depressions. To verify this, he struck the ground, and upon finding it impenetrable, he concluded that this was indeed not the ice and fire 2-in-1 eye. After this verification, Wang Chen did not depart immediately. Feeling somewhat famished, he decided to camp atop the hill for the night. He had never rested in such a place before, and this time he could relish the joys of hilltop camping. Perhaps he might even witness the sunrise, an experience he had yet to indulge in since his arrival. Since crossing over, he had dedicated himself to rigorous training, unlike those carefree children who squandered their time in play. He couldn't relate to the young ones, so he consistently focused on his family's cultivation techniques. Following the awakening of his martial soul, he embarked on family training, leaving little time for leisure. Only 2 younger companions shared his pursuits. Typically, he only gathered with them for meals in King Kong City, without ever venturing to a hilltop for recreation. When he entered the Sunset Forest, his strength confined him to training at the outskirts, preventing encounters with such lofty hills. Furthermore, since embarking on his journey of trials, various reasons had led to a lack of experiences camping and watching the sunrise. This opportunity thus fulfilled a small wish of his own. After dining, Wang Chen did not succumb to slumber nor engage in cultivation, but instead gazed at the starry sky. Observing the luminous heavens, he felt a sense of wonder. In his previous life, due to environmental pollution, the sky had lost its brilliance, and he had never beheld such a radiant expanse. After crossing over, his relentless training left him no time to relax and observe. Now, alone in the Sunset Forest, searching for the ice and fire 2-in-1 eye without a specific location, he found himself unwinding that a sleepless night passed, and in the morning he was rewarded with the sight of the sunrise. Subsequently, he departed from the hill, resuming his search for the ice and fire 2-in-1 eye. During the day, the forest was relatively tranquil as many soul beasts emerged only at night, in the serene stillness of the Sunset Forest. Wang Chen walked quietly, his vigilant eyes scanning the surroundings, particularly attentive to the shadowy areas, wary of ambushes from treacherous soul beasts. Though his strength afforded him a measure of safety in the current Sunset Forest, as a seasoned soul master accustomed to trials, he maintained a fundamental level of alertness that he would not allow the diminished danger to lull him into complacency. Such individuals seldom survived, even if he escaped this risk unscathed. The next danger could easily claim him, as a lost sense of vigilance would leave him ill-prepared for the perils of the wild. As Wang Chen walked steadily, he engaged in the practice of his childlike cultivation technique, a method he could employ only after mastering it thoroughly. Although the efficiency of this method paled in comparison to full meditation, it allowed him to cultivate during these monotonous search expeditions, which was quite remarkable. Ultimately, he could utilize every moment available to him, far surpassing others in this regard. However, this approach did diminish his awareness of his surroundings slightly, yet this minor drawback was inconsequential. After all, the Sunset Forest no longer harbored many threats capable of endangering him. This method of cultivation also alleviated the tedium of the search, preventing him from losing patience while seeking the ice and fire 2-in-1 eye for an extended period. Thus, he continued his journey, walking slowly. Initially, all was well. His perception enabled him to sense the presence of soul beasts nearby, alleviating fears of ambush. However, as time passed and his cultivation progressed, his awareness gradually waned. Consequently, he fell victim to a surprise attack from a soul beast, a century-old Xianbing snake, which dwelled underground, favoring cold environments, and possessed a potent venom. Even a soul master of considerable rank would find it perilous if bitten. unless they swiftly eliminated the snake's toxin. Fortunately for Wang Chun, this posed little danger. As the Xianbing snake lunged for him, he had already reacted. With his formidable strength, he effortlessly retaliated against the century-old soul beast. This incident served as a reminder for Wang Chun. Once his perception began to diminish due to prolonged cultivation, he must pause, rest adequately, and restore his awareness before continuing his search. Otherwise, it would be exceedingly perilous. This time, he encountered a century-old soul beast, which he could easily manage. However, should he face a significantly stronger soul beast next time, the outcome may not be so easily resolved. Although the Xianbing snake measured only a meter in length, it was a delectable delicacy. Now that he required a brief respite to restore his energy, preparing the Xianbing snake as a meal would be a fine choice, since he only needed a simple break to replenish his nutrition. He set aside the task of erecting a campsite, sprinkling some medicinal powder instead, before starting a fire to cook. This particular Xianbing snake required a vigorous boil to unlock its inherent qualities. For those possessing ice-type martial souls, consuming this Xianbing snake could enhance their martial soul to a certain extent and fortify their physical body. Although the degree of enhancement was minimal, it remained a rare and precious source of nourishment. Alas, as Wang Chun did not possess an ice-type martial soul, he could only marginally bolster his physique. However, given that his body had already undergone significant enhancement, the effects would likely be imperceptible. Nonetheless, even without those benefits, the flavor of the Xianbing snake was exquisite, leading Wang Chun to refrain from overthinking. After savoring this delectable dish and feeling sufficiently rested, he resumed his search. Having learned from the recent ambush by the Xianbing snake, Wang Chun resolved to adopt a new approach. Whenever his perception began to wane due to prolonged cultivation, he would halt, rest briefly, and fully restore his awareness before continuing his journey. Thus, Wang Chun spent over a month searching the sunset forest, meticulously examining 5 hills, each towering 500 meters. Regrettably, he still had not located the ice and fire two-in-one eye. However, during this time, his strength had seen modest improvement, advancing further within the 47th level. Nearing its pinnacle, after a brief night's rest, Wang Chun set forth once more, heading toward another 500-meter hill he had observed. The base of this hill was adorned with dense foliage, yet few soul beasts lingered. Upon sensing this, Wang Chun felt a surge of excitement. After previous encounters with hills teeming with soul beasts, the scarcity of life here suggested a heightened possibility of discovering the ice and fire two-in-one eye. Ascending the hill with great agility, he navigated the path with remarkable speed, each stride covering several meters, and each step exceptionally even. This was the culmination of his experiences gleaned from climbing several hills over the past month. Such a technique not only expedited his ascent, but also minimized energy expenditure. Moreover, this pace allowed him to evade numerous soul beast attacks. The inhabitants of this hill are predominantly weaker soul beasts. The more powerful soul beasts simply cannot survive in such diminutive territories, as they generally eschew residing in uncomfortable environments. Those feeble soul beasts, sensing the rapid approach, tend to avoid confrontation, thus allowing Wang Chun to ascend the hill with remarkable speed, reaching the summit in no time. Upon arriving at the hollow at the peak, a smile unconsciously graced Wang Chun's face. He had been searching the sunset forest for over a month and had finally discovered a location that might potentially be the Eye of Ice and Fire. Although unconfirmed, this offered him a glimmer of hope, a stark contrast to his prior experiences where the mountaintop was completely sealed off, leaving no room for optimism. Wang Chun observed meticulously, despite it being daytime. The contents beneath the hollow remained elusive to his sight. A swirling amalgamation of blue and red gas surged forth from below, dissipating immediately upon leaving the hollow. It was no wonder that few had stumbled upon this place. The gas vanished as soon as it emerged, rendering it nearly undetectable from a distance. Wang Chun was now inclined to believe that he had indeed found the Eye of Ice and Fire, as such a unique fusion of ice and fire energies could only occur in this locale. Drawing nearer to the hollow, he was fairly certain that Douluo had yet to discover this site, as the hill presented no pathways, nor had he detected any formations. Thus, Wang Chun resolved to descend and investigate further. Thanks to the god of war space, Wang Chun felt no trepidation regarding the ice and fire energies within, as they posed no threat to him. Rather, they could be absorbed by the god of war space, thereby augmenting his physical strength. Lacking the formidable prowess of Douluo, he could not leap down directly. Nor did he possess the external spirit bone like Tang San, which would enable him to glide down the cliffside. However, he had prepared a set of claws designed for rock climbing prior to his arrival, which he now found quite opportune. After equipping the claws, Wang Chun sprang towards the hollow, utilizing them to grasp the rock face and halt his descent. He continued to drop, alternating the strength of his hands as he swiftly made his way downwards. Before long, he landed safely on solid ground. He scrutinized his surroundings with great care. In the center lay a modest, oval-shaped hot spring, its waters a blend of milky white and crimson, although they coexisted within the same spring. The two colors remained distinctly separate, each occupying its own territory without encroachment. Indeed, this was the Eye of Ice and Fire from the original narrative. After a month of diligent searching, Wang Chun had finally located this place. As he felt the ice and fire energy permeate his body, it was absorbed by the god of war space, reinforcing his physique in return. Regrettably, the enhancement was minimal, barely sufficient to be deemed beneficial, prompting him to shift his focus towards seeking the celestial herbs mentioned in the original story and those he had learned about in the Golden Giant Clan's library. Having cultivated his boyhood technique to the 3rd level, Meteor Strike, his physical attributes had greatly improved, and his vision was exceptionally keen. With the aid of his enhanced eyesight and the sunlight above, Wang Chun was able to observe the area below with clarity. Surrounding the Eye of Ice and Fire were various plants, each unique in form, creating an idyllic botanical paradise. Not far from him, near the edge of the milky white hot spring, lay a cluster of what appeared to be small insect-like entities. This must be the exquisite snow worm, a superior variant of the winter worm summergrass. Wang Chun studied the creature intently, quickly recognizing it. The worm grass itself is a premium medicinal herb, commonly referred to as cordyceps. It is, in fact, a fungal parasite that infects larvae of lepidopteran insects, moths and bees residing in high altitudes during winter, infiltrating their bodies to absorb nutrients until the fungus fills the host completely. The larvae eventually stiffen and die, and by summer, the fungal spores proliferate within the deceased host, sprouting a stick-like fruiting body from the top of the insect. This is the origin of the name cordyceps. The snowworm is another appellation for the finest type of cordyceps. Its exterior is grayish-white, adorned with ring-like patterns, and it possesses 8 pairs of appendages, the 4 pairs in the center being the most prominent. Its texture is brittle, with a slightly flattened break surface, and it exhibits a pale yellow hue. The fruiting body is slender, ranging from deep brown to chestnut, typically longer than the host, with a slightly swollen apex bearing spores. Its exterior shines bright yellow while the interior remains white and plump, surpassing ordinary cordyceps in both size and efficacy. Immediately thereafter, Wang Chun's attention was drawn to another plant beside the snowworm. This specimen had a yellow-brown exterior with a yellow-red cross-section. Its leaves were arranged alternately, with long, curved petioles, and the leaf blades were heart-shaped with gradually pointed tips. In summer, it produced peculiar yellow-green flowers adorned with purple spots. This should be the vermilion lotus. Wang Chun refrained from lingering on this specimen and began searching for the celestial herbs referenced in the original narrative. Before long, he discovered a remarkable flowered. It was a large, pale pink blossom, devoid of leaves, with a stem 3 feet in length and a flower head that reached an impressive diameter. Each petal appeared crystalline, glimmering in the light, as the pale pink flower swayed gently amid the mist. Situated at the intersection of the red and white springs, Wang Chun found himself over 10 meters away, but could still detect its subtle fragrance. The flower's core was a soft purple, resembling a cluster of amethyst gems embedded within, emitting a distant yet delicate aroma, akin to the ethereal scent of a maiden. Upon sighting this large pink flower, Wang Chun recognized it as the ethereal-scented Xingluo, a celestial treasure from the original work. However, it held little utility for him, as his primary purpose in visiting the Eye of Ice and Fire was to procure the 2 celestial herbs consumed by Tang San in the narrative. Given his already formidable physique, coupled with the cultivation of the boyhood technique that further enhanced his physical prowess, he felt no pressing need for the choice soon. Wang Chun retrieved a dagger from his spatial soul guide and made his way toward the herbs beside the cold extreme spring. He soon halted before a white herb. The top of this white herb resembled a large white flower with an octagonal shape, its center shimmering with crystalline flower cores. An oak fragrance emanated from it, and its location was precisely at the heart of the cold extreme spring. Without further hesitation, Wang Chun swiftly wielded his dagger, simultaneously retreating rapidly, finding himself 10 meters away in the blink of an eye. As the dagger glinted coldly, the octagonal white flower fell, landing amidst the herbs, and in an instant, a wave of coldness enveloped the area, leaving a delicate frost on the surrounding plants. Although this herb was also a celestial product, it was not beneficial. On the contrary, it was an exceedingly rare poison. Known as the octagonal profound ice grass, this chilling flower could chill the heart and freeze the mind within a 10-meter radius. Its cold aura was suffocating, and prolonged exposure would result in a heart-stopping poison with no remedy. To harvest it, one needed a metallic tool. After severing the octagonal profound ice grass, Wang Chun did not linger. He swiftly dashed to the opposite side of the Eye of Ice and Fire, toward the center of the blazing sun spring. This time, his target was a plant resembling a cabbage, but entirely fire-red. Again, he retrieved a jade dagger from his spatial soul guide and repeated his earlier method to harvest this celestial herb, in stark contrast to the frigid octagonal profound ice grass. The plant he now collected was a top-tier poisonous celestial herb known as the blazing fire apricot. This plant thrived in extreme heat, capable of surviving even in molten lava, exhibiting properties that were the complete opposite of the octagonal profound ice grass. However, it could not be harvested with metal. Only jade instruments were suitable for the task. Channeling his soul power, he drew both celestial herbs closer to him. The two celestial herbs landed simultaneously upon the ground before Wang Chun. Previously, amidst extreme cold and heat, these two herbs had now entirely lost their potent aura. The octagonal icy grass was enveloped in a faint red glow, while the fiery apricot grass was shrouded in a delicate white mist. At this moment, hesitation was not an option. After their energies intertwined, although they would restrain each other, their effects would completely dissipate after 10 breaths. Thus, this brief interval represented the optimal moment for their consumption. Without a moment's delay, Wang Chun picked up both herbs and consumed them voraciously. As the herbs melted in his mouth, they transformed into a sweet nectar that flowed down his throat. He was overwhelmed by their fragrant essence, confirming their exquisite flavor. Upon finishing, Wang Chun shed his specially crafted garments and approached the convergence of the icy and fiery duality. As he moved closer, the effects of the consumed herbs began to manifest. In scarcely 3 breaths' time, a tremor coursed through his body. Suddenly, a layer of icy blue energy surged from beneath his feet, enveloping him entirely in a cerulean hue. Almost immediately thereafter, a layer of crimson energy erupted, rendering Wang Chun reminiscent of a freshly boiled lobster, alternating between blue and red in an extraordinary spectacle. Though this simple transition posed little challenge for Wang Chun, who possessed the war god space, it was merely the initial impact of the extreme energies, with much more to come. Consequently, he resolved to emulate Tang San and leap into the convergence of the icy and fiery duality to aid in absorbing the celestial herbs. Upon the herbs beginning to take effect, Wang Chun dove into the heart of the icy and fiery duality, now untroubled by the waters of this realm. Armed with the two celestial herbs and the waters of the icy and fiery duality, his physique commenced a profound enhancement. Moreover, the war god space played a pivotal role, first absorbing the overwhelming potency of the herbs and then transforming it into a more gentle essence, gradually fortifying Wang Chun's body. Unlike Tang San, who nearly succumbed to the overpowering forces of the herbs, Wang Chun sat cross-legged at the water's confluence, activating his youthful cultivation technique to expedite the absorption of the medicinal essence. As he engaged this technique, not only did the enhancement accelerate, but he also drew upon the unique waters from the icy and fiery duality, further augmenting both his physical and mental fortitude. Additionally, the icy and fiery duality facilitated his absorption of the two celestial herbs, hastening the transformation of their powers into the icy and fiery energies within him. The internal icy and fiery energies tempered his body, while the external waters of the duality provided a dual reinforcement, propelling Wang Qin's strength to unprecedented heights. Thanks to the equilibrium provided by the war god space, he harbored no fear of being overwhelmed by the immense potency. Only after his body had strengthened incrementally would the war god space release further energy to bolster his physique, rather than flooding him with overwhelming medicinal forces. That it was precisely due to the existence of the war god space that Wang Qin dared to absorb the special celestial herbs, which had nearly driven Tang San to the brink of collapse in the original narrative. Within mere minutes of consuming the herbs and leaping into the icy and fiery duality, Wang Qin sensed a remarkable increase in his physical strength, at least tripling its potency. It was noteworthy that, through various enhancements, be it through cultivation techniques, familial resources, or the powers of the war god, his body had already achieved formidable strength. Yet, within this brief span, he experienced such a substantial augmentation. Although this effect was most pronounced initially, subsequent enhancements might wane. Regardless, even if the potency of the herbs diminished, his physical attributes would still likely double from their current state. This exemplifies the terrifying efficacy of these celestial herbs. It is no wonder that the Shrek 7 monsters in the original tale could cultivate so swiftly, attaining such formidable prowess. Wang Qin plunged into the waters of the icy and fiery duality. A tumultuous surge erupted, swiftly submerging him within. The surface regained its tranquility, with the milky white and fiery red hues remaining starkly distinct. The vapor lingered in the air, and all returned to a state of silence. Time flowed like water from dawn to dusk. Merely the rise and fall of the sun. It has been said that with a blink of an eye, a day can vanish, and with closed eyes, a lifetime may slip away. Time can often appear lengthy, yet it is fleeting. Such is the nature of human existence. Night descended. Darkness enveloped the earth, and the realm of the icy and fiery duality was shrouded in obscurity. While Wang Qin remained submerged, seemingly vanished from the waters. 2 days passed, and at last, Wang Qin emerged from the icy and fiery duality. Now he felt his physical strength had more than doubled, and his power had similarly augmented. With his current abilities, confronting the elderly soul saint from earlier would no longer necessitate retreat. Thanks to the absorption and equilibrium of the war god space, he was not like Tang San, who struggled to assimilate the overwhelming potency. Presently, he had reached level 50. Upon returning to his family, he would merely require the elders to procure a suitable soul beast for him to ascend to the rank of Soul King. Furthermore, the war god space still contained residual medicinal energies, which, when combined with the soul ring, would likely yield another surge in strength within a short period. After emerging from the waters, Wang Qin donned his attire and commenced gathering the herbs he required. Free from worry about the potential dangers posed by the waters of the icy and fiery duality or the poisonous plants, Wang Qin at this moment. The cold extreme, in spring felt akin to cold water, while the hot extreme yang spring seemed merely lukewarm. Immersing himself within neither harmed him nor caused discomfort. Rather, it was an exceptionally invigorating experience, akin to a unique icy and fiery hot spring. Simultaneously consuming these two celestial herbs could be encapsulated in 8 words: impervious to water and fire, immune to all poisons. Wang Qin harvested every herb he recognized, disregarding those whose names and uses he did not know. Upon completing his gathering, he departed from the icy and fiery duality, preparing to exit the Sunset Forest and return to the kingdom of Star Luo's King Kong City, intending to present these celestial herbs to his family and the clan elders to enhance their strength, as well as his own. However, instead of hastily returning, Wang Qin first visited Heaven Do City for a refreshing bath, subsequently hiring a carriage to depart for the Bala Kingdom, which bordered the Star Luo Empire. Upon his arrival, he reflected on his departure from Heaven Do City en route to the Star Luo Empire. After all, such cross-border ventures were rare due to the substantial risks involved, necessitating his solitary departure. Yet, this posed no significant challenge for Wang Chun, who had previously journeyed alone from the Star Luo Empire to the Heaven Do Empire. He opted for a carriage to ensure discretion, given the considerable quantity of celestial herbs he had acquired. Departing in haste could attract unwarranted attention. This method of departure was prudent, allowing him ample opportunity to cultivate within the carriage, solidifying the newfound strength he had gained from his fortuitous encounter, thereby enhancing his proficiency in wielding it. After approximately a month of travel, Wang Chun finally reached the Bala Kingdom, disembarking from the hired carriage to traverse the border alone, returning to the Star Luo Empire. Upon entering the Star Luo Empire, the influence of the King Kong clan far surpassed that in the Heaven Do Empire. He no longer wished to continue his solitary journey back to the King Kong clan, for traveling alone was inherently more arduous. Moreover, now that he had successfully acquired the celestial herbs, there was no need for him to act independently. Coincidentally, after the attack on Wang Chun, the Grand Elder had provided him with insights into the King Kong clan's influence across various regions. It was now opportune to seek out any merchant caravans bound for King Kong City, allowing for shared travel. This way, Wang Chun could avoid the hardships of previous solitary journeys, where he had to endure sleepless nights and remain vigilant against potential threats. While the King Kong clan's influence varied widely, the most formidable and significant stronghold remained the Yulai Inn, which boasted branches in nearly every city. That it is akin to the establishment of martial soul branches by the Martial Soul Hall across the continent. Similarly, the Yulai Inn has set up grand establishments in major cities and smaller outlets in lesser towns. The most modest of these is the Yulai Inn, situated in a small town on the outskirts of the Stardo Forest, which is seldom frequented by caravans headed directly to King Kong City, typically making the journey only once a year. Consequently, there are currently no merchant caravans making direct trips to King Kong City. However, fortuitously, there's a caravan transporting goods to a city over 300 kilometers away from King Kong City, which could serve as a convenient detour before returning to the city. Wang Chun readily agreed, recognizing that even a detour was far preferable to journeying back to the King Kong family alone. Not to mention that resting at night with companions was significantly more advantageous than solitary travel. At least he would not have to keep vigil and could enjoy a proper rest. This caravan is led by a soul master in his 50s, a level of expertise that typically remains consistent unless one encounters extraordinary opportunities. Their service to the King Kong family is motivated by a desire to provide their descendants with better foundational prospects, hence their involvement in transporting goods. Moreover, such soul masters generally belong to the grassroots of a faction, holding considerable importance, which the King Kong family acknowledges by granting them substantial points and merits. This explains their enthusiasm, as completing tasks yields commendable rewards. After all, within the King Kong family, unless one possesses exceptional talent, substantial points and merits are required to study and cultivate within the family. Given the limited capacity of the King Kong family, it is unfeasible to gather all individuals and instruct them collectively. Priority is given to those with exceptional gifts and those whose ancestors have contributed significantly, ensuring that they receive quality education from powerful soul masters, thus facilitating smoother cultivation for the younger generation. Consequently, many soul masters who have reached a plateau in their abilities venture out to undertake tasks, accumulating points to pave the way for their descendants. The captain of this caravan is a level 37 soul master, also bearing the surname Wang, though he is not a native of the King Kong family. He joined the King Kong family's Southern Town Legion after graduating from the Soul Master Academy and subsequently became part of the family. Having retired from the Southern Town Legion and with progeny of his own, he now seeks to earn points to lay a solid foundation for his descendants. This caravan comprises over 30 horse-drawn carts and more than 60 individuals, making it a relatively large group. Apart from the leader, who is a soul master, there's only one other soul master and a few great soul masters among the rest, who are merely ordinary folk. However, this is to be expected, as they are transporting fairly mundane goods that do not pose significant danger, justifying the presence of only 2 soul masters, and those of average talent at that. After discussing matters with the shop, Wang Chun decided to join this caravan, though he refrained from disclosing his true strength, merely stating that he was a talented descendant of the King Kong family who required assistance for safety. After a brief rest overnight, Wang Chun set off with a merchant convoy. They halted only at midday to have lunch and tend to the horses with water and fodder, otherwise maintaining a steady pace. After a day of travel, the caravan covered more than 100 kilometers. Although this was not as swift as traveling alone, it was considerably more comfortable. As night fell, the entire caravan began to set up camp, prepare meals, and rest. True to their nature as seasoned travelers, they efficiently organized the camp and distributed tasks, with some tending to the fire and cooking. The clear division of labor ensured high efficiency. Once the camp was established and dinner was ready, they simply gathered to eat. Xiao Chun, come over for dinner, called the captain, inviting Wang Chun to join the meal. As a young prodigy, they had not burdened him with tasks, allowing him to remain in the caravan without causing any inconvenience. Thus, Wang Chun stayed on the cart, seizing the opportunity to rest, as he had rarely enjoyed proper rest during his travels since setting out. Okay, Uncle Wang, I'll be there shortly, Wang Chun replied promptly and made his way over. The captain handed him a portion of food and remarked, "Here you go, Xiao Chun, your dinner, since we're camping in the wild. The food may not be of the best quality, so please bear with it. It's perfectly fine, Uncle. This meal is quite satisfactory. After all, I used to consider myself fortunate to have any cooked food while out in the wilderness. So I would never disdain such a fine dinner," Wang Chun replied with a smile. "It's good to hear you think so. It seems you have gained some experience that I was concerned that someone of your talent might find it challenging." The captain said, "Now, eat up. After a long day on the road, finish your meal and rest well. We have more traveling to do tomorrow." With that, the captain began to eat, leaving Wang Chun to enjoy his dinner in silence. As Wang Chun was the youngest and had joined the caravan later, he was not assigned to keep watch, allowing him to rest instead. He did not make a fuss about it, and, upon hearing the arrangements, went directly to rest in the cart where he had spent the day. Given that they could not set up a separate tent for him, he opted for the cart since he was not accustomed to sleeping among many people. After a night of undisturbed rest, they awoke the next day, ready to continue their journey after breakfast. They still had several days of travel ahead to reach their destination, so they could not afford to waste time on the road. After all, completing their tasks sooner meant reaping rewards earlier and reducing risks. After several days of travel, the caravan finally arrived at their destination one evening. Wang Chun parted ways with them upon entering the city, as he needed to continue back to King Kong City, while the caravan would remain to complete their cargo exchange before taking on new tasks. Now, with only a little over 300 kilometers separating him from King Kong City, he felt confident that he could make the journey back in a single day. However, as night had fallen, Wang Chun decided to rest for the night before setting off to return to King Kong City. The following day, before dawn, Wang Chun set out, determined to reach the King Kong family as quickly as possible, but he hurried along the route, neglecting meals, and finally returned to the King Kong family by the afternoon. He first went home, intending to bring his parents a piece of celestial herb, and then to present those herbs to the clan leader and others to enhance their strength, thereby contributing to the King Kong family. Upon arriving home, Wang Chun was pleasantly surprised to find his father resting at home instead of working. "Dad, Mom, I'm back," he exclaimed, eliciting a mix of surprise and joy from his parents. "Xiao Chun, didn't you go out to train? Why are you back?" his mother asked, her face lighting up with delight. "Of course, I miss you, Mom," he replied, knowing well how to flatter her. "I'll go prepare your favorite food. You and your father can chat here for a bit." With that, Wang Chun's mother left the room. "Well, what brings you back?" his father inquired. "Primarily, I have acquired something and intend to bring it back to the family. Besides, I've reached level 50 and require the family's assistance in obtaining a suitable spirit ring." "What? You've reached level 50? His father replied, astonished. "Why are you home today instead of working?" "I came back mainly because I have resigned from my job dealing with spirit beast meat and am preparing for other work that I now have a bit of free time. So I'm here to spend time with your mother," he explained. "Oh, Dad, why were you reassigned to a different job? Did something go wrong at work, leading to your demotion? Why are you jumping to conclusions?" "I was promoted. The family is recently establishing a high-level Soul Master Academy, and I have been appointed as the Vice President and Logistics Minister. That's why I have the time to stay home." "What? You're starting a new job, and you have time for that?" "That is due to the fact that most preparations are already in place, and the students have been gathered. However, this prestigious Soul Master Academy currently lacks any prodigious talents. Consequently, the family has been deliberating whether to summon some younger members from their external training back home to augment this newly established Advanced Soul Master Academy. Ultimately, it was decided to refrain from disturbing those younger members for the time being. Your return is quite timely, as your inclusion will help fill the void left by graduates of the Advanced Academy. Father, why is our family establishing this Advanced Soul Master Academy? Primarily to attract talent. In recent years, the family has not produced any exceptionally gifted descendants, hence this initiative. Moreover, with the upcoming Soul Master competition for the entire continent, it is an opportune moment to make a name for ourselves. Thus, we require young talents like you to participate in the competition to elevate the reputation of our Diamond Soul Master Academy. This will also serve as excellent publicity to recruit those with potential that I understand. I will indeed join the Advanced Soul Master Academy and participate in the competition to gauge the abilities of other prodigies. My primary purpose for returning this time was to acquire some treasures, which I intend for you and Mother. However, since she is not here at the moment, let us discuss it after dinner. Very well, we can wait until your mother arrives to speak of it together. After dinner, Wang Chun retrieved the celestial herbs he had prepared for his parents from his storage soul guide. He first presented a peculiar celestial herb. This herb was quite extraordinary, with roots and leaves resembling delicate vines, meticulously arranged. Yet, at its apex bloomed a resplendent golden tulip, the rich fragrance of which instantly filled the entire room, imparting a sense of opulence. Mother, this is the fortuitous find I obtained during my recent journey. This celestial herb not only enhances one's strength, but also solidifies one's foundation, allowing for further development of innate abilities. The herb I have chosen for you is undoubtedly the most suitable that is called the Xingluo tulip, exuding elegance and grandeur. Consuming it will allow one to absorb the essence of heaven and earth and the radiance of the sun and moon. Your staff, being a treasure class martial soul, will greatly benefit from the assistance of this Xingluo tulip, leading to a synergistic effect. This flower must not be ingested. Rather, one should gently inhale its stamen, slowly drawing its essence into the body, and then cultivate one's soul power gradually, allowing the medicinal effects to pervade every limb and bone. Oh, Xiao Chun, is this celestial herb one of those treasures recorded in the family's library? Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, his father exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, the items I discovered this time are precisely those treasures I once read about in the family texts. After acquiring them, I returned without delay. Since it is such a remarkable treasure, I shall not consume it. Rather, you should partake of it, Xiao Chun. You are still young and possess great potential. Its effects will be more beneficial for you. So, I shall abstain. Upon hearing the exchange between Wang Chun and his father, his mother understood the significance of what her son presented. If it were merely a trinket, accepting it would be customary. However, the item her son produced was far too precious, and its effects would undoubtedly be diminished if she were to consume it instead of her son. For a mother, her child's well-being takes precedence. After all, she had already begun to reduce her own cultivation since conceiving Wang Chun, and after giving birth, she devoted herself entirely to caring for him, foregoing her own full-time cultivation. This demonstrates her greater concern for her son. Mother, you need not decline. I have already consumed it, and taking it again would yield minimal benefits, potentially leading to adverse effects due to conflicting medicinal properties. You should take it instead. All right, dear, since Xiao Chun has expressed it thus, you should consume it. After all, it is a heartfelt gift from him. Very well then. Father, I have also prepared a celestial herb for you. However, you must choose between one that presents a challenge but offers greater enhancement or one that is simpler yet yields lesser benefits. Nonsense. I shall undoubtedly choose the challenging one. I thrive on tackling difficult tasks. Very well. After saying this, Wang Chun retrieved another celestial herb from his storage soul guide that was a seemingly ordinary white flower. Palm-sized and resembling a peony, devoid of leaves, with its roots connected to a large stone, which was entirely black and demonstrated remarkable weight. The white flower bore several striking red accents, vivid as blood. Evoking a sense of breathtaking awe, Wang Chun stated earnestly, Father, This herb is known as the sun's heartbreak, or it is a divine treasure among celestial medicinal herbs that it is accompanied by a legendary tale. Long ago, there was a youth of serene disposition who cherished nurturing flowers and plants, cultivating a garden filled with blue lotus and red lotuses. He would often compose verses for the flowers and invite the moon for a toast. Whenever he encountered fallen petals, he would be filled with boundless sorrow, gathering the petals to bury them. Shedding tears repeatedly, it is said that such heartfelt emotions can move the heavens. His profound love for flowers touched the flower spirits above, who secretly became his wife, their union flourishing. Alas, such bliss was not to last. The gods became aware of this and were greatly enraged, decreeing that mortals and immortals should not be wed, commanding the flower spirit to return to the divine realm. From that moment on, the youth, bereft of his beloved, languished in sorrow, forsaking his floral pursuits, leading to a desolate garden point. One day, an elderly man with white hair appeared, informing him that the white peony he adored was the embodiment of his wife. He could only reclaim her by destroying the flower. Thus, she would lose her celestial form and descend to reunite with him. However, he must not destroy the stone beneath the flower. After delivering this message, the old man transformed into a gust of wind and vanished. The youth awakened to his folly, regretting his neglect of the flowers. Though he loved his wife, he could not bring himself to destroy the peony. Instead, he nurtured it with even greater care, shedding tears day and night, until he ultimately passed away, his blood staining the petals. You could see the deep red marks. They're the vestiges of a young man's heart and soul. Wang Chan solemnly continued, "Father, this flower is extraordinary, meant to serve its chosen master. When harvested, one must concentrate on their beloved, wholeheartedly sincere, and spill a drop of blood upon its petals, if there is the slightest hint of insincerity. Even if one were to shed blood and perish, they would not succeed in plucking the flower. Once harvested, as long as it remains near its master, it shall never wither. The stone beneath it, known as the Black Void, must not be destroyed. Otherwise, the sun's heartbreak red will lose all its medicinal potency. Consuming this herb grants one the ability to attain immortality alongside the heavens, enhancing soul power while also facilitating a comprehensive transformation of the body." Upon hearing his son's explanation, Wang Long was moved by the tale. "Very well, I shall give it a try." Wang Long activated his soul power, channeling his vital energy, and spat a mouthful of blood onto the flower's petals. In that moment, visions of his wife flooded his mind, recollections of their encounters, their shared experiences, and ultimately, their union. As the blood fell upon the petals, the sun's heartbreak red quivered gently before falling to the ground. "All right, father and mother, now that you both possess celestial herbs, please consume them promptly. I shall guard you." "Very well." Wang Long led his wife to his usual training room, where they commenced consuming the celestial herbs and entered a state of cultivation. As time passed, Wang Chan observed his parents cultivating for over 3 hours, during which they underwent significant transformations. His mother's transformation was the most resplendent. Her staff, radiating a dazzling spectrum of colors, floated gracefully before her, shimmering with brilliance, enveloped in a rich golden light that emanated from her, infused with the intoxicating fragrance of tulips, resembling a celestial maiden descending to the mortal realm. With each surge of golden light, her staff appeared even more magnificent and radiant. In contrast, his father's transformation was somewhat different. After consuming the sun's heartbreak red, he was enveloped in a crimson glow. The herb's potency began to comprehensively enhance his physique, fortifying his foundation and facilitating smoother cultivation in the future. Whereas Wang Long's previous talent had limited him to achieving the rank of title Douluo, now his potential was sufficient to support his cultivation to the level of super Douluo, and perhaps even challenge the realm of the unparalleled Douluo. After several hours of absorption and refinement, Wang Chan's parents finally awoke. "Mother, father, how do you both feel?" "I feel exceptionally well. Not only has my strength ascended from level 59 to 60, but it also seems that the quality of my martial soul has experienced a slight enhancement. More importantly, I still possess a considerable amount of medicinal energy within me. Once I obtain a soul ring, I may be able to elevate my strength rapidly by several levels. What a treasure this is. Wang Chen's mother expressed her transformation and then turned to look at Wang Chen's father. Haha, I feel even stronger. My strength has surged from 76 to 79, and my innate talent has also been enhanced. Furthermore, I have now broken through the bottleneck that restricted me from reaching level 80. As long as I can elevate my soul power, I can directly advance to the rank of Soul De. Who knows, I might even have the opportunity to become an elder in the future. Well, since both of you have experienced enhancements, I shall take my leave to rest. After all, I have traveled quite a distance to return and have not rested well. Having protected you for several hours has left me a bit weary. All right, Xiao Chun, since you're tired, you may go and rest. Upon hearing his father's words, Wang Chun departed directly to his room to rest. After Wang Chun left, his parents briefly organized their gains before proceeding to freshen up. After all, consuming the celestial herbs had indeed put them through a rigorous experience, and their bodies had expelled some impurities, so they naturally needed to cleanse themselves well. The following morning, after waking, Wang Chun made his way to the dining hall for breakfast. Upon his arrival, he found that his father and mother had already begun their meal. Xiao Chun, come and eat. After you finish, you should visit the elder. The family just sent word requesting your presence to discuss certain matters. Wang Long said as he noticed Wang Chun approaching. Oh, that works perfectly. I also have matters to discuss with the elders. But what is it that I need to confer with them about? It should pertain to the establishment of the Advanced Soul Master Academy by the family, especially with the Continental Soul Master competition approaching, that we need a genius to make a name for our academy during this competition. All right, I will go after I finish eating. But, Father, do you have so much free time now? Weren't you often absent during meals before? My current responsibilities differ from those in the past, providing me with a bit more leisure time. Besides, your mother needs to hunt a soul beast to absorb a soul ring and become a soul emperor. Therefore, I have taken leave from the family. There is no need for work at the moment, as we will soon depart with the family team to hunt soul beasts. Please be careful. Within the inner courtyard of the King Kong family, Wang Chun was not a stranger to this place. He navigated effortlessly to the elder's courtyard and pushed the door open. Oh, Xiao Chun, you have arrived. Come in quickly, the fourth elder exclaimed, rising from a recliner upon seeing Wang Chun. Wang Chun followed the fourth elder into the family's small conference room, where the clan leader and the other four elders had already assembled, engaged in discussion. The fourth elder, being rather impatient and having summoned Wang Chun, chose to wait outside rather than remain in the meeting. Upon Wang Chen's entrance, their discussions ceased. Now that Xiao Chun has arrived, let us discuss the purpose of your summons, the clan leader began. Since you have returned to the family, it is an opportune moment for you to assist in enhancing the reputation of the newly established King Kong Advanced Soul Master Academy. I am aware, clan leader, why father informed me of this matter as soon as I returned home. Indeed, he is responsible for the academy matters, so it is only natural for him to inform you. What are your thoughts on this? Of course, I have no objections. After all, my current strength is largely due to the family's nurturing. It is only right for me to contribute to the family. Excellent. When the time comes, you will register at the academy. Aside from team training, you'll have the freedom to arrange your schedule as you see fit. Good. However, aside from myself, who else will be participating in the Soul Master competition? Currently, aside from you, the only other qualified individual in the academy is the bear, Xiongde, whom you introduced to the family last time, that we aim to secure first place in this competition. So we must select participants of considerable strength. Unfortunately, those who meet the age and strength criteria are mostly out honing their skills, and we do not wish to disrupt their training plans. Unless absolutely necessary, we will not summon them back to the family for the competition. However, with your return, we have at least one participant secured, and perhaps in the next 6 months, more might return from their training, allowing us to gather a formidable team without disrupting their plans. Indeed, the primary reason for my return was due to a fortuitous encounter I experienced while outside. Oh, another fortuitous event. Speaking of which, we have reviewed the cultivation methods you brought back from the Grand Elder. This particular method appears to enhance one's innate yang energy, thereby improving physical attributes and cultivation talent. Consequently, it can only be taught to the male members of the family. Presently, all the males in the family are learning the first level of this method, while subsequent levels will be taught based on contributions. However, You may selectively impart this knowledge to others as a reward for your contributions. Indeed, the clan leader is quite correct. Despite the limitations of the method you provided, it is still remarkably powerful. We have also summarized a simplified soul power cultivation method from it for female soul masters. Although it may not be as potent as the original, it addresses the limitations of the technique. The fourth elder, impatient as ever, finally interjected during the conversation between the clan leader and Wang Chun. These matters can be arranged by the family. That I shall now present the treasures I have obtained during my time outside. Wang Chun stated, preparing to retrieve the celestial herbs he had prepared specifically for the clan leader and the 5 elders from his storage soul guide. Wang Chun first produced the celestial herb intended for the clan leader. Revealing a golden flower with 9 petals, this flower emerged. The entire room was infused with a pure yang energy. This is the pure yang 9-leaf flower. The 4th elder exclaimed in astonishment upon witnessing the flower and sensing its pure yang aura. At that moment, the clan leader and the other elders were also taken aback, gazing in shock at the extraordinary flower Wang Chun had presented. Indeed, within the King Kong family, all members were aware of this celestial herb, as it had been consumed by a member in the past, leaving behind records. Over 200 years ago, the first clan leader of the King Kong family had consumed this very herb, and records of its effects had been documented, explaining the astonishment of the clan leader and the elders. Indeed, this is the pure yang 9-leaf flower, the most suitable for the clan leader to consume. Given that clan leader Wang Gang's martial soul is the violent King Kong, identical to that of the first clan leader, the documented effects of consuming this herb are well known. When Wang Chun discovered this celestial herb within the Eye of Ice and Fire, he was equally astonished. He had not anticipated encountering a herb with such detailed records within the King Kong family. He resolved to present this herb to clan leader Wang Gang, as it would directly enhance the family's highest combat power. The first clan leader had consumed this herb while the soul, below a level of 87, resulting in an immediate elevation of 3 levels, reaching the titled Douluo level of 90. Moreover, he had cultivated the pure yang body, which not only augmented the ferocity of his violent King Kong martial soul, but also enhanced his own strength, allowing him to wield immense power with each move, even without the use of soul power. Coupled with the indestructible nature of his martial soul, the first clan leader could engage in battles beyond his level, which was truly terrifying. Upon hearing Wang Chun's words, the clan leader felt a swell of emotion. Such a precious celestial herb was being given directly to him. However, as the clan leader, his considerations extended beyond his own needs. Although consuming this herb would yield excellent results for him, given his age, it would be far better suited for the family's premier genius, Wang Chun. While consuming this celestial herb would indeed be beneficial for me, it would be best for Shao Chun to take it. Upon hearing the patriarch's words, the other elders also regained their composure. Their earlier excitement was merely a reaction to encountering the family records for the first time. Indeed, the patriarch was correct. It was indeed the best choice to let Shao Chun consume such a treasure. After all, we have aged, and Shao Chun is still youthful. The effects will be most beneficial for him. Yes, that is certainly true. The other elders nodded in agreement with the patriarch's sentiments. Moved by the words of the patriarch and the elders, Wang Chun felt a deep sense of gratitude. If it were merely an unknown item, relinquishing it would not have been a significant loss. After all, at their advanced age, it would be unseemly to compete with the younger generation for resources. However, this celestial herb was documented, and its efficacy had been proven through past usage. That it was truly touching that these elders could restrain their desires and allow the younger generation to benefit. Such selflessness likely contributed to the remarkable unity within the King Kong family. Who would betray a family where elders genuinely consider the well-being of their successors? No need for that, patriarch, that I've already consumed other celestial herbs, and their effects are optimal for me. Taking more now would not only be ineffective, but could also conflict with those I have previously ingested, rendering it counterproductive. Therefore, you should partake. The stronger you become, the safer the King Kong family will be. That is the best outcome for me as well. Upon hearing Wang Chun's words, the patriarch decided to accept the celestial herb. Very well, I shall accept it. That is wonderful, patriarch. I have not only prepared this celestial herb for you, but the other elders have their share as well. After saying this, Wang Chun produced a second celestial herb. It was a pristine white flower that resembled a pure lotus. Exuding an immaculate aura, Wang Chun presented it to the Grand Elder and stated, "This flower is called the water immortal jade-skinned. It serves to nourish tendons and strengthen bones, harmonizing with your silverback gorilla martial soul. When consuming it, you should only eat the petals and then suck on the stamen to absorb its essence. It also requires soul power to activate. One must remain calm to fully absorb its essence." Having heard Wang Chun's explanation, the Grand Elder did not hesitate and accepted the celestial herb without further ado. After the Grand Elder received this herb, Wang Chun produced yet another celestial herb. This one was a vibrant red, trembling softly, with a simple appearance composed solely of red leaves. The tips of the leaves resembled a coxcomb, but upon closer inspection, one would notice the unique crimson golden veins. As soon as this herb was revealed, the temperature in the room rose significantly. This is called the coxcomb phoenix flower. Wang Chun continued that it is perfectly suited for the second elder's firebird martial soul. It should not be chewed or swallowed. Simply channel your soul power to enhance your vitality. The effects are quite pronounced and should significantly elevate the second elder's soul power and fire abilities. After presenting this celestial herb to the second elder, Wang Chun then retrieved a small plant that was half black and half white, featuring two distinctly colored leaves. The separation was stark, each color not encroaching upon the other. Third elder, this celestial herb is known as the Jingang immortal grass. It can enhance physical constitution and greatly boost vitality. This pairs exceptionally well with your everlasting green vine martial soul. Consuming this herb will undoubtedly augment your strength. At this moment, Wang Chun turned to the elder he knew best, the fourth elder, and presented a celestial herb resembling a red rose. Fourth elder, this is the blazing rose. Your martial soul may cause you to lose rationality during intense battles. While it can greatly enhance your strength, it is also perilous. Hence, I have prepared this blazing rose for you. It not only purifies your martial soul, preventing future loss of control, but also enhances your fire abilities and combat prowess, ensuring that your power does not diminish despite the absence of that uncontrolled state. Afterward, Wang Chun looked towards the fifth elder, who possessed the peach blossom martial soul. The AS is well known. Auxiliary martial souls of this nature tend to progress slowly in cultivation. Fortunately, the fifth elder's martial soul is a peach blossom, which aligns perfectly with the family's simulated cultivation environment. Otherwise, he would not have achieved such impressive levels at his age. However, upon reaching the soul Douluo rank, his cultivation speed had noticeably declined, rendering him one of the weaker elders in the family. It is worth noting that in the past, his soul power level was not inferior to that of the Grand Elder. Regrettably, the Grand Elder's strength had since surpassed his, as had that of several other elders. Wang Chun then retrieved a jade box from his storage soul guide. Upon opening the box, an exquisite fragrance filled the room. The rich scent of orchids invigorated the senses, uplifting everyone's spirits. Inside the box lay an 8-petal orchid, its petals trembling gently, radiating a pure, snowy white that evoked a sense of ethereal beauty. This is called the 8-petal immortal orchid, a celestial-grade medicinal herb. It must be stored in a golden and jade vessel. As long as it is kept in a jade container, it will not wilt for 1,000 years or lose its fragrance for 100 generations. Among all the celestial herbs I have brought back, it possesses the mildest yet most potent medicinal properties. While absorption is easy, it requires a significant amount of time. However, as a soul Douluo, the fifth elder's absorption speed will naturally be accelerated. The herb's purpose is to strengthen the foundational essence and eliminate impurities from within, effectively addressing the slow cultivation speed typical for food-type soul masters. These are the celestial herbs I have brought back for the Patriarch and the elders. Well then, since you are already aware of the Soul Master Academy's matters and have presented the celestial herbs you prepared for us, you may return for now. Once we have absorbed these herbs, we shall accompany you to hunt for soul rings. Very well. Patriarch and elders, I shall take my leave. Wang Chun exited the inner courtyard and returned to his home. At that moment, his parents were away, engaged in the family's soul hunting team to procure soul rings. Wang Chun then messaged his 3 younger brothers, inviting them to his home, for he had also prepared a celestial herb for each of them. Before long, Wang Qin's 3 younger brothers arrived at his residence. "Elder brother, you have returned." "Yes, I have been out training for a while and have made some gains, along with a fortuitous encounter, which is why I have returned to the family." "How have you all been lately?" "Elder brother, we are doing well. Ever since you left for training, we have been diligently cultivating that I am now at level 31.0. Ah, hi, that is impressive. Reached level 31 already. What about the other 2? What levels are you at?" "Elder brother, I am already at level 29 and will soon break through to level 30. Once I hunt for a soul ring, I too shall become a soul master of the soul sovereign rank," responded the more reserved Lu Yun. Little Yun is doing well, diligently cultivating. Wang Chun praised his younger brother, recognizing him as the most dedicated among them, a commoner soul master. He had little in the way of resources prior to Wang Chen's support. Nevertheless, he had demonstrated considerable strength even before joining the family. Now, with the King Kong family's resources, he had advanced remarkably, reaching level 29 at the age of 13. Yet, it must be acknowledged that without diligent effort, one could not attain such levels, even with resources. "Elder brother, I am also doing quite well, having reached level 44. After your departure, aside from training with these 2, I have been honing my combat skills in the King Kong family's simulated environment." Chimed in Xiong. "Excellent. It seems everyone has been working hard in my absence. That I have returned with a treasure for you all. It not only enhances your strength, but also accelerates your cultivation speed." "Is there truly such a treasure? In that case, you should be the one to consume it. Elder brother, after all, your talent is truly remarkable." "Very well. Since I prepared this for you, I'm certain I have already partaken of it." Overindulging in such treasures may lead to adverse effects due to conflicting medicinal properties, yielding no benefits. Upon finishing his words, Wang Chun began to retrieve the celestial herbs he had prepared from his storage soul guide. Before them was an enormous chrysanthemum, resplendently hued in purple. Strangely, each petal appeared delightfully fuzzy, and the entire flower exuded no fragrance whatsoever. The central pistil rose a full half-foot above the petals, glimmering with a faint golden radiance. "Boss, what is this?" Wang Hai was the first to inquire. While the other 2 were equally captivated by the plant that Wang Chun had produced, Wang Chun smiled gently and addressed Wang Hai. "Ah, hi, this is something I specially prepared for you. It is called the Qirong Tongtianju, a neutral celestial herb. Consuming it will invigorate your limbs, enhance blood circulation, and aid in cultivating an indestructible body." Wang Hai was taken aback. "Is it really that powerful? An indestructible body?" Wang Chun replied with a smile. "Though the term indestructible body may be somewhat exaggerated, this herb is indeed most compatible with your martial soul. Your soul power is neutral, vast and profound, fierce and dominant. The efficacy lies within your hands and feet. Having this will greatly enhance your training efficiency. Furthermore, its medicinal properties will not only directly elevate your soul power, but also accelerate your future cultivation speed." Wang Hai cautiously accepted the Qirong Tongtianju that Wang Chun offered, gazing deeply at him. "Boss, I won't say thank you. That I in the future, whenever you require my assistance, just call upon me, regardless of the peril. I will never hesitate." Upon hearing Wang Hai's words, Wang Chun felt a sense of gratification. After all, his aim in nurturing his younger brothers was to have them support him when needed. "All right, let us not dwell on such matters. Allow me to instruct you on how to consume this. First, eat the central pistil, followed by each petal one by one. Do not consume the root. After finishing, begin cultivating immediately to absorb the medicinal effects and enhance your strength. Once I have retrieved everything, you may cultivate together, and I shall provide protection." "Understood, boss." At that moment, Wang Chun took out a small blue herb from his storage soul guide. It had 4 leaves, each adorned with a hurricane emblem. "Xiao Yun, this celestial herb is known as the 4-leaf hurricane grass. It facilitates the flow of energy through the 8 meridians and augments hurricane power, making it perfectly suited for your martial soul. Consuming it will likely enhance your martial soul further. You only need to eat the 4 leaves." Having said this, Wang Chun handed the herb to Lu Yun, then produced the final celestial herb he had prepared for his younger brothers. He revealed a special white herb with 9 pure white leaves, each resembling ice and continuously radiating a chilling energy. Wang Chun displayed this herb, An unmistakable coldness enveloped the surroundings. This celestial herb is called the Nine-Turn Mystic Ice Grass. It not only allows for 9 transformations in body refinement, greatly enhancing your physical attributes, but also strengthens your ice abilities. After consuming it, your ice power will not only increase significantly, but also enhance your control over it. This herb should not be swallowed. Simply hold it in your hand and channel your soul power, allowing it to enter your body and fortify your strength. Now that you all understand how to use the celestial herbs, proceed to the place where I usually cultivate to begin your consumption. I will provide protection. All right, boss. The 3 followed Wang Chun to a tranquil training chamber, ideal for absorbing the celestial herbs. Once they arrived, they eagerly consumed the celestial herbs, while Wang Chun remained nearby, safeguarding them. Time passed, minute by minute. In the blink of an eye, 3 hours had elapsed, and as the effects of the celestial herbs manifested, Wang Chun's 3 younger brothers began to undergo varying degrees of transformation. Having consumed the Churong Tongtianju, Wang Hai had developed a layer of white fur, reminiscent of the immense ape he summoned during the manifestation of his martial soul. Initially seated in a meditative position, he now lay sprawled on the ground, his limbs appearing to swell to more than double their original size, accompanied by the sounds of cracking bones. The 3 soul rings around him flashed with astonishing brilliance. An occasional low growls, akin to thunder, emanated from his throat, his entire being vibrated rhythmically in a peculiar manner. Lu Yun experienced the least transformation, aside from a layer of wind encasing him that shifted him from a seated to a standing position. Only his martial soul appeared behind him, with the feathers of his golden eagle transitioning from gold to blue. Though the changes were minimal, the benefits were likely substantial. The transformation of his martial soul's feathers indicated that a positive mutation was underway. Once he fully absorbed the celestial herb, his martial soul would likely ascend to a peak level. Meanwhile, the most significant transformation was observed in Xiongda. He was enveloped in a frigid aura, with icy energy continuously flowing into his body, incessantly reshaping and fortifying him. Upon complete absorption, his ice abilities would undoubtedly experience a dramatic surge. Wang Chun watched as they gradually absorbed the celestial herbs. Their physiques strengthening as time continued to pass and the sky darkened. Their cultivation sessions approached completion. Wang Hai was the first to finish absorbing, stretching luxuriously before rising to his feet. "How do you feel?" Wang Chun inquired. At Wang Chen's questioning, Wang Hai snapped back to reality, momentarily dazed by the delightful sensations from his cultivation. He took a moment to assess his transformation. Soon, a look of astonishment spread across his face. A blend of joy and disbelief. "Boss, I actually leveled up by 7 ranks. This is unbelievable. The celestial herbs you provided are astonishing." "Very well. Since you've experienced the effects, let us wait here for the others to finish absorbing before we proceed together." "Understood, boss." As Wang Chun conversed quietly with Wang Hai, Lu Yin also completed the absorption of his celestial herb. The wind enveloping him dissipated, revealing his martial soul, the golden eagle, which had undergone a complete transformation. No longer adorned with golden feathers, it was now cloaked in azure plumage, and with a mere flap of its wings, a tempest ensued. This indicated that Lu Yun's martial soul had undergone mutation, evolving from a standard golden eagle to a hurricane-controlling divine eagle. Lu Yun retracted his martial soul and turned to Wang Chun, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Since his enrollment in the Junior Soul Master Academy, Wang Chun had brought him into the Golden Family, providing ample resources for cultivation. Without such resources, he would not have reached this level. Moreover, now he had received such a precious celestial herb, significantly boosting his strength. Though he was not one for many words, he had resolved to wholeheartedly follow Wang Chun from that moment on. Regardless of Wang Chen's endeavors, he would support him unconditionally. "Boss, I sincerely thank you for your assistance." "Enough of that. How do you feel?" "I feel fantastic. Not only has my martial soul successfully mutated, but my strength has also reached level 30. Moreover, I still possess the medicinal effects of the celestial herb, which will likely elevate my strength further after I absorb my soul ring." "That is excellent news. Shionda should be finishing up soon. Let us wait for him." "Yes, boss." Before long, the icy aura enveloping Xiongda dissipated entirely. With a deep breath, he opened his eyes and exhaled a long sigh of relief before standing. Shionda, how do you feel? What is your level of improvement? Wang Hai eagerly inquired upon noticing that Xiong had completed his absorption. Shionda took a moment to assess himself, realizing that his strength had significantly increased and his martial soul had been enhanced as well. I have leveled up by 3 ranks, now at level 47. Furthermore, my martial soul has also been strengthened. My control over ice has greatly improved, and the potency of my ice abilities has surged. Very well, since you have all successfully absorbed the herbs, let us first have a meal. Then consolidate our gains. Wang Chun, accompanied by his 3 subordinates, emerged from the training room, intent on heading to the family cafeteria for a meal. After all, with only himself at home, the prospect of cooking was indeed a rare endeavor. He planned to make do with a simple meal at the cafeteria, reserving a more indulgent feast for later, once they had fully consolidated the powers of the celestial herb that in the following days. Wang Chun devoted his time to training alongside his 3 companions in the practice chamber. While they focused on solidifying the powers bestowed by the celestial herb, Wang Chun patiently awaited the moment when the clan elders would have completely absorbed its essence, so they could embark together on a quest to hunt for soul rings, given that Wang Chun required soul rings from soul beasts that were at least 50,000 years old. The typical family hunting teams were ill-equipped to assist him in this endeavor, hence his decision to remain at the clan until he received word from the elders. Finally, after 3 days of waiting, news arrived from the 4th elder. They were scheduled to venture into the Stardow Great Forest to hunt for soul rings in 3 days' time. Up by this juncture, Wang Chen's 3 subordinates had nearly completed their absorption of the celestial herb's powers and thus chose not to linger any longer in Wang Chen's training chamber. Upon receiving the message from the 4th elder, Wang Chun resolved to gather with his companions, having returned home for several days. Previously, his subordinates had been preoccupied with absorbing the celestial herb, leaving no time for socializing. Now that they had sufficiently consolidated their gains, it was the perfect opportunity to reconnect. They reconvened at the same tavern where they had previously celebrated, and Wang Chun had reserved a private room in anticipation of their arrival. Shortly thereafter, Wang Hai and the others arrived, placing orders for food and drink. They began to recount the intriguing experiences Wang Chun had encountered during his time away on adventures. In turn, Wang Chun shared the details of his recent induction into the mercenary group. As their conversation flowed, the dishes were soon laid out before them. Before they commenced their meal, it was customary to raise a toast to their leader, as the celestial herb he had provided was indeed a precious gift. Without further ado, they lifted their glasses in unison, a heartfelt gesture to express their gratitude.